I am driver number 37. In order to earn 1 billion, I can drive anything, high-speed trains, airplanes, tanks, and even nuclear submarines. Today, I drove a beautiful lady who was 1.7 meters tall with legs 1.2 meters long. She smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother, you drive well. I will look for you next time." I just started the car when I suddenly noticed a camera left on the back seat. I shouted at the woman's back, "Miss, your camera, your camera." The woman turned her head and angrily shouted, "You're the one who looks like a chicken. Your whole family looks like chickens." I was stunned. "What? Who looks like a chicken?" The woman raised her voice in anger. "You look like a chicken. You even look like a duck." I was confused. What is going on here? It's like talking gibberish, and no good deed goes unpunished. "Miss, are you out of your mind? Your camera fell in the car. I asked you to come and take it, and you're here cursing at me. Do you not want it? If not, I'll take it." After saying that, I stepped on the gas to leave. At this moment, the woman finally realized her mistake, hurriedly chased after me in high heels, shouting, "Driver, you're right. It's my camera. Really my camera." The fans in the Tianxian live broadcast room suddenly became excited. "Oh my. Bow down to contestant no. 37. What a talent." I really didn't want to laugh, but when this contestant said, "Miss, you look like a chicken," I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, Chinese is indeed profound, but you can't blame the young lady. Confusing a camera with a chicken is easy. It can easily lead to misunderstandings. This is clearly an experienced driver. The car door is welded to my face. Enough said. Give me a follow. I'll continue to pick up passengers. After all, the Tianxian champion can win a cash prize of 1 billion yuan, and the profession I drew is a designated driver. A virtual screen appeared before my eyes. Name, Yun Xiao. Points, 2, 478. Skills, divine level driving props, none. Note, you can participate in the draw by spending 10,000 points. Looking at my low points, I wonder when I'll have enough popularity to participate in the draw. At this time, a middle-aged driver came out of the chess room and warmly handed me 300 yuan when he saw me. "Young man, thank you for your hard work. This is your service fee." "Brother, don't be polite. If you need a driver in the future, just look for me." Alright. Today, after a quick calculation, it turns out that my luck is here. I won a lot in the morning. Since it's a lucky game, why didn't you play? A little gambling is fun, but excessive gambling harms the body. When it's time to stop, stop. No one's luck is constant. After speaking, the man drove away in a taxi. This guy is slick, acting as a substitute driver for the taxi driver. It's cool to find a substitute driver and go fishing while working, killing two birds with one stone. I learned from this. Next time I will drive to work. To avoid leaving the car idle, I will find a substitute driver to run ride-hailing for me. Earning extra income, feeling great. At this time, a new message popped up on the phone order page. Starting point, Junyue Haocheng Hotel. Destination, Anqing Factory, 108, Tianhe Road. Estimated distance, 7.4 kilometers. Estimated cost 30 yuan. Without hesitation, I accepted the order directly. Suddenly, a shout came from the intersection. "Help! Is there anyone who can drive?" A young woman was sitting in the driver's seat, sweating profusely, her right hand tightly clutching her chest. "What's wrong?" "My daughter-in-law and I came out to buy groceries. She suddenly said she wasn't feeling well, like she's having a heart attack. What should I do?" "Did you call an ambulance?" "I did, but now it's stuck in traffic and won't arrive for a while." "Why not let your son drive?" "My son is a soldier who sacrificed himself last month. My daughter-in-law is a martyr's widow, and the child has just been born. If something happens to him, how can I explain to my son?" The father and daughter-in-law cried helplessly. "Move aside. I'm a substitute driver. I can safely take you to the hospital." "Young man, are you really sure? My daughter-in-law is having a heart attack. Can you go faster? As long as she's okay, any amount of money is fine. Help her to the back seat. I'll start driving right away." "Don't worry, there's no road I can't handle." The barrage of comments flooded in like a tide. This young lady turned out to be a martyr's widow. No matter what, we must safely get her to the hospital. Tears welled up. Soldiers shed blood on the front lines. Don't let their spirits cry in heaven. Yes, the baby has already lost her father. She can't lose her mother too. Starting from point 37 is good, but I have to be a wet blanket. The road to the people's hospital is congested. If the condition is delayed, won't the consequences be worse? It's dozens of kilometers to the people's hospital, and traffic jams will make it even farther. Young people shouldn't show off. After all, lives are at stake. I turned on the navigation. 39 kilometers away. and I have to arrive within 20 minutes. Normally it would take at least 40 minutes. I stepped on the gas pedal. The red flag car shot out like a gust of wind, quickly exceeding 120 kilometers per hour. Approaching the intersection ahead, visibly congested with vehicles, I didn't hesitate, not even slowing down. The middle-aged woman looked terrified. "Be careful." Watching the red flag car about to collide with the Audi, I quickly turned the steering wheel. The car swerved and passed by the other car, with a distance of less than 10 centimeters. The Audi owner saw this bizarre scene, startled. "Wow, where did the skilled driver come from? This guy is amazing." The crowd burst into exclamations. The drifting just now was so cool. Countless onlookers were confused. The red flag car maneuvered in an S shape through the traffic. I tightly gripped the steering wheel, turning left and then right, various maneuvers dazzling, stepping on the gas all the way, truly a skill given by the system, indeed extraordinary, and arrived at an intersection again. The next second, the red light came on. I glanced at the woman's condition. She was not doing well. I gritted my teeth and decisively ran the red light. The roar of the engine exploded among the crowd waiting for the red light. Each one was intimidated, racing in the lane and running red lights. How arrogant can this driver be? It's been 800 years since I've seen such a thing. At the same time, the monitoring center of the Ningxi Traffic Police Brigade also discovered the abnormality of this Hongqi sedan. The Hongqi car was driving recklessly, severely speeding, and the traffic police on Hushi Road were contacted to intercept it immediately. The order had just been issued when the Hushi Road traffic police were unable to set up a checkpoint in time, and the Hongqi car had already sped past like a gust of wind. The newly set speed measuring device was blown away by the airflow caused by the vehicle's movement. Report, there's trouble. The Hongqi car was too fast to intercept. And looking at the speed measuring device, it was traveling at 140 kilometers per hour, while the speed limit here is 60 kilometers per hour. This driver is in big trouble. Even if there is no accident, they will be banned from driving for life. The woman's condition continues to deteriorate, seemingly already in a coma. "Young man, ahead is Chishan Avenue, heavily congested, impassable. What should we do? My daughter-in-law's illness cannot be delayed." I calmly said, "Don't worry, I will do my best." I accelerated again. The engine's roar particularly noticeable on the road. The trees on both sides of the road quickly retreating, the view becoming blurry. The vehicle must maintain stability to prevent the patient from being jolted, while also racing against time, testing the driver's skill, and soon arrived at the intersection of Chishan Avenue. Sure enough, this place was full of parked cars, almost jammed from beginning to end, with each car less than a meter apart. Middle-aged woman is in despair. What should I do? I turned the steering wheel, turned into a fork in the road, took a shortcut. There is only one rule, but this decision is very risky. If something goes wrong halfway, delays time, I will be fully responsible. "Young man, this is not the way to the hospital. We can't wait any longer. Let's go up the mountain. As long as we cross Chishan, we can go straight to the People's Hospital in the city." Faintly, the roar of car engines from the mountain road can be heard. A professional car race is being held here, with professional racing cars speeding by. Without exception, these racing cars are all from well-known foreign car brands, with explosive performance. A McLaren is speeding at top speed, drifting through several corners to take the lead. The driver of the racing car is named Li Yang, who has won many awards in professional races both domestically and internationally. An excited female host is saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, the current leader is the domestic car god Li Yang." You can see that Li Yang is as perfect as ever, with fast acceleration, stable handling, and excellent performance in the corners. He quickly took the lead after just a few corners. He truly deserves the title of car god. The McLaren 720S he is driving has been modified by the world-famous master Raphael. It can reach a maximum power of 800 horsepower, and accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.1 seconds. It is considered Raphael's most proud modification work and the benchmark for all modified cars. Looking at the other local players, they may be seriously lagging behind due to lack of experience. Li Yan looks very relaxed and confident in winning the championship in this race. However, the field of play is ever-changing. Just then there was a sudden realization. Out of nowhere, a mysterious vehicle appeared out of nowhere. The wind sprints out onto the track. In the blink of an eye, the car sped up. Compared to a bunch of pro racing, it was actually not the least bit disadvantageous. The scene was seen through the big screen and the room roared. "Look, what's the deal with that car? Where did it come from?" Spectators gallery, commentators gallery, all confused. It's not clear at all. Why is this car on the racetrack? It's even more terrifying. Big screen. After getting a good look at the car, the brain went down on the spot. "I'll go. This looks like a red flag. did I read that right? Who drives the family red car and comes to race in the pros? Above the track. Surprisingly, a domestic car appeared? It's so magical, isn't it? Cloudy broke into the track in a red flag car. Bear with me. The huge impact caused the tires to rub against the ground. It made an ear-splitting sound like the scream of a wild animal. The tires were spinning rapidly. A gust of white smoke was produced between it and the ground. Next, throttle hard. The red flag roared, chasing toward the race car ahead. The entire viewing area was abuzz. Countless people were attracted by the sudden intrusion of the red flag car. Exclaim, unbelievable, and learn the news first thing. The command center was completely dumbfounded. Saw the red flag sedan that sped away. The organizer's leader's face paled. What's the situation? Where did the red flag car come from? Where are the people from the surveillance center? Are you guys here to be posers? This is a professional race. Isn't it nonsense to drive a domestic car on the track? The leader's words fell. Someone investigated the surveillance and reported back immediately. The red flag car came up from the side road. We didn't set up a roadblock due to the rugged road over there. It's too unbelievable for the red flag car to force its way up. Was saying. The big screen image turned in vain. It showed the red flag car that Yun Xiao was driving, ditching a couple of pro riders. Accelerate to reach Devil's Bend. Boom! The engine erupted into a thunderous roar. A nice corner drift. Easily crosses the nearly 90-degree right-angle turn. Driver's seat. Yun Xiao was extremely calm. Hit full rudder. Hit the brakes and give it throttle. All moves in one go. He operates with perfection like an artist. Each step was as uncannily precise as if it had been measured by a ruler. Extreme cornering display. The ultimate drift technique. The presentation is visually stunning. One curve after another. Instead of slowing down, the red flag car drove faster and faster, chugging around corners like an accelerated cannonball. God-awful car skills. Not only did the drivers on the track look dumbfounded, the audience also all exploded. Shocking. That was fast. Is this really a domestic car? The red flag car is so awesome. I'm on my knees. This treacherous track, which doesn't support domestic cars at all, is not modified. Look, it's catching up with Li Yang. The crowd sniffed and looked. After a succession of corners, the red flag car is a heartbeat away from the modified McLaren ahead, just under 100 meters. The other side, Li Yang, who has been in the lead. The mood is relaxed. It's just a friendly exchange race, but as a driver who seeks the ultimate speed, he has eyes only for the championship. Go, 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 faster. It is he who accomplishes self-transcendence, a lifelong pursuit. With the title in sight, just as he was about to enjoy the cheers that came with winning the title, the co-pilot navigator's eyes glazed over. With a heavy face, he said, "Not good, someone is catching up." Through the reverse mirror, a car could be seen approaching them at a rapid pace, and this distance is constantly being shortened. The scene, to the incredulity of the navigator, he was too busy to speak up and warn. "On your right, closing in fast." Li Yan was startled. "No way? Who is it? Could it be Zhang Shang?" He thought carefully. Of all the drivers this time, only Zhang Shang could pose a little threat to him, but he clearly remembered that Zhang Shang's car modification had gone wrong during this period of time, and he had been losing to him in the race. It was left behind a long time ago. The pilot hand stared into the rearview mirror and shook his head gravely. "No, it's not him. This man's driving style is very different from Zhang Shang's, especially when cornering. It's perfect. Even more than you. Not good. He's coming after us. Only 15 meters away." Li Yang's breath hitched. This pounding sense of oppression. He hadn't experienced it in a long time. Great. Whoever he is, fully mobilizes my passion. And that's what makes a match exciting. As soon as he shows up on the track, he will have to split the difference, and I will show him who is the true god of cars. Li Yang rubbed his fists together. Fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. It's just a matter of going toe-to-toe with the mystery writer. This is a man he can't afford to lose. Suddenly, the pilot hand rubbed his eyes, like misreading something. After confirming it again and again, he saw a ghost and said, "Li Yang, you may not believe me when I say it. That caught up with us was a domestic red flag car." Li Yang, domestic? Red flag? Are you fucking kidding me? A domestic car can chase a race car? Are you seeing things or am I hearing things? Just giant outrageous. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The image passes out. The Cloud live broadcast room instantly boiled. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. I told her that the domestic cars have come out of the woodwork and can fly to the sky when they're driven. I don't know, was I right? Yun Xiao was a top racer before he joined the program, and he drew the chauffeur job to play the pig, driving a red flag car into the track, beating professional drivers. This damn cool article do not dare to write so How about analyzing this operation? Don't they say practice makes perfect? Why don't you try one too? Does it hurt? Practice makes perfect is very simple. 20 years of electrician teacher. High voltage wires have no electricity. I hand a touch to know, and when I take a shit, even though I've never seen what an asshole looks like, I can find the location very smoothly. The live stream is hot, and once again, it's on full throttle. It's starting to soar. Everyone enters the live room at first glance. Just saw a domestic red flag car, driving after the race car. The view from inside the car, though, isn't very clear. But that didn't stop the crowd from being taken aback by the flurry. It's rare enough to be able to drive a red flag car on a pro track. As a result, you're still crushing and overtaking all the way. No face for the organizers at all. All shocked to no end. So, with a call for friends from the live streaming network, those who don't watch the Chosen to Fight Workers show are curious to join in. Not only did the show's traffic skyrocket, Cloudy's live broadcast popularity also exploded. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Yun Zhao's ranking was also climbing upwards as if he had jumped up a level. The system refreshes every minute. Both generate new rankings. All will be surpassed by players. Crap, am I blind? It's just a midday meal. And there are more than 50,000 people in the live room? Set out you all do not believe. In the morning I look at the live room only a few hundred people. This speed is called a rocket 37 is definitely a proper dark horse. In terms of the rise in popularity alone, even the top 10 ranked players have been left far behind by him. I didn't think much of him before. The job of chauffeuring is hard and tiring. It doesn't stand out in a crowd of professions, and it's likely to drown in a sea of people. But today it seems highly likely that this is a dark horse. Audience, eyes on that red flag car driving faster and faster. Coming up, beyond Li Yang, the crowd lapsed into silence. Suddenly, someone stared at the big screen and exclaimed, "What's going on? There's no prompter in that red car." The whole room shook when these words came out. Everyone looked over in unison. Indeed, note, the driver's seat of the red flag car was occupied by the driver alone. The discovery was like dropping a heavy bomb. Countless people were horrified. Shocking. It's well known. When racing, generally complex road conditions are equipped with a navigator. Even the top riders are no exception. A winding road with many curves. In the case of obstructed vision, it is difficult to make effective countermeasures with the driver's own reaction and judgment. Pilot hands. It's the rider's second eye. Otherwise, face sharp cornering and S-curves. Riders can easily catch blinders and have blind spots in their vision. Accidental risks, 10 times more in vain. And that red flag car, without the security of a pilot team, it can also take continuous corners, catching up with the leading Li Yang. Let's just say it's incredible. An inhuman operation. A fine cold sweat oozed from Li Yang's forehead. There is no navigator for the red car. He noticed it too. This monster, where did it come from? Muttering under his breath. He didn't have time to think much about it. The red flag car that has drawn infinitely closer. 30 meters, 20 meters, only 10 meters left. Can't let him overtake. Otherwise, shame on you. Li Yang clenched his teeth. Dead grip on the steering wheel. Desperately hitting full rudder back and forth. Flexing and swinging around the S-curve as a way to stop the cloud overtaking. Red flag car. Yun Xiao frowned. What the hell? What's with the car in front of us? Kept blocking him from overtaking. Shouldn't be thinking of him as a rival, right? People's lives are at stake, and I don't have time to play with you. Yun Xiao's face was bland. Throttle to the floor. In an instant, the speed limit of the car has been reached. 280 yards. Whoosh. Arriving at the bend. An S-corner turn. Great opportunity to overtake. The two cars are separated. Less than 10 meters. Li Yang takes the lead into the turn. A nice dump into the small turn ahead. The engine roars and accelerates to a sprint. Enter the big bend behind in the same way. The car is about to come into a straight line after a succession of corners. Just then, the red flag car followed closely. Between 0.1 seconds, right after completing the chicane, the car slammed its tail and turned into the big corner. Faster than him. Whoosh! Drift into the big bend. The red car completely tied Li Yang. Keep both cars at the same level. Li Yang gave a slight sideways glance, incredibly looking at the red flag car that parallels the corner. The head of the car. It's already more than a centimeter. The dark pupils reflected the shadow of the red flag car. Full of horror. Commentator's chair. Watching the red flag car catch up with Li Yang's McLaren. The two cars went around the corner parallel to each other at almost the same time. The beautiful commentator's little mouth was wide open, filled with shock. Really? Catching up? Oh my god. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that this red flag car, which suddenly barged onto the track, had completed its pursuit of the god of cars, Li Yang. Spare a thought for the female commentator who has been through countless domestic competitions. It was incoherent even now. From the advent of the red car to the present, only a few minutes passed. A family domestic car breaks into the pro circuit. Surprisingly, it finished crushing the race car. Especially this car, Li Yang. It has been tuned by top foreign tuning masters, whether it is spare parts, wind resistance design, tire pressure and so on. It's a ceiling in professional racing. Modifications cost tens of millions of dollars. As a result, with a lead in all areas, still being overtaken by the red flag car. Visible. That red car driver. The driving skills for the car are out of this world. Rely on pure technology. Completely crushed Li Yang on the continuous corners. It's the only way to make up for the lack of performance. That alone. The two have been divided. The whole scene, including the audience. Inside, they all suffered a 10,000 point blitz. There was silence. Shocked beyond words. After pressing the corner, the red flag car caught up with Li Yang's car. Yun Zhao's face was calm, not even looking at Li Yang outside the car window. A nice dump. Crunch. The wheels drifted to the critical point of the corner and rubbed against the ground with a sharp, piercing sound, leaving a deep section of tire tracks. Gusts of white smoke tumbled. Wait a split second out of the turn. Hit full rudder direction to the left and quickly return to the right. Throttle down. Boom. It was as if the red flag car was fitted with rocket boosters. In the blink of an eye, he rushed 100 meters, arrived again at the mouth of the next bend, leaving Li Yang far behind. The Jedi rebounded. The red car was in the lead. Accelerate away. When Li Yang ran through all the corners, at the end of its field of vision, the extremely sparkling red piece de resistance, crossing the finish line, take the lead in the championship. It was only at this moment that the stagnant crowd at the scene finally came back to their senses. See the red flag car cross the finish line with your own eyes. Boiling. Cheers. The sound waves are endless. On the commentator's desk, the excited, incredulous voices of the beautiful commentators also rang out. First place is a red flag car. It surpasses the car god Li Yang's McLaren. Take the title. Although we don't know who the owner of the red flag car is, this moment of victory belongs to him. There was even a race analysis expert in attendance, who stepped up to the plate and said, "Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. This is by far the best racing I've ever seen. A family red car drives like this like I've never seen before." With that kind of driving skill, the driver of that red flag car is no ordinary person. In the hands of his opponent, Li Yang, the so-called five-crown king, was actually easily defeated like a small child. I really can't think who would be the person with this kind of driving skill. Is it Lewis, the foreign F1 world champion, or Elton, the chief of the Williams team? Race Command Center. See the red flag car cross the finish line first. The crowd was all dumbfounded. As an organizer, don't even know where the red flag car that ultimately won came from. What's next for the awards? Something so outrageous. It's a first. Municipal People's Hospital. The main entrance. A bunch of doctors and nurses. It's waiting anxiously at the moment. Every now and then he looked up, into the distance. 10 minutes ago, they got an emergency call. A widow of a martyr suffered a heart attack and needed urgent medical attention. In response, the hospital leadership attaches great importance to this. The martyr, who died just last month, leaving behind a wife and a 2-month-old son. A soldier bleeds. He must never be allowed to shed another tear. The hospital, in the first instance, sent an ambulance to the rescue. While traveling to the section of Kishan Avenue, sudden traffic jam. Supposedly, it was a wipeout accident. The already congested roadway became even more congested. Ambulances are also delayed on the road. No one has been received so far. At the moment, the situation of the family of that martyr is not known. But, the heart attack is critical. The slightest mistake is a matter of human life. Director, the martyr's family just called. They got a substitute driver and are on their way to the hospital. A doctor, who was in charge of the liaison, rushed to the director's office to report. Valet? The director frowned. What's the point of getting a valet when the roads are blocked? I heard the valet was taking a shortcut. A detour? Isn't that nonsense? The golden rescue time for a heart attack is only 20 minutes. Who's responsible for anything that happens when you're traveling far and near? The director's face changed. The dean has given me a death warrant. No matter what, the safety of the families of martyrs must be guaranteed. Only 7 minutes left. Quick, find out where they've gotten to. A few moments later, the doctor reported. Surveillance shows that the patient's family's red flag sedan turned into the north side of the hill while passing through the section of Chishan Avenue. And they should have gone up the hill. Because of the steepness of the hill, there was no surveillance there. And this is the last footage that came in. See the red flag car on the monitor turning into the north slope. Climb up the mountain. The director's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding arose. Cold sweat covered the area. Damn it, the road there is treacherous. Known as the gateway to hell. How dare he? Even if we could make it up the mountain, over the hill, and around this far, we simply wouldn't have enough time. The patient can't afford to procrastinate. The director's face was pale and his forehead was bruised. Quickly, rush to notify the public security and fire departments. Go up the mountain to intercept. We must stop the red flag car. Also, activate the CDC emergency plan. Notify the traffic brigade to evacuate the crowd and clear the roads to ensure that the ambulances can get back and forth safely. We can't delay. Let's go. Now. Having said that, lead the way out of the office. The hospital was transferred to emergency readiness. Only, before the personnel could depart, the drive-through at the front entrance of the hospital. At the end of the view, a flashy red figure suddenly appeared. Smoke rolls in. An old red car. Straight across a few hundred meters of road. Crunch. In plain sight. An extreme tail flip drift. It was parked firmly in front of the hospital entrance. All the doctors and nurses were dumbfounded. This car looks like a red flag car for the families of martyrs? Didn't we say, go around the road and up the hill? What's going on here? It's hard not to. Is it flying down from the mountains? No one was more shocked than the hospital director. Prepare emergency plans on the front foot. People drive their cars on the back foot. Key, Gizon is a long way from the hospital. There's 6 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, it's almost as if it's instantaneous. Help! Cloudy pulled open the window of the car and let out a loud shout. Wake up the paramedics at the door. Come on, come on, come on. Get on the stretcher. Arrange for an emergency room and perform surgery. No time to think. How Cloudy drove the car down the hill. The director yelled sharply. Open the door. A patient in a coma. Carried into the hospital by doctors and nurses. In an instant, the emergency room was busy. The middle-aged woman looked at Yun Xiao gratefully. Thank you, young man, for saving my daughter-in-law's life. Something's really wrong with the kid's mom. I don't know what to tell my son. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Your son is a hero. He guards the country. Now, we the people are your sons, and shall guard his family. The middle-aged woman thanked them again and again, before hurrying into the hospital. Yun Xiao exhaled deeply. Heads up. Looking at the blue-colored sky, the mood has also become open. The feeling of saving someone's life. It's not bad. Riding on his little folding electric donkey, Cloudy turned around. Wave your sleeve without taking a cloud with you. Available at. Off to the side. Order page. Suddenly a beep popped up. Ding, you have been complained by a passenger. Failed to arrive at designated target point on time. $50 fine. Since you are a contestant on the show, please take this job seriously. If you get 3 complaints from passengers, you will be disqualified outright. The Cloud Cuculander was dumbfounded. Glanced at the tips page. Your order has timed out. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. At this moment, the live streaming netizens are also laughing at the fork in the road. Ha 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 ha, I can't live with the laughter. Contestant number 37 just finished pretending to be a biker, and then he got hit in the face miserably. Can I plead my case to customer service? Just now, I was saving someone's life. It's a special case, and it's considered doing a good deed. I don't think there's anything wrong with complaining. I'm a passenger waiting for half a day but was stood up. Will definitely be angry? What if there is an emergency? Even if you can't come, you should call ahead. How urgent the situation was just now. You guys are not unaware of it. How could no 37 care about anything else in order to save people? I am now most concerned about is not this. The anchor in order to save people, but speeding, but also ran a red light. I think it has been on the blacklist of the traffic bureau. If you don't, you'll lose your driver's license. And if you don't, you'll go into a company fan to step on the sewing machine. In the meantime, a video of a mystery driver driving a red flag car suddenly exploded on Twitter and in the circle of friends. The number of clicks and reprints both broke 10 million, attracting countless netizens. Hashtag surprise. Mysterious red flag car mistakenly enters pro circuit. Hangs pro driver. Hashtag the current Ninghai City Ring Road Pro League. A red flag car messed up. Beyond Li Yan won the championship. After the race, red flag car mysteriously disappeared. The awards platform champion is absent. The organizers are in a difficult situation. Hashtag domestic cars conquer a bunch of foreign tuners. Hashtag organizers put out an announcement looking for red flag owners. The video is from a live audience shot. There is no doubt about the authenticity. One time, the internet, calm as stagnant water, instantly exploded. In the video, a red flag sedan speeds down a treacherous mountain road, drifting through corners, reverse crush, thrilling every step of the way. It's an adrenaline rush. Eventually, when the red car is on a continuous curve, overtaking the car driven by the car godly young, sprinting across the finish line, countless people got high. Mood shock. The pop-ups were like smoking blue Gatling, densely covering the screen. Crap, tap that shit. Man, long time. First time I've seen someone drive like that? Bull. Great. Did the director see that? Fast and Furious 18 is going to be made to this specification or I'm not going to watch it. It can't be that red flag got someone to shoot the promo, right? The advertising planner has changed? Even if it's a promo and a deliberate attempt to attract attention, I'm willing to pay for it. I've never thought a red flag looked so good. The Great Wall, defy you. As of 6 p.m., continued under fire. The video is on Tease, B-Stop, Slowhand, and Weibo, and other major platforms on the hot list. Discussions are high. Countless people are speculating. Mystery writer. Who the hell is it? Surprisingly, I was able to do it on my own. Driving a domestic car and crushing a bunch of pro racers. If you don't see it with your own eyes, they don't believe it even if it kills them. Red flag car after the finish line of the run. And it quickly disappeared, treating honor like dirt, without showing his face. No one knows what the driver looks like. One time, the identity of the driver became a mystery. Some people think, here's the official promo video put out by Red Flag, a micro-movie, in documentary form. But the point, it was quickly countered. There are too many people on the scene to testify. The red flag car came in out of nowhere and disappeared. I know. The driver must be a hermit and high priest in martial arts novels who doesn't care about reputation. And this time he came out to tell the world that he's still around. And no one can snatch the position of the car king. Although brother is not in the Jianghu, there are still legends of brother in the Jianghu. Have you read too many novels? Where is there such a person? It's probably an expert invited by the organizers to hype up the heat of the competition for the grand finale. Come on, can't you see the organizers have released a statement that even they are looking for someone? Organizers, family members who get it. The winner ran away during the awards. Never seen before. I'm a race driver. The red flag is sick. The driver is a monster. Never seen anyone so scary. Yun Xiao naturally didn't know. Took a trip up the mountain because of a traffic detour. Just make a big deal out of it. The whole internet is looking for someone. Even, he was described as a master who had avoided the world for many years. Just, off the mark. After leaving the hospital, Yun Xiao rode the folding small electric donkey and just wandered up and down the street. 2 hours and not a single order. Because of complaints from passengers. Service credit was deducted. The platform never sent him a new order. It's been a whole day and I've only done a couple of transactions in total. And I've gotten one complaint. It made Yun Xiao feel doubly depressed. But when it comes to this kind of thing, he can't just see it happen. I also don't know what the penalty will be on the traffic police's side. No news has come in so far. Kind of doing good deeds yourself. It would be a shame to really be penalized. Suddenly, ding, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing a Divine Driver drive. This skill unlocks version 2.0, Divine Transportation Driving. The next instant, inside Yun Xiao's mind, countless images and knowledge flooded in, no longer limited to cars, high-speed rail, airplanes, tanks, even piloting a nuclear submarine is hard for him, as long as it's a means of transportation that exists in this world. The proficiencies are all pulled full. Cloudy jumped at the chance to try. This is the real god of driving. It's safe to say, it fits in very well with his current career. More confidence to go for a title shot. $1 billion bonus. I can't imagine. Ninghai City, Traffic Brigade. A serious meeting was in progress. Since the video of the red flag car grossly speeding, after being transferred back to headquarters, the Traffic Brigade immediately opened a case for investigation. Soon enough, the license plate number of this red car was obtained, and the owner's personal information. Reporting to the captain, the owner's name is Wanin, and this red flag car was licensed 3 years ago, during which time there has been no record of violations. I don't know why. This time, it was speeding and a serious infraction. The captain's name is Lu, a middle-aged man. When he watched the video of the red flag car racing, one has to marvel as well. The driver's skills are, indeed, out of this world. He had never seen, in his career, anyone dare to drive like that on the street. How dare you push it in when it's clearly only under one parking space? All sorts of godly maneuvers. Let your eyes drop in amazement. Slight error of 1 or 2 centimeters. Just a serious car accident. But a red flag driver. It's like having a calculator with you. Every step is precisely calculated in place, to overtake the car all the way. Surprisingly, none of them were in danger. But, technology to technology. If you break the law, you must be punished. This meeting, It is the negotiation of penalties for red flag violations, Team Lu said lightly. No matter what the reason is, racing a car in the city at 140 yards plus is murder on the street. It's okay for him to want to die, but how many people will be killed in the event of an accident? Who's responsible if something goes wrong? Another team member suddenly said, Captain, through the investigation of the relevant road surveillance, we found that this red flag car, not driven by the owner himself, but called a substitute driver. Team Lu grunted coldly, as a chauffeur, knowing the law and breaking it is even more of a crime. There's nothing to say. They must be punished severely. Go out and arrest them. At the same time, it is also important to interview the valet company and put a firm end to behavior like this out of the limelight. As for this chauffeur, the driver's license is revoked according to the law and the driver is banned for life. Just then, one of the officers flipped out his cell phone and exclaimed, Captain, isn't that the red flag car? Team Lu moved over to take a look. Only a video was playing on the screen of the cell phone. It was the red flag car that broke into the pro circuit drive-through footage. After reading it, Team Lu was filled with shock. You're still underestimating that valet yourself. Not only do you race your car on the city's main roads, also travel through the field of play. Leading pro drivers? He was a little dizzy in the head. Is it so demanding to be a valet these days? Captain, something new. A police officer hurried into the conference room. Just now, we received a call from the owner's family telling us what happened. The reason they ran the red light was that there was a patient in the car who had a sudden acute heart attack and needed prompt medical attention, and the chauffeur, who happened to be in the neighborhood. We have contacted the city's People's Hospital to confirm the reliability of the news. When if we had been any later, the person might not have been saved. In addition, the owner of the car, Wen, is a martyr's widow whose husband died last month and whose child is just a month old. Team Lu froze. Illegal speeding. Is it to save lives? And save the widow of a martyr through the extreme speed of life and death, flying over the field. It was only then that the person was safely admitted to the hospital. He was also in the military before he became a traffic cop. The weight of the word martyr is better appreciated. Heavy. It's more of an honor. It was a critical situation, and if the driver wasn't speeding, heart attacks can be fatal. Maybe a family is ruined. There was silence. The red flag car was speeding. It is indeed a violation. But things happen for a reason, and this is a unique situation. Eyes, all converged on Team Lu. After a long time, take a deep breath. Team Lu said solemnly, the situation is special, and since he was trying to save someone's life, it can't be counted as a mere violation of the rules and regulations. Count on it. It's an act of bravery. It should be commended. The appointment is cancelled. I'll ask my superiors for instructions. Can the punishment be cancelled as well? Human life is greater than heaven, and the law has to be humane. This event is very significant. He could, in fact, understand what that driver was doing. If it were him, he would have done that in that situation. But, as law enforcement officers, it is not like they can bend the law. One that is not handled well. It's going to be a pain in the ass. He worries that penalties will really be taken against chauffeurs. It will be met with a web blast. Law enforcement also needs to be humanized. Besides, the driver didn't cause any accidents along the way. He doesn't have to help at all if he doesn't want to care. The patient is left to fend for himself. This society is cold enough as it is, but there has always been that group of people who sow and want this country to be better. You can't let one punishment chill everyone's heart. Seeing justice is worth being promoted. Otherwise, who's going to do good things in the future? Indifferent, standoffish, it will only become the norm. Can't get new orders. Cloudy opens the job board. Within the limits allowed by the program rules. A side hustle in addition to your current career. System skills cannot be wasted. Got to shine in the labor force. Editing a paragraph. Cloudy posted a driving service message. I am male. Hobby female. 10 years old driver. Proficient in any driving skill. Private chat door to door if needed. 666. At first glance, I thought this message was a practitioner of a particular profession. Hisses, are you talking about the proper kind of special trade? Wow, such a handsome guy. He drives so fast and steady. Can he come to my house? I have a big bed in good soundproofing. Upstairs. Are you a girl or a man? If you're a girl, I'll try. I've got a long car, lots of horsepower, and a great standby. If you don't know, ask. What does driving have to do with a big bed? Something's wrong. You're all wrong. The message had just been sent, without having time to retrieve the phone. Just then, a phone call came in hurriedly. Crooked? Which one? Hello, is this the driver? Can you drive a backhoe? Yun Xiao was slightly stunned. First thought, is this guy a typo? But suddenly it dawned on me. The divine driving 2.0 skill given by the system. It does include the item of excavators. Honestly, with the proficient skill of godly driving, airplanes, tanks he can fly, a small excavator. Naturally, he filled it in by hand just below the service information. I was thinking that no one would come to inquire about such a cold career. It would be, except that. Cloudy hesitated. After all, the locations where excavators are driven are on construction sites. The noise is sensational. Besides, this stuff is not easy to say. Might dig up something rare. As a 10-year internet veteran, novels aren't read for nothing. If you want to come, I'll give you 500. Do you want to do it? The voice across the room was dry. Yun Xiao immediately said, "Boss, I'll be right over." "Where are you?" "The construction site next to the Manhwa building materials market." Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. It's amazing to see Cloudy get the excavator job. The live stream pop-ups exploded at once. Oh, shit, what the hell is this? 37 can drive a backhoe? You're kidding, right? I admit that he is a good driver. But the excavator is not for ordinary people. This skill, even if there is a master hand-in-hand teaching, it will take a few months to master the essentials. He is only how old? Excavators are also considered transportation, and as you can see from the previous races, this is an old driver, so it makes sense that he would be able to drive an excavator, doesn't it? No way, driving a backhoe is like fishing. You're as tanned as a charcoal, not as skinny as he is. I bet a packet of chili fries. He's beating a dead horse. He drove a car on the track before, and now he's driving an excavator. That's too big of an industry span. Don't go too far. You're looking down on no. 37. I'm betting this month's spending money that I'll either dig up a corpse or an ancient tomb later on. So it's a sure thing. Since Cloudy is going to drive a backhoe, popularity is rising again. The Cloudy rankings have risen as well. It jumped all the way up to 41st place. Countless netizens squatted in the live stream, waiting for Cloudy to get punched in the face. Half an hour later, Cloudy took a taxi to the address where the client was. After all, the order came down to $500. Plus it was a bit of a distance. Just a rare luxury. As far as the eye can see, this is a site located at the foot of a hill. The surrounding area is slightly desolate. The hum of mechanical operations was incessant. Several excavators were waving around the site with abandon. Dusty and foggy. Dump trucks hauling debris and garbage in and out. The workers sweat and work hard. Cloudy soon met the site owner. A middle-aged man in his mid-40s with a big belly and an engineering hat. "Boss, I'm here to drive the excavator. May I ask which piece I want to dig?" The owner sized up Cloudy, a little surprised to see him so young. "Master Yun, right? We're building a resort here, and we're going to push all of this area at the foot of the mountain." After saying that, he turned his head and shouted at a foreman-like man, "Old Lee, come here and arrange a job for this young man." Buzzing. The roar of the machinery was so loud that Old Lee couldn't quite hear it. What did you say, boss?" I told you to come over here for a moment and organize the work for the new master, and try to finish the project today." "Oh, okay." Old Lee was busy running over. Lead Cloudy to a vacant excavator. "It's not so noisy after all. See, this is your machine. You were asked to fill in because one of the masters took a temporary vacation today. But, can't see it, the young man is so young. He can drive an excavator?" Old Lee brought an engineering cap and handed it to Yun Xiao. "A little bit. It's not a temporary job to boost your income." Yun Xiao smiled modestly. Old Lee nodded. "Excavator this thing. Very test technology. To see more and more learning. Do not understand to me to ask for advice. Like you so fine skin. To learn a lot of places. If there is not a temporary shortage of people, he is not in favor of recruiting. Especially newbies like this one. Teach it and it will take a long time. Why don't you go up and try it out first? And I'll see how skilled you are? When you're skillful, then you can go over to the foot of the mountain and excavate. Right. Be careful when you're digging later. There's a lot of stuff down here. There might be something." "Ha?" Cloudy was startled. "I've heard that the digger thing is pretty evil. You didn't really dig up anything, did you?" "No. What's down here?" "Nothing much. Just some rocks, granite and such. Easy to break the machine if you're not careful." Hearing this, Yun Xiao was relieved. Numb nuts. Must have read a novel too late last night. Demonic. How can a plot in a novel be mirrored in reality? A society based on the rule of law. We'll have to dig up a body or something. What's wrong with that? It only proves that the police marshals are not doing their job properly. Putting on his engineering hat, Yun Xiao climbed into the cockpit of the excavator and sat inside the control room. Next, the knowledge of driving a backhoe automatically comes to mind. All driving skills, all presented. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth rose in a faint smile, like an old hand who has driven a backhoe a million times. Smoothly opened the security lock. The left lever controls the small arm and the right lever controls the large arm. Cloudy operated with both hands synchronized. The excavator shovel arm extends skillfully and naturally. Descend, push forward, dig in. The action flows without a hint of lag. When the bucket digs a shovel full of dirt, rear tie rod retracts, pushing further to the left. The robotic arm rotates the bucket. Put a shovelful of dirt in the dump truck. A few breaths. A process is easily concluded. It's even too fast to react. It seems like no more than 2 or 3 seconds. However, during this period, Yun Xiao had manipulated it at least no less than 10 times, without bothering to look at the complicated console. It was all muscle memory. Seeing this scene, the live netizens' heads went down on the spot. After a few moments, it was only then that I snapped out of it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Crap, 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 crap. My scalp is exploding. What the hell is this? Can't imagine. Does he really know how to drive an excavator? Is No. 37 a graduate of Lanxian? It's outrageous. This is obviously a fresh meat. Why is he so skillful in driving the excavator? I can't even count how many times he's pulled the lever. Upstairs. Are you trying to be funny? All I saw was a shadow. And then it was over. Against all odds. Is this guy the son of destiny? Even if he's a great car driver, he can even drive a backhoe so well. Has he been practicing this skill since he was born? I've been driving a backhoe for 10 years, but I can't do it as naturally as he does. And it's even smoother than Dev's. Those who were waiting for No. 37 to be hit in the face. How is it? Does your face hurt now? At this moment, the shock brought to them by the clouds was not insignificant. It's like an older person who just learned to type, one word at a time. It takes half a day to find it on the keyboard. Suddenly you meet online authors with amazing hand speed. Blind hit with eyes closed. Fast out of the stump. It's not on the same level at all. What do you mean by professional? This is. It's not just the live feeds that are stunned. Next to him, Senior Lee, who was waiting to give guidance advice, jaws hit the floor. Originally, he had planned to wait for the clouds to finish operating. First point out the other person's mistakes, give some technical level advice, and mentor the late bloomer properly. Results. People are hardwired to teach a lesson to his generation of seniors. He'd never seen anyone who could drive a backhoe this silky smooth. All the words were swallowed in his throat. Froze halfway through the day. It was only then that he gulped and waved at Cloudy Sky, who was maneuvering the excavator. Loudly, he said, "Young man, it's okay. I didn't realize you were such a good excavator driver. That's fine. Go over to the foot of the hill and dig up as much dirt as you can. As deep as you can." Originally, looking at Cloudy's youth, he was worried that his skills wouldn't work. For the moment he was completely at ease. Yun Xiao stopped his movements and rushed to look in the direction Old Li was pointing. "Okay, master. I know." With that, he drove the excavator toward the slag pile at the foot of the hill, maneuvering the pole to dig up one at a time. A look of serious work. Buzzing. There were roars all around. The more Cloudy digs, the smoother he gets. Both hands, almost instinctively, moved over the joystick. The digger is silky smooth beyond words. Unlike others who have moments of lag when digging, it doesn't exist in the hands of the clouds. Principal Lanxian has to call out to his father when he sees it. However, probably had too much fun digging. It's a little floaty. The movement is getting faster and faster. The silky smooth digger finally jams. Boom! And there came a sound of gold and stone meeting. It seems to be digging into something hard. Cloudy was dumbfounded. The heart is a little weak. Something's not wrong, is it? Old Li, who heard the noise, rushed over, commanding Cloudy to lift the bucket up. He jumped into the pit to take a look, waving his hand. He laughed. "Nothing much. I dug up a big rock, so clean off the dirt around it before you dig it up." Yun Xiao sighed in relief. Luckily it wasn't an accident, but it's also a little embarrassing. People were clearly warned, but because digging is so engrossing, the crowd enjoys the silky smooth feeling. Too far up the ladder and forgot about it. Next, he carefully cleared out the dirt around the stone. 10 seconds later, the stone was dug up. It was a meter long, 1.5 meters wide, and 30 or 40 centimeters thick. Because of that just now, a corner of the stone was broken by the bucket and shattered into 2 halves. Cloudy continued to dig. Taking half of one of the broken stones, he dug it out of the dirt and threw it into the clearing next to him. Just as he was about to clear the rest of that rock, another situation. Wait, there seems to be something in the stone. Old Li, who was standing by and observing, suddenly exclaimed. With that, he jumped back into the pit. Look up carefully. It was found that inside this half of the stone, there were a total of 3 round things set in it, about the size of a coconut. Knocked, boom 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 solid. Also stone? What's this? A question popped into everyone's head. Dig it out first. Old Li made an instant decision. Receiving the command, Yun Xiao continued to control the bucket and dug up the remaining piece of boulder. However, just as the robotic arm shifted, one of the oval-shaped stones fell and rolled to the ground. It's round and looks more like a ball. The commotion here has attracted a number of workers to gather around. One looked curiously at the round lump of a stone. Old Lee took the lead and walked up, picking up the oval stone on the ground and weighing it in his hand. What is this thing? It's pretty heavy, and it doesn't feel any different from a rock. Cloudy jumped off the excavator and curiously came over to take a look. The surface of this thing is caked with dirt and has a grayish-brown color. The remaining two are still set in stone, exposed partially outside. What the hell? Is it really a rock? That's a chic shape. It doesn't look natural. It should be artificial. Same as the concrete pier. Is it abandoned and thrown away from any construction site? We're the only construction site in the neighborhood. I haven't heard of it. Could it be or? That stuff is worth a fortune. Not quite. Your family or looks like this. Why does it feel like an egg? The crowd of onlookers murmured. After looking at it for half a day, the guys couldn't figure out what it was. Seeing this, Old Lee waved his hand and growled. Whatever. Dig it out first. It shouldn't be anything precious. Or else who threw it here? After that, have someone get a wrench and other tools. Prepare to pry out the other two oval stones. Just then, Yun Xiao suddenly had a violent jolt. Reaching out, he yelled, "Wait! Aha!" The crowd stopped moving and looked at him uncertainly. The moment. A virtual prompt box suddenly appeared in front of Cloudy's eyes. Name, fossilized dinosaur eggs. Time, 70 million years ago. Species, Chinese Spinosaurus. Value, 30 million. Reason for formation, in the middle of the Cretaceous period. After a mudslide, 3 dinosaur eggs were submerged into the ground, and gradually formed into sedimentary rocks under the cover of mud, gravel and volcanic ash. After tens of millions of more years of geological changes, the surface of the dinosaur eggs became calcified and were pushed to the surface by the uplifting of the Earth's crust. See the text description given by the system. The clouds were greatly shaken. It was only in time that Laoli and the others were stopped. Striding forward, he said, "You can't pry it. It's a fossil. Destroying one is $10 million. Bending down, he cupped the dinosaur egg in his hand and rubbed it carefully. It's as if you can feel the leap of life tens of millions of years ago, though they are long dead and fossilized. But this marvelous feeling is like crossing time and space. It's as real as it gets. The whole dinosaur egg is dirt-speckled. If it wasn't for the system, it would look no different than a regular rock. It was almost sabotaged. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed blew up at once. Fuck, did I hear that right? He said this thing is a fossil? Yun Xiao also knows paleontology. Are you kidding? Aren't these just 3 concrete piers? At most. The surface is a little smooth. Bully me for not reading enough to see it? Hey, I thought it was a ball coiled under a stone lion's foot. Fossils are not that easy to find. They're buried under sedimentary rocks more than 10 meters deep, so they can't be found on the surface. Isn't a fossil a bone? Why are they still spherical? And they say it's worth $10 million to destroy one. So isn't this worth $30 million? I can take a stone back, polish it with sand myself, and call it a fossil. What a laugh. Playing calves. Originally, I thought that no. 37 had the appearance of a dark horse. As a result, he's overplayed his hand, and now his popularity is afraid to drop wildly. I heard Cloudy say it was a fossil. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. Old Lee stared incredulously. What? Fossils? You're not kidding. It looks like an ordinary rock to me. Obviously, he's not much of a believer. Fossil formation is very difficult, and generally buried in the very deep underground. Only a very small part will be in the movement of the Earth's crust will be exposed. The probability of this is very low. As it happens, it was dug up again by their excavator. That's too much of a coincidence. The workers nodded, although they don't recognize the fossils. But the point is still understood. It is clear that it is not possible. Yun Xiao was unusually calm. After checking the integrity of the 3 fossils separately, he nodded and said, "That's right, not only is this a fossil, but I suspect it's a fossilized dinosaur egg, most likely a Chinese Spinosaurus." What? When Laoli heard this, he thought it was even more outrageous. So much for saying fossilized. But dinosaur eggs? You can damn well tell what kind of dinosaur it is by a fossilized dinosaur egg. Nice guy. Are your eyes an X-ray scanner? Now, no one was going to believe Cloudy. Just think he's blowing smoke. 666. Bragging rights. Chinese Spinosaurus? That's a dinosaur fiercer than a Tyrannosaurus rex. How can a dinosaur egg be so small? Young man, drive a digger properly. The business of pretending is not for you. I'm shocked. The more I talk, the more outrageous it gets. If it's really fossilized, I'll eat the thing. Cloudy didn't expect anyone to believe it either. Anyone would think he was bragging just by talking. Besides, this fossil thing is something that people have only heard about and have never seen with their own eyes. No one knows for sure whether it's true or not. After a moment's silence, he continued. It's actually quite understandable that the difference between an animal's adult size and its juvenile size is generally huge. In the case of the giant panda, for example, a newborn panda is only 1/1000th of its adult weight. An adult panda can grow up to 360 pounds, but it's only a little over 100 grams when it's newborn. Ditto on the dinosaurs. A dinosaur egg, if it weighs too much, the shell will break easily, but the shell can't be too thick, otherwise the air can't get in and the dinosaur will suffocate before it's even born. So too small to be congenitally deformed, and too large to dress, is nature's most elaborate design? Yun Xiao spoke eloquently and everyone was stunned. Ignoring the crowd, he pointed to the rock on the ground again. You see, these 3 dinosaur eggs and the surrounding fossil layers are not the same substance, even the color is different. And the dinosaur eggs are encased in sedimentary rock. In fact, to know whether it is a fossil or not, is to get someone to come over and identify it. Not to know? The crowd was in a daze. At first, they didn't believe it, but listening to this analysis by Yun Xiao, it seemed like that. Whether it's a fossilized dinosaur egg or not, it's kinda hard to tell. When you say you're looking for an appraisal, who are you looking for? Old Lee asked suspiciously. This thing definitely needs a paleontologist, but it's not like they know each other. Yun Xiao spread out both hands. Call the police. If you run into something that can't be solved, just look for the police uncle. Good guy. Listening to him with this science, I'm actually shaken up and kind of convinced that what he's saying is true. No, how would a normal person know about this? He must have made it up. We don't know anyway, so he can say whatever he wants. I thought he was joking. He's really looking for a paleontologist? Don't get hit in the face later. Bragging to such an extent, but still wanting to lose face and suffer. They all called the police. Wait a minute, there's a good show. Later the police uncle saw 3 stone balls were said to be fossilized dinosaur eggs. Will he be so angry that he threw the balls at his face? Ha ha ha, possibly. This forced to pretend to this point can only be forced to pretend to go on, as long as the 37th is not embarrassed. Embarrassment is others, if they are really fossils. Unless this place has had a large geological movement and volcanic eruption, and these 3 fossils are far different from the ones I've seen in museums before. How can a dinosaur egg be so smooth? The netizens of the live broadcast room came to their senses at once. Although some people are skeptical, more people, however, still felt that Yun Xiao was pretending. Over here, Lally quickly took out his cell phone to call the police and told the situation here. Learned that on the site, it is suspected that fossilized dinosaur eggs may have been dug up. The police were shocked too. Tell him to hurry and secure the scene. Waiting for the experts here to come and identify it. Phone call over. The crowd at the scene looked at me and I looked at you. What now? Is this mountain still dug? If the work is delayed and the boss blames it, he will deduct the salary. Old Lee waved his hand. Men, carry this thing to the side. Then all disperse and get back to work. Yun Xiao, go to the slope over there and clean up the rocks and tree trunks. Let's stop digging here for now and wait for the paleontology experts to come and do the appraisal. The police, they're coming. It'll take at least half an hour or so. In order not to delay the project, Cloudy was assigned a new job. Driving the excavator, he came to the piece of slope designated by the foreman, Lao Li, and excavated on the spot. Here are piles of dead leaves and stones. Because of flash floods and mudslides, it blocked the foot of the mountain. Need to clean all this stuff out. Buzzing, with the mechanical arm raised and pressed down again with force. A mixture of broken branches, rocks and dirt was dug up, but after what just happened, this time, Yun Xiao's movements became much more careful. First, we cleared out the rotting branches around us. Then we went to digging up the gravel. With the sound of machines in operation, everything seems to be back to the way it was. Seeing as how so many shovels were dug and nothing happened, it was only then that Yun Xiao's entire body relaxed. That silky feeling from before is rediscovered. After all, it's possible to dig up fossilized dinosaur eggs. This luck has been groundbreaking. The probability of digging up something else next has been extremely low. But, the more Cloudy dug, the more confused he became. It's reasonable to think that even if it happened to be a natural disaster, there couldn't be this much wood and stone piled up. And digging deep, there's a lot of hay in the dirt. It's like it was put here deliberately. Yun Xiao couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to do so. Just get the job done on the ground. 10 minutes later, a large pit was dug out on top of the pile. Cloudy followed up with a shovel. Wow! Just took away a piece of dirt. The layer of dirt ahead suddenly collapsed. A dark cavern came out of thin air. Cloudy, he promised. One has dug very carefully, and the strength is very light. How is it possible to dig a hole? looking at the height of the hole. It was more than a meter, all of which could be drilled into an adult. It was so dark inside that it was hard to see what was there. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. Suddenly there's a bit of a heart attack. Let's just say, we're not digging up some fancy tomb, are we? That shall not be the end. What did you dig up again? Upon learning the news, the foreman, Lao Li, rushed over. Yun Xiao pointed to the hole in front of him and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Digging a hole suddenly appeared. Old Li came closer to take a look. Great guy. And what a hole. Dark. Cold air whooshed inside. You kid. Why don't you ever stop? You just dug up a fossilized dinosaur egg. The police haven't come yet. And now you're digging up a hole? Old Li was speechless. Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly, also wondering, can you blame me? The positions are all designated by you. I'm just digging in the dirt. It means the hole itself is here. The surrounding workers came forward, standing in front of the cave curiously exploring. Say, why is there a hole at the foot of this mountain? Could we have dug into an ancient tomb? Don't dream. Ancient tombs aren't that easy to dig up. And besides, it doesn't look like there's even a tombstone. I think it might be a boar's den. Or maybe there are wildlings living in it? What are you thinking? There are still savages these days. Why don't you say there are cavemen living in there? Could there be a treasure with a lot of gold hidden? That's how they play it in TV shows. Wake up. Don't get hysterical. Hearing the workers' conversation, Yun Xiao was slightly relieved. Just don't be an ancient tomb. If this project stops and we all go back to our homes, won't the $500 go down the drain? Laughing my ass off. It's true that no one can drive a backhoe. There must be a secret book left behind by a high person in this cave. Go and grab it. After practicing it you will be the contemporary warrior, and in the future the important task of fighting for justice and guarding the peace of the world will be left to you. Hissing, Kisaraga to who? I think it's a case of if you want to do this, you have to do that first. Showdown. I'm not pretending. This is the cultivation cave that I opened when I was building my foundation. Inside there is the 9 transformation golden pill that I refined for 77 and 49 days, and those who have the destiny can get it. Is it possible that this is a normal cave? Are you guys overblown? The live streaming netizens had a lot of brainstorming. The crowd was also curious. Foreman Lao Li ordered people to bring flashlights, ready to go in and take a look. He was also a little unsure because of that earlier incident. Who knows what's in here? In case it's a precious cultural relic, you can't afford to pay for it if you dig it up and damage it. Just as he stepped into the cave with his front foot, Yun Xiao, who was sitting in the driver's cab, suddenly had his cold hairs stand on end. Crap, an earthquake? Not good. There's something. Run. The crowd gasped. It was obvious that the ground could be felt shaking violently. The dark cave. Vaguely, a black shadow of enormous size was moving. Old Li stood at the entrance of the cave and saw it more clearly than the crowd. It was a furry thing all over that looked bigger than him. A ferocious aura came over him. Crap, there really are savages. He was so scared that he ran away. It's like stepping on a wind turbine. With a whoosh, it was a dozen meters away. Both could go to the Olympic 100-meter dash. The crowd was in a daze. Before they could react, roar. With a roar, the savages inside the cave rushed out. Everyone's scalp went numb. It was too late to get a good look at the savages. With all my strength, one ran faster than a rabbit. Yun Xiao's face blanched as he had the best view while sitting in the driver's cab towering over him. What kind of savage is that? It was clearly a brown bear. After bursting out of the cave, the man stood taller than an adult, roaring madly in all directions. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Crouching. Did I see that right? There's actually a brown bear in this cave? I'm numb. I've dug into a brown bear's lair. No. 37 is a real bully. This thing's fighting strength is no less than that of a tiger. An adult brown bear weighs more than 800 kilograms. A walking Tyrannosaurus Rex. And its defense is amazing. A maddened brown bear. The Northeast tiger came to no avail. Now that 37 has dug to its doorstep, the bear is clearly out to settle the score. And it's over. The foreman ran so fast. This leg is too sharp. Not to go to the Olympic Games to compete for the country unfortunately. Why is Cloudy still in the cab? Run this heart can be really big. Don't look at the brown bear's bulky size. But this thing can climb trees. And when it climbs the excavator and then slaps it down. Yun Xiao will have to go see his 2 milk. Didn't you say there's a Rudraksh in the cave? Quickly, hurry up and go in and practice a wave and slap the brown bear with the Rudraksh palm. The moment you see the brown bear run out of the den, the pop-ups erupted like a blowout. Seeing that Yun Xiao stayed stupidly inside the cab, everyone felt that he was finished. An adult brown bear, on a hungry stomach. Even tigers have to back off. When Wu Sung comes, he has to lie down. There is no way that human power can defeat this thing. Just Cloudy's little body. It's not even enough to stuff it. Old Lee was running out of breath and wanted to die. Never in a million years. He asked Yun Xiao to come over and dig up the soil, but he actually dug up a brown bear's lair for him. Chow, is this thing that easy to mess with? If something happens, the site will definitely have to be shut down. Let's get a temp. What kind of ancestor did this recruit back for him? Not only him, but the other workers were on the verge of breaking down. But run and run. They realized that the brown bear didn't seem to be catching up. Can't help but be puzzled. This thing looks clumsy, but it's not slow at all. Really staring. No one can run away. The foreman, Old Lee, stopped and turned his head to look and couldn't help but change his face. Only the brown bear was circling the excavator, hissing and waving its claws. Not good. Everyone, take a shortcut and go save them. He gritted his teeth, grabbed a shovel and ran back. The other workers came back to their senses. I was so focused on running just now that I forgot the young man was still in the cab. If this were to be slapped by a brown bear, would there be any life left? Though they were 10,000 times more reluctant to face a brown bear that would eat people. But human lives are at stake. They grabbed their guys and ran back hard. At this moment, Yun Xiao was sitting in the driver's cab, his forehead sweating coldly. But the performance is still relatively calm, because the brown bear just circled around the bucket shovel and decided it was the thing that was destroying its home. Coo! Swallowing his saliva, Yun Xiao watched fearfully for a while, feeling that this big stupid bear's brain was not too bright, oblivious to him sitting in the cab. Clunk! One slapped the bucket hard and fought the thing. Nice guy. That doesn't scare me. As long as I don't go down. What can you do to me? Brown bear strength again. Can it still be bigger than a backhoe? While sighing in relief, Yun Xiao suddenly glimpsed not far away the foreman Lao Li and others who hurriedly came. Being in the cab yourself, you are in a high position and won't be attacked by a brown bear for a while. But this group of workers, but there is no protection. Once the brown bear launched a frenzy, rushing into a crowd can result in casualties. And against a brown bear, it's not just a matter of having more people to win, even if you give them a gun. As long as they don't hit the heart, the head, those vital parts, brown bears still have a fighting chance. It's a death sentence to come. Yun Xiao hurriedly shouted, don't all come over, you can't beat it. Don't add unnecessary casualties. Hearing this, Old Lee also instantly sobered up, knowing that these people alone, it was impossible to save Cloudy from the brown bear. Maybe, even your own life will be at stake. After shouting, Yun Xiao didn't bother with them and concentrated on the brown bear. Suddenly, another face box popped up in front of him. Name, Asiatic brown bear. Classification, carnivora. Ursity, age, 5 years old. Weight, 600 kilograms. Status, childbirth. Weaknesses, extremely poor eyesight. Known as blind bear, but the sense of smell is sensitive. There are a large number of olfactory cells in the nasal cavity. Is the most vulnerable part of the brown bear. Suffered a heavy blow will immediately fall to the ground. Note, bears belong to the national level protected animals, and private hunting for food is strictly prohibited. Cloudy froze. The system had given a hint when he dug up the dinosaur egg just now, and I don't know what the trigger is, but the message was too important for him. No wonder he was sitting in the driver's seat and the bear was oblivious. It's been sitting there fighting with the bucket. Turns out it was poor eyesight. At the moment, the brown bear is still wrestling with the shovel fight. Yun Xiao's mind spun rapidly, although his body, reinforced by the system. But wouldn't Yun Xiao naively think that he could have a fight with a brown bear? That would be purely a pit in the brain. The only thing that helped him at the scene was this backhoe. Think about it. Cloudy suddenly wasn't very flustered. There was even an extra touch of calm and confidence. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's see if you can beat steel. The reason why I was at my wit's end before was because I didn't understand the characteristics of brown bears, and knowing this bear's weakness, that would be nice. Buzzing. Next, Yun Xiao pulled the joystick and began to control the mechanical arm to slowly raise it. His purpose was clear. The brown bear's skin was solid and meaty, and his whole body was wrapped in fat, so ordinary attacks were hard to work, and were probably no different from scratching an itch. Since the brown bears see this backhoe as the culprit, then make good use of the digger to crush the brown bear's power from the front. He doesn't believe it. This beast can still tear steel apart? Seeing this iron lump in front of him suddenly move, the brown bear stood up in place, waving his claws and barking at the bucket. This guy is used to being wild in the mountains and forests, and has wrestled with northeastern tigers in order to grab territory. From north to south, it's never met its match. The lair was gutted today. It's a strange shame. A lesson must be taught to this iron lump of a man. Fat body, jumping up from his spot, ran for the bucket. Don't look at the brown bear fat. It's not weak at all in terms of bouncing. This is a guy who is seriously confused by his weight. Coming. Yun Zhao's eyes narrowed, never spoiling it. A push of the lever. The mechanical arm slammed down, slapping at the brown bear with a cracking sound. This excavator has a beat force of over 10 tons. Slapping a brown bear away was easy as pie. Pa! The brown bear was slapped to the ground, fell hard on his ass, rolling on the floor several times. His brain hit the ground. Ooh, quite the bearer. Cloudy was a bit surprised. Got a solid shot from the bucket. Not only did the brown bear not faint, it seemed angrier, showing its teeth and about to lunge back. Hey, can I make you this? I'm going to have to beat you into submission today. The robotic arm continued to lift. Clunk, 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 clunk. Once up there it was a couple of big bibs. Gave this brown bear a straight shot and rolled his eyes. Not a bit of the arrogant look from before. This next, giving the people around them a straight up giggle. The crowd, which was still very worried, was so dumbfounded that they could have stuffed an egg in their mouths. They envisioned countless scenarios for dealing with brown bears. The only thing he hadn't thought of was that Yun Xiao would be so direct. Someone even grabbed the phone. Start shaking people. Called out the workers in the neighborhood. Each one of them came running with hose and shovels in their hands. And the result? That's it? What are you doing here? Performing acrobatics? Shooting brown bears in a backhoe. One Bigby pocket after another. Look at that. Give the brown bears all the dry depressions. Crap. Bull. This dude is so brave. How about beating a brown bear like a bear cub? Convincing. Is the brown bear dead? Not. It's a state-protected animal. Just teach it a lesson. A group of workers gathered not far away to eat melon. The tension was gone. And every now and then, they exchanged a few words, like monkeys in a zoo. Seeing that the brown bear was a bit out of breath, Cloud knew it was about time. The mechanical arm is too powerful. It really should be GG if you keep shooting. Opening the driver's door, he made a long jump. In passing, he picked up a nearby shovel and quickly shifted behind the brown bear when it wasn't looking. He knew that the brown bear was tortured enough by the robotic arm though, but given time and rest, it will soon recover. This thing is notorious for its thick skin and thick flesh, and it likes to play dead when in danger. You can't be fooled by appearances. Ah, hit. Yun Xiao raised the shovel and aimed it at the guy's fragile nose while slapping it down solidly. Boo! This time, he used all his strength. The brown bear's huge body trembled, both eyes straightened, and he twisted his head to look at Yun Xiao. Crap! Cloudy's eyelids fluttered. Fear of a brown bear pouncing and biting. Picked up a shovel and swung it round. Bong bong triple combination. The brown bear had no time to dodge. Snot and tears take off from the pain. His eyes went black and he grunted and passed out motionless. SS. Not far away. Old Lee's heart jumped as he watched. Nima. This kid is so black. Damn, picking on the soft underbelly. Even the brown bear with thick skin and flesh could not carry this kind of tossing, and fainted from the pain. Look at the brown bear lying on the ground, not knowing what to do. The corners of everyone's eyes throbbed madly. The moment. No words are enough to describe the shock they felt inside. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. In an instant, the live broadcast pop-up exploded. I've never seen anyone drive a backhoe and shoot a brown bear before. I've never seen anyone drive a backhoe and shoot a brown bear before. Really, the moment I saw the brown bear come out, I think the clouds are dead, but the result is reversed so quickly. Driving a digger to shoot the brown bear. Killing me would not have thought. Nima, whose foot soldiers are so brave? He's so good at driving a backhoe. Don't stop me. I want to learn from him. This brown bear is estimated to be beaten out of the psychological shadow. Like extremely when my mom beat me up. The snap does not stop. Anyone old enough to explain? If a digger can shoot a brown bear, why did Cloudy run out? Isn't it dangerous? Although the brown bear body sebum thick, even the knife cannot be stabbed, but it is the most fragile is the nose. Mechanical arm, although the power is greater, but the accuracy is too poor. It is difficult to cause real damage to the thick blood brown bear, and Yun Xiao left the excavator seems dangerous, but every step is carefully planned, enough to show that he is not only skilled, and bold and careful. Brain turned fast. In my place I would have been scared to pee. Even if I know the method is also even if you know the method, you can't use it. Beeping, driving a backhoe and filming a brown bear is the only one of its kind in the world. I have a feeling this video is going to be a hit. The foreman, Old Lee, whooshed over, looking at the brown bear lying on the ground. He smashed his tongue. Young man, you're so awesome. This is a brown bear. It was actually knocked out by you. The other workers nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Looking at Yun Xiao's eyes all became different. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Someone who tells them that driving a backhoe can fuck a brown bear must think the guy is an idiot. Not to mention, those last few shots from Cloudy were taken with a shovel with his bare hands. The live one just slapped the brown bear unconscious. See how much force that is? The old lead scared to take back his eyes, smiled and said, that's what. Young man has an object yet? I have a niece in the countryside. The family more than 10 acres of good land. On your physical quality she must be willing. Cloudy. Nice guy. Are you marrying your niece? Or are you raising a plow cow? You want me to go back and work for your niece? Seeing this, the crowd woke up. And not to be outdone, surrounding the clouds in the sky said in 7 words. Young man, I see you are a real person. I have a daughter will also drive the excavator. You say coincidence? Oh, you two have a common hobby. Sure to talk. Like gentle no? My daughter is a good cook. Leave me a contact. Look, this is my niece photo. Will soon graduate from college. I let her come to the construction site internship. You two contact. Hiss. Cloudy's head was as big as a bucket. Look at the enthusiastic workers. Mentally spitting out a brown bear. Isn't that just shooting a brown bear? As far as making you guys this crazy? Why are you introducing me to someone? He hurriedly pulled back to the topic. Everyone help. Who has a rope? Quickly tie up this brown bear. When it wakes up it will be in trouble. The crowd just reacted. Hurriedly, with 7 hands and 8 feet, they worked together to tie up the brown bear to avoid storming out. This side just got done. A couple of police cars drove through the construction site. The police and paleontologists arrived. When they hurriedly approached, they were completely dumbfounded. A big brown bear tied up in knots in front of a backhoe. A few 100 kilograms less. Fierce face and fangs. The claws, sharp as knives, could tear a man alive. May Abe, this is a brown bear? I'm an appraiser of paleontology, but I can't handle modern creatures. The expert in charge of the appraisal backed away in fear. Almost sat on my ass. Even the police were like an enemy. Not about fossilized dinosaur eggs? Where's the brown bear? Foreman Lowley hurriedly explained. Don't be afraid. This bear has been stunned by the shot and is not going to bite. At that, the police and the expert fixed their eyes. The brown bear was indeed found to have its eyes closed tightly and was not moving. You're really dizzy? They relaxed then, but at the same time were puzzled. A police officer leading the team curiously asked, this big hit a brown bear. How did it appear on the construction site? And how did you guys shoot the stun dog? These beasts are extremely aggressive. Even dozens of people with weapons wouldn't be able to handle it, unless a gun is used to hit the vitals. But the gun, not even him. The orders we just received were just to come and identify the fossilized dinosaur eggs and secure the site. Upon hearing this, all the workers in the room looked odd. Eyes flicked to cloudy sky. What's wrong? The policeman looked puzzled, asked one of you not to speak. Just staring at this young man. Is it hard to believe that he's still tapped out? Cloudy rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It's not something he's comfortable admitting to himself. Who knows? The words fell. Oldly let out a bitter smile. Comrade police officer. You're really not wrong. He's the one who slapped him unconscious. ? The police were speechless. Are you fucking kidding me? I just said it off the top of my head. And you really went along with it. Take me for a 3-year-old? This is a brown bear, not a husky. Do you think I'd believe that? No, comrade policeman. I'm serious. He's the only one who took it. In a backhoe. The police officer felt his intelligence was insulted. A man, driving a backhoe? Are you drunk? Why don't you say he was shooting with a shovel? Oldly nodded seriously. That's right, he shot it with a backhoe first and then knocked him out with a shovel. When he finished, he pointed to the shovel next to him. Police. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? The policeman couldn't help but inwardly ask a trifecta of questions. But he's sure, the gang must have come to group together to snub him. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Saw the scene. The live feed instantly erupted in laughter. Po ha ha ha. Seeing the expression on the police uncle's face, I just couldn't hold back. And I was straight up skeptical. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Yunxiao, that small body, really cannot see how much strength. A few 100 kilograms of adult brown bear can be crushed to death. Just like this was photographed stunned. The police uncle do not believe it is also very normal. From now on, I guess the brown bear won't dare to call the diggers bluff again. That's right. Seeing people carrying shovels turn around and run away. It's all shot out of your psyche. Brothers, see what I found? The video of Cloudy driving an excavator to shoot a brown bear has gone viral on the internet. The amount of plays has skyrocketed and has already surpassed the 3 million mark. This video is really catching fire. Crap, it's awesome. It's only been 10 minutes. Which one of you is so fast? Balls, why didn't I think of editing and uploading the video? Millions of views. We're going to get rich if we keep this up. I've learned a lot. In the future, just keep an eye on the Cloudy Skies live room. As long as you see which video has the potential to burst into flames, immediately carry reproduced. Absolutely blood money not to lose. Next, Lao Li and his fellow workers explained it in 7 different ways. A couple of cops finally listened. How Cloudy subdued this brown bear. After hearing that, they were all confused. Looking at Cloudy Eyes was like looking at a weirdo. The policeman from before gave a thumbs up and marveled incredulously. Young man, you're bull, driving an excavator to dig out the brown bear's lair, and shooting the brown bear unconscious. How did you do it? Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. Do you believe me when I say I'm too lucky? It was obvious by the look on the cop's face that he didn't believe it. One might even say shocking. Although, he doesn't know anything about excavators. But it's obvious to the discerning eye that it's going to take this far. How difficult is it? One must be technically hardened enough and know the excavator like the back of their hand. But how old is he? Things are a little out of the ordinary. Originally, it was just to identify dinosaur fossils. I didn't expect to find a wild brown bear, though it had been nicked and dimed and slapped. Risks can still exist. The officer in charge didn't dare to delay, and immediately made a call, notifying someone from the Wildlife Conservation Center. This is a construction site, but not far away is a residential area. A wild brown bear randomly released. What if I hurt someone again? After making the call, a couple of police officers were left in place to keep watch. The group arrived at the fossilized dinosaur eggs. The police officer in the lead, surnamed Chin. He followed curiously. Fossilized dinosaur eggs. That's a rarity. Even wild brown bears are showing up. This fossilized dinosaur egg. Just how true or false is? Not just him, everyone wanted to know. After seeing 3 fossilized dinosaur eggs, the paleontologist's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly came closer to examine it carefully. And then, professional identification tools from the toolbox. An all-around look at a fossilized dinosaur egg. Move carefully and very meticulously. Back and forth for 10 minutes. The crowd looked confused. Foreman Oldley couldn't help but ask, "See, is this thing a fossil or not?" The expert put away the microscope, letting out a long breath. There was an undisguised surprise in his expression. That's right, fossilized indeed. If I'm not mistaken, it should come from the Cretaceous period 70 million years ago, and it's 3 dinosaur eggs from a theropod. Ha! This statement was made. Oldley and the workers at the scene, all stunned open mouth. One looked at the clouds like they were monsters. It's still true. Oldley was curious and asked, "What kind of dragon is a beast-footed dragon?" The expert smiled slightly. It's a type of tyrannosauridae. Let's say Tyrannosaurus rex, which is a tyrannosauridae of the suborder Theropoda. Oldley suddenly realized. Then, in that case, these 3 dinosaur eggs are really fossilized Chinese Spinosaurus? How did you know it was a Chinese Spinosaurus egg? I didn't say anything about this one. Of course I don't know. It was this chap who said it. Oldley pointed to the cloudy sky next to him. What? He said that? The expert looked shocked. What's wrong? What's wrong with these 3 dinosaur eggs? Team Chin asked suspiciously. The expert sized up Yun Xiao twice and took a deep breath. After my observation just now, I found that these 3 fossilized dinosaur eggs are very well preserved and have a smooth texture, which is rare in my life. What's more, these 3 dinosaur eggs are from the same nest, and from the same mother, and are about to hatch, with the embryonic beginnings of baby dinosaurs already inside. This is extremely helpful in the study of paleontology and geology. Both. The 3 fossilized dinosaur eggs are valuable and rare in their own right, but further research is needed to determine if they are Spinosaurus fossils, through infrared spectroscopy and biological DNA. Listening to this explanation and analysis by the paleontologist, one time, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Team Chin was also confused. What kind of freak is this kid? Not only does the backhoe drive slick, paleontology, a glance at the species of dinosaur eggs? Say you're deluded. Even the experts have confirmed it. Is outrageous. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed blew up. Holy shit, is that a fossilized dinosaur egg? He's got this guy fooling around again. Those who just said that Yun Xiao would be punched in the face. How do they feel now? He's really strong. So don't be jealous. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and record the video. This is a fossilized dinosaur egg from tens of millions of years ago. It'll be a hit on the internet. Hissing, nothing to say. I immediately go to the construction site to drive the excavator. I do not believe that the fossil cannot be dug out. Brothers, when I get rich, I'll give you a piece of Huazi. You're thinking about fart eating. You can't sell this stuff even if you dig it up. You have to turn it into the state, and you'll be given a banner at most. That's right. Are fossils something you can dig up just because you want to? Most of the fossils will be buried in the ground by sedimentary rocks, and only a very small part of them will be pushed to the surface through the movement of the Earth's crust. And a fossilized dinosaur egg as complete as this is rare to find in 100 years. No, 37 can drive a race car, a backhoe, and recognize dinosaur eggs. Can't it be that he's been learning from his mother's womb? Learned it was really a dinosaur egg. The crowd became boisterous all of a sudden. They took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. Something tens of millions of years old. How many years have humans existed on Earth? It's enough for them to brag about it for a while. Oldly palpitated and patted his chest. Fortunately, Yun Xiao stopped him just now. Otherwise, you'd have to spend half your life stepping on a sewing machine with that shovel head. This way. Immediately a staff member came forward. The fossilized dinosaur eggs were processed and loaded onto a truck to be taken back to the institute. That expert came to Yun Xiao's heel and humbly asked for advice. Young man, can you tell me how you judged that this is a fossilized Spinosaurus egg? Ha! Yun Xiao froze and smiled awkwardly. Shouldn't this stuff be easy to tell? It's the same as eggs and duck eggs. Is that hard? The corner of the expert's mouth twitched desperately. What words? Eggs and duck eggs? You're treating dinosaurs like poultry? Key tens of millions of years old. No one had ever seen it. And even the top paleontology experts at the Dragon Academy could not easily recognize the species of dinosaur eggs based on naked eye observation alone. Looking at Yun Xiao as he took it for granted, the expert was a bit skeptical. Cloudy snorted. Look, it has a grayish-brown epidermis, and the eggshell has a smooth exterior, distributed with a bit of line ornamentation. Each time a spiny dragon ovulates, it's 2 to 3 in a clutch. More importantly, there is a depression pit at the edge of the fossilized layer. The expert sniffed. Those I noticed too, but not enough to prove it's a spiny dragon, right? The shape of the eggshell, the spots, that's characteristic of a theropod. And it's possible that the concave edges of the fossilized layers have suffered an impact, or that crustal movements have squeezed them. Yun Xiao smiled. Take a closer look. Does this depression look like half a footprint? What? Hearing this, the expert's brain jolted. Immediately crouched down for a closer look. The more he looked, the more shocked his face became, and he directly froze in place. After a few seconds, he just let out a long breath, but it was still hard to hide the shock inside. That's right, it's a Spinosaurus footprint, probably left by this female Spinosaurus when she was in labor. Young man, are you so meticulously observant? Admirable. Which paleontology program did you graduate from? Why did you come to drive an excavator? Isn't this a pure waste of talent? Yun Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. You misunderstood. I am not a graduate of paleontology. I am a chauffeur driver. Driving an excavator is just a part-time job. What? A chauffeur? Driving a backhoe on the side? The expert's brain went down on the spot. Full of incredulity. Someone who doesn't come from a paleontology background is more specialized than him? Such a small detail can all be noticed. More critical. People drive excavators on the side as well. And it drives like a thief. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. Who would believe it? He no longer knew what to say. Brains buzzed and perceptions were turned upside down. 666. Who can tell me what the hell 37 does? Paleontologist, family, who understands? A chauffeur came to drive a backhoe on the side, stunned a brown bear, and identified a fossilized dinosaur egg. I feel like he's more of a professional than I am. It's not always peers who fuck up their peers. It could be crossovers. At this point, the fossilized dinosaur eggs have been successfully loaded onto the car. A head of the Paleontological Institute approached. Smiling, he said to Yun Xiao, "Young man, thank you very much for contacting us in time. The completeness of these 3 fossilized dinosaur eggs is rare in the whole world, and the research value is extremely high. As a token of appreciation, on behalf of the Institute, I'll give you a bonus of $10,000 and a banner to count as a reward." Hearing that there were rewards, Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. For a newcomer to the job market like him, $10,000. That's a lot of money. It's only the first day of the game, and a windfall of money comes your way. Next to him, Foreman Old Lee's harangue was dripping out. The crowd also cast envious glances. They work hard at the construction site for a few $100s a day. People dig up a fossilized dinosaur egg as soon as they come and reward $10,000. The gap is too big. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also red-eyed. Crap, this is really a pie in the sky. The first day of work, Blood earned $10,000. You tell me this is a laborer? Who's making so much money working? If the other contestants find out about this, they'll break their defenses. I've been screwing in factories for 3 years, and I only make $2,000 a month, so I'm just as pissed off as anyone else. In the morning, I was still sour that he couldn't make any money. The reversal came too fast, and now he's the no one in assets. You can't say that either. He's still essentially a chauffeur driver. His salary is just that much, and he doesn't even get a commission. So he's just getting lucky today, and he might get knocked back down to earth tomorrow. How can he dig up dinosaur eggs every day? It's just luck. You'll never see it in 8 lifetimes. But, the netizens are talking about it though. But envy for sure. It's only the first day, and you got a $10,000 bonus. It can be described as a sky-high opening. Mind you, there are still a lot of contestants who are starving. Compare the two. It's not too much of a stretch to say that the clouds are showing signs of winning. A few minutes later, people from the Wildlife Conservation Center also arrived on the scene. I heard there were wild brown bears at the site, giving them a fright. They specially applied to their superiors for 4 special police officers, each carrying a gun. Be prepared for live gunfire. It turned out to be a good idea to get here and take a look. The brown bear was tied up and passed out on all fours. Couldn't figure out the situation for a while. Hello? Is this a brown bear on your site? Is this the one on the ground? The person in charge with the lead with a work badge inquired. Old Lee nodded. Yes. You guys hurry up and pull away. Can this? Tell us what happened. How did you catch this brown bear? Swish. The same scene as before appears again. Everyone present, all looked at Yun Xiao in unison, including the Chin team. They had anticipated the shock that would follow. Sure enough, Old Lee once again put things into perspective. The people at the Wildlife Center were all dumbfounded. The inner shock was no less than that of Team Chin. Shooting a brown bear in a backhoe? This is just unheard of. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people on the scene to testify, they won't believe it even if it kills them. The 4 SWAT officers looked at Yun Xiao. Don't mention how weird it is. Waiting to come back to his senses. People from the Wildlife Conservation Center rushed to carry the brown bear to the car, but to avoid waking up in the middle of it, causing unnecessary trouble. They were going to give the brown bear a shot of enhanced anesthesia, incapacitate it. Just then, Cloud suddenly thought of something and came over to stop it. Wait, you can't give it an anesthetic. This brown bear should be pregnant and about to give birth. And the enhanced anesthesia will cause irreversible damage to the fetus, and perhaps death in the womb. The person in charge looked at Cloudy with suspicion and asked, Young man, how do you know it's pregnant? Hearing the conversation between the two, Team Chin, Institute of Paleontology, including Foreman Lowley and others, all of them looked at Yun Xiao with odd gazes. Same words. Looks like they've just heard one already. Yun Xiao was stunned. How did you see it? I just saw it. Yun Xiao pointed to the brown bear that was locked into a large iron cage and said in a serious manner, Brown bears are fat and have a lot of fat on their bodies, so it's hard to see at a glance when a female brown bear is pregnant, and even if she is pregnant, she will be mistakenly thought to be just a fat body, and thus be ignored. However, based on my observations, the brown bear had a bulging abdomen and prominent nipples with a distinct double row of buttons, plus there was a water source not far from her den, and pregnant brown bears do drink a lot of water. In addition, the presence of a large amount of hay and dead twigs in the nest is a preparation for labor, proving that her delivery is approaching, either today or tomorrow. The bottom line is that a pregnant brown bear is very grumpy and will actively attack anything it perceives as a threat, which is a female animal instinct to protect the fetus to be born. Listening to Yun Xiao talk eloquently, the leader of the Wildlife Center looked at him in surprise. Young man, you even know about this? Honestly, seeing such a large brown bear passed out on the ground did give him a fright. Wild brown bears fight no less than tigers and lions. His first instinct was to rush to inject the anesthetic. Avoid this brown bear waking up at any time and wreaking havoc. So, it didn't even occur to me that this brown bear could be pregnant, so naturally I wouldn't bother to take a closer look. A couple of staff members were instructed to check it out. The state of the brown bear was found to be indeed as Cloudy said. The abdomen is bulging and the pelvis is open, clearly a state of impending labor. If an enhanced anesthetic is injected at this time, it can cause irreversible damage to the fetus. This defeats the purpose of saving wildlife in the first place. Boy, thanks for the reminder. Let's put him on general anesthesia and let him sleep for a while on the road. The leader smiled and said very politely. This young man, surprisingly, knows a thing or two about wildlife. He couldn't help but be a little in awe. Yun Xiao waved his hand. After you guys capture it back, remember to put it in a separate cage and keep it separately from the other animals. Pregnant brown bears are very rambunctious. Locked up with other animals, it devolves into mutual aggression. Next, from the medical kit, the staff drew a general anesthetic and injected the brown bear. After a dose of anesthesia is administered, it slept more soundly and even snored. The cage carries the car, taken back by the Wildlife Conservation Center. The Chin team then wrapped up and left as well. The other side, the people from the Paleontological Research Institute sent Yun Xiao a $10,000 bonus on the spot after asking for instructions from their superiors. It was accompanied by a banner of recognition. Then return with fossilized dinosaur eggs to study. This stuff is enough to get them excited about the institute for a while. Looking at the red piles of stacks of banknotes in the hands of Yun Xiao, The crowd's eyes went straight and their mouths barely watered. What are you looking at? Hurry back to work. If you can't finish today's task, beware of the boss deducting your wages. Seeing that the workers were all gathered here, Lowly instantly roared. The crowd's faces changed. It was only then that they regretfully dispersed separately. Nice guy. How come Yunxiao was rewarded for driving the same excavator, but they have a deduction for it? The masters who drove the excavators, however, were still in high spirits. It's more energizing to do all the work. After that scene just now, everyone thought that they could get a little bit of Yunxiao's Ochi. Dinosaur eggs can't be dug up. It's okay to dig up a little ore. Anyone who wants to be the one favored by the gods of luck, buzz off. This afternoon, the site resounded with the roar of an excavator, as if it were trying to dig up the ground. A couple of teams just left. At the entrance of the construction site, another group of netizens holding up their cell phones for live broadcast ran. It's obvious that they watched the online video and ran to rub it in. Of course, they didn't dare to barge in when people were working here, so they interviewed the onlookers on the periphery. Hello, may I ask what's going on here? Here, see that? That young guy with the backhoe. First he dug up fossilized dinosaur eggs, and just now he dug up a brown bear. Ha, there's a brown bear? Yeah, he's a bully. He drove a backhoe to shoot brown bears, and he could tell at a glance that the bears were pregnant, and even the wildlife center called him to deliver the bears' babies. Netflix. Actually, as SWAT cordoned off the scene, he could only look around the periphery and couldn't enter at all. As for what exactly is said in there, the man pressed on. Doesn't stop you from going out and bragging about it to people. That look of pride, like you've done something awesome. But, it's shocking enough for people's Netflix. I thought the version I had heard was outrageous enough. I didn't realize there was more outrageous. Digging up fossilized dinosaur eggs is rare enough. What digging up a brown bear's lair? Drive a backhoe and shoot brown bears. And, delivering a brown bear? What the hell is all this? One is more bizarre than the other. It is now rumored throughout the construction site that Cloudy is actually a vet who can drive an excavator, specializing in animal obstetrics and gynecology. A group of netizens were confused. Why does it feel so metaphysical? It's like listening to a book. This way, Yunxiao was far from aware of how much shock he had brought to others. The rumors about him are getting more and more outrageous. When the team leaves, he climbed into the cab and went back to work. Luckily, the work went well after that, and there was no more digging for anything rare. When the sun set, Yunxiao was finally relieved. The first day of the race was kind of a peaceful one. Make $800, plus a $10,000 cash prize. It gave him an unconscious delusion. It was as if winning the championship was just around the corner. It's not just the clouds. The live feeds thought the same way. In the morning, Yunxiao was still ranked at the bottom of all the contestants and faced elimination at any time. As a result, they watched as Yunxiao reversed the deadly situation. Complete the stunning reversal, turning into a solid dark horse, not to mention the popularity aspect. From the moment Cloudy drove a backhoe to shoot a brown bear, it's already shot to the top of the popularity charts. Shake off second place by a notch. 8 o'clock in the evening, Cloudy rode a small electric donkey into a barbecue restaurant. Now he's carrying $10,000. It's also a huge amount of money among all the players. Just in time for dinner. The barbecue was already smoky and the meat smelled good. For a moment the appetite was whetted. Boss order. The store owner greeted them with a smile, leading Yunxiao to a seat. What would you like to eat? Handsome? What are the specialties at your store? The owner brought the menu and pointed to the dishes on it and introduced. Look, these are all the signatures of our store. Cloudy looked at the dishes and prices. Grilled lamb kebabs are $10. Roasted pork loin is $15. Grilled lamb chops. Look at Cloudy frowning. Thought it was because the food was too expensive. The owner smiled. Young man, if you want to eat more affordable, this restaurant also has a special set meal service. Meat and vegetables. Want to try? Yunxiao rubbed his chin. You have a point. I'm not a picky eater. Just eat whatever you want, said the man, tapping a few times on the recipe. This, and this. The owner looked away. Roasted corn, roasted squash, roasted eggplant. The corner of his mouth twitched hard. This is bumping into the stingy man? What about an all-vegetarian feast? It doesn't add up to a few bucks to make. Well, that's all of it. Don't want any of it, and give me one of the rest. Oh yeah, and an iced Coke. Make it a big one. Yunxiao waved his big hand. Owner, handsome, that's a big couple hundred for a meal. Ha? Yunxiao looked up in surprise. Wasn't it you who said it was more affordable? A few $100s. This is not affordable enough? Owner. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Saw the scene. The live streamers were also mad with joy. Good lord. Is this what you call a random order? The boss is shocked. Please be a man. You've been pretending all day. I'll let you eat the favor. You'll have all the meat? Top understanding. Who orders vegetarian food at a barbecue? Don't forget. He's holding a huge amount of money in his hand. So it's reasonable to spend a couple hundred on a meal, right? Compared to the other contestants. No. 37 is really rich. Everyone else is chewing on steamed buns in the live broadcast room. Cold and hard, but he came here to eat a big meal. There is no harm without comparison. Wait a minute, this barbecue place looks a little familiar. Didn't 66 wash dishes here? I just jumped over and took a peek. That guy is really working in the back kitchen. This is fun to watch. They won't meet, right? Back room. It's being busy, chopping vegetables for chopping and kebabs for kebabs. There was another young man, crouched in the corner, scrubbing dishes. The hands are fast and valiant and very professional. In a flash, a stack of plates was brushed and set on the counter. It's a dirty and tiring job. But 66 was in a beautiful mood. It was his third odd job of the day. It's idle anyway. Come to the restaurant to do odd jobs and run errands. By working harder, he earns more than others. There are leftovers to manage. I've heard that many of the other laborers are freezing and starving, and have to go out begging at night. It's too bad, compared to others. He felt happy enough, seeing the lad trying so hard. The side dish mom boasted, "Do a good job. I've made a good deal with the boss, and I'll give you an extra meal tonight." 66 was overjoyed and thanked him. The mood gets even better. A 666 floated up in the live room. Not only is there food, plus meals, those who have the ability to go anywhere, live a good life. 66 versus Impact Match Bonus. A few more points of confidence. Just as he was caught up in a nice fantasy, the chef serves the baked good on a platter. Drinking at 66, who was looking down and scrubbing his plate, he said, "Come on, what are you giggling about? Hurry up and serve it to the guests at the front table. Don't dawdle, holler." 66 wiped his hands and stood up to pick up his plate. A big plate full of barbecue. The aroma is all tantalizing and delicious. Watching 66's mouth water. "Come to the front room. Bring the plates to the table." "No." 66 nodded his head and smiled professionally. "Boss, this is your barbecue. Please enjoy. The rest will be served right away." Just finished. Suddenly noticing the video camera sitting on the table. Looked at himself again. Exactly the same. 66 had a brain fart. An incredulous thought bubbled up. "No, brother, you are also a contestant of the chosen hitman?" The moment Yun Xiao grabbed the pork loin in his left hand and the grilled lamb skewer in his right hand, was eating his fill. He looked up startled at the words. "What? How did you know?" The corner of 66's mouth twitched hard. The words that came to his lips were swallowed back alive. Stare at the table full of deliciousness. It just felt incredibly harsh. "Bro, you aren't breaking the rules, are you? If you eat like that on the first day, you'll get kicked out of the program." See the camera on 66's chest. Yun Xiao had a flash of inspiration and smiled. "Don't worry, it's fine. I'm not a man of honor. Just eat whatever you want. You're a contestant too? Sit down together?" Hiss. 66's cheek twitched involuntarily, like an invisible slap in the face. As much as he wanted to sit down and eat together. Sizzling barbecue. It's too tempting, but there's really no such face. Think of yourself, for eating some leftovers. Just get complacent. But people, eat a big meal on the first day. This comparison is really nothing. And that scene just now was all broadcast out live. It's a national disgrace. 66 hated to be on his toes and stubbed out 3 rooms. I'll be damned if I'll have the face to stay any longer. No. I'm not done with my work yet, so I'll get busy. Said, just flee in disarray. Just went into the back kitchen. The side dish lady yelled at him. "So what? Young man, your extra meal is ready. Potato stewed potatoes? Tomato fried tomatoes. Leeks mixed with leek yellow. Eat up." "No." 66. Snap. Invisible slaps in the face. "Thanks for the invitation. People are numb and never want to be in a program again. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1+1. Pooh ha ha ha, is Big Mama serious? The main one is originally from the same root. This meal added. Might as well not be added. I thought it was the chosen one. But the result is handsome but 3 seconds to be hit in the face. 66 is too miserable. He is still scrubbing the dishes. But other people are eating a big meal. The heart of the road must not be broken? Suggested to let know. 37 compete alone. Don't run into any other players for fear of not being able to strain your mind. Next door to the live room. Before blowing up 66 as having the posture of a champion. Hard to say how hard he works. Is the benchmark for all players. This moment the opposite side of the collective lost their voices. The fart cannot even pop out. So exciting? Let's go. Go check it out. Back room. Experiencing that scene just now. 60SAXS self-esteem was crushed like a frosted eggplant. Can't bring up confidence anymore. Even scrubbing the dishes was lacking in interest. Even almost broke the bowl a couple times. As for Cloudy, he was completely unaffected by the incident. Gobbling on barbecue and sipping on an iced Coke. It's so cool. Suddenly, a strange phone call came in. Crooked? Which one? Cloudy said vaguely as he stuffed meat in his mouth. Is that Mr. Cloudy? Across the room was the voice of a middle-aged man. Anon, I am. What can I do for you? We're from the Wildlife Conservation Center. Do you remember what happened this afternoon? Yun Xiao was puzzled. What's the Wildlife Conservation Center doing calling him? Seeing that Yun Xiao didn't say anything, the other party continued. It's like this. The wild brown bear we took has successfully completed labor and given birth to triplets. And it's thanks to your reminder that we didn't give it the enhanced anesthetic this afternoon, or the fetuses might not have been saved. With the scarcity of wild brown bears, natural pregnancies and births are even rarer. And on behalf of the Wildlife Conservation Center, I want to express my gratitude to you. The call was made because the government side decided to give you a token of appreciation. $2,000. So please do take it. Ha! Cloudy was confused for a moment. Eat and eat. What's with the door-to-door money? When are you free? Come over and claim it. If it's not convenient, adding a tweet is fine. It could have been. Cloudy is still trying to mount a fight. But think about sending someone to the hospital during the day. You may have to pay a fine for speeding. Tomorrow, there's no telling. Extra money on the side would be nice too. I'm still competing and don't have time. Yun Xiao simply reported the microsignal. The other party added. The first time to call the money. See the scene. The live feeds are shocking the eyeballs out of the room. Crap, another 2,000 in the bank. Who else? No. I'm fucking sore. I'm addicted to the prize money. Is this cheating? I'm counting on my fingers. No. 37 is definitely in a position to win the championship. Will 66 be so broken inside that he'll drop out when he finds out that Cloudy made another $2,000? That would be hilarious. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Not to mention 66. I'm damn near broken. My wife said when can I be like Yun Xiao? Earn $5,000 a day. Let me go back to my room to sleep. Otherwise the bed is left for the dog, not even for me. No one expected that. The show has only been on the air for one day. When most of the contestants are still starving. No pennies were entered. Cloudy then has been eating a big meal. Take the money and get it. People are afraid to climb. Players such as number 66 have been devastated and are beginning to doubt life. Good on the other contestants. Can't see what's going on here. Otherwise, the mind might blow up. Hiccup. After burping and eating his fill, Cloudy then checked out and left, waiting to take new orders. It's already 9 o'clock at night. Night falls and the lights come on. Nightlife in the city has officially begun. Young men and women start getting high at the bar. Just right. Across the street from the grill is a bar. Cloudy gave the little electric donkey a ride and stopped in front of the bar. Start waiting for business. It didn't take long. A beautiful woman in a sexy dress came out of the bar. Tall and very eye-catching. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up and he immediately greeted them. That's a potential customer. However, seeing the Cloudy beauty was the first to speak. It's you? Yun Xiao was stunned. It's me. Need a chauffeur service. Pretty lady? The sexy beauty opened her mouth wide in surprise. What? You're actually a chauffeur? Cloudy? Can't you tell? So obvious. Has the pretty lady had too much to drink? A brain fart? The sexy beauty then reacted, looking up and down at Yun Xiao. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Sorry, it's me who was too abrupt and forgot to introduce myself. My name is Huang Qiuya. I'm a trainee reporter for a TV station. I was interviewing at the City People's Hospital at noon today, and I saw you drive the patients here, so I have an impression. It was only then that the clouds dawned on him. No wonder he was instantly recognizable. Hello beautiful girl, my name is Yun Xiao. Would you like a valet service, please? Huang Qiuya's gaze was odd. Are you really a chauffeur? Yeah. Is there a problem? Nothing. She was a little depressed. A big beautiful woman by herself standing in front of you. This guy, why is all he thinks about is chauffeuring? Is this disliked? Huang Qiuya had a flash of light in her head. Suddenly speaking, so, can I do an interview with you alone? About your heroic deed of saving people this afternoon. Don't worry, it won't take up too much time. An interview, but I have a job. I'll pay. That's a yes. Do you want to do it at your house? Or in a room? Is it hard to do it in a bar? Huang Qiuya? Originally, when she had said this, she had felt abrupt, somewhat embarrassed. The face was slightly flushed from drinking. Didn't realize. Cloudy was much more spirited than she could be. A moment to Huang Qiuya Hole will not. Don't get me wrong, beautiful. I'm not that casual. Yun Xiao said in a serious manner. Because I am participating in a program, the night may not have a place to stay. So, just think I accompany you to interview. You accompany me to sleep. Ah bah. Accompany me to open a room. In line with the principle of complementary and mutually beneficial well. Huang Qiuya's brain was a bit confused. So, I thought you were going to. To do what? I was afraid you'd do something to me and pat yourself on the back. Huang Qiuya's face turned even redder. Can't talk anymore. It's a weird atmosphere. I bet Yun Xiao is absolutely on purpose. The moment he opens his mouth, it's LSP now. Miss is really simple. Such a beautiful female reporter. Let Cloudy take advantage of it. Peach Blossom luck ah. Brothers, get the tissues ready. The anchor is going to release the benefits. Just this girl. I've been chewing on it like it's Turbo Mile all night. I borrowed the building to advertise. I have a comprehensive technology, specializing in unblocking a variety of toilet blockage. Interested parties private chat. Older brother. It's still you. Huang Qiuya pulled out the car keys. Come on, let's get a room. Only that, more or less, made her feel weird. You place an order and I'll drive. So, Huang Qiuya took out his cell phone and placed an order through the software. Ding, ding, ding. Order taking software on the Cloudy side. Prompts for a new order. Departure place, Rose Bar. Destination Sunshine City neighborhood. Estimated mileage, 2 kilometers. Estimated cost, $19. Do you take orders? Small hands shook. Order taking was successful. Next, the two got into the car. Follow the directions of the navigation. First, drive the car back to the neighborhood where Huang Qiuya lives. Then, the two of them found a hotel close by. Hotel reception. See a man and a woman come to get a room. The man also had his own camera on him. A crouching look on his face. Do young couples play so fancy these days? The receptionist came up to Huang Qiuya, raised an eyebrow with an ambiguous face. Beauty. We have a special erotic suite. Oh, do you need it? Ha? Huang Qiuya was puzzled. Cloudy twisted his head. Cover your face. To the dismay of the vast majority of the internet. Get your room card and enter the room. Nothing unexpected happened. When the interview was over, Huang Qiuya left the hotel. Wash up. Cloudy lay alone on the bed and opened the system panel. Name, Cloudy. Points, 21. 680. Skill, Divine Driving 2. 0. Props, none. Note, points have reached the target value to open the raffle. Cloudy was a bit surprised. I didn't realize the points increased so quickly. It seemed that afternoon's Extreme Rescue broadcast had gained him a lot of popularity. System, give me the lottery. Cloudy ordered mentally. Ding, consuming 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sense of smell of a police dog. Ding, consuming 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kung Fu Master. After the raffle, Cloudy was confused and excited. Kung Fu Master. How many men have dreamed of this in their childhood? Sword fighting, drinking horses in the rivers and lakes. Go to be the free and easy hero. Ever since he was a child, Yun Xiao wanted to learn martial arts, but never got the chance. Look at the unchanged body. He gave the whole lack of confidence again. Have a mind to try it. Look at the thick walls of the room. Better to give up on that intention. That kind of self-inflicted bodily harm is douchey. Besides, Kung Fu is the killing technique, not for taking it out on the wall. In the middle of the night, we can't have him go out and find someone to fight one-on-one, can we? Second skill. Police dog sniffing. It left him scratching his head. Good lord. This is going to make me a search and rescue dog. I'm a chauffeur. What do I need this for? Just outrageous. He couldn't really think of any use for it. It's a total chicken shit. And a waste of 10,000 points. Never mind. Obtaining Master of Kung Fu had satisfied him. Sleep. Everything tomorrow. Just as Cloudy fell back asleep. When Huang Qiuya returned home, she took a shower and went through the editing of the video of the interview, post to personal social accounts, then lay in bed and start swiping up little bedtime videos. It was the only time she could relax a little after a long day. Suddenly, a video of a guy driving a backhoe was pushed to her. There's nothing to see in driving a backhoe. The big data push these days is getting less and less interesting. Huang Qiuya grumbled. With her eye, the odds were that the heat was bought, just ready to paddle away. Suddenly, it was realized that the person in the video looked somewhat familiar. Ha, isn't that the valet driver I interviewed, and he can drive a backhoe? Huang Qiuya looked surprised and watched with interest. As the video plays, she went from previously relaxed to shocked, even a little skeptical. Driving a backhoe to dig up dinosaur eggs? And dig up a brown bear? and shoot the brown bear unconscious? Is that reasonable? Could a normal person do these things? Especially the video where Cloudy keeps shooting the brown bear with his backhoe. Don't even get me started on that scene. Huang Qiuya's entire body was a bit baffled. Subconsciously click on the comments section. Discovered that the bottom had long since exploded, with more comments than likes. Scanned a few of the highly liked comments. The first line, Wu Sung fights the tiger. The second line, Yun Xiao shoots the bear. And the horizontal line, really fucking awesome. I've heard of tiger blow and lion blow. In the future bear blow shouldn't come out to bleep. It's easy to be ridiculed. Po ha ha ha, and horse blowers. Lightning 5 consecutive whips arranged in a hurry. Master Ma can't even beat a bear. Can he? With his own power. This brown bear disgraced the entire bear world and scared the woolly bear nation into changing its name overnight. I heard that Yun Xiao is also a veterinarian. Especially good at obstetrics and gynecology. My sow is pregnant and I want to ask Yun Xiao to come and deliver a baby. Huang Qiuya looked at the comments verbatim. The corners of his mouth endured a slight twitch. The mind couldn't help but raise a question. This guy, what the hell is it for? Even if the car is great, even the backhoe drives so well. Are all chauffeurs so rolled up now? Just outrageous. After a night of fermentation. On the internet, it's long since been a big deal. Discussions on the topic of clouds are all over the internet. First there was that racing video that scurried to the top of all the major hot search headlines. Reprinted and liked by top stream media. Let more of the eating public see it. The heat is at its peak. What netizens are saying about the mysterious red flag car? Mostly positive. The domestics rolled onto the track and crushed a bunch of pros, leaving foreign tuners far behind. Typical cool article reversal trope. It's hot to watch, especially some of the younger ones. More than anything, they idolize red car drivers. It is sought after in countless ways. Just click on any related buzzword and there are a bunch of comments underneath. Hundreds of thousands and millions of retweets are the norm. There is praise and there is opposition. The world of light is never without darkness, especially the internet. One night later, a portion of different voices appeared on the internet and were exposed. Someone dug it up. The red flag car had been speeding before it went up the mountain. A serious violation of the law. And so, some internet Vs, in order to grab traffic and eyeballs, start criticizing the red car for violations. Undeniable, the driver of the red flag car was very skilled. But what about his speeding violation? Breaking onto a professional track without permission is extremely dangerous behavior and a disregard for driving safety. Please keep your wits about you and don't overblow it. City speeding 140 yards plus. Red flag vehicles are in violation of the law and need to be taken seriously. And, Hey City Traffic Brigade. I hope the offending red flag vehicles are seriously investigated. Just as these microbloggers, who are bringing up the tempo indiscriminately. Teaser on. An account suddenly posted a video. The name is, Life and Death. A Valiant Chauffeur Boy. The video is divided into 4 subsections. The first segment, a surveillance shot, is somewhat blurry. A red flag car stopped at the intersection. Emergency call for help. A chauffeur boy was calm and unhurried. Drive across the road. Second paragraph. Then there's the in-car view. The patient's face is agonized and pale. Cloudy calmly responded by driving the red flag car and breaking into the race. Hang on to the pro riders. Third paragraph. It's the main entrance to the hospital. Under the anxious, helpless gaze of the paramedics, the red flag car is like a god coming down from heaven. Speeding down the hill, he stopped steadily in front of the hospital and the patient was carried into the emergency room. Eventually, the image is fixed on the hospital bed. The woman is saved. With a 2-month-old baby in his arms, he was filled with excitement and tears, full of gratitude to the valet boy. Second life. Hard won. This move by the valet boy, more than saved her. More than that, it saves a family. The fourth segment, on the other hand, is in a quiet room. That chauffeur boy is being interviewed by a reporter. Reveal the whole story from the person's point of view. Let the netizens fully feel the change in his heart. For a short period of time. The video, which was bumped to number 1 on the Hot 100, it remains high. The likes don't count. Go through this video of an exclusive interview with Qiuya Huang. Everyone was shocked by it. No wonder. Red flags are speeding and ignoring regulations. Even venture into the pros and traverse hundreds of turns, just to be the first, to get the patient into the hospital. It's to save lives. Watch the video. The crowd was in a mood that could not be calmed for a long time. Next, netizens looked through blogger videos. It was only then that I realized that the patient was not only a baby mama, but also the widow of a martyr. Everyone, more respect. The comments section exploded at once. Wow, finally saw the driver's real face. The little brother is not only handsome, but also has a good heart. Young but a veteran driver. Better than a professional driver. Are all the ballots so rolled up now? Bullshit V. Open your eyes and take a good look. People are obviously saving lives. What else is there to say? I have reason to suspect that this is only the limit of the road and the car, not the driver. And I know from his grip on the steering wheel that he is absolutely capable of taking off in place. As a soldier guards his country, we should guard his family. That's a wonderful thing to say. You guys don't know, right? This red flag car driver, or the contestant of the program Heaven's Choice Beating Workers. No. 37 Live Room. You can go to see the great God live on the spot. I am a fan of the live broadcast. I had the honor to watch the whole process. I can only say that it was too awesome. Then really nervous, all pissed. The car is only a few centimeters away from the edge of the cliff. That kind of stimulation feeling is to see the replay far from feeling out. One time, video likes, plays. Once again, it's like riding a rocket. 100,000, a million, 5 million. In one night, the broadcast volume directly exceeded 70 million. In the meantime, Ninghai City Traffic Brigade. A message was also released through the official account. The results of the investigation into the speeding incident involving the red flag car on East Rongshi Road have been concluded. The owner of the red flag suffered angina halfway across the country and needed urgent medical attention. The chauffeur driver was guilty of speeding violations and disorderly conduct on public transportation. But given that the driver was a vigilante and a first-time offender, after deliberation by the ministry, it was decided not to pursue criminal liability and to cancel the relevant penalties. The law is merciless, but people are merciful. He saved a martyr's family. All the more reason to be commended. The world needs justice. We will be contacting the driver himself for a certificate and a $500 reward. As soon as the news was announced, the whole internet is abuzz. Not only are they not penalized, they are rewarded. Ninghai City Traffic Brigade's humane way of dealing with the situation gained favor with the netizens. Just a few minutes. It gets tons of reprints and likes. Several of the major official media outlets came down in person. Comment on this tweet. Human life is greater than heaven. Official attitude. Straight away, I'd characterize the incident as a case of bravery. One time, stirring up countless discussions. The heat is on. Coward. Kudos. Seeing the baby fall asleep in his mom's arms with a happy smile really touched me. How can you live a calm and peaceful life without someone to carry your weight? Military personnel and their families are prioritized for benefits, and I never eyeball them because they deserve it. Chauffeur boy. Full of positive energy. I hear he's still competing? Go to his live stream and cheer. Together. As for those tweeps who carry the beat, don't even dare to fart. Great out of the net. Piss off the officials and they will just pull the plug on you. One night passed. The clouds were on fire. And as the video goes viral, more and more people focused on that red car. A great track drag race. Let the nation see it for the first time. It turns out that domestic cars can be so awesome, regardless of performance. Braking. It's extremely good. On continuous curves where the road is treacherous, tied with foreign modified cars. And, thanks to Yunxiao's extreme driving, the red flag car was instead better than the finish line. It's like a butterfly flapping its wings on the ocean. Instead, it triggered a hurricane storm, with the heat added on. This red car has become a preferred target for car lovers. A good horse with a good saddle. Anyone who likes to play with cars wants to own a good one. Previously, the only options available were JVs. But nowadays, with the rise of domestic cars, they have a new target. Love. This red flag car driven by little brother is so handsome, begging for the same model. The development of domestic cars is getting better and better, and the value is also very high. Originally I would like to choose the beggar's version of the BBA, but after watching this video, I decided to place an order on the red flag. The same feeling. These years imported cars, cut how many national leaks, love to buy not to buy, in our land to take their own as a grandpa. Never spoiled this fault. I will go to the Ford store this afternoon to see. Nothing wrong with domestic cars. Not afraid of Volkswagen with letters. Afraid of red flag with microphone. The light of the national product is not just talk. Performance, space, configuration are pulled full. The same level of seconds to kill the joint venture car. Really, with the rise of independent science and technology, domestic cars have long been not the year cannot help the bucket. There is no need for a standard. Take the hot face to stick others' cold ass. Only the country's support. Domestic cars really to the peak. By our own definition of luxury. An ethos of support for national goods. Scraping the web. Those prospective car owners who are getting ready to buy a car, or want to buy a car, gave all first choices to domestics. One night, red flag car 4 stores across the country. Both receive a flurry of orders. But only for an hour. The page then shows that the order is sold out. It's being restocked. One time, countless netizens swarmed under the official public number of red flag. Clear message. Get on your knees and restock. Get on your knees and restock. Get on your knees and restock. A few short hours. The official red flag public website has millions of views. The order message is over a few thousand. And that's just online. Call offline and make an appointment to see the car in person. It's even more uncountable. Straight up confused for the official red flag salespeople. Upon realizing what happened, Red Flag PR released a statement overnight. It said it will increase its production capacity to ensure the availability of cars across the country so that owners can pick up their cars as early as possible, and reprint the video from Cloudy. The accompanying text thanked. Now, the clouds were even hotter. Overnight, orders from 4 stores across the country are flying in like snowflakes. All the customers, they're grabbing this car. A buying frenzy erupted. The spot is almost gone in seconds. Stockouts are starting to occur all over the country. Orders are already lined up for 3 months from now. The CEO responsible for Red Flag's consumer business, worried white. The first company-wide meeting was held. Everyone, you all know the situation. The Red Flag H9 orders have suddenly exploded, and all of our existing inventory has been emptied. But now, dealers all over the country are still calling and urging, customers want this car by name. And yesterday night alone, 3,000 orders have been filled. The words fell. The people in the conference room looked at each other in disbelief. It was extremely shocking on the inside. To know, the Red Flag H9 is a high-end model in the 300,000 price range, used directly against BBA. But due to the inferiority of domestic cars, in the eyes of some of the country, it is synonymous with low-end. Sales are not good. Quarterly deliveries, too, are only a few thousand units. 3,000 sold in one night. What kind of concept is that? Sales must not exceed 10,000 a day. Simply horrible. According to the marketing department, the reason why the Red Flag car has exploded in orders is because of a video of a drag race circulating on the internet. A chauffeur driver drove someone to the hospital in a Red Flag. The video was topped the hot search on all platforms. You can search for yourselves. I will not repeat. I'd say this is the perfect opportunity for the domestics to fight back. Right now, factories across the country are facing shortages, and there is an urgent need to increase production capacity and expand manpower to deliver as many orders as possible. I'll inform the PR department to put the video on the front page of our official website. Continue to publicize and expand the influence of the video. As long as the heat is still there, more and more people will join the car buying army. This is a challenge and an opportunity. It's time for domestic cars to rise. In addition, notify the regional manager of the Red Flag 4 store in Ninghai City to make sure to find this chauffeur driver and express his sincerest gratitude. If possible, ask him to become the spokesperson of our Red Flag. Just ask. Money is not a problem. As long as this is done right, all employees, double your year-end bonus. Wow! The crowd was boiling. The whole conference room, all energized. Red Flag shot the first shot of the national product when it comes to self-improvement. This night, the heat of the clouds continues to be high. It's not just the video of driving a red-flagged car down the track that's on fire. Video of him driving a backhoe in the afternoon. It's also been turned up on the net. Top hot topic. There are even netizens who look at the cloudy excavator driving well. Ran to the bottom of the official number of Lanxiang Technical College to leave a message. Weekly. Is Yunxiao the mysterious principal of your school who went missing? Does the great god of the clouds serve at that school? If I want to learn excavator, can I invite Cloudy for one-on-one private lessons? What kind of position do you need to drive a backhoe to dig up dinosaur eggs? Someone hit the head. More and more netizens are starting to follow the trend. In the comments section at Lanxiang Official, because a huge wave of traffic is swarming in, it caused the servers of the Lanxiang Technical School to nearly crash. Since the founding of the school, there have never been so many people online at the same time. Lanxiang officially launched an urgent announcement. Hello, everyone, I'm the principal of Lanxiang Technical School. I'll provide a brief answer to the online question here. Cloudy is not a member of our faculty or staff, nor am I myself. In addition, our school does not teach classes on digging for dinosaur eggs or brown bears, but those who want to learn excavator technology can come to enroll, and we will invite Yunxiao to be the special instructor of Lanxiang. Netflix didn't expect it. It actually blew up the principal of Lanxiang. This next, more fuel for the video's heat. Open the major mainstream media short video screen sites. The first recommendations for you are all video screens from Cloudy. Even the video of Cloudy driving a backhoe came later. The heat vaguely overshadowed the racing, directly dominated the top 3 of the major hot search list. Overnight, this video of Cloudy driving a backhoe to shoot a brown bear alone, the earliest retweeted likes and favorites. It's already surpassed 3 million. The comments broke 200,000. Under the influx of massive traffic, The first people who edited the video made a fortune a long time ago. It's not hard to raise hundreds of thousands of fans. Even Cloudy's name was netted out. Follow this thing or not? It's a name you've no doubt heard before. Unless it's not online. It's over. It's over. My phone is poisoned. It's been swiped by this Yun Xiao all night. Who the hell is he? I also want to know. The hot search is full of guys named Yun Xiao. It can't be the illegitimate son of the microblogging boss, right? Such a big face. Hiss, don't you guys go online? Don't you know to click in and take a look? He's a god who beats professional racers in a domestic car. It's not right, is it? I remember watching it live too. And yesterday afternoon a backhoe was driven to dig up fossilized dinosaur eggs and a wild brown bear. Upstairs. Is it possible that they are the same person? Do you only watch half of the live broadcast? Crap, it's really fake? I'll go check it out. Bullish. Wait until you've watched Cloudy's video screen. Each of these people were all dumbfounded. Nice guy. You a chauffeur. It's been a day of real inactivity. Let's have you take someone to the hospital and drive straight into the pros. Let's you drive a backhoe. Dig up fossilized dinosaur eggs. Dig up a brown bear's lair. That's not all. What's the deal with driving a backhoe and shooting brown bears? Even if you want to show off your skills, you don't have to take it out on a brown bear, do you? So Lanxian really needs to hire you as a faculty member in the future? However, with deeper understanding, it was only then that the netizens came to know this person called Cloudy. It was actually a contestant on the variety show chosen to fight workers. There you go. People who didn't originally watch the program were also greatly interested. Early the next morning, the clouds are hotter than ever. More and more netizens know about him. A swarm of people came into the live stream. The heat is starting to rage. It's still light out. The Cloudy live room had exploded. The muse is squatting and watching. Since the early hours of the morning, the popularity of the live stream has remained in the tens of thousands. Until 8 in the morning. 100,000. 150,000. 200,000. Eventually, popularity skyrocketed all the way to 200,000. But, upon entering the live broadcast room, all the netizens were dumbfounded. A look of confusion. What the hell? Where is the anchorman? I don't even see anyone. 200,000 people online? Am I blind? Or is it a bug in the system? Unknown netizens. Start waiting quietly. Until an hour has passed. The screen is still empty. But the popularity, instead, climbed to 500,000. This next. The netizens are collectively numb. Just fucking outrageous. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. What the hell? Am I in the wrong room? There's 500,000 people online. And they're just watching the air? Newcomer checking in, coming from the teaser. May I ask if this is the live room of the valiant chauffeur boy from yesterday? I watched the video of him driving an excavator to shoot a brown bear. And the technique is so comprehensive that there are no more than 5 people in the country with such excavator driving skills. I'm different. I'm here to ask Yun Xiao to shoot the bears. My family ran into 2 bears in the past few days. Dabbling with food and drink every day. And also shitting and peeing in the nest. We must shoot the dizzy Where's the anchor? After squatting for half a day and not even seeing a shadow, Yun Xiao wouldn't still be sleeping, right? Hisses, I've started working and this guy's still not up? Is he here to work? Or is he here to be a grandpa? Other contestants get up before dawn to move bricks. And their popularity is only a few hundred or a few thousand. He is good. Sleep until the sunrise, the result of 500,000 online squatting. I suspect that he is the program group stuffed in the hearts and minds of the people. Can be too awesome. After an overnight explosion, the live stream brought together admirers. Results: a hard look at the clouds and an hour's sleep. It's a scene unheard of in the history of live variety. Change it to someone else. Anchors don't make appearances and get called out for it long ago. No surprises. The situation on Cloudy's side was also informed by the program. Early in the morning, the whole program was a mess. Truly, that's an unorthodox way for number 37 to go. The data blew up straight away before the people even got up. All the staff were caught off guard. Being caught off guard by the flurry of activity. Doubt it's a bug in the system. Supervisory staff threw down their computers. Rush into the director's office. It's not good. Director, no. 37's live room is overflowing with popularity. 500,000 popularity online. Because of the traffic brought in by 37, our show's ratings, overnight, skyrocketed by 4.2 percentage points. The top 3 microblogging hot searches are all dominated by 37. All about what happened yesterday. No. 37's ranking, from 89th yesterday, has soared to first place overnight. Hundreds of thousands of popularity, in watching No. 37 sleep. This is the first time since the start of our program. Should we tell him to get up? Learn the news. the director who was beautifully drinking tea and watching the live broadcast of a beautiful woman, choking and coughing. What the hell? 37. The contestant who drove over the speed limit yesterday? He's still on air and hasn't been penalized by the traffic police? The director asked suspiciously. No, the traffic police brigade came out with a notice saying that he was acting with bravery. Not only impunity but also reward. The director was dumbfounded. Rush online to check up on the news. This look shocked him enough. Nima. How else can it work? The CPU almost didn't dry up and burn out with all the twists and turns of this episode. Then he clicked into the live feed and looked at it again. Obviously not live. But it was a screen full of 666. There were so many pop-ups that they covered the screen. Now the others were dumbfounded. Director. This is already an hour overtime. 37 has not yet worked. This. We count him as absenteeism? Should we make contact? We can't have 500,000 people watching him sleep. Can we? The supervisory employee asked bitterly. Words. The director then looked back with a strange expression on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, the program can't interfere with a contestant's personal behavior, except in special circumstances. 37 sleeping minors, the repercussions of which he will be personally responsible for everything. The chauffeur's side of the company will be penalized without us having to worry about it. The word is this, but think of the live feed. At the moment, there are 500,000 people waiting to go live. It is also outrageous enough. People contestants hate to serve the audience, as if they were grandpas. You're good. You sleep like a grandpa and keep the audience waiting. What is this called? Key. The live audience is still willing. The corners of his mouth twitched hard. The director sighed darkly. Forget it, let him be. I believe no. 37 will get up later. Aha! This later? It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Moreover, it wasn't Cloudy who took the initiative to get up. Was woken up by the phone ringing. The call was from Huang Qiuya. In fact, she'd made several calls all morning. Nah, Cloudy was sleeping like a dead pig. It hadn't been woken up until this moment. The purpose of the call was simple, to thank Cloudy properly. Thanks to the video of last night's interview. It's exploding all over the internet. She was praised by the company's leadership and was able to skip the internship phase and successfully transition to the new position. That's why she wanted to tell Yun Xiao the good news and invite him for a meal on the way. However, since Yun Xiao was participating in a program, the meal naturally had to be postponed to a fixed time. Say yes. When you're free, call again. Getting Yun Xiao's agreement, Huang Qiuya happily hung up. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed saw the scene. Netizens' minds are blown. 2-6. Sleeping in until 10 a.m. And having a beautiful woman treat you to dinner. Is this a part-time job? It's like the life of a god for a lord. I'm sore. I'm on acid. I'm also a chauffeur. I sleep later than a dog every day. Why don't I have a chance like this? After 5 hours of waiting in his live room, this pussy finally got up. As a result, the good show has not yet begun. To the single dog is a bludgeoning injury. I've never seen such an unreliable anchor. If he hadn't been woken up by a phone call, would he have slept until 12 a.m.? When are you going to work? Are we going racing or driving a backhoe today? I downloaded yesterday's video and watched it 100 times. It's more exciting than unclogging a girl's drain. Cloudy just wanted to lie down and take a nap. A look at the cell phone. The whole thing was a jolt. Bad. Oversleeping. He slapped his thigh before remembering himself in a program. Can't believe I forgot about this one. Just then, the cell phone rang again. Crooked manager. Good morning. Cloudy had a little bit of a heart attack. The caller was none other than the regional manager of DDT. It's not a checkup, is it? It's over. Is it going to be a payroll deduction? Yun Xiao pondered in his mind how to explain. On the phone, the manager's mouth twitched slightly. Numb nuts. It's almost noon and you're telling me good morning? Got a face? However, what was unexpected was this. Instead of scolding, the manager made a 180-degree turn in attitude. Harmoniously, he said, Xiao Xiao. The Ninghai Racing Organizing Committee contacted me early in the morning, wanting you to help film a racing promotional video. Yesterday's incident, you did a good job. Give our company a big face. Not only did you save someone, but you also brought fire to the social atmosphere. And it said that you're a benchmark for bravery. So on behalf of the company, I'll give you a cash award of $3,000 plus 3 days of paid vacation. If you're not on the show, I think it's reasonable to give 30,000. Society needs positive energy. In addition, the Champions Trophy and certificate, also given down, as well as the traffic brigade, cancelled your punishment, and given a reward of $500. When the time comes, you go and collect it. Hearing this, Yun Xiao was obviously stunned. Originally he was worried. because of the speeding thing. Will the traffic brigade revoke his driver's license? Didn't realize. Not only is there no shit, there's a reward. Yun Xiao was instantly relieved. Beyond that, there's also a $3,500 incentive. Not as much as 10,000 yesterday though, but a mosquito leg is still meat. But, he can't see the live feed right now. For what you've become on fire online. Didn't know that. As for any racing championships, Cloudy didn't take it seriously at all. There was a rush to save lives. What do you think? That. Yun Xiao dryly coughed twice. Manager, I don't want the trophies and certificates. Can I discount them? Manager? Nice guy. Are you addicted to money? Using me as an ATM? They'll reach out to you. They're official. Have a better attitude. As for discounting, I'm afraid it's not very good. The manager said helplessly. No, even if it doesn't work. Thank you, manager. Cloudy was a little sorry, but thanked him anyway. The manager suddenly said, but, because you are in the competition, 3 days of vacation if you cannot use it, then I can give you a discount. Just according to twice the overtime pay to give. Mezzo hangs up the phone. It wasn't long before a traffic brigade did get in touch. Because Cloudy didn't have time and couldn't come to the scene, the two sides then added each other's WeChat. Plus the company gives incentives. A total of $3,500 was credited. Receiving the money, Cloudy throws it away with gusto. Go downstairs and pay a lump sum for half a month's room. It saves you from having to find a place to sleep when the time comes. Key. The bed in the king room was especially soft, like pillowing on a girl's thigh. It made Yun Xiao a little reluctant to leave. After eating breakfast, Cloudy started to skate around on his little electric donkey. And at this point, ding, Cloudy's cell phone page. New orders pop up as well. Departure point, Unit 1, Building 18, Furon Yunshan Villa Complex, Destination Ninghai International Airport. Estimated mileage, 25 kilometers. Estimated cost, $67. Whether or not to take orders? Ding, order taken successfully. 10 minutes later, Yun Xiao rode a small electric donkey to the downstairs of the customer's neighborhood. Downstairs, there stood a man in his 30s. There was a business car parked next to it. Yun Xiao waved. Master, wait for me. I'll go get the luggage. Okay. The man ran his ass back. In no time at all, he came out dragging a black suitcase and several large bags. Need a hand? No ha. I'll be fine on my own. You go sit in the car. The man shook his head and opened the trunk, laboriously lifting his luggage and stuffing it in. Be careful the whole time. I'm afraid I'll bump into something. Seeing this, Yun Xiao didn't care. It's probably in the box. Something precious. Don't want to get bumped and broken. When Cloudy got into the driver's seat and prepared to start the car, the man closed the trunk and came over and tapped him on the shoulder. Boy, you go in the back seat. What? Cloudy was dumbfounded. Am I mistaken? The client is not him? It occurred to me that if it was a case of mistaken identity, I should be complained about again later. He hastily pulled out his cell phone, glanced at the order, and asked, may I ask if you are the owner of license plate number XXXX? Did you call for a chauffeur? That's right, it's me. The man nodded. This, Cloudy was a little bit screwed won't. The man smiled and explained. Oh, don't get me wrong young man. Here's the thing. I'm a clean freak and don't like to ride in other people's cars. I'll take the car to the airport, please, and just bring it back. After all, if you're asked to drive twice, you must have to pay extra. Hear that? The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched viciously. Then why don't you order at the airport? The airport is in a remote location and this thing definitely won't work. So it's not like you're going to have to take a cab there, is it? The man laughed and pointed at Cloudy's little folding electric donkey. Well, that's a pretty good point. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Po ha ha ha, laughing, calling a chauffeur over and then chauffeuring him. What's this guy's brain doing? Cloudy, family members, who understands received so many orders. I have never seen such outrageous requirements. You give me a chauffeur driver. This is not robbing the job? Coward, you've finally taken the job. Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. The other contestants, who have been working for hours, are just now getting to work, and as a result, they're right in the middle of touching the fish on their first order. Nima, it's almost 11 o'clock. It's time for lunch after this order. Next, the two men got in the car. Cloudy sat in the back seat as the man drove toward the airport. From this side to Ninghai Airport, there are dozens of kilometers. It's going to be on for at least half an hour. Idle boredom. Cloudy looked out the window at the scenery. Without realizing it, he dozed off again. This scene, watching the live streaming netizens clenched their teeth. Chow, this appears to be working, right? Not only was he being chauffeured, but he was sleeping squarely in the back. How long have you been up? Can you sleep? Did the show hire you to swing for the fences? It's outrageous. Until the car stopped with a sharp brake. He just woke up. One look out the window and the airport is here. After getting out of the car, the man opened the trunk and carried the heavy suitcase down. Cloudy was a little embarrassed. He was a chauffeur and froze and slept the whole way. Here, let me help you. No, 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 just carry my packages for me. I'll do the boxes myself. The man smiled and refused. Cloudy was puzzled. What? You've got a treasure in this box, and you won't let anyone touch it? However, he didn't think much of it and headed towards the waiting hall with his package. The man was dragging his suitcase, still careful as ever. The two walked into the terminal. It's not boarding yet. You need to go through security first. The hall was packed. It's all about the flow of people to and from major cities and other countries. Ninghai International Airport. The traffic is in the hundreds of thousands of times a day. The radio is broadcasting current flight information. Come to the security checkpoint. Cloudy lifted the suitcase and placed it on the conveyor belt. Man walks up to metal security gate. Undergo a full-body scanning probe by a security screener. After checking that there were no problems, he went to the X-ray security machine and waited for his luggage. Next to it, a staff member stares at a computer screen, reviewing the items on the conveyor belt in detail. Any prohibited items detected through X-ray are promptly intercepted. On the screen, a fluoroscopic view of the X-ray was displayed. It's all about daily necessities, traveling clothes, electronics and digital, etc. Everything is logical. Help passengers finish carrying their luggage. Ling Xiao was ready to say goodbye and drive the car back. Just then, he overheard the computer screen next to him. A bizarre picture flashed. An X-ray scan revealed a bomb in the suitcase. Hiss. Yun Xiao's scalp went numb and he drew a breath of cold air. Even weirder, an inspector at the operating table. A quick tap on the icon and the bomb disappeared, returning the scan to normal in the screen. After doing so, the security officer looked at the monitor as if nothing had happened. Lighten up the batch. Then scan the next box. Cloudy Sky, who had noticed this scene throughout. The whole thing is going to blow up. He made it clear that he could see clearly. There will be no mistakes. It is the bomb. It's him. It's that guy's suitcase from earlier. Yun Xiao had a horrified look on his face, looking at the man who got the black suitcase and walked towards the terminal. People are numb. Bomb. Why would he put a bomb in his suitcase? No wonder. I thought he was acting strange just now. How that box won't let itself be touched. The thought of actually staying all the way with a box of bombs. Yun Xiao was so afraid afterward that a cold chill ran down his spine. The whole thing felt like it had been shoved into an ice hole. Cold from head to toe. This shit. It's strolling in front of the ghost gate, and worshipping the king of hell. Even scarier. Surprisingly, the security guards didn't stop them, much less call the police. Rather, it's God knows what's going on. Tapped off the bomb message. What's this for? Is it one of them? Men who are, in fact, terrorists. It's an airport. It's heavily trafficked. If the bomb goes off, who knows how many people will die. If he's allowed to board a plane with a bomb, it's even scarier. Cloudy didn't dare to think any further. A layer of cold sweat covered his forehead. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed saw the scene. The netizens in front of the screen had their souls in shock. Crouching, crouching, crouching. Am I seeing things? It's a real bomb? It's not a fake? This is too much, isn't it? Could it be a script? Boarding a plane with a bomb. This is the rhythm of dying together. I'm a ninja. The moment the security guard got rid of the bomb just now, my man blew up. This must be a spy. Infiltrated. What are you thinking? Call someone. We have to stop him before he boards the plane, or else everyone on board is doomed. You're out of your mind. What if he detonates it at this hour? The airport will be flattened. Call the police. This is an extremist terrorist. Not easy to deal with. Men are seen dragging suitcases. Walked into the terminal and found a seat. Cloudy gradually regained his composure. Without thinking, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and called the police. Airport bomb scare. The stakes are high. It was beyond his ability to fix. The opposite side connects quickly. Hello, is that you calling the police? Looking at the boarding information, there were only 20 minutes left. Yun Xiao took a deep breath and said bluntly, "There's a bomb at the airport. Uncle, police, come quickly." What? The operator on the other end was startled. Some disbelief. How can there be a bomb at an airport in broad daylight? What do you think security is for? This gentleman, please don't joke around. Spreading false information is against the law. Yun Xiao was anxious. Really, I saw it with my own eyes. A black suitcase with a bomb inside. That person is still inside the airport. If it's any later, it'll be too late. Listening to Yun Xiao's tone didn't sound like he was joking. The operator became serious. Okay, wait there, we'll be right out. Come on, better get the SWAT team together. I'm afraid you guys can't handle it. The phone hangs up. Cloudy hid in the side and quietly observed. Seeing that the man did not do anything overly aggressive, it was only then that he breathed a long sigh of relief and put his heart back into it for the time being. During this time, people have been coming and going from the airport. Yun Xiao just stared at the man and did not act rashly. After all, that thing is a bomb. In case you hit the hay. What if we are forced to die together? He didn't want to give his life away. As the day wore on, the gates for this flight were filled with passengers. With less than 3 minutes left, sirens sounded outside. 17 minutes have passed since the alarm was called. After receiving the report, the police did not dare to delay. The traffic brigade was contacted at the first opportunity. The important arterial road to the airport has been cleared. Facilitate their unimpeded access and arrival in the shortest possible time. The police car stopped. A line of heavily armed SWAT officers. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he went straight to the waiting hall. Cloudy hurriedly waved at them. The policeman in the lead, in his early 40s, had a sword brow and a straight face. At the moment, with a serious face, he strides over. Were you the one who called the police about a bomb at the airport? Wait for the other side to approach. Both men looked at each other and froze. It's you? The corner of his eye jumped as Team Chin looked at Yun Xiao. There was a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Yun Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. That what? Police uncle? We meet again, huh? The visitor was no one else. It's the same cop who was at the construction site yesterday. Team Chin was speechless. Yesterday you drove a backhoe and dug up dinosaur eggs and brown bears. It's just a day apart. What a tick. What's going on? Tell me, what the hell is going on? Where did the bomb come from at the airport? The Chin team said without a trace of anger. Yun Xiao was a little embarrassed and said stiffly, Uncle Police, I promise, I definitely saw the bomb just now. It won't be false. When I went through security, the X-rays were scanned, but within a second, they were removed by the security guard. I suspect that they're in cahoots, and that security guard is a mole. Seeing Yun Xiao say this, Team Chin also became serious. Really? That enemy infiltration force? That's awesome. Not just a terrorist attack. And the airport, the most densely trafficked area. The presence of a bomb can be a serious problem. But again, this news can't be publicized. Otherwise, it will certainly cause panic. There are so many people on the scene. Once chaos occurs, the consequences are unimaginable. The point of registration time is about to be reached. The man stood up with his suitcase, walking toward the gate as if nothing had happened. Just then, bam! SWAT officers stormed the terminal. A quick glance at the suitcase in his hand. The man was quickly brought under control. You're surrounded. Don't put up pointless resistance. Hold your head and crouch down. Don't touch that suitcase. Cloudy and Team Chin followed over. Relief at the sight. Team Chin walked quickly to the suitcase. After carefully surveying the area, he immediately ordered, Xiao Zhang, call the demolition experts and have them come over to defuse the bomb. Yes. However, seeing a group of police officers suddenly appear, men looked left and right. Finally, pointing to his nose in confusion, he asked, Are you talking to me? Cut the crap. What's in the case? Be honest. The SWAT officer stared solemnly at the man. Carry a gun on duty to prevent suspects from rioting. Hearing this, the man was even more confused. Mouth wide open. Uncle Cop, there's nothing in my suitcase? Nothing? Team Chin frowned tightly and reprimanded in a cold voice. Someone called the police and said there was a bomb in your case. Do you want to blow up the plane in broad daylight? Hearing the Chin team's words, the passengers around the room gasped backward. A bomb? If there's a bomb on the plane, what will be the consequences? 10,000 meters in the air after flying to the sky for a while. It's mind-numbing just to think about it. The crowd was beyond horrified. The words fell. The man was visibly startled, his jaw dropping. Bomb. Bomb? Uncle Cop, you can't be serious. I'm a good citizen. Where can I get a bomb? Look at the man's overwhelmed appearance. The Chin team got a little suspicious. Chang, wait a minute. Don't rush to the phone. Ha! The police officer who pulled out his cell phone. Junior. Stunned and frozen. Team Chin took a deep breath after that and took a big step forward. Opened the suitcase in front of everyone. Seeing this, the eyes of the police officers snapped. This, Team Chin is too tigerish, isn't it? What if it triggers the bomb's self-destruct mechanism? However, the next moment blew everyone's mind. In the suitcase, apart from clothes, hand-me-downs and all that, where's the bomb? The other officers came forward. After rummaging around, there was indeed nothing. This next, Cloudy was also confused. What's going on? Clearly saw a bomb. How do you open a box and it's gone? Bombs can still grow legs and run away? What the hell? The corners of Team Chin's mouth twitched viciously. Helplessly, he looked at Yun Xiao. Are you looking at it wrong? There's nothing. The clouds were given a whole lot of lack of confidence. I don't think so. What the hell? Suddenly, the airport manager was informed and rushed over. A gang of SWAT officers raided the airport. He thought something big had happened. After listening to the whole incident, he smiled and explained. Comrade policeman, I'm sorry to trouble you with a trip. Actually, the lad wasn't wrong. There was indeed a bomb, but not a real one. Everyone was dumbfounded when that came out. What do you mean? Is it because I'm failing language comprehension? How can you not understand human language? The manager continued. Actually, that's a test for our airport security department, to prevent employees from being lazy. So from time to time, there will be a display of X-rays with icons with dangerous elements mixed in, like bombs, control knives, guns, whatever. That way, employees will click off when they see it as a way to test their alertness at work and to prevent employees from touching the fish. This little brother is the one who saw this and mistook it for a bomb, and he's not an employee of our airport to be aware of that. I apologize on behalf of the airport for any misunderstanding this may have caused. That's when it dawned on the crowd. Airport security, a very important position. It faces countless amounts of traffic every day. A little inattention can lead to missing something dangerous. Once on the airplane, it would be a threat to personal safety. Airports also do this to increase efficiency and to protect the safety of every passenger. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. See this. The live feed blew up as well. The cloudy sky is possessed by the god of bad luck. He said that there was a bomb at the airport and even the SWAT team was alarmed. But in the end, he was busy for half a day and actually made a mess. And the police officers came all the way for nothing. Ha ha ha. You guys look at the expression on the police's face. It's also quite speechless. But this kind of thing is related to the safety of the airport. There is no room for sloppiness. If you report it to the police, you have to go out. Then again, if it were me who encountered this kind of thing, I'm sure I'd misunderstand it too. Who knew there were such rules for security checks? Ask if you don't understand. Is this considered a false police report? Cloudy won't be arrested? It's a good thing it's not a real bomb, or else it'd scare the hell out of people. This is already considered a terrorist attack, and it can definitely be on the international news. Contestant number 37 is so funny. He's given me a whole year's worth of laughs. What should I do? I can't even look at the other contestants' live broadcasts. Yun Xiao stood in place awkwardly. People are numb. Almost didn't die on the spot. It's a fucking disgrace. If there was a crack in the ground he wanted to dive head first into it. Since it's not, all is happy. Team Chin smiled helplessly, turning to look at Cloudy. Moved his lips a few times. Young man, thank you very much for calling the police. Close ranks. Is this a false police report? Strictly speaking, doesn't really count. The real reason was unknown to Cloudy, and it was entirely out of the goodness of his heart. So there's no point in blaming the other side. The police came in a hurry. Going in hurrying. A puff of smoke followed. The police car disappeared from sight. The man looked at Yun Xiao with a bitter smile. Brother, there is no bomb in my car. You can drive back. That really scared me just now. So many SWAT teams and guns. In his entire life, he had never seen such a big battle. I was expecting a good show. As a result, eat melon on your own head. Cloudy was even more embarrassed to hear it. I'm sorry, it's my mistake. The car will go back to you here. I won't take the money. Just don't complain about me. The man waved his hand. Never mind. You didn't mean it. I'm not that small-minded. Seeing that the other party would not pursue the matter, Yun Xiao was relieved. Got a complaint yesterday. Complaints again. It's questionable if the show will even be taped. I saw you pulling the case before, being careful and not letting me touch it, and thought. The man was speechless. The box is filled with hand-me-down toys. These are my babies. Of course I have to be careful. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth jerked. Nice guy. Who knew you had hand-me-downs in your suitcase? Combine that with the bizarre scene at the security check. Anyone in their right mind would think that way. But because of this incident, the crowd was made aware of the importance of security screening. Instead, it serves an educational purpose. Only the security check goes through. It's the only way to make people feel more comfortable flying. Those countless workers who struggle in security positions. Rigorous screening day and night. It's what keeps every flight safe. The scene took place in the live room and was recorded in its entirety by thoughtful viewers. And make a short video and post it online. The stuff that happened yesterday. It's gone viral all over the internet. I don't know how many media anchors are fed by traffic heat alone. As long as it's on the hot seat, it's not uncommon to have hundreds of thousands of powder overnight. And it's all directly cashable money. Such a huge benefit has made these self-media people crazy, deeply digging into the value on the clouds. Squatting on the air early in the morning. The material arrives at the moment. The first time to post the video of the clouds to the account. Sucking in a wave of traffic. It's only been 10 minutes. There are several versions of this out on the internet. Likes and views below each video. Rocketing upwards. Once again, it's rushing to the top of the hot seat. Isn't this the chauffeur driver who drove the excavator yesterday? What's going on today? Crap, a bomb was found at the airport? Is he serious? How come everywhere you go there's something strange and weird? Get rich laughing. A couple of cops were just crouching in front of the suitcase, carefully studying it. Sure it wasn't meant to be funny? Ha ha ha. Without knowing it, everyone was scared to death. Who dared to act rashly when they really thought there was a bomb in their luggage? Requesting the address of the live streaming room. Any kind souls out there? The saddest thing is still that customer. Stalling such a chauffeur. That is really tired. A little hiccup later. Order was restored in the airport. Boarding for boarding. Security for security. There was no need for Cloudy to stay. Saying hello to the airport manager's side. He was ready to leave. As one of the largest airports in the country in terms of passenger traffic, the daily security check is a day-to-day affair. Although customs will do a spot check and audit it first. But it will continue to be checked when we get to this side of the airport. It has been vetted at various levels to minimize contraband. However, the audit is more difficult when the passenger base is large. Inevitably, something will slip through the cracks, and there will always be a percentage of people who will take a chance. Go ahead and drill the security check. Started a smuggling business. Anything for profit. Many of the methods of crime are unimaginable to the common man, and the purpose of security screening is to minimize the risk of smuggling. Effective protection of people's interests. Just as Cloudy was passing through the security metal gate and heading to the parking lot, behind him, a young couple pushing a baby stroller is being tested by a security screener. The young couple walked through the metal gate, opened their arms, and passed through the security wand again. I don't have to sweep when my kid is asleep, right? After receiving the check, the woman pushed the stroller over and smiled. The security guard looked away. The child in the stroller did have his eyes closed. So said, I'll just sweep the stroller. X-ray instruments, which are radioactive to pregnant women and children, generally run into this particular group of people. It's all simply handled, or manually tested. The security officer took a security wand, swept it around the periphery of the stroller a few times, and let it go without finding any problems. After passing through security, the young couple pushed the stroller, talking and laughing as they passed by Cloudy. As the two walked by, a peculiar odor reached the tip of his nose. Cloudy froze. A violent shrug of the nose. Police dog sniffing. In an instant, he smelled an unusual pungent odor from these two. It was the source of that particular odor. Drugs. Yun Zhao's gaze was fixed. Though he'd never seen the drugs, the gene pool data attached to the canine's sense of smell allowed him to instantly recognize them. That, in a nutshell, is the smell of drugs. Crap. It's two drug dealers. Eyes on the young couple walking out of the airport gate. Hail a cab. Cloudy couldn't think about it in detail. Immediately started the car and scurried out with a bang. Stopped the cab just before it reaches the intersection. Crunch! The driver slammed on the emergency brake. Seeing the commercial car that suddenly sprang out, he poked his head out and scolded. Are you sick? Will you drive? Cloudy didn't pay any attention to the driver. With a serious face, jump out of the car. Staring at the young couple, he droned. Stop. You can't leave. Couples who were just about to get in the car and were suddenly stopped, obviously froze. Especially the look in Cloudy's eyes. It made the two men instinctively feel a little panicked. The emotion only appeared for a moment, but it was enough for Cloudy to judge. It means the sense of smell isn't wrong. These two, in all likelihood, are drug dealers. Grass up. The driver thought that Cloudy was deliberately messing up. It's so hard to get a business deal, and I'm going to let you ruin it for me? He rolled up his arms and sleeves. His face was not good. Young man, we have to pay attention to first come first served. You are driving a network car, right? Rob business to my head? Yun Xiao glanced at him and said nonchalantly, these two have drugs that they may be carrying. Are you sure? You want to pull them? What? Drugs? The driver who was on fire earlier. The face snapped. Like a deflated ball. He didn't say a word. Gray drove off. The commotion here also attracted the attention of the airport security personnel. Bam! From the distance a line of people came hurrying. Just got here. Just as he heard Yun Zhao's words, his expression immediately changed drastically. Boy, are you serious? They really had drugs hidden on them? A security officer asked incredulously. Just now, it was the young couple he personally examined. The system shows no problems. Only then will they be released. Therefore, For Yun Zhao's words he was not very trusting. And the young couple, hearing the word drugs, obviously, the body shuddered involuntarily, but soon they were hidden. The expression also returned to normal and didn't let anyone notice the end. The husband jokingly said to Yun Zhao, "Little brother, you're joking. If we have drugs on us, how could we pass the security check? Moreover, are you doubting the security screening capabilities of Ninghai International Airport? They can't check it out, but you can see it with a single glance? Isn't that a bit of a joke?" The husband was very calm and eloquent. It looks like a defense. In reality, he was secretly mocking that Yun Zhao was not self-conscious. That bemused smile at the corner of his mouth. Extremely emboldened. This way, the airport manager has just returned to his office. Someone reported the news of this place up, and without even a drink of water, he hurried over again. "There's drugs? Where?" The security inspector helplessly pointed at Su Chen and reported. "Manager, he said that these two have drugs hidden on their bodies, but they have both passed the security check and there is no problem." The manager glared. When he saw Yun Zhao standing calmly in place, he was stunned. "Young man, why are you still here? Wasn't it explained clearly just now? This is a misunderstanding." Yun Zhao shook his head and said with a grave expression, "It was a misunderstanding just now, but not now." "Ha?" The manager was a little confused. "What isn't and is? Are you shaking me up? I suspect these two are drug dealers. If you don't believe me, just check them out." At those words, the manager took a closer look at Yun Zhao. Sighing, he turned his head to the young couple and said, "Excuse me, you two, we'll have to check your luggage again just in case, so please don't be offended if we've offended you." The husband smiled and was very polite. "That's okay, it's our duty to cooperate with airport security. The luggage is all here, so feel free to check it out, but we have business to attend to, so please hurry." A couple of security officers came forward and opened the luggage. "Search carefully in front of everyone. However, except for clothes, baby items, of indeed nothing. There's no place to hide drugs at all." Cloudy added, "Did you check the milk powder cans?" The security officer's mouth twitched, opened the can of powdered milk again and smelled it. Bottles, diapers, according to what Cloudy said. The security officer checked them all again. Still no luck. "What about the body?" The security officer looked to the manager. The manager had to say stiffly, "Both of you, there's still a search to be done on you. Please cooperate." "It's okay. Search." The young couple stepped forward graciously and allowed security to search them. Turned inside out, except for a cell phone, ID and a small amount of cash. Again, nothing was found. The whole crew was silent. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Everywhere that should be searched was searched. And if there were drugs, they would have turned them up long ago. The manager twisted his head to look at Cloudy. "Patience has been worn out. Lad, we've done what you asked, but as you can see, there really is nothing. If, however, you get in the way of airport security again, I'm going to have to ask security to kick you out." He suspects. Did this kid come here on purpose to make trouble? That incident before. It's safe to say you didn't know about it. Extenuating circumstances. But how do you explain it now? All checked twice, and no trace of any drugs. Little brother, I think you should apologize to me. You have offended me and my wife. I hope you can give me an explanation. The husband said nonchalantly. Live streamers who witnessed the scene can't be taught at the moment. Crap, what does Cloudy want? First he says there's a bomb. Now he says there's drugs? Is he getting into trouble with airport security? The problem is that the investigation was also conducted and resulted in nothing. And now that people want to hold him accountable, I'm afraid it's a bit of a problem. Good man, I'd be pissed off, too. Being called a drug dealer for no reason is a stigma you can't afford. Who doesn't know? Dragon Kingdom is the toughest country in the world in terms of anti-drugs. If there are drug dealers, they won't be able to pass through customs. Not to mention airport security. That's a bit much. The couple is nice and good looking. How can they be drug dealers? I really don't know why he's doing this. If you want to gain popularity, you don't have to clown around, right? With his current popularity, he can totally maintain it. But this is just a way to get himself into trouble. I'm tempted to turn from pink to black. I think that things aren't that simple. In the previous live broadcasts, Yun Zhao wasn't a brainless person. There you go. Cloudy, who had become the center of attention in the room, was riding a tiger. Can't. How can there be no drugs? Is it a skill error? Yun Zhao frowned, depressed to death. What a broken skill. Couldn't be stuck in a bug, could it? And it bites back. Now the pressure is all on his side. If a reasonable explanation cannot be given. Disgraceful. Not to mention that there would be a drastic drop in popularity on the air. It wasn't something he wanted to see. Just then, his eyesight overheard the stroller next to him. The head felt like it had suddenly been struck by an aura. A baby? Yeah, It's babies. Throughout, everyone has missed one point. The search has been on 2 adults. Never paid attention to that swaddled baby. When I went through security earlier, the screener was just near the stroller and made a few random sweeps. Who would think of hiding drugs on a baby? Since no one can think, then this is the hardest hit area. The lights are black. There's still one place left to check. Cloudy stared straight at the stroller. One step at a time. What? Are you crazy? You still want to check? Hearing Yun Zhao's words, the manager was confused and speechless. The others also looked dumbfounded. The evidence is overwhelming. Originally, everyone wanted to hear Cloudy's explanation, but the guy's got a one-track mind. That's offending people to death. Sure enough, Cloudy was spotted rushing towards the stroller. The young couple, who had been calm and peaceful before, changed their demeanor drastically. In an instant, he became cranky. Stopping in front of the stroller, he yelled, "Stop, what do you want? Checked, and it turns out we have nothing. Come on people, let's judge. My wife and I were flying with our children and he slandered us as drug dealers and tarnished our reputation. Please must apologize. Otherwise, we won't stop." Unsuspecting eaters have gathered around, pointing at the clouds. What's wrong with youngsters nowadays? The quality is so bad that they dare to openly slander others in broad daylight? What's the point of keeping this kind of person? We must call the police. You're a chauffeur. Just drive your car properly, and you have to go and grab the airport security job? Oh, the key, he cannot find out anything. Misunderstood others. Not only do not apologize, or this attitude is also convinced. Security has already checked twice. It's obvious that it's not but still have to say that people are drug dealers? Are your eyes X-ray scanners? More than professional equipment. I heard that he's a contestant of Heaven's Choice beating worker? I guess he's doing whatever he can for the sake of traffic. Go and file a complaint right away. Don't give him any spoils. Eyes on. The scene was crowded. The manager frowned. It would have been a small thing that could have been solved with an apology. But this chap, I don't know what to think. Nonsense that the two are drug dealers. Keep going again. It would have to have an impact on the reputation of the airport. Young man, I understand that you want to be a good person, but you have to be factual. If you can't search, apologize. After all, you're not in the right. Making a big deal out of it won't help anyone. However, Yun Xiao did not stop. Just now, the moment he approached the stroller, suddenly, there was a pungent odor. It was several times stronger than the odor just now. He can be sure. Drugs, hidden in the stroller, and mixed in with the pungent odor was the smell of a formalin-soaked corpse. Like the smell of a corpse mixed with chemicals. The ingredients are complex. Yun Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. A bold and crazy idea came to mind. The young couple became horrified at this moment. Their first thought was that they mustn't let Cloudy get close to the stroller, or else it would be over. Seeing the other side getting closer and closer, the two became even more panicked, yelling hysterically, "What do you want? Stay back. Our child is asleep. Please don't wake him." Seeing this scene, the surrounding people couldn't look away. There has been a flurry of condemnation of the clouds. Someone took out their cell phone and posted the scene they captured online. Does your airport care anymore? This is considered an invasion of civil privacy, right? He's not a security officer. So what qualifications does he have to inspect us? The husband turned his head and yelled in a colorful voice. The manager was just about to stop it. Cloudy suddenly stopped in his tracks. The eyes moved away from the stroller and stared coldly at her husband. The look made her husband's heart stutter. It was as if all secrets were pierced. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh, just asleep? Yun Xiao opened his mouth indifferently. Then he looked around. Have you not realized by now that this child sleeps too much? Everyone was stunned when these words came out. What do you mean? There's a lot of commotion around and this child isn't waking up. Don't you think that's unusual? Calm words were thrown out, but it was like a thunderbolt thrown down from the ground. Everyone was confused. Yeah, children's sense of hearing is very sensitive. This is something that parents with children know all too well. At home, even if you talk a little louder, you are afraid of disturbing your children. So much noise at the scene. It's so wrong to have a baby in a stroller, but sleeping with no movement at all. Originally, everyone hadn't noticed, but after the clouds mentioned the point, swish, eyes fell in unison to the stroller. The child showed half of his side face. The skin is very white, lying motionless in the car. It did look like he was asleep, but it always felt a little less normal. It's too quiet, like a lifeless doll. The husband became even more flustered and a strong sense of crisis developed. You're being forceful. My child is asleep and certainly won't wake up for a while. Humph. What's so unusual about that? See how he's forcing his composure. Cloudy was a bit amused. Oh, is it not going to wake up, or won't wake up? Words. Her husband's breath hitched and his face twitched hard twice. This subtle reaction. It was also keenly captured by Yun Xiao. I don't understand what you're talking about. Besides, the child is so small. What could be hidden in his body? Even if I were really a drug offender, I wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. We have business to leave as a couple, so please get out of the way. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Didn't you ask me to apologize? What? Do you want to leave in such a hurry? The manager realized by now that something was wrong. Immediately, a wink was given to the security officer. Quietly blocked the exit. Yun Xiao continued. You can't hide anything on the child. But what if it's hidden inside? With or without you, I'm afraid you know best. What? The two couples' eyes grew more and more frightened. Is he the devil? How do you know everything? Originally, the crowd would have been skeptical. But at this moment, when he took a look at the two couples, he couldn't help but become even more skeptical. It's hard not to. Is this kid really right? The two do have issues? At this, the crowd became a bit overwhelmed. No one expected that. Suddenly there's a 180-degree turn. But what they couldn't figure out was, if the two men were really drug dealers, where were the drugs hidden? It's impossible on a child. At a glance, the young couple's foreheads were cold and sweaty, trying to push the stroller and run though. But the exits have been blocked by airport security. Can't run away at all. Gentlemen, do you mind if we check on the kids? The manager asked politely, but his tone had hardened. Husband's scalp is going to explode. He hissed angrily. He's slandering me. How could I possibly use my child to hide poison? It's my own child. It's a travesty. Hearing him say that, some people did agree. Parenting. How could you do such an unconscionable thing? It's hard to believe. Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. It's true that normal parents can't do such things, but what about parents who are drug dealers themselves? As far as I know, there have been parents who have had their children swallow drugs in order to sell them as a way to avoid security tests. They put the drugs in a capsule, cover the outer layer with honey, put it in the baby's mouth and swallow it. This method of drug transportation is called poison mules and is specifically chosen to be carried out on babies who are only a few months old and have not developed teeth. Because once the capsule is bitten through, the child is poisoned and dies alive, which can add to the cost. But babies used as poison mules are limited in size. They can't swallow much in their young bodies, and the survival rate of babies that have gone through a single shipment of poison is very small. So another, more deranged form of drug transportation was born. Speaking of which, Yun Xiao stared closely at the young couple. An icy glint came from his eyes. Now, I'll tell you, why doesn't the baby cry and stay quiet? The reason is, he is dead. Wow. The words fell. The whole room was stunned. The crowd stared incredulously at the stroller. The child in the car had a miserable white face. It was as if it confirmed these words of Yun Xiao. The young couple, at the moment, could no longer maintain their composure. A face full of panic stared at Cloudy. Can't figure it out even if I think about it. How exactly did Cloudy see through it? The manager's eyes widened as he asked, what exactly is this other way of transporting drugs you speak of? Taking a deep breath, a touch of heaviness was added to Yun Xiao's face. The words were slightly muffled. After they kill the child, they just cut open the baby's stomach, pull out the internal organs, and then soak the body in formalin liquid to prevent it from rotting. Then, the drugs are stuffed into the hollowed-out babies and the bellies are sewn up and smuggled in this extremely cruel way. You guys are worse than animals. The scene was silent. All of them, blown away by the words. 3 views were shattered all over the place. Not only do you use children to transport drugs, and killed the child and used the body to hide the poison. This can no longer be described as shocking. A tiger's poison does not yet eat its children. It's simply dehumanizing. Appalling. Manager and airport staff, stunned, his eyes bugged out. Such an unthinkable form of smuggling was also unheard of in their careers. The crowd backed up in fear, their eyes horrified. Popularity +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1. The heads of the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded in numbness. Popularity exploded instantly. Oh, my God, it's so scary. Is it really true? Is the baby theirs? How could they do that? You have to know that you can't use common sense to deduce what drug dealers do. This is a bunch of heartless people. For the sake of profit, there's nothing this bunch of beasts can't do. Animal? This is an insult to the beasts. A child so young was brutally murdered, using the body to hide drugs. These drug dealers should be dragged out and shot quickly. Outrageous. Unprecedentedly outrageous. If what Yun Xiao said is true, then they have simply pulled down the lower limit of humanity. Without secular moral constraints, the evil of human nature will be unlimitedly amplified. And it is not surprising to do this kind of thing. Just look at the expression of those two people. That is, the panic of secrets being poked and prodded. The moment. Airport security gathered around in a moment. The masses who condemned the clouds before. It also turned its spear and stared at the two men dead in the face. in the face of an agitated crowd, and a shrinking encirclement. The young couple had long been overwhelmed with fear. In his haste, he tried to take advantage of the chaos to escape, and this scene further corroborated Yun Zhao's speculation. Everyone's face was in a state of anger. Keep an eye on both couples to prevent them from escaping. Cloudy strides over to the stroller. Wow! One pulls back the awning. Next, the true face of the baby was exposed to all eyes. The skin is pale. There was not the slightest trace of blood. Even now, making such a big noise, he, too, did not wake up, didn't even bat an eyelid. See this scene. Everyone's eyelids fluttered. The hairs on his body stood on end. It was as if a tub of cold water had been poured from head to toe. Without hesitation, Cloudy pulled out his cell phone and dialed the police again. This is the police station. What can I do for you? The opposite side connects quickly. Crooked? It's me. The one who just called the police at the airport, and I'm going to call the police. Operator? Nice guy. You're fucking addicted to reporting alarms. It never ends, does it? Sir, we've arranged for officers to go over there, so please don't repeat the call. The operator's face darkened. No, it was a misunderstanding earlier. There are no bombs at the airport, but this time it's true. I found drug dealers at the airport. Operator. So what? The cops are gone. Can you get them to come back again? Sir, please don't joke around. It's against the law to occupy a public security police line for no reason. Cloudy was in a hurry. Apparently, the other guy treated him like he had nothing better to do. I'm not kidding. It's true. There really are drug dealers at the airport, and they may be involved in a child trafficking case. If I were to lie to you, you could take me in and step on a sewing machine, but I wouldn't dare amuse myself with a policeman. It could be heard that Yun Zhao's tone was indeed anxious. The opposite side was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll go notify the police who came out. You stay where you are. Don't let the drug dealers get away. Okay, you guys hurry up. I'm afraid the drug dealers will get violent and hurt people. The other end. Team Chin just returned to the police station. I didn't even have time to take a sip of water before I got another call out to the police. What? Still going to the airport? I just went and checked it out. It's a system check. No. The other party called the police to say they found drug dealers. Please go over there again to make sure it's true. Ha? A drug dealer? The Chin team was dumbfounded. Seriously? Can you give me a break? That kid is really my nemesis. Okay, I'll be right there. Team Chin was speechless. If there's a drug dealer, say so. This slips back and forth. I'm on the verge of becoming a fucking police dog. But if it's really a drug offender, this is a serious matter. He didn't dare take it lightly. Hurry up and call someone and wind up heading straight for the airport again. 10 minutes later, heavily armed SWAT officers are once again at the airport. Quickly form an encirclement. The young couple who still had a glimmer of hope when they saw this. Instant despair. This time, there is really no escape. The Dragon State is cracking down on drugs like never before. With the amount of smuggling they do, if they get caught, it's jail time. The two men's eyes froze and they completely collapsed. Team Chin strides toward the scene. The first thing I saw was the stroller in the center of the crowd. The moment his gaze landed on the baby, his face changed in vain. It looks like there's a real accident this time. Intuition as a police officer recognizes it instantly. Something's obviously wrong with this kid. I'm afraid he's long dead. There's no semblance of vitals. He walked over to the stroller, glanced at the child in it, sighed for a moment, and slowly took the child out. Next, Team Chin frowned and immediately noticed the anomaly. The child's small frame was unusually heavy and very much out of character for its age. Lift the swaddling clothes. The child's face is completely exposed. The face was a grayish color. Eyes squeezed shut and his entire body stiffened. A motionless presentation of a curled-up nest position. Obviously dead for a long time. Wow! The scene was sensational to actually see the child in his current state. Where have some of the less psychologically capable people seen such bizarre images? Vomit on the spot. Vomit. Someone started it, and it was as if a chain reaction had been set off. More and more people began to dry heave. Team Chin frowned. With the swaddling clothes open, the putrid stench of this baby's body slowly dissipated, along with a pungent odor of chemicals. For a while, the scene vomited even more violently. Many people turned away and covered their noses. The odor of the body was substantially reduced due to the formalin soaking, which mitigated the corruption of the body. But it's not something that regular people can tolerate. It smoked a lot of people's eyes. Cloudy also felt his stomach flip. His canine sense of smell is much more acute and stimulated than normal. If I didn't have enough stamina, I'd probably have thrown up my breakfast. The Chin team took a deep breath and adjusted their breathing. Lift the clothes off the baby. A suture the length of an adult's arm spreads from the baby's neck, all the way to the belly button. All of them were greatly shocked. Yun Xiao's pupils shrunk. An inexplicable anger welled up inside. The surgical incision, simply stitched up with cotton twine. Extremely rough handling. The skin inside flares out, stirred into a ball by cotton twine, like a hideous centipede. This kind of powerful image is much more exciting than watching a TV show. And there's no mosaic. The shocking force that was brought about caused a psychological breakdown for many melon eaters. The airport manager, who had been forcing himself to stay calm, also clutched a trash can and started vomiting. Even a couple of young police officers couldn't take it. Vomit. Dry heaves were heard. Team Chin chided. What's that like? Calm down. Have the coroner come over here and bring the drug-sniffing dog. Soon, the coroner and the drug dog arrived. Dissect the baby first. Sure enough, out of his stomach came a bag of white flour. Initial estimate, 5 or 6 kilograms. No wonder it's so heavy. One of the bags was opened and allowed to be sniffed by a drug dog, which confirmed that it was undoubtedly drugs. This next. The incident is watertight. Young couple identified as drug smugglers. They hide drugs in corpses by gutting babies, trying to avoid security. Concealment. This unthinkable way of hiding drugs in the human body. It directly crushed the crowd's 3 views and rubbed them on the ground. And it almost worked for them, if it wasn't for the clouds. Once the shipment of drugs hits the market, how many families and how many people will be harmed? The airport manager shuddered at the thought. This is slight evidence of the negligence and lack of security at their airport. Okay. Eventually, drugs were successfully intercepted. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Live streamers watched the entire incident. Scared out of my wits in the middle of the day. Crap, I'm not sure if I'm right, but I've been told by Yun Xiao, these two are really drug dealers. No, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Killing babies and gutting them to hide drugs just to avoid airport security. Is this the same world I live in? It's inhuman. They don't deserve to be called human beings anymore. They don't even have a bit of humanity. For the sake of money, for the sake of profit, human lives are no better than ants under their feet for them. They kill when they say so. Finally know why the country to crack down on drugs. Every year sacrificed in the anti-drug post of the frontline police. It is countless. Without their selfless pay, which has our happy life? War. All the time. Only because we are fortunate to be born in a peaceful country. The real drug dealers are 100 times more vicious than in the movies. I'm more and more convinced that human nature is inherently evil, and all the morals and norms in this world are just a step to lead people to goodness. And once human nature is unrestrained, it's an infernal purgatory. Next, Team Chin began to direct the scene and disperse the crowd. Cuff these two and take them back for a proper interrogation. See if you can dig up anything. I didn't expect such an appalling drug smuggling incident to occur on the borders of Ninghai City. Young man, you also come with us and cooperate in taking a statement. Team Chin spoke to Yun Xiao again. Yun Xiao was helpless. That's fine, but I still have to drive this car back. Which one of you will help? Team Chin twisted his head and shouted, Xiao Zhang, you drive. Young man, you send the address to Xiao Zhang. Holler, someone to help with the work. Yun Xiao immediately agreed with joy. 666. Come when the customer as a driver. Go back to the police as a driver. In the end who is a chauffeur? Chauffeur this work. All let him do out of the 8 provinces governor's style, but also white whoring a single income. Don't be unconvinced. Cloudy is trying to cooperate with the case, and the discovery of drug dealers at the airport is not a trivial matter. That's it. You're so good at that. The cops chauffeur you around too. Just as the line was leaving, a sudden burst of applause erupted from the silent crowd. With that, a middle-aged older woman walked out, came to Yun Xiao and bowed. Embarrassed. Young man, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now. Next, more and more people came out, all apologizing to Cloudy. Before, Cloudy stopped the young couple. They, the munchers. Indiscriminately, he made a flurry of accusations against Yun Xiao. Right now it just felt like my face was on fire. Facts, Cloudy was alright. Otherwise, it would be a real disaster. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All of them bent down and sincerely apologized. Go ask Cloudy for forgiveness. The Chin team and the airport manager were surprised, especially the manager, witnessing the whole thing with his own eyes. He looked at Yun Xiao differently. This kid is a treasure. Young man, thank you for today. If you hadn't stopped them, the consequences of this shipment of drugs would have been very serious once they were smuggled out. To this, all were in agreement, especially the police officers present. They all cast kind glances at Yun Xiao. The manager smiled slightly and continued, but I have a doubt. Even the security checked them out. How did you know that the drugs were hidden in the baby's stomach? This statement was made. The gazes of the crowd fell on Yun Xiao in unison. In fact, they were puzzled. This couple's disguise. It's just too good. I'm afraid that in the place of any of them, it will also feel fine. Cloudy was stunned by the question. That's a really tough question to answer. Is it hard to say that your nose is better than a dog's? Is it the smell? Really? Then he'd have to be pushed up on a lab table to be studied in sections. Yun Xiao snorted and casually babbled. Actually, I've studied forensics. And from this child's physical characteristics, it's obvious that something is wrong. I've seen the news before that drug mules are popular over in Southeast Asia, where drugs are made into pills for babies to swallow. So I'm guessing that the drugs could be hidden in babies. I just didn't realize they were more ruthless, emptying their guts out and stuffing them all with drugs. This explanation, in fact, makes sense. It's just that most people are too nice. Who would have thought? Can human nature be so utterly evil? Using the hollowed out shells of babies to smuggle drugs, breaking the bottom line of human decency and morality. Extremely disgusting. Shameless, the manager exclaimed. To be honest, I'm quite shocked today. You've all made me realize that it's quite a pity that such a level doesn't come to work in security. Although our airport has gone to great lengths to improve the reliability of security audits, there are still inevitably leaks, and there is no guarantee that there won't be a next time when there is an accident like today. Speaking of this, he looked at Yun Xiao excitedly. Young man, are you interested in coming to work in airport security? Just nod your head and I'll transfer you right over. A monthly salary of 10,000, 6 insurance and 1 gold, and the opportunity to travel abroad twice a year, and you'll be promoted to supervisor within 5 years. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Airport work is not accessible to the general public. It's a little tougher, but the benefits are good. It also pays well and you get paid to travel abroad every year. Where can I find such a good job? Many people cast envious glances. Cloudy was confused and embarrassed. What's with the live pull? That. Sorry about that. I'm just a chauffeur. I can't do the security check. Why don't you find someone else? Valet? The manager was full of consternation. Isn't it a forensic doctor? How come you're a substitute driver again? What the hell does this kid do? He was so wound up by Cloudy that he was skeptical. Ahem. Cloudy was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. There's no way to explain it. The more you explain it, the more confusing it gets. Seeing that Yun Xiao had no intentions in this regard, the manager had to sigh darkly and pull out a business card and hand it to him. Here's my card. Young man, honestly, with your abilities, being a chauffeur is too condescending. When the day comes that you figure it out, call me and get directly into the program without an exam and shine in a position that benefits the country and the people. Thanks I'll think about it. Cloudy smiled and took it, casually stuffing it into his pocket. Security checks are hard and tiring, not as comfortable as a chauffeur. Besides, he's not going to give up $1 billion bonus. After a while, 2 drug dealers were escorted to the car. Yun Xiao also went back with Team Chin to record a statement. The crowd of eaters dispersed. Order was restored to the airport. But after what just happened, the importance of airport security screening has been taken to the next level in the minds of countless people. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. At one time I couldn't understand why there were strict checks before every airplane ride. You can't even take a lot of things with you, and you have to be fully searched. Now I finally understand. Indeed, I used to scold airport security for being perverted and not humane at all, but after watching Yun Xiao's live broadcast, I can only understand their good intentions. This is to guard the defense of the country's gates for us, just to stop drug dealers, like the ones today, from coming to scourge the nation. Strongly urge airports to step up the strictness of security checks. Only by stopping the bad stuff can we passengers feel more at ease to go on airplanes. Imagine how much panic would have been triggered if that bomb before was real? Just like today's incident. Drug dealers take advantage of people's sympathy to smuggle drugs into babies' stomachs and do this kind of unconscionable thing. In the future, security checks on pregnant women and children must be done, and they will be treated equally. When Yun Xiao came to the police station and finished taking statements, it was already mealtime. Well, why haven't you left yet? The Chin team looked at him suspiciously. Yun Xiao squirmed and was a bit embarrassed. So what? I'm not looking for a quick lunch. It just so happens that I'm hungry. No, the statement was taken. Does your police station take care of food? Team Chin? Good boy. This is a cafeteria. Come here to dine? He laughed and said, you're a real tiger. Can you even eat this? Going through that just now. When he came back, a couple of the young cops didn't look right, hollowing out babies' insides to hide the poison. Bloody picture. This extremely cruel tactic made even he, a veteran police officer, feel uncomfortable. Not to mention this young man, Yun Xiao. And it didn't affect you at all? Sure enough, upon hearing this, several young policemen next to him were dumbfounded. That's it? Still thinking about eating? The thought of that image gave them no appetite at all. The face was always a little wan. Yun Xiao skimmed his lips. What's wrong with that? Mentally strong people don't care about such minutiae. Say, do you guys want to join in? All puked up, right? No, no, no. A couple of cops shook their heads into rattles. Numb nuts. This kid is really pugnacious. Team Chin gave a thumbs up. Young man, a man of honor. I finally realized why the airport manager hired you to be a security checker. For that kind of mental toughness, I think you're pretty good at coming to be a cop. Why don't you think about it? Ahem. Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. Thank you Team Chin for the love huh? If the rice in your police force is good, I will consider it. Team Chin laughed bitterly. Come on. Forget I said it. No surprises. Cloudy's divine maneuver at the airport in the morning. The first time was made into a short video by netizens and put online. Inside the program office building, the staff took their cell phones and hurried into the director's office. What's wrong? Panicking again? The director continued to swipe the beauty video and calmly sipped his tea. Director, look at this. The staff member hands over the cell phone. The director took it suspiciously. Took a look at it and it was all Twitter hits. Hashtag airport alarms for bombs? Number 37 makes a mess. Hashtag is it illegal to accidentally file a false police report? Hashtag reverse. Drug dealer found at airport. Hashtag shocked. Drug dealer empties baby's guts to hide drugs. Hashtag. The hot list was flooded with prominent headlines. The last two hot topics. It was all topped within an hour. Before that, the heat from the airport bomb hadn't died down. There's a new hot take. Just in time for the noon break, Cloudy's heat index exploded directly. The comments section has fallen even further. Didn't we say it was a farce? It really happened. Terrifying. To actually hollow out a baby's internal organs to hide poison? Who could think of this and still be found out by Yun Xiao? Hiss. This content is simply subversive. Killing a child as a chicken? Movies don't even dare to play such a large scale. Begging for the psychological shadow area of the passengers present. It is said that the bodies are stinking and have been soaked in formalin for a long time. The drug dealers should be killed 1,000 times. It's all true. I'm right here on the air. The plot is exciting as hell. I'm not interested in watching action movies now. I can't get it up. The director clicks on the video. Just in time to see the Chin team lift up the baby clothes. The camera dislikes it directly. He was so scared. He almost didn't pee. Nice guy. Is this something you can watch on the live feed? Can't wait for the show to go out of business sooner rather than later. Even if it has been mosaicked. But you can still feel the thrill through the screen. The director asked nastily. Is this, all 37 screwed up? The employee smiled bitterly. Yes, should this matter be managed? After all, it's too appalling. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the authorities. The director thought about it and waved his hand. No need, just keep broadcasting. This is not a good thing for the program. This kind of bizarre event brings its own heat. Moreover, anti-drug work our country has always been physically active. Because of the heat of the clouds, it can also play an educational significance, so that the masses understand the necessity of anti-drug. You go get the PR department to write some articles and repost these videos to give 37 some good publicity. When he's hot, the show is hot. After the other guy left, the director grabbed his headphones, turned off the video of the beautiful woman's live broadcast, and clicked into the Cloudy live broadcast, drinking tea while watching the live stream with full attention. Ninghai International Airport. There's a high-level meeting going on at the moment. After this baby possession incident, let them be fully aware of the negligent loopholes and incompetence of the security system. Starting today, pregnant women, infants, and the elderly will all be screened when going through security. More than investigate. Investigate hard. Better to be wrong than to let a bad guy go through. The manager looked firm and serious. The powerful words echoed across the conference floor. This time, it's baby drug possession. What will it be later? Could it have been worse? Although it was stopped by Cloudy. If the drug dealers return, the same kind of checks are still in place as before. Special care for so-called special populations. The number of leaks will only increase. These drugs flow into thousands of homes. And how much damage will be done? How many families will be victimized? Drug dealers increase smuggling for huge profits. Sessions. How many more babies will be mercilessly killed and used as drug couriers? It's tantamount to helping a murderer in disguise. The conference room fell silent. The reason for turning a blind eye to special groups like pregnant women and babies in the past, it's because of the fear of trouble. It will be reported by passengers. All know that X-rays are harmful. Many pregnant women and parents with children are reluctant to go along with it. Even, there will be a verbal argument over it. So much so that major airport disruptions have occurred from time to time. There is nothing they can do about such unreasonable passengers. Inevitably, it evolved into indulgence for pregnant women and babies. But things are different now. With this egregious incident, it must be taken very seriously. The Dragon Kingdom has always had zero tolerance for drugs, and airports are a mix of dragons and snakes, bullies and whatever. Who knows how big a mess it could make? Only by strengthening the security system and adopting the toughest measures can such incidents be eliminated once and for all. By the way, those two drug dealers today were discovered by that youngster called Yun Xiao. I think this person is extraordinary. He's not an airport worker, but he's incredibly perceptive. Go back and check out his live streams and videos. You guys learn from them and improve your professionalism. At the same time, he's preserving the airport's reputation by having the finance department take $5,000 and send it over and create a thank you banner. After that, the manager turned around and left the conference room, leaving behind a bunch of executives, a face full of shock and vibration. In the police station, Cloudy ate a meal comfortably. Seeing this guy's wolfish appearance, even Team Chin, who had no appetite, couldn't help but gulp straight. Rubbing his brow, Team Chin smiled bitterly. Eat slowly. It's not like anyone is stealing from you. He wondered if the boy had been hungry for 3 days and nights. After that whole baby possession thing, not only did he not throw up, but he ate with a lot of huffing and puffing. The psychological quality is really extraordinary. Yun Xiao smiled and said, Team Chin, haven't you heard of a saying? The only thing you can't live up to is sleep and dry rice. Look at the table full of food. Team Chin finally couldn't help themselves and grabbed the plate and started to show off. You don't have no appetite? See, you eat too much to stay up. I still have to go out in the field this afternoon. If I don't eat, I'm afraid I'll have to go to the hospital for glucose. After eating and drinking, Cloudy suddenly remembered something else. Pulling on Team Chin's sleeve, he reminded, Captain Chin, those two drug dealers have been claiming that the baby is their biological child. But do you think that their words are credible? The skin of that baby I looked at doesn't look like a Dragon Country person. Instead, it's a bit similar to the Southeast Asian side. Team Chin's gaze was fixed. I see what you mean, Chang. Go compare the DNA of the baby's body to see if they're related. Yes. After 10 minutes, the forensic reports are in. Xiao Zhang hurried over and reported. Team Chin, there's a situation. There's really a situation. Well, what did you find out? Is the baby theirs? Yes. And no. What do you mean? The Chin team was a bit confused. I had forensics check the biological information on all three, and the maternal DNA comparison is exactly right, but the paternal is different. This means that the baby was born to the woman, but the woman's husband was not the father. Later, I went back to check the woman's identity and found that all the information was forged. Upon closer inspection, the woman mysteriously disappeared as early as 3 years ago, and the last location she went to was northern Burma. But now, she showed up in Ninghai City and became a drug dealer. The room was dumbfounded to hear him say it. What kind of ethical drama is this? The woman and her husband are married, but had a child with someone else. Or a hybrid? The netizens of the livestream were also shocked enough. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Is that man the child's stepfather? No wonder he was so cruel, killing such a small child alive, emptying out his guts and using the body to hide the poison. But why was the child's mother willing to do that? The biological son. It's a real ruin. You guys are thinking too easy. Didn't you hear the police say that woman disappeared for 3 years and went to the north of Burma? This matter can no longer be deduced by common sense. In the north of Myanmar and Southeast Asia, human trafficking in drug trade is too normal, has formed a complete black industry chain. Like this baby are clearly marked price. 300,000 yuan global package. Those who are trafficked over there are moving millions of US dollars. Women are sold into kills. Men are sold for their blood and organs. And everything in your body is valuable except for the fecal matter that you don't want. They also take the children born to women and use them to transport drugs called drug mules. Go over there and you can't help it. When all your utilization value is consumed, only the fate of being GA. Even after a woman's death, she will be made into a human skin doll to share with the rich. This world is far from what you think, especially certain sheepdogs. Don't think about foreign countries all the time. When you go out you won't necessarily be able to come back. Team Chin took a deep breath. The eyes that looked at Yun Xiao became different and filled with shock. I'll have you right. This case is not just drug smuggling. It may involve human trafficking of women and children. In here, there is also a gray industry chain hidden. There is a close connection with the north side of Burma. That reminder just now. Just let them dig up the secrets behind the drugs, and had significant intelligence. Otherwise, it's just treated as a simple drug trial. It also just knocks out the headers in the chain. Maybe, it will also scare the snakes, and it will be much harder to catch them in the future. The Chin team left in a hurry. He still needs to hand off to the interrogation side, have a good trial, ask for information about their accomplices, and get them all in one place. The other side. Cloudy left the police station and began to continue taking orders. Was wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a call was received from the airport staff. Tell him to come by sometime to collect the prize and the banner. Cloudy inexplicably hung up, scratching his head with a puzzled look. Another bonus? Did you make a mistake? There are still people rushing to give away money? I don't know. His words had long since caused public outrage in the broadcast room. Listening to him say that, why do I want to punch someone? Is he mad at me? I work my ass off for $5,000 a month, and he's still mad at me? After paying the mortgage car loan, classmates married out of the share. My next month's salary are early overdraft. Really full of people do not know hungry people hungry. Make 500 in the morning and another 5,000 at noon. Is this money running on legs? He's sending it into his pocket of his own accord. Lots of gnashing of teeth. Invisible pretenses are the deadliest. Just outrageous. The afternoon was business as usual. Cloudy received 3 orders. Not a bad return. A full $150. This gain from his own labor is more satisfying to him than the $5,000 he gets as a bonus. Ding. Departure Tianjue Commercial Plaza, B1F. Destination Old Town Station. Estimated mileage, 7 kilometers. Estimated cost, $40. An hour later, Yun Xiao drove his car and arrived at the old city station. There was no one in the car. Just him. This is the third business. Due to the customer's company has something temporary to go away. So he called the valet and yelled at him to pick him up at the station. Here, the street environment is dated. Similar to the 80s. Nowadays, old towns like this one are rarely seen in the city. The car stopped in front of the station. A short while later, an old man with gray hair came out of the exit, carrying a black package in his hand. He was also carrying a snakeskin bag with several large watermelons, and some produce. Master, let me help you. After confirming that it is the customer to be picked up, Yun Xiao opened the trunk and helped the old man stuff his things in. Seeing as how it was already stuffed to the brim, that package was sitting on the passenger side. The old man was sitting in the back seat of the car. Cloudy turned the car around and started driving back, passing a crossroads, because it's important to look in the rearview mirror and see if any cars are passing by. Unintentionally, he glanced at the black cloth bag on the passenger side. The cloudy sky suddenly presented a patch of panic. Just now, a prompt box pops up on the black cloth bag. Deceased, horse selling beer. Age, 23. Time of death, more than 12 hours. Mode of death, shredding. Cause of death, bleeding to death from a knife stabbed through the heart in bed in the midst of overexcitement. Yun Xiao's eyes widened as he stared tightly at the black cloth bag. I also had a Q box message yesterday when I drove the excavator. It seems that this is one of the system features, but the system doesn't give hints for no reason. That's loaded with. Yun Xiao shakily raised his cold hairs. The whole thing is bad. The thought of having such a contraption on the side. His palms were sweating straight up. His hands on the steering wheel began to slip, and the car was drifting and whirring from side to side. Shit, can you drive? Definitely a newbie. That's it? You're still driving? You're not afraid to die. Drivers all around cursed and kept honking their horns. It was only then that the clouds woke up. His demeanor changed, and he looked at the old man in the back seat with shock. Follow the system prompts. It's murder. It's so arrogant. Bringing this thing out to fool around. You are really not afraid of being found out? Take a deep breath. Cloudy steered and drove the car towards the police station. After a while, the old man frowned and asked suspiciously, Master, why haven't you arrived yet? You're not going to give me a detour, are you? I've been in town a few times, and it's not the way to my son's house. Yun Xiao calmly laughed. Don't be anxious. We're almost there, ha. The road is being repaired over there now. A few minutes later, the car swerved violently, drove straight into the big iron gates of the police station. The old man was dumbfounded. Young man, aren't you going to my son's house? What are you doing at the Public Security Bureau? I'm going to call my son. And you, the valet, are way out of your league. The old man yelled and pulled out his cell phone. Yun Xiao then pushed open the car door and shouted toward the outside. Team Chin, come alive. Big case. Bam. Sharp footsteps sounded. A couple of cops ran out of it. At the head of the group was none other than Team Chin. Seeing Yun Xiao with a surprised face. I just came back from running in the field. My ass is not yet hot. Why do you think you are here again? Yun Xiao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. The stakes are high. He can't come. What's going on? What exactly is the case? Team Chin asked suspiciously. Cloudy cautiously glanced at the black cloth bag on the passenger side. In fact, he couldn't be sure now. Is that thing in there or not? But think of the hints given by the system. Gritting his teeth, he said, I just took an order to pick up this old man and take him to his son's house. But I suspect that the package is not right. Why don't you guys open it up? The words fell, Everyone was stunned. Package? Something wrong? Is it possible that there are drugs in there again? The old man was dumbfounded with capital letters. What? Young man, this is a specialty I brought to my son. What's wrong with it? The light in Teen Chin's eyes shone brightly. Officers were directed to surround the car at the first opportunity. Because of the morning baby possession thing, it made him unconsciously trust Yun Xiao a little more. The old man was instantly anxious and immediately jumped out of the car. What are you doing? I didn't commit any offense. Even the police can't just arrest people, can they? Teen Chin smiled politely and said, Elderly man, I'm sorry, please open the package a bit for inspection. Please cooperate with us. If there's no problem, that's naturally better. The old man is listening more and more confused. Comrade police, this is filled with meat. What is there to see? Nevertheless, he opened the black cloth bag as instructed, revealing what was contained inside. A police officer came forward to check. A big chunk of red and white meat. Still fresh, but I don't know what kind of meat it is. And 2 kitchen knives. The old man laughed. Well, see it clearly this time, right? This is a specialty I brought to my son. Camel meat, which is not available to the general public, and is only available to us there. My son heard about it and asked me to bring some over for him. It's not like I just got into town and this young guy dragged me to the police station and I don't know what happened. Teen Chin probed and looked. Found out it was really meat. Still fresh, so he waved his hand, lifted his guard, and looked at Yun Xiao with an odd gaze. Nice guy, that's what you call a big case? Are you mistaken again? It's just a piece of meat. What's wrong with it? However, he noticed that Yun Xiao's body tightened up all of a sudden, staring straight at the piece of meat in the cloth bag. Pupils constricted, breathing heavily, as if seeing the unthinkable. Teen Chin was a bit puzzled. This kid, could he be overstimulated? Did that incident in the morning have an effect? An afterthought. But Cloudy didn't think so. His expression at the moment was incomparably grave. It is clearly recognizable through the system. This, by all means, is not camel meat. It's human flesh. And it's one of the parts of the body after the shredding. Seeing that Yun Xiao looked out of sorts, Teen Chin asked suspiciously, What's wrong with you? Your face looks bad. Are you not feeling well? It's okay. Yun Xiao took a deep breath before waving his hand. It wasn't so much that he was afraid, but he was particularly disgusted. Seeing such a large piece of meat in front of you, being one of a kind, no one would be indifferent. It was a shock that originated from the depths of the soul. Even, it's more disgusting than emptying a baby's guts. Teen Chin, I suspect this is a murder case. Yun Xiao looked solemnly at Teen Chin and said word for word. What? Homicide. Teen Chin, who had just lifted his guard and had a relaxed look on his face. In vain, his face changed drastically. The others are no better. One's jaw dropped and they were all confused. What's this about a homicide for nothing? Look left and right and it's just a piece of meat. Suddenly, it was like they understood something. I stared at the pile of meat in horror. Involuntarily backed up en masse. Shouldn't this thing be? Hiss. Everyone's scalp went numb. Don't dare think any further. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The whole thing was witnessed down on the live feeds. It was instantly fried. Oh, shit, isn't it camel meat? How is it related to the murder case? Don't you see something wrong with that piece of meat? There's no skin at all. As if it's been deliberately removed. Even if it's camel meat, it shouldn't look like this. Is it hiding some major information? Hissing, it can't be the kind of answer I'm thinking of. Can it? The knife is still in the bag. Obviously the murder weapon hasn't been disposed of yet. What camel meat? The old man is lying. Crap. You guys stop talking. I was just about to ask the old man where he got his camel meat. Give me one too. If it's really human flesh, it's horrible. Nima, 37 is not stopping for a moment. In the morning, a baby's body was hidden in poison. In the afternoon, a human body was split into pieces and disguised as camel meat. From now on, you can only watch it at noon, because you'll be scared to death in the morning and evening. Don't be so shocked. Is Cloudy wrong? How can anyone do this in a legalized society? The guts are too big. He even brought the meat out openly. And he knew what kind of meat it was just by looking at it. That's too much. Teen Chin looked back with an unusually serious expression. But he was still a bit skeptical. Are you sure? You know it's a homicide by a piece of meat? Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. No need to doubt. This is human flesh. A piece of meat that big. Surely it wasn't cut from itself. Then, there is only one possibility. Teen Chin's pupils shrunk slightly. Walking up, he scrutinized the piece of meat. The color is vibrant. And if it's really a homicide, the victim's been dead no more than 24 hours. But here's the thing. He looked around, still a little confused. How do you judge? Just one piece of flesh and you call it human flesh. And is it possible that I said it was wild boar? Yun Xiao spread his hands. Then we'll have to ask him? The old man shivered in fear. Back in an unusually firm tone. Human flesh? No way. Comrade policeman, this is camel meat. Many people on my side have eaten it. It tastes great. Yun Xiao carefully sized up the old man and saw that he did not look like he was lying. Since the system prompted it, it certainly wouldn't be false. But the other side bites that it's camel meat. It's hard to believe that he cheated and lied. Even believe it yourself? Team Qin waved at Yun Xiao and asked in a low voice. Are you mistaken? Maybe this is just an ordinary piece of meat? It stands to reason that if it's really a homicide, one cannot be so calm. Even a movie star couldn't possibly act out this feeling. This old man is acting way too normal. Can't see the slightest break. On the contrary, they are not panicked at all. What if I make a mistake and get a complaint? Yun Xiao pondered for a moment and asked, Old man, who else has eaten this camel meat and when was it? Also, how do you know this is camel meat? Who told you that? The old man was unsure. I don't know, but everyone says so. Could it still be false? It's not like I'm the only one who's had it. A lot of people in my village have had it for most of the year. What? Yun Xiao was struck by lightning and his entire body froze. You mean this camel meat was there 6 months ago? Not just recently? The old man nodded blankly. Yeah, been out for a while. This camel meat is very much in demand. Only a little bit is sold at a time and there is a queue for it. I had a hard time getting it on. And by the way lad, when are you going to take me back? However, Cloudy acted like he didn't hear him. His face changed dramatically in vain. Team Qin also realized the seriousness of the problem. Assumptions. What Cloudy said might all hold true. Then there's more than one homicide. 6 months ago, how many people would have to be killed to supply large quantities of camel meat? His first thought was that he had stumbled upon a serial killer. But, is that possible? If so many people really died, I can't believe the police department didn't get a peep out of it. The killer dealt with it quietly. And without exception, all of them are broken bodies, skinned. This is terrible. The Qin team hesitated for a moment, unable to decide whether things were true or false. Yun Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart. He said in a deep voice, Team Qin, I'm afraid there's some trouble. The pupils of Team Qin's eyes snapped. You mean? Yun Xiao nodded. That's right. I can tell you very responsibly that this so-called camel meat is pure bullshit, because camel meat is myoglobin. The meat is predominantly pure red muscle with very low fat content. Similarly, there is beef and ostrich meat, but camel meat is of superior quality and the red color will be brighter. Moreover, Ninghai is a coastal city. There are no camels here, and it is not suitable for camels to survive. So the meat cannot be kept so fresh if it is shipped from abroad. But this piece of meat in front of me is clearly bright in color. And it's not just lean meat. It's also fat, and although the fat content is less, you can still tell. If you don't believe me, you can search the internet and compare to see the difference. Upon hearing this, Team Qin and the others immediately pulled out their cell phones. Go online and find pictures of camel meat. Contrast. Sure enough, the difference is obvious. The naked eye alone is able to tell the difference. This is a piece of meat that is much darker in color, and a fishy smell. The old man looked at the picture and muttered, How do I feel? Rather, that it is similar in color to pork? Could it be masquerading as pork? Neither is. Pork much thicker in fat, and as soon as it's cooked, this meat tastes chewy, like a beef slat. Could it be wild boar? Yun Xiao shook his head and said in a deep voice, Although wild boar meat is much thinner in fat and the meat doesn't rot easily, the difference is also obvious. First of all, appearance. Boar meat has much rougher muscle texture and will have a much darker reddish color. Secondly, the odor. The boar meat fishy smell is much more pronounced. The other thing is the texture. Wild boar meat has a thick skin and belongs to the chewy category, but human meat is tough enough. Lastly, the fat. Pork fat is white, and anyone who fries a lot at home knows that boiled lard is creamy. But the fat of this meat, it's pale yellow, because human oil is yellow, just like chicken fat. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were shaken. Couldn't help but come up and take a look. Sure enough, the fatty tissue of this meat was found to be yellow. It was well lit before and looked less obvious, but look closely. It's still visible. Hiss. At this, the crowd's scalps went numb. Couldn't help but be shaken up inside. Another look at the piece of meat in front of him. It had turned into complete horror. Suppose it's really like what Cloudy said. Then, you can then rule out camel meat and wild boar. A piece of human flesh is alive and well in front of you. Anyone who sees it can't remain indifferent. Thinking about just now in order to check, looked and touched it again, and got close enough to smell it. The crowd was horrified at the same time. Just a wave of nausea washed over me. However, Yun Zhao's analysis didn't stop there. After a pause, pointing to the piece of meat, He continued. Of course, all those speculations just now are just supporting evidence. What made me sure that it was human flesh was that I judged it by the sweat of the corpse. What the hell? The crowd was flabbergasted. Look closely, you guys. It has skin tissue that is very different from the animal. Although the outer skin of this meat was stripped away, a portion of the hide remained. Tiny downy hairs are visible on it, which are not found on animals. Only human sweat hairs are similar to it. The words fell, including the Chin team. Everyone was sweating bullets, a wave of cold air, from the soles of the feet straight into the sky. The gaze that looked at Yun Xiao was filled with horror. Nima, are your eyes a microscope? Can you even see the sweat? And, do you even know about human texture? What? Did you taste it yourself? It would have been barely tolerable for everyone, but hearing Yun Xiao say that, the feeling of nausea at the bottom of his heart grew stronger and stronger, especially the thought that the human meat was disguised as camel meat and sold for others to eat. Just shudder already. Vomit. One vomited on the spot. It's not that they have a bad mental capacity. It's really, cannibalism of the same kind is inherently difficult to accept, unless you're a pervert. That old man's face was pale. Early on, I ran to the trash can and threw up in a coma. Firmly perceived camel meat turn into human flesh in the blink of an eye. His 3 views were mercilessly destroyed. Probably, never want to touch meat in my life. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Live streaming netizens even across the screen. It was also mercilessly stormed. Help, is this really human flesh? I'm in a cold sweat in the middle of the day. Can you watch the live broadcast properly? Emptying baby guts to hide drugs in the morning. Human flesh masquerading as camel meat in the afternoon. Why the hell did I click on this broadcast? Horror. The first time to see what human flesh looks like. After watching it I don't dare to eat meat again. Allow me to go first to vomit a wave of. I'm eating camel's meat and watching the live broadcast. Now my whole body is bad. I am eating camel meat and watching the live broadcast. Now my whole body is not good. Yesterday's overnight meal all spit out. When I think of Yun Xiao's analysis just now, I suspect that I have eaten human flesh. Upstairs, at least you're eating camel meat. Think of the psychological shadow those who've already eaten it have to leave. How cruel is this murderer? Killing and splitting the body, and selling the meat for others to eat. It's like a 3-dimensional explosion. Don't you guys think it's even more outrageous that Jin Xiao knows the taste of human meat and can tell human meat from camel meat? Is he really a normal contestant? After listening to Yun Xiao's analysis, Team Qin was shocked and alarmed. Getting here, there was nothing more he could suspect. This is not a homicide. Rather, it involves major serial killings. How many dead are there? 10? 100? Or, it's hard to be estimated. He panicked. Once the case is established, what's the point? The entire Ninghai Public Security Department is probably going to be shaken up. The Qin team made a snap decision and had someone call for the coroner. Although the odds are certain that this is a piece of human flesh, but it needs to undergo further testing. As for the old man, there was certainly no way to let him go after such a big incident. Need to wait for follow-up investigation. Team Qin still had doubts and inquired to Yun Xiao. I can't tell. You still know forensics? You can tell that it's human flesh just based on a piece of meat? So tell me, what other information do you see? Seriously, a piece of meat like that wouldn't stand out anywhere. Not to mention ordinary people. Even he wouldn't feel any different. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Team Qin, I can determine that the deceased is a male, no older than 25 years old. Time of death, between 12 and 24 hours. The Qin team was even rarer. A surprised face. And you can tell age and gender? If not for Yun Xiao's previous judgment, he must have thought that the guy was lying. Based on a piece of meat alone, you can surmise the time of death of the deceased, and you even know the gender and age? This is too unbelievable. Really? Why do I get the feeling he's full of shit? Even a forensic pathologist can't perform an autopsy through a piece of meat without the aid of any instruments. Can he? I can understand when he says it's not camel meat. It's human meat. After all, there's still a difference between human meat and animal meat. But how can you tell by age? Can't it be that the deceased still told him, believe in him, or believe that I am the first emperor of Qin? Choose one. Don't guess. We'll know the result when the coroner arrives. The live stream also generated questions. Facing the shock of the crowd, Yun Xiao spread his 2 hands. It's very simple. Just look at the color change of the meat. Let's say you go to the market and buy pork. Anyone with a little bit of experience can tell if it's fresh meat or expired meat. The difference is in the color and brilliance of the flesh. Fresh pork, tender in color, while pork that has been sitting around for a few days are duller and have sticky, tacky grease and a fermented odor. The same is true of human flesh. This piece of meat is normal in color, odor, and grease, indicating that the time of death was not long ago, so I deduced that the murder Probably happened in the early hours of this morning. After listening to this parsing by Cloudy Night, the corners of Team Chin's mouth twitched madly. Nice guy. You're comparing pork to human flesh? Talking about killing people as if they were pigs. And so lightly. Like you've killed someone? Spare a thought for Team Chin's mentality. It was a bit too much to bear. Cloudy thought that Team Chin didn't believe it. One grabbed the black cloth bag and handed it over. Team Chin, do you want to touch it and see if I'm right? Hiss. Team Chin's eyelids fluttered wildly in fear, waving his hands back and forth. No no no. I believe it. Yun Zhao's gaze was skeptical. Is it a true belief? Why don't I feel it? It's better to touch it. No. Really? Team Chin smiled bitterly and almost didn't cry. The little granddaddy. Are you afraid you're not sick enough? Letting people touch it when they know it's human flesh. Look at the red and white chunks of meat. The others around them broke defense as well. It triggered another round of vomiting. The Chin team took a deep breath. I've shopped for groceries before and it does look like what you said. So I think you're right. Seeing Team Chin say that, Yun Zhao shook his head with some regret. So, that's good for you to know. I thought you didn't believe me. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Mom, let's just say that in such a tense moment. Can Cloudy not make me laugh? Ha ha ha. Cloudy. This old six. Almost made Team Chin cry. But he doesn't think it's really camel meat, letting people just touch it? Cough. Chin team. You don't not good or bad. Go up and touch it won't kill you. Crouching. Crap. He even held it in front of the camera. Was he afraid we wouldn't see it clearly? I'm really impressed. Crap. What's with the crew? Hurry up and give a mosaic. No way. I'm going to throw up again. I didn't expect Yun Zhao to be so perverted. Knowing that it's human flesh and still daring to take it? But sister likes it so much. Only a man like that is brave. The pop-ups erupted like a blowout. The rising heat has also caught the attention of the program. After discovering the accident over here, immediately mosaic the key images. The ghostly cries of the live feed only eased. Seeing Cloudy take the black cloth bag away from him. It was only then that the Chin team was relieved. Pushing down his discomfort, he asked a second question. What about the age and sex of the deceased? And how do you know that? Cloudy raised an eyebrow. The hand holding the black cloth bag lurched. Team Chin's eyelids jumped at the sight and they subconsciously backed away. This one is much easier to judge. Whether it's an animal or a person. The older the meat gets, the more faggoty it gets and the less elastic it will be. And the meat, obviously, was tender and elastic in texture. So the deceased must have been a young man. You see, these sweaty hairs are proof. Staggered and evenly distributed. And children and old people, they don't have this body hair characteristic. Words. The corners of Team Chin's mouth twitched as they gazed hard. The sweaty patch was found to be very dense. Obviously not for old people and children. The old man is old and senile and has lost his sweaty hair. Even if they did, they would be very rare. Kids don't have growth spurts. It's all fine fluff. It is impossible to have such a distribution of sweat hair. Adults only. And, it's adult males. It is only at the peak stage of sweat hair growth. From this, it could be seen that this reasoning of Yun Zhao was indeed correct. Team Chin looked shocked. I didn't realize that the other party was so meticulously observant. Makes him a cop ashamed of himself. Reconnecting with yesterday and this morning, he wondered if this was really a show for, especially that analysis just now. Justified. To say a person knows this without having done it. Even he didn't believe it. This kid won't have any case, right? Team Chin's gaze became odd. Next, the old man was taken to the interrogation room and did a short interrogation. The result was pretty much what Team Chin expected. The old man did not know anything about human flesh. Otherwise, you wouldn't be puking your guts out. And the two kitchen knives in the black cloth bag are not murder weapons. It's just a regular kitchen knife. He was a cook himself. And the chopper was a cooking tool. As for the so-called camel meat, he bought it from a butcher's house in the village. Locally, camel meat is very popular. There are no longer a few customers who come to buy. And they are scarce and need to be booked in advance. From 6 months ago, in bits and pieces, a lot has been sold. The old man told his son and daughter-in-law about it. Just let's bring a little from the village. Burn it for them. Who would have thought? The rumored camel meat could be human meat. After learning the desired information, the Chin team thinks the butcher who sells camel meat. There's a strong suspicion of foul play. It must be controlled in time to prevent more people from being harmed. Half an hour later, forensics rushed to the scene, dressed in a white lab coat and followed by a couple of young men who looked like interns. Take the camera, the laptop, take notes at all times. Elder Chen, please make a trip yourself, Team Chin said politely, because there's a lot at stake. He invited the city's criminal investigation team's forensic Dr. Chen, experienced in this business for decades. More than anything else, He's a titan of forensic science. Xiao Qin, you said there was a homicide. Where's the body? Dr. Chen looked around the circle and asked in surprise. Team Qin smiled bitterly and pointed to the black cloth bag. This is the body. Only these are left. Dr. Chen opened it and was dumbfounded. A piece of meat? What kind of corpse is this? Team Qin explained. Someone selling human flesh as camel meat has been shredded, and this is part of it. What? Dr. Chen was shocked. Been doing forensics for so many years. First time I've ever run into this shit. The good thing is, he's also someone who's been through a lot. Quickly calmed down. Put on medical white gloves and test the body parts. The color of the corpse is bright. The flesh is dark red. The fat parts are yellowish. And the skin texture is meticulous, which can be preliminarily concluded to be human muscle tissue. The carcass has no odor. The muscle elasticity is still good. The fat is glossy and full. There is no cadaver oil, and it can be determined that the time of death is no more than 24 hours. The flesh was of a glossy color and tender texture, with a fine distribution of sweaty hairs, which would place the age of the deceased between 20 and 30 years. Additionally, there was too little useful information at the scene to determine gender, and further DNA testing will need to be taken to determine the identity of the deceased. Dr. Chen is no less than an experienced veteran. After a quick check, autopsy information was given quickly. Only, when he looked up, only to find the scene silent. Everyone twisted their heads in unison to look at Cloudy. That expression was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Click, click. More than that, a floor of jaw-dropping sounds rang out. Team Qin swallowed his saliva and looked at Yun Xiao in shock. The results of the forensic identification were exactly as Cloudy said, word for word. But the question is, how old is Cloudy? Just early 20s. And Dr. Chen, a titanic figure in the forensic field of Ninghai City. No one would suspect that there was something wrong with his autopsy report. It also shows, Cloudy is really good at forensics. He's not lying. On the contrary, the interns around Dr. Chen were older than Cloudy, and yet, they are only worthy of a handjob, with no qualifications to touch an autopsy. Even the well-qualified forensic pathologist Chun. It is also necessary to pass the identification instrument, and touch and smell, before making a judgment. Nice guy, you only looked at it twice and gave an appraisal, and it turned out exactly the same? A valet is more specialized than a forensic scientist? Anyone else would be confused. Ha, Xiao Qin, what's wrong with you guys? One by one. You're not talking? Dr. Chen asked curiously. Chen Lao, truth be told, before you came, someone had already made an appraisal of the corpse pieces. Team Qin smiled awkwardly. The result is almost the same as what you speculated. Oh, who is it? Could it be old Zhang, or old Zhang, or a few other old guys? Dr. Chen's mind was stunned. He was still confident in his strength, being able to speculate exactly as he did. There are only a handful in the entire province. This. Team Qin scratched his head in even more embarrassment. Dr. Chen was anxious and glared at him. Say it, a big old man swallowing his words. And I'll be jealous of those old guys? No. Team Qin hurriedly waved his hand and smiled bitterly. It's not a few other teachers. It's this young man in front of him. His name is Yun Xiao. What? This young man? Dr. Chen was shocked, glancing up and down at Yun Xiao. He was a bit confused. Subconsciously, he felt that Team Qin was teasing him. Are you kidding me? Just him? Graduated from college? Made any academic achievements? For your information, these three people behind me are all PhDs in forensic science. And even they may not be able to identify it. Dr. Chen immediately slammed his face down. Team Qin was filled with helplessness. Elder Chen, can I lie to you? It's him who appraised it. Everyone present can testify. Not only did he identify it as human flesh, he even knew the sex of the deceased, a male around 25 years old. If Team Qin's previous words made forensic pathologist Chun feel ridiculous, then the latter sentence, more than that, it struck him as pure bullshit. Lost Laughter shook his head. Male? How is that possible? It requires the extraction of biological information from DNA to determine that, and even I can't identify it. Team Qin pointed to the piece of meat. Elder Chen. On top of this, there is a residual distribution of sweat hairs. Dr. Chen gazed at it and laughed. You mean this? Indeed, there will be a certain probability, but you can't just be able to tell the difference between male and female just because of that. Some specific ethnic groups, such as women who are hyperandrogenic, or who have had sex reassignment surgery, and patients who have certain physical disorders, can experience a surge in body hair. Forensics is an exacting job. Not just anyone can be one. Ahem. Yun Xiao coughed twice in embarrassment, having the feeling of being connoted to. That It's actually quite simple to find out if it's a male. Look at this spot. There's a fold of skin. Can you guys tell what part it is? Everyone on the scene looked over curiously, including Dr. Chen, the medical examiner. Crap. What's this? Looks like. The pupils of the male officers in the room dilated and there was a collective gasp. Next, one covered his crotch and backed away, to a couple of hilarious policewomen looking confused. What? You guys just all look like you know what you're doing? Why can't I see it? How can you tell it's male? However, in the face of the policewoman's questioning, one of his fellow male police officers clamped his mouth shut and laughed bitterly. Nice guy. What does that make them say? Also a moment of silence for the dead. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. See this scene. The male mentality in the live room also collapsed. Crouching. Crap. I got goosebumps when I saw that piece of skin. Is there anything more outrageous? Through the screen, I got a chill in my balls that scared me so much I pulled it out and looked at it. The actual hammer. This is indeed a male. On the piece of solving the case, I only obey the cloud sky. Derangier to come all have to kneel. I'd believe him even if he was a murderer. How can a forensic pathologist face this? After half a day's examination, he's still not as professional as a layman. Before 37 said he was a forensic scientist. I thought he was pretending, but I didn't realize he was playing for real. How can bragging come true? I'm going to go to the street and yell, I want to win $5 million. Why is there such a big difference between people? Both are 20 years old. Why he will drive a race car? Will drive a digger? Well, also forensic. All I do is lie in bed and play games. Am I useless? I admit. He really knows how to do an autopsy, but it can't be called bullshitting. Solving the case would be really bullshitting. See the little piece of folded skin. Dr. Chen's heart shook with shock, even if he's not a forensic scientist. But as a male, I also understand what part of the body this thing represents. There's no need for DNA testing at all. It can also be determined. The deceased is a male. After freezing in place for a moment, he jerked his head around to look at Yun Xiao. Taking a deep breath, he said with a sincere face, Young man, it was my eyes that were clumsy just now, and I apologize to you here. The meticulousness of your observation is admirable to the old man. May I ask where you work? Would you be interested in forensic science? I'm applying for you to be transferred to this side of the forensic team. With your talent, your future achievements will surely be no less than mine. When these words came out, the whole room received a shock. Even Team Chin was confused. Nice guy. What's with the digging at the drop of a hat? The airport manager did, and so did Dr. Chen, the medical examiner. By the way, did you two have a deal? Yun Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Nah, sorry haha, I'm not a forensic science major. I'm just a chauffeur who runs a chauffeur. What, a chauffeur? No, you're a valet and you autopsied so carefully? Dr. Chen's jaw dropped. Even a little bit of skepticism is starting to set in. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Eventually a helpless sigh. It's a shame to see such a good seedling. But he was still unwilling to give up and try to persuade. Young man, you're so talented. As long as you follow me around and do a good job, your future achievements will be unlimited. Isn't that a lot more promising than when you're driving a chauffeur? As long as you agree, I promise to teach you everything I've learned in my life. At that time, you can represent the nation's legal profession to compete in the world and win honor for your country. But the three interns next to him were envious enough. The three of them, after a fierce fight, chipped away at each other before they worshipped under Elder Chen. But at the moment it's only a hit and miss, and the selection doesn't work that way. Once the clouds agree, it's like a step up, aided by Chan's channels and resources. All his life, he's never had to worry about food or clothing. From a chauffeur driver to the nation's forensic elite, even a fool knows how to choose. But Yun Xiao shook his head and refused dryly. I'm sorry for your kind words, but I still think the job as a chauffeur driver is right for me. What's the point of being a medical examiner? He spends his days with corpses. It's a job he can't do. Team Chin's face looked odd. Rushing at the regretful forensic Dr. Chen, he said, Elder Chen, you're not the first to be rejected by him. In the morning, the manager of Ninghai International Airport invited him to become a security check supervisor. And the kid didn't even do it. He's a meat and potatoes guy. But he's dead set on chauffeuring. I don't know why. What? Dr. Chen was shocked. The way they looked at Yun Xiao changed. You know, the manager of Ninghai International Airport has an executive title. Big airports like this one, at least at the level of deputy minister, though it will be half a level down in rank, but it's more than enough to act as the mayor of any city. Such a big shot is inviting Yun Xiao? No wonder he can't look at forensics. He was dizzy in the head. This kid, what's the deal? Coroner Chen snorted and left with the body. After all, He wouldn't consider his face as big as the airport manager's. That's a vice-ministerial bigwig. Even if his leader's leader sees it, you also have to be polite and careful. This kid, looking like an unassuming valet, maybe there's a big backer, not something he could dig up. So, simply didn't even leave a business card. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. It was a moment of hindsight that came back to the airwaves. I'll be damned. Deja vu. Did the airport manager invite him in the morning like this? I really envy people with talent. They get attention everywhere they go. It's the gold that always shines. What's more than talent? I'd like to have this kind of face, and specialize in giving chauffeurs to girls. Upstairs, it seems to be the old licking dog. Really have the clouds this value? Strength. The girl shall not take the initiative to throw themselves into the arms? Let her kneel down to me, as a car is more like it. Brothers, are the screws done? Hurry up and wake up. Don't daydream. Is it possible that Yun Xiao finally solved the case? Don't be ridiculous. That's an exaggeration. Just because he's a forensic scientist doesn't mean he can solve crimes. He's not a cop. Besides, homicides aren't that easy to solve. It's not just the internet. Even the police officers present threw envious glances at Yun Xiao. Departure. The Qin team waved their hands. Can't wait to organize the staff. Go apprehend the suspect. The sooner the better to avoid spooking. Originally, Team Qin did not intend to bring Cloudy with them. After all, it's to solve a crime. Irrelevant people, etc. Don't quite fit, but this guy fist pumped and volunteered. Team Qin, it's a big loss if you don't bring me along. Oh, Yun Xiao then said. Think about it. This is a murder case. In case you run into some more camel meat, can you recognize it yourselves? I know forensics. I know autopsies. I can more or less start. His purpose is nothing but to gain popularity. Also for having important clues in this case. But these clues, he couldn't tell Team Qin. So, one can only take one step at a time. More to the point, the system suggests that the deceased died in bed, stabbed through the heart with a knife. And would a butcher kill in bed? Apparently not. This image of two guys in bed. Hiss, it's really hot. The complexity of this case is somewhat beyond imagination. Hearing Yun Xiao say this, Team Qin thought for a moment and said, it makes some sense. Then you follow, but listen to my arrangements for everything. So the group headed straight for their destination. The village is dozens of kilometers from Ninghai City. Follow the directions given by the old man. It was a full hour or so of driving, before arriving at the butcher's home. This butcher, known far and wide in the village. It is said that the pig-killing technique is very sophisticated. Whenever there was a festival, he would be approached to kill a pig. His family, which operated a butcher's stand. According to the old man's description, this is where you get camel meat. Freeze! Team Qin and the others jumped out of the car. That butcher's face changed drastically and he twisted his head to run. The way out was blocked by a couple of police officers. Swarmed and quickly subdued him. Be honest. Say, why did you run? Butcher's two hands were restrained behind his back. His body pressed against the floor. Both eyes darted about. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed, Comrade policeman, I didn't want to run. Aren't I scared that you guys are coming in here unannounced? I didn't do anything wrong. Team Qin didn't believe him at all. Laughing coldly, he said, what are you afraid of the police for if you haven't done anything wrong? Said, walking over to the butcher's stall, he gave the meat on it an inspection. Throwing an inquiring glance at Cloudy, Cloudy shook his head. You guys, go check out the rest of the place. Team Qin waved his hand, directed a couple of officers to check out the house. A rummage around turned up nothing. No, Team Qin, the house, the freezer, the backyard, etc. All the places have been rummaged through and no suspicious meat has been found. Listening to the officer's report, Team Qin frowned. Next to him, the butcher looked dumbfounded. Scared to death. Comrade police, what are you looking for? I don't steal or rob. It's just that when I usually sell meat, I'm short on pounds. It's not so bad that you're going to raid my house, is it? I am really not doing anything illegal. The butcher's face was aggravated. Gutted. If I had known that, I shouldn't have taken that small advantage. And now it's pissing off the police. Am I? The Qin team reapproached and sank their faces. What did I ask you? Answer truthfully. The butcher nodded hurriedly. Where's the camel meat? Where did you hide it? Team Qin finished, staring intently into his eyes. The butcher's face changed and he smiled awkwardly. Comrade policeman, the camel meat is sold out. You are late. Don't get all playful with me. Where did you get this? Team Qin drank coldly. The butcher looked flustered. That's what? I was asked to kill camels, so I stopped by and bought a little back. Boo! Team Qin slapped the table heavily. Killing camels? Who is it? Are there camels in Ninghai? Still sophomoric, aren't you? Selling human flesh as camel meat. Is it possible that someone invited you to kill someone? The violent noise startled the other party. When he came back to his senses, the look of incomparable horror, shivering, asked, People, human flesh? Comrade cop, don't scare me, you can't? At this moment, he was in a cold sweat. The face was white as a sheet. Both legs were shaking like chaff. If it weren't for the police assisting him, he wouldn't have been able to stand up. Seeing him in this state, Teen Chin's frown deepened. I advise you to speak properly and don't try to hide it. This is a major murder case involved. Where did you get the meat? Who gave it to you? Tell me the truth. Or did you kill them? SS. The butcher awoke with a start. Couldn't take the psychological pressure anymore and just fell to his knees in fear. Comrade police, I confess. I explain. I didn't kill anyone. I really didn't kill anyone. He pounced over and hugged Teen Chin's thighs and cried out. This guy is mentally broken. Sure enough, he answered whatever the Chin team asked next. The delivery was unbelievably smooth. So-called camel meat. It's just something he picked up on his own haphazardly to sell for a good price. In fact, he didn't know what kind of meat it was. As for where the meat comes from, it was in the course of his trip to another village to kill a pig that he inadvertently found it in a trash heap. The piece of meat, at the time, came in a black plastic bag. Curious, he opened it. I found that the meat was quite fresh and thought that I should not waste it. I was going to give it to the family dog, but I didn't realize someone was going to buy it. So, this guy found a business opportunity, made up a random name for camel meat and sold it at a high price to other people, not realizing that there was a steady stream of people buying it. Instead, the pork was left alone. Comrade policeman, people buy this meat for 40, and no one asks for pork for 20. So you say, can I not earn this money? Teen Chin was suspicious. You said you picked it up, but as far as I know, you've been selling it for most of the year. It's hard to pick up meat every day? The butcher smiled awkwardly. Comrade policeman, don't say, you really guessed right. Teen Chin, am I playing with you? I'm asking you a question. So fart if you have one. Ahem. I had thought, too, that it was kind of sad that it was sold out and gone. But this meat is so hot that many people come every day to ask for it, and they have to pay extra for it. I thought, go to that garbage dump and try my luck. Can I still pick it up? Hey, you don't say. There is. The guy also noticed a pattern. That dump, like they knew someone would take the meat. Every 10 days or so, there'll be a big piece of fresh meat sitting there. It's like waiting for someone to pick it up. It cheered him up. So, the more camel meat was sold, the more popular it became. The neighborhood is 10 miles away, and they all come to him for reservations. Comrade policeman, what I've said is true. Not a bit of it. I wouldn't do this if I knew that it was human flesh, even if it killed me. The butcher finished his sentence with trepidation. But at that point, none of them paid him any more attention. Everyone showed a shocked look. Can't help but be creeped out. Every 10 days or so, all with a fresh piece of meat. What does that mean? The killer would kill one person in an average of 10 days or so. 6 months. Hiss. At least 20 or 30 people died. A case of this magnitude. And not a single person knows about it? Yun Zhao's scalp went numb. Bitter smile. Massive. I'm just being a chauffeur driver. And I'm driving a mass murder case? It's much more exciting than opening a blind box. Just bizarre to the core. Witnessing all of this, the live streamers were confused. The pop-ups danced away like snowflakes. Good guy. I'm calling a good guy straight up. Is this a murder or a pig killing? Just how many people have died? Terror. Rule of law society. Actually someone dares to do this. Lawlessness. And here is the city of Ninghai. Such a big case. I'm afraid to stab the sky. Is it possible that the butcher is lying? Garbage heap to pick up human flesh. This is too ridiculous. And a pickup is half a year. The movie do not dare to shoot like this. I suspect that the murderer is his own. So to say so in order to get rid of the relationship. I thought yesterday was shocking enough. But I didn't realize that I still underestimated Yun Xiao. How big of a basket case did this guy stir up? Even the police are dumbfounded. Don't they say how powerful Skynet is now? How come so many people are still dead? The net is leaking too cleanly. This live broadcast is toxic. Others are working to make money. Yun Xiao is good, either discovering drug dealers or homicide cases. It's too bad he's not a police officer. Teen Chin's expression was incredibly grave. Having this shit out of the way made him feel like a mountain of pressure. At least a dozen murders, and it was able to do so silently and without raising any alarms. That's what's scary. If it wasn't for Cloudy discovering the body parts in the black cloth bag, I'm afraid that all of them would still be in the dark. Until now, the sheriff's department has not received a missing persons report. How did the killer work the case to get away with it? Teen Chin took a deep breath. The complexity of this case exceeded any of his previous cases. It was no longer something he could solve alone. Team Chin pulled out his phone and reported the situation here to his superiors. In the meantime, the live footage here has also been edited out and put online by netizens. There was a huge uproar. Under today's society, and such appalling killings, it is really unacceptable. Many netizens were righteously indignant, and they all spontaneously reprinted the relevant reports. I hope the authorities will solve the case as soon as possible and do justice to the deceased. But, inevitably, there are Netflix bloggers who go about deliberately fabricating facts in order to generate traffic and attract eyeballs. Start adding to the rumor mill. This has led to various versions of the claim, and deliberately stirring up popular sentiment to go on a pulling crusade. Events are moving in a more morbid direction. Just when public opinion on the case was about to get out of hand, the Long Country Journal has posted a related story. Recently, Ninghai City found a human meat posing as camel meat incident. The case is currently being investigated. Please rationalize. Do not believe rumors. Do not spread rumors. Believe the police investigation and handling. The truth is yet to be unearthed. Please wait patiently for the next police briefing. This story is out. The internet is screaming for more. The out-of-control public opinion was finally contained in time. Inside the comments section, filled with a wind of positive energy. Let's all be patient and eat our melons rationally. Don't be compelled by rumors until official information is communicated. The murder was discovered by a chauffeured anchor, and the camel meat was in his car, which I was watching live. I don't know who sent a message. Gained hundreds of thousands of likes. It was pushed to the top first place in the comments section. Countless netizens left messages begging for the address of the live room. When this netizen saw it, he immediately replied back. He's a contestant of Heaven's Chosen Beating Worker. Live Room 37. Go search for yourselves. One time, a new round of traffic explosion. Chosen to fight workers' live stream views surge. It caused the organizers' servers to go down. It took emergency repairs by engineers to stabilize the server properly. Inside the program building, the director was confused. What happened? How could the server be paralyzed for good reason? Was it hacked? The staff smiled bitterly. It's not a hacker. After the data department's detection, in the past half an hour, the live broadcasting room suddenly surged with a large number of new numbers. All of them just registered members. The number of people exceeded 300,000. And that's just the number of people who have signed up. The number of non-members who haven't signed up who have viewed the site is approaching millions. The director's brain is clueless. It feels like I'm listening to a book from heaven. What the hell? 300,000 registrations in half an hour? Did the advertising department place another new advertisement that draws traffic so well? The staff laughed dryly. No, it's nothing to do with the commercials. It's all these people running off to live 37. SS. The director drew in a sharp breath of cold air and glared. Can you finish your sentence at once? What's going on? The staff was busy handing over their cell phones. Fresh from the live broadcast. Director, just take a look. The director sniffed and suspiciously clicked on the news screen in the link. Sure enough, read it. The director's eyes bugged out in surprise. Mass murder? Human meat masquerading as camel meat? I have a mother. You can't tell me that this is also the 37th hole out of it, right? The staff nodded. The director couldn't help but be speechless for a while, incredulously absorbing the news of what had just happened. He just felt his brain buzzing. It's only the second day on the air. It's such a big deal on the 37th. Even the Daily Dragon came out and reviewed it. The heat is more than enough. Hardly was Yun Xiao pulled up to new heights with his own strength. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. After a few moments of silence, the director let out a long sigh and said solemnly, whether we want to air it or not, this matter has been put off. In that case, broadcast it normally. Have the promotion and development department increase their efforts to promote No. 37's live room, and at the same time, downgrade the traffic of the other contestants and live rooms, and tilt all resources toward No. 37. It's come down to this, and it's only a matter of throwing in the towel. After listening to the Chin team report, Chief Liu of the Ninghai Police Department, his entire body exploded. What? Human meat masquerading as camel meat? A dozen dead? Crap, are you guys on a diet? After such a big incident and so many deaths, you didn't even receive any news? Team Chin said stiffly. Bureau Liu, it's true that no family members have come to report the case. Where are the suspects? Are they under control? Caught it, but I doubt he's the killer. The killer is someone else. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go arrest someone. Do you need me to teach you? Once the higher-ups are blamed for this, you and I will both be removed from our posts. You have 1 week, and no one gets a break until the case is solved. Bureau Liu growled into the phone. So much so that Team Chin would have been sprayed all over his head in front of him. A murder of this magnitude in plain sight. The whole police world is going to turn upside down. Not one or two. That's 20 or 30 people. died for no reason. All of them were shredded and trafficked. Its nature is unprecedented. More critical. So many people died and no one called the police. It's like evaporating from the earth. It's not like a decade or so ago. There's surveillance all over the place. And the killer was able to do this quietly. It's just horrible. Even he, the director of public security, felt shaky. Just hung up. Duro Lu hadn't had time to catch his breath. Another sharp ringing of the phone. Looked at the caller ID. Duro Lu's heart snapped. And he was busy picking up the phone cautiously. Hello, Secretary Joe? A dignified cold voice came from the opposite side. Humph. If I don't find you again, I'm afraid I won't even know how to die. Now that the internet is full of news and a case of this magnitude has occurred, how did you become the chief? How much money did the city allocate to your precinct? It says it's going to build a Skynet and lower the crime rate. What happened? So many people died at once. And you, the chief, are the last to know. This case has attracted widespread attention. Even the Longhua Daily has issued an article. Our Ninghai public security system has been pushed to the tip of the storm. I'll give you 3 days. You must solve the case and give the deceased and his family a satisfactory explanation. Can't do it. I'll change it right away. Team Lu was scolded and didn't dare to talk back. The only thing he did was to agree to it with a bitter smile. 3 days to solve the case. Lu's brain buzzed. Kind of want to curse. Just now he said a week. It seems that one is too optimistic. The higher-ups have given it high priority. If it is not solved in time, it will surely ferment public opinion and stir up the whole country. When that happens, everyone will be on the hook for malfeasance. He didn't dare think any further. Rushing to grab the phone, he once again called Team Chin. The time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Team Chin and his group left the village and went straight to the monitoring and dispatching center. The suspect, Butcher, was escorted back to the police station by the accompanying officers for the next step of interrogation. The Chin team had been frowning. This case has even Secretary Zhao's personal attention. Order them to solve the case in 3 days. But so far, not even a single useful clue. Can't even, for that matter, tell if what the Butcher says is true or not. It's a lot harder to crack the case. A CCTV check revealed that the dump the Butcher was talking about was in an alley in the next village. The surveillance can't see inside, only the intersection. Every few days, he's over there, and take away a piece of fresh camel meat. Picked it up a total of 31 times, a full 6 months. After watching the surveillance, Team Chin couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. That is to say, the murderer committed a total of 31 crimes. What was previously just speculation has now been fully confirmed. So many people died. It gave him great chills. Coming out of the monitoring center, it looked like it was time for dinner. Busy afternoon. Yun Xiao touched his stomach. Team Chin, do you care about food? The corner of Team Chin's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He seriously suspected that the kid was using him as a long-term meal ticket. What do you think our police department is, a cafeteria? Hey, I don't want to either, but I'm hungry and I don't have the strength. I just can't make a statement. The Cloudy Sky Drama Queen is on top, because the Chin team had said that they would take him back to give a statement recounting the discovery of the camel meat in the afternoon. Team Chin was helpless. Alright, I count myself convinced. Finish your statement first, I'll treat you to a restaurant. Although he didn't have much of an appetite, but to thank Cloudy for helping out today, promised to buy him dinner. Yun Xiao grinned and immediately came into the spirit. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Team Chin. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Theater master. I've discovered another talent in Yun Xiao. It's too bad that he doesn't go into acting. Eating Team Chin's at noon and Team Chin's at night. Other players are still worrying about 3 meals a day. He's already wool gathering. Isn't he a chauffeur? Not going to pick up customers. Always running to the police station to dabble. It can't be that Yun Xiao really wants to solve the case, right? Don't be ridiculous. This case is not simple. If he can solve it, I'll eat shit live upside down. Don't go upstairs. I've found you. Yesterday you said you'd eat dinosaur eggs raw. Hurry up and make up for the previous ones. I think it's unlikely. Even the police don't have a clue. The hope of solving the case in 3 days is very slim. Next, Yun Xiao followed Team Chin to the police station to finish his statement. Then the two of them got in a police car and went straight to the snack bar. I know a barbecue place that's really good. I always go there after work. Team Chin smiled. Cloudy, that's a good feeling. Just have something to eat. I'm not picky. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the snack bar. Upon seeing the familiar barbecue restaurant in front of him, Yun Xiao did not have a strange gaze. Seeing this expression on his face, Team Chin was curious. What's wrong? There was a meaningful smile at the corner of Yun Xiao's mouth. Nothing. I came here yesterday. This flavor is good. Walk into the store. The two found an empty seat and ordered drinks and barbecue. Then they began to make small talk. Within moments, the waiter brought the order to the table. After a night of adjustments, 66 status and readjust back. The old confidence is back. Only when he came over with the dishes, Yun Xiao twisted his head around and greeted with a smile. Hello brother? Hello again. 66 was struck by lightning and his face stiffened, revealing a smile worse than tears. Dude, what the heck? Why you again? Yun Xiao touched his nose and laughed. Misunderstanding ha, I'm not here to hit you. It's Captain Qin who invited me to dinner. Don't believe me, ask him. 66 hasn't said a word. From the back kitchen came a rush of footsteps. The store owner greeted him with a big smile. Yo, isn't this Team Qin? What brings you here? Team Qin smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. I don't have time to come over. I ran into a big case today. And this is an invitation for this little brother of mine to come for dinner. The boss laughed politely. Team Qin, you're rising up the ranks. What? Have you started taking on disciples? Qin Team waved his hand. Hey, he is not my disciple. This kid has a big face. Even the airport manager and Shen Forensic personally invited. He gave a refusal. How can he look at me, this sesame-sized small official? The owner was taken aback by this statement. The airport manager and Dr. Shen, these two, they're big men. In particular, the manager of Ninhai International Airport. That's a cadre on par with the mayor. You can say no to that? This card must be as big as the sky. The boss was supposed to be just being polite. At this moment, looking at Yun Xiao was getting more and more intimate, so he thought about how to make a good relationship. Boss, you don't remember me? Yun Xiao took the initiative to greet him. Ha! The boss was shocked at the bottom of his heart and carefully surveyed Yun Xiao. Suddenly it comes to mind. Isn't this the same valet boy from last night? But right now, he didn't think Cloudy was an ordinary valet. Let Team Qin treat you personally. Airport managers are inviting him. Can this be ordinary? Oh, little brother is an honored guest. Please bear with me if I was slow yesterday. I'll add a few more dishes. It's on me today. Listening to the conversation between several people, 66 was confused. 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage were inflicted inwardly. Stitching up the heart of the word. Quartered again. Why are people so different from each other? Same with the contestants. Tired of being a waiter myself. Where are they? Not only do you have a small life, you don't have to spend money on food. The airport manager personally invited. Even the boss kisses his ass. It's obvious that it's going to be flattering. However, just as 66 was struck and unable to find his way, crunch, there was a sharp breaking sound from outside the door. A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, walking into the grill. He caught a glimpse of Cloudy, hastily surprised. He came striding over. Mr. Yun Xiao, I can finally find you. The man grabbed Cloudy's grease-stained hand and didn't mind. Just hold it up. Yun Xiao was confused, certain that he didn't recognize the other party. You, looking for me? The man suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed. I forgot to introduce myself. My humble self is the manager of Ninghai Red Flag 4 store. My name is Wang Yang. Oh, what do you want? Cloudy still couldn't figure it out. The man opened the door and said, Mr. Yun Xiao, it's like this. I've come to thank you on behalf of the Red Flag 4 store headquarters. Here's a check for $100. 000. Please do take it. Cloudy, Team Qin, boss, straight from the booth? Chow, what's the situation? What the hell is going on? Not only were the others confused, Yun Xiao was also confused. Why are people still rushing to give away money? One delivery is 100. 000. After freezing for a while, the corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. So what? You've got it wrong, right? Why are you giving me money? The man laughed. Yes, it's for you. Because you drove a red flag car up a mountain and beat the pros. And the video exploded on the internet. Overnight yesterday, there was countless discussions on the internet. And everyone praised Red Flag for its outstanding performance. Now, the Red Flag cars in 4S stores across the country are sold out. And there are price increases everywhere to increase the grab. To tell the truth, our Red Flag high-end brand H9 this car, usually a month can only sell 1 or 2,000 units. But as of this afternoon, has sold out tens of thousands of units. The data has doubled 10 times. This is all because of you. So the headquarters specially instructed me to come over to thank you properly. And this $100,000 is the honorarium for the thanks. In addition, the headquarters would like to invite you to become the spokesperson of the Red Flag H9. The endorsement fee will be calculated separately. And I hope Mr. Yun Xiao will consider it. Click, click. Seeing the $100,000 check handed over to Cloudy. 66. The heart of the road is scarce. It's broken all over the place. It wasn't until then that he realized the gap between himself and his opponent. It's like a moat. His whole body became disoriented. Destroy it, hurry up and get tired. The man gave $100,000 as a thank you fee, left his contact information with Yun Xiao, and then excused himself and left. The store was packed. He had to hurry back to entertain. But as for Red Flag HQ, inviting yourself to be the spokesperson, of course Cloudy refused. He's still on the show. How does he have time to get endorsements? But the manager still left his business card, saying that if Yun Xiao was interested, he should call him anytime. It wasn't until after he left that the crowd at the scene snapped back into focus. Team Chin's gaze was full of oddities. Red Flag Auto Group actually came to thank Cloudy? Not only do they offer $100,000 honorarium, and invite him to be a spokesperson? This kid, what the hell does he do? At this moment, he was curious about Yun Xiao's identity. An ordinary chauffeur driver could have this strength? Cloudy secretly smacked his lips, thinking it was so rare that even he hadn't thought of it. Driving up a mountain to save a life. Not only did he take a Pro AM title, even the red car sold out. Never mind how outrageous this is going, but the $100,000 bucks, it's a solid arrival. The shopkeeper twisted his head around and saw that no. 66 was still dazed, frowning and chiding. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? No. 66 awoke with a sudden start and looked at Yun Xiao with a complicated gaze. He realized that he no longer deserved to stand here. Not worthy to stand with Cloudy. What's the point of continuing to compete? Even if you give him a year, he won't see $100,000. The difference between the two. It's no longer a matter of trying to make up for it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, the broadcast room also boiled over. The pop-ups whooshed out like Gatling. Oh, shit, is this outrageous? Is it outrageous to be rich when the dog-blooded drama of soap operas is played out in reality? Surely Yun Xiao's assets are definitely the proper number one. After earning more than $100,000 in 2 days, a tycoon won't pop up next and make him go back to inherit the family fortune, right? With $100,000, the chances of Yun Xiao winning the championship is very high. Now the pressure is given to other players, and found that none of them hit. Is there any suspicion of cheating? Will the show recognize it? After all, he's not the one who drove the car and made the money. It is indeed exaggerated. $100,000. The other contestants may not be able to earn by the end of this nifty wool gathering. It is estimated that the program will not be counted in the personal assets. Brothers, hurry over the wall to 66 live room to see. This guy was hit by the light. I guess they all want to withdraw from the game. Pohahaha. Although this is a very sad story. Congratulations to 66 for quitting early and suffering most of the year's sins less. When you feel like giving up, think of all the hard work you've done, and you realize that you should have given up a long time ago, and that the hard work was for nothing anyway, so you might as well swing for the fences. Next, the food was served by another waiter, but Team Chin had no appetite for the obvious. Alas, only the clouds were eating. It made him embarrassed. Team Chin, why don't you eat? Chin Team shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not this case that gave it away. The above asked us to solve the case within 3 days, but the clues were interrupted when they came to the butcher. Can I eat this? This case is putting too much pressure on him. It's pressed so hard up there again. It's really hard to move an inch without a clue. Cloudy was gnawing on a large chicken leg and said vaguely, "Hey, the car will be there. So what are you afraid of?" Seeing that Yun Xiao looked confident, Team Chin became curious. Why? Have you found anything? Yun Xiao hemmed and hawed. No. Then say shit. Cloudy shrugged non-committally and continued to eat, but the mind came alive. Follow the tips given by the system. The dead man was dead in his bed, and in a state of extreme euphoria, being stabbed through the heart. What does that mean? The dead man must have stayed with a woman before he died. And what circumstances would fulfill this condition? The answer cries out. Just whoring. So just follow the trail and feel it out. Find the clubhouse where the deceased went, not far from catching the killer. However, he couldn't tell Team Chin directly. Contemplating for a moment, Yun Xiao blinked and asked, "Chin Team, I said if I can assist you in solving the case, is there any reward?" Team Chin was dumbfounded. You want to solve the case? Oh, I know you mean well, but solving the case isn't that easy. You should go back after dinner. Cloudy turned a deaf ear and insisted. Seriously, is there a bonus to be had? Team Chin froze and shook his head. Indeed there are. According to the specifications, ranging from 5,000 to 10,000. Really? Really? Chin Team foxed. But, you are getting $100,000 check, and you still care about this? That's different. $100,000 for nothing. This is through the fruits of my labor in exchange. Really get the prize. More sense of accomplishment. The corner of Team Chin's mouth twitched. Why do you say that? Why are you so beat up? Pick up $100,000 for nothing. How come I don't have that kind of luck? However, it was stirred up by the clouds. The Chin team was in a much lighter mood. Then let me ask you, how do you want to solve the case? This case isn't that simple. It's easy for a young man to talk big. Yun Xiao smiled mysteriously. The mountain man has his own plan. You'll see. Now, the only breakthrough is that dump. Later, you change your clothes and we'll go check it out. Maybe we'll find something and run into the meat thrower. Team Chin nodded. That's fine. There aren't many clues anyway, so there's no harm in going over there. But I realize that you, kid, are really money-minded, and you're wool gathering everywhere you go. Yun Xiao's words changed, revealing his serious face. Nonsense. It's not money I care about. It's justice. Don't you slander me. Pust. Team Chin sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the ceiling. Numb nuts. Obviously looking at bonuses. How can you say that? Okay, whatever you say. Team Chin couldn't help but lament. Look what a good heart this young man has. Happy to help people. It's just that, is a bit money-minded. However, what Yun Xiao was thinking at the moment was, if Team Chin knew that he was taking him to a whore later, will he be dragged out and shot? Looking at Team Chin's kind expression, Yun Xiao was a bit unnatural and had a dry smile on his face. Aha! For the sake of solving the case, he surely understands. But, Cloudy intended to take a precaution in advance. Avoid tug-of-war. Ahem. Team Chin, let me ask you something. Have you ever had a prostitute? Team Chin. Yun Xiao hard dry smile. Well, is playing wild ball. Spend money to find a wild ball hall. Have a coach and you play against each other. And finally 100 shots into the basket kind of thing. The Chin team looked puzzled and even more confused. But he knew. Cloudy must be up to something. This kid's got a brain. He might actually have a solution. As far as being able to solve the case, it's up to God. Finish eating. Team Chin changed his clothes and went with Yun Xiao to the village that the butcher had mentioned. The village is rather run down. Most of the residents are foreigners, as well as laborers. There is a development area factory nearby. These young people working in factories, to save time, live in the village and work easily. By the end of the night, the village was quiet. Not even a streetlight. Even less entertainment. Who wants to come out and get high when they're tired during the day? The two pulled over to the side of the road. After looking around for a while and not seeing anyone, Team Chin couldn't help but say breathlessly, "You're not just going to keep waiting, are you?" Yun Xiao shook his head. "Of course not. Go down and take a walk. Since you've come to solve a case, you mustn't wander around a bit? Get out of the car." The two men followed a dimly lit path. In fact, Yun Xiao didn't have much certainty and was only here to try his luck. To solve the case, we need to find the woman who slept with the dead man. But it's unlikely that the murderer would offer himself voluntarily. Only if they come to the door. And so many people died. The police department hasn't received a single report either. And odds are that all the dead were out-of-towners. They have no family here and are all temporary workers. Even if the person is gone, not many people will notice. The only thing that Cloudy was worried about was, still live on the air myself. Will the killer see the live feed and spook them? In case he runs away. It's not a waste of time, but this is less likely. Anyway, I'm here to take my chances. And I don't expect to actually catch anyone. Wandered around until 10:30. Team Chin's patience gradually wore thin. It's a total headless search. How is it possible to run into a murderer? Just as Team Chin wanted to tip the clouds. Isn't it time to go back? Suddenly, Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. And sure enough, a situation had arisen. It's just up the road. A late-night beauty in a red dress appears. Dimly lit streets. The red-skirted beauty walked towards the two men head-on. Heavily made up and sexily dressed. The red dress was open all the way to the base of her thighs and was hidden from view. The night is hazy. No man's street. It would have been a solid sight to see such a beautiful woman at first glance. The beautiful woman doesn't walk fast, like she's taking a walk. But the question is, a girl alone in the middle of the night. Why don't you stay at home and wander the streets by yourself? It's so dark in here. Not to mention women. Even men are scared. Who in their right mind takes a walk? Yun Xiao's ion flashed. And the first thing he felt was that there was something wrong with this woman. Countryside. Middle of the night. Woman. Could it have anything to do with the human trafficking case? Or maybe this beauty is a decoy. There's a gang behind her. That's how the victims of those human cases were lured over to her and Karmad? Cloudy pondered a little. Hurriedly, he greeted them with a quick step. Not at all outgoing. She smiled and greeted. "Hello pretty girl. You look very special, eh?" The beautiful woman was on her feet. "Seeing is a handsome man delivered to your door." Not only was he not raw, but he showed a flirtatious smile. "Handsome. Tell me, what's special about me?" Yun Xiao said in a serious manner. "Especially like my ex-girlfriend." Team Chin. The corners of his mouth twitched hard. Nice guy. I'll let you solve the case. You're hitting on a pretty girl with your earthy love language? Sure enough, he shouldn't have trusted Yun Xiao's words. It was too unreliable. But, the woman is indeed quite good looking. In his place, if he were a decade or so younger, he would probably be moved. It's understandable that young people are bloodthirsty and pick up girls, but you have to know when. The beautiful woman was confused for a moment before she came back to her senses. Handsome. Is this how you pick up girls? Cloudy shrugged. I for one like to play straight and clean. The beauty smiled at that and said with interest. So, what do you think? Can you score? Cloudy didn't answer this one, coughing twice. So, what? I wanted to ask you, is there a hair wash over here? My head itches. Hearing this, Team Chin still looked puzzled. Just now you were picking up girls. Why are you washing your hair now? Where can I wash my hair in the middle of the night? Can't you wash it at home? You said you'd come to solve the case. You kids are looking for nothing. The beautiful woman's mouth opened wide with a surprised look on her face. Honestly, it was the first time she'd met someone so blunt. Straighter than a fucking straight man of steel. Washing your hair in the middle of the night? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, the broadcast room erupted in laughter. In one word, tawdry. In 5 words, it's too flirty. This is the only one who can say that. I don't get it. Didn't you just hook up with a pretty girl? Why is he washing his hair now? Has he washed his hair so much that his brain is filled with water? Upstairs, doesn't Yun Xiao understand this? It is only expressed in a more euphemistic way. It seems that you guys don't have enough fire. You still have to continue to practice. Pohahaha, you do know how to use words. Straightforward and yet elegant. Chinese culture is kind of played by you to understand. He's really good at the whole job. Screwing like this in front of the police. It's so exciting and perverted. The beautiful woman smiled and flirtatiously glanced at Yun Xiao. Handsome. You're such an interesting guy. Do you want to think about your sister? I'm interested in you. Oh. Yeah. Yun Xiao was too busy to lose his nod. I wonder how much the cost is. It's also my first time doing this kind of thing. Can it be cheaper? The beautiful woman hid her mouth and laughed. Handsome. 1,000 a night. Can I take it? Yun Xiao did not move. But the mind races. The fish is hooked. But he wasn't sure yet. This is a simple peripheral girl. Or was it bait thrown out by the human case killer? Gotta keep trying to get it right. Listening to the conversation between the two, Team Chin was shocked. What the hell? 1,000 a night? He reacted with hindsight. I'm a cop right here. You don't treat me like one, do you? Team Chin was just about to snap, but was stopped by a look from Yun Xiao. Couldn't help but frown. What the hell is this kid up to? We said we'd solve the case, but now we're shopping and picking up girls. And now we're soliciting prostitutes. But think of what the other guy said before. Team Chin had to be patient. Continue without a word. Yun Xiao smiled and pointed to the back. Beauty, can we go out? The environment over here is too shabby. I'll treat you to a hotel. The car is over there. The woman shook her head. It's too late. I don't want to go out. It's dangerous out there. Cloudy raised an eyebrow. Think it's funny. Dangerous? And you're out walking alone. It's not a no-brainer. Of course Yun Xiao would not reveal her. Match the performance and hold up 2 fingers. Oh, pretty girl. I'm not short of money. Here's 2,000 for you. Come with me or not. Again the woman shot back. Sorry, I'm not going out. 3,000, can't be more. No matter how much you give. Handsome. If you don't have sincerity, then I won't do this business. The woman's words were firm, with no wiggle room. Cloudy smiled. He can be sure. There must be a gang behind this woman. Maybe, it's the real culprit behind the human case. Because if it's her personally, it doesn't matter if you go out or not. And besides, there's more money to be made. But she balked and was adamant about not going out, which has to be suspicious. A beautiful woman of this stature. Put it in one of those upscale entertainment venues. 7 or 8,000 are up for grabs. But on the contrary, she appeared here, late at night, soliciting alone on a deserted street. Not afraid of running into bad people? Then, there's only one possibility. She's the bad guy herself, or a decoy. There are other people behind the scenes who actually carry it out. Specialized in abducting off-duty factory workers for ulterior motives. Because by shifting positions, the killer won't be able to do his job. The beautiful woman finished and turned to leave. Of course Yun Xiao would not let her leave. Okay, just listen to you. But what about my other buddy here? Together? Team Chin. The beautiful woman turned back and laughed. Handsome man, for the sake of you being so handsome, the two of you will count you 1,800. I'll just call another sis to join me. Yun Xiao heatedly smiled. That's a good feeling. It's a deal. Team Chin's eyes were wider than brass bells. If eyes could kill. The clouds had been pierced by 10,000 arrows and were full of holes. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed blew up all of a sudden. The pop-ups are like blowouts. Fuck, is this guy for real? Not only is he going by himself, but he's taking the police with him, which has to be taking away the shoots. 666. I'm not even convinced by the wall but by you. Borrowing the name of solving the case out of the ticket. This is not Pit Chin team? Dismissal from the police force is considered light. Laughing does not live. Cloudy is not going to go to bed to solve the case? It's more like breaking a virgin. Team Chin, family, who understands I was pitted by this old six. Got on the thief ship cannot get off. Advise everyone must stay away from the pits. Po ha 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 ha. It feels like Team Chin wants to eat Cloudy Sky alive. I just want to see how long he can hold back. Don't say a word. I've got the tissues ready. Just wait for the live broadcast later. Next, the two followed the red-skirted beauty around 7 corners. Walk into a country house. Standing in the doorway, Team Chin's eyes were odd as he twisted his head and tried to run. Cloudy was quick to pull him back. Run for what? We had a deal before. We're here to solve the case. Team Chin, don't be psychologically burdened. Think about the dead who were brutally murdered and are still waiting for you to clear their names. Captain Chin sighed and stopped struggling. Walked in stiffly. The Aliyah has 2 floors and a courtyard outside. It was surrounded by 2-meter-high concrete walls. There's a layer of barbed wire on top. It's difficult to get in and out, both from the outside and the inside. The pupils of Team Chin's eyes shrunk slightly. The surroundings of the place instinctively gave him a touch of caution. But Cloudy acted like nothing was wrong. All the way into the hall, Team Chin gritted their teeth and continued to follow, led by a beautiful woman. The 3 went up to the 2nd floor and entered a dimly lit room. The room was huge. There's actually entertainment. Couches, KTV, everything. There was also a hidden cubicle inside with 2 beds. The pretty girl called for another sister. Another wine from the liquor cabinet. Turn on the KTV music. The atmosphere got high right away. Cloudy didn't go straight to the point right away. Instead, he sat down on the couch and made small talk in conjunction with a song order. The Chin team was sitting on pins and needles like they had calluses on their asses. But think of what Cloudy said about solving the case. And it had to be acted out. But all this when another sister came over. It was broken without mercy. The girl was very open to sitting next to the Chin team. Moving up to the base of his ear, he called out, "Uncle, this one." Team Chin's face turned green and he scurried up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Numb nuts, that's getting on the bandwagon. Just solve the case. What are you doing to test the cadres? He's not a cadre yet. Just a small civil servant. This is going to be found out. You didn't do anything. It's not a loss. When you go back, if your wife finds out, you might have to get a divorce. Watching Yun Xiao and the red-skirted beauty talking and laughing, Team Chin just couldn't stay and wanted to go out and clear the air. But Cloudy Sky pressed him without a trace and shook his head slightly. Team Chin calmed down again, knowing that Yun Xiao must have other plans. Had no choice but to sit back down. Half an hour later, the beautiful woman got up and pulled a couple of drinks out of the cabinet. Smiling, he handed it to them. Here, have a drink to wake you up, or you'll have a hard time doing your business later. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth lifted as he politely accepted the drink. Beauty, I've been playing with you here for quite a while. When do I start? The beauty giggled. What's the rush? Don't you have to flirt before you do it? You guys drink your drinks and we'll start later. That's a good feeling. Cloudy had a look of impatience. Open the drink and pretend to drink it. Team Chin hesitated, seeing that Yun Xiao painfully drank them all. And so he let his guard down and took a few small sips. No surprises. Accidents come. 10 minutes later, Team Chin suddenly felt something was wrong. Touching his hot cheeks, he wondered, why is his face so hot? My head is also dizzy. Could it be that I drank too much wine? He remembered that he clearly hadn't had much to drink. Uncle, when you come to this place, don't pretend to be serious. Take off your clothes and your sister will perform a one-horse show. The girl next to her, with a demented smile, took the initiative to stick to the Chin team. Twisting around like a snake charmer instantly removes the jacket. The Chin team was dumbfounded. People are stupid. Just wanted to duck. Finding no strength at all. I couldn't move. All you can do is act like a doll and let that girl stick it to you. Team Chin blew up, thinking he's a police officer. Is he going to fall for this? You want to lose your virginity? That's when he finally realized the problem. How can drinking feel like this? No. Clouds, there's something wrong with this drink. Drugged. Cloudy also realized this, because just at the same time, the red-skirted beauty next to him came up. The body is enchanting and the smile is flirtatious. Those peach blossom eyes were full of seduction. Handsome, aren't you in a hurry? I won't let you spend this $1,000 for nothing. Come on. The beautiful woman let out a silver bell laugh. Restlessness stirred every cell in the body. Like this kind of extreme, ordinary men really can't stand it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Good lord, I can watch this for free? It's so damn exciting. Here it comes. Here it comes. The long-awaited one is finally here. Conscientious anchor. Good people must have good rewards. Outrageous. Let you solve the case. You come to this? Take a screenshot and save it. If you're slow, you won't get it. There are so many people in the live room. Why are there so few talking? Are you guys busy? Oh, shit. Have you guys got it all wrong? Obviously Team Chin is yelling about drugging. It's obvious something's not right. There's something wrong with this woman. Call the police. Just then, the red-skirted beauty suddenly stopped moving. The clouds are too calm. She's seduced countless men. None, however, were as surprisingly quiet as he was. Handsome. Why don't you play? Although Cloudy wanted to stall for time, waiting for the murderer behind the scenes to show up. But the state of affairs has come to this. Keep going again. Don't even know how to die. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Beauty, to be honest, you are indeed very heartwarming. But I'm afraid that if I keep playing around, I'll really have to play with fire and get karma wasted by you. What? Both women were taken aback. A face full of incredulity stared at Yun Xiao. Team Chin, live stream. One moment. The whole room fell silent. It's awfully quiet. The red-skirted woman's face changed. Then she regained her composure. Handsome. I don't understand what you're talking about? The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth rose. Don't understand? Then I'll remind you. Say, did a guy named Horse Sells Beer sleep with you a while back? There's only bone crumbs left now. Isn't there? His meat, did you throw it in the garbage? This statement was made. The red-skirted woman looked horrified. Unconsciously take 2 steps back. She couldn't figure out what she was revealing. But how would she know? At the first sight of her, Yun Xiao was suspicious. Stayed extremely alert the entire time. The drink that I drank, I threw up long ago while I had the chance. It's just that Team Chin drank it down too quickly just now. He was too late to warn. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the room was opened. A tall shadow appeared at the door. Everyone subconsciously looked over. The pupils of Team Chin's eyes snapped shut. Only in Shade's hand, he was holding a sharp boning knife. It's got blood slots open on it. Once inserted into your body, it will bleed straight through until it bleeds you out. Yun Xiao was similarly shaken. That's right. It's this knife. Murder weapon. This guy is the real culprit behind this. With the help of the light in the room, one could vaguely see the dark red mark that remained on the boning knife. That's already killed an unknown number of people, reddened by blood. The moment. The Chin team was shocked. Never expected the killer to show up of his own accord. Previously, he had never been able to figure out why Yun Xiao had brought him here. It didn't sink in until then. It turned out that Yun Xiao had long had a complete plan. This mass murder. Surprisingly, because they snuck over, it was only then that the killer was successfully forced out. Who'd believe it? The Chin team was admiring and anxious. The real culprit has been found. But they can't move now that they're drugged. There's no way to make an arrest. Even self-preservation is a challenge. Even if we call the police now, it's too late. By the time the police arrived, the two would be long dead. The killer is also peachy. Do you really want to die here? A wave of despair and helplessness ran through Team Chin. In the room, the sound of muffled footsteps echoed. The murderer took one step at a time, gradually revealing his face. A man, early 30s, dressed in a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked svelte. His expression, however, was unusually grim. A pervert-like smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Yun Xiao, do you know that? I've been waiting for you for a long time. After walking into the room, the murderer stared straight at Cloudy. Hold up your cell phone screen. It was Live 37 that was playing on the screen. Keeping a lookout. That was the first thought that popped into Team Chin's head. Didn't realize they'd been set up by the killer from start to finish. It's a trap. Watch the live feed on your cell phone screen. The Chin team is desperate. I thought Yun Xiao was extremely smart, but I ran into the murderer who was as cunning as a fox. This next. Maybe even throw your life away. The murderer stared at Cloudy with a perverted look of frenzied excitement. Ha, didn't expect that. Did you? I'm a fan of your work. And I knew at the moment you found the butcher block. Don't you ever wonder why she was there? You think you found the killer, but I actually lured you here on purpose. Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at him calmly. Oh yeah? I didn't expect that there would be a pervert like you among my fans. But I'm curious. How dare you offer yourself up? Aren't you afraid of this cop beside me? The killer shrugged indifferently. So what if it's the police? In the end, they still have to fall into my hands. It's you. On the other hand, that has me salivating. Don't worry. I'll savor every part of your body and won't waste a single bit. This Chin team can't get away with it either. And although I don't eat him, someone else does. And camel meat is very popular. As he said that, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, nearly full of madness and distortion. Cloudy was surprised. You know someone who sells meat? Of course. The killer smiled smugly. Why else would the garbage heap always have fresh meat showing up? That butcher was just being used by me to help me sell meat. Good things have to be brought out and shared together, and I get a kick out of letting others taste my masterpiece. Of course, I'd be more excited about eating you. The Chin team collapsed on the couch. It just felt like there were countless ants tearing at my body. Have a mind to save Cloudy. But he was sore and weak. The live feed was shocked by the shocking scene. The pop-ups were bombed like crazy. Crouching. Crap, I've got my tissues out. And you're showing me a live kill? It can't be a program script. If it's true, I'm afraid I won't be able to lift it for a year to come. Hissing, seeing that boning knife, my scalp is numb. Don't say I don't lift. I don't even dare to ask for a date for fear of being driven to the waist and eaten as camel meat. I thought how powerful Yin Xiao was, but it turned out to be counter-robbed by others. It's over now. Even Team Chin was dragged into this. This is also too wrong to die. Live broadcast solving the case just doesn't seem right to me. Let the killer find out. Right? Let you pretend and play it off. Right? Brothers, don't panic. I've called the police. They'll be there soon. What's the point of calling the police now? It's too late. Anyone in the neighborhood? Hurry up and help, or someone will die. Ha, did you all notice that Yin Xiao doesn't seem to be the least bit flustered? He's not still pretending at this point, is he? Oh, with his little body, he can't fool anyone. The murderer can kill one with one cut. The murderer was seen with a boning knife in his hand. Stepping closer. The netizens are going crazy. Yin Xiao frowned, feeling disgusted from the bottom of his heart. You're such a dumbass. To satisfy a perverted appetite. Treating so many lives like child's play and forcing others to eat human flesh with you. But are you sure? To kill me? The murderer was full of contempt and looked fierce. Or what? As you are. Even without drugs. I can beat 3 of them with one hand. But you're my idol. I wouldn't be so violent. I will tie you up and make you experience extreme pleasure before I stab you through the heart. That's when it tastes the best. Yin Xiao waved his hand and said in a serious manner. Don't. I've recently abstained from sex and am allergic to women. So don't you dare keep your hands off me. Team Chin's cold sweat came down as he listened. Yin Xiao, are you crazy? Don't provoke him. Let him kill me first. The police will be here soon. You don't want to lose your life here. But it was as if Cloudy hadn't heard. The corners of his mouth turned up and he looked at the murderer with a smile on his face. Have you ever heard of the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird coming after it? The murderer had a look of subdued confidence. As in winning. You're the praying mantis. I'm the yellow finch. You catch the cicada and then I eat it. No. Yin Xiao extended a finger and shook it. This saying should be understood in this way. After the mantis catches the cicada, then turn back to eat the yellow bird. This is called eating before and after. Team Chin? Murderer? Straight from the booth? The whole scene was silent. All of them were bowled over by Yin Xiao's top-notch understanding. The live streamers were in a daze. What a guy. He's not afraid to die. Is he? He's still pretending at this hour. The word convince in capital letters. I can see my palms sweating. He still has the heart to joke? Finished. This time the murderer was completely enraged. To be a person can be naive, but cannot be ignorant. Hiss. Don't call the police. Call the crematorium and hurry to collect the body. Don't get me wrong guys. Maybe Yin Xiao bursts into flood power all of a sudden and kills the murderer back? Wake up upstairs. Don't fall asleep. The killer froze. The expression suddenly became ferocious. Raising his boning knife, he took a big step forward and hissed. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Go to hell. A sharp pointy knife that cuts through the air. It made an ear-piercing sound. The glint of reflected cold light made the Chin team close their eyes in despair. Done. That's a solid stab. The blood must be spilled on the spot. But next, the intended scene did not appear. That was a quick cut by the killer. So fast that there was no time to dodge. However, on the contrary, when a knife stabbed down, Yin Xiao, who had just sat there, had long since disappeared. Only the couch was scratched with a gash. Crumbs flew. The moment the tip of the blade touched Yin Xiao's body, it was as if he was instantaneous. Appeared a few meters away. Now everyone was confused. The pupils of the killer's eyes narrowed slightly as he jerked back. Incredulously, he stared at Cloudy. How is that possible? You didn't have a drink? At this moment, Yin Xiao's expression was somewhat excited. Ever since the system granted the kung fu skill, this was the first time he had performed it in front of people. I didn't expect it to work so well. Just now, The murderer's cut. It was like slow motion in his eyes, and could be dodged with unparalleled ease. Body coordination and dodging ability. Upgrade more than a notch. Kung Fu masters, they are really strong and powerful. Even a strong murderer was no different from a chicken that could be crushed at any time in his eyes. In the face of the murderer's shock, Yun Xiao grinned. Congratulations on your correct answer. Eat my punch. Seeing Yun Xiao swinging his fist and pouncing, the killer's demeanor changed and he raised his razor blade once again in a slashing motion. Cloudy quickly dodged, changing fists to palms. One clasped the other's wrist. The murderer only felt a huge force coming at him, and he couldn't get his right hand free at all. It was firmly held by Cloudy. Can't move. The pain was so great that he couldn't help but exclaim. No, no, why are you so strong? Yun Xiao looked disdainfully at him from above. I told you a long time ago. The praying mantis catches the cicada, but the yellow sparrow is at the back. You think you're hunting me? Actually, I was waiting for you to take the bait. Having said that, Yun Xiao stopped talking nonsense with him. A gentle twist. Crunching. The sound of bones breaking came clearly. The murderer's arm was twisted into a twist. The boning knife, too, fell to the floor. The pain made him roll all over the floor. But Cloudy wasn't going to let it go. Walking up, he lifted his feet and stomped on both of his knees. Click, click. 2 more sounds of crushed bones. This guy had both his legs wasted on the spot. Cloudy didn't do one thing or the other. Boo! A sharp kick to the brain. The killer hit the wall behind him like a dead pig. A splash of blood. Yun Xiao did not hold back in the slightest. Treat this cruel and sick murderer. It should be done once and for all. Even if he's cured, he'll still have to die. So he might as well do it. Let him taste endless pain before he dies. Life is worse than death. It's what tortures him the most. Cloudy fully experienced the pleasure that power brought. Put in the old days, he would never have that kind of strength. Whether it's speed, strength, or agility, it's a big boost. Is this a kung fu master? The system is really giving it a go. From Cloud launching a counterattack to knocking out the murderer. But it was electric. It wasn't until then that the crowd came back to their senses, stunned by the shocking reversal of the situation. Clueless, silly eyes, as well as rocked. The atmosphere was as if the scene had frozen. Team Chin felt as if their breathing had stopped. Staring, he kept gagging. The two beauties, long ago, were shivering and hugging each other, cowering in the corner and screaming incoherently, completely dumbfounded by the bloody scene. Aside from Yun Xiao, no one's expression remained normal, even if it's a live broadcast. It was also densely covered with pop-ups. The crowd blew up. Crouch, crouch, crouch. Brothers, forgive me. I graduated from elementary school and my vocabulary is really lacking. Mom, yeah, old excitement. Is this martial arts? I didn't realize the anchor was actually pretending to be a pig. He's so good. He'll kill the murderer in seconds. It's not martial arts. It's real kung fu. It's a national art. And it's a real killing technique. You did not see him just casually hit the few times. Are the vitals? Either half of the body is either dead or disabled. I am fortunate enough to have practiced sparring. And usually when I come across an opponent like Yun Xiao, I am on my knees begging for mercy. Hissing, so powerful? What exactly does Yun Xiao do? He knows kung fu, but how old is he? Is he really an all-round player? You guys don't think highly of Cloudy? Now you know. I strongly suggest that those unconvinced netizens can go to fight the fake. I'll pay for the traveling expenses. And sponsor $500 for medical expenses. Funny, believe it or not, if I fight against Yun Xiao, he will definitely kneel in front of me, strangling my human center and begging me not to die? What is this? I have a friend who was a taekwondo practitioner, and last time he was kicked out of the gym, a high 360-degree roundhouse kick, fell and broke 3 ribs, and blackmailed the other party for $80,000. Crap, I just don't look. Who can tell me what happened? How do I open my eyes? The killer fell to the ground and foamed. What did I miss? The netizens were dumbfounded when they learned that the killer had set the trap long ago, waiting for Cloudy to head inside. I knew it had to be bad. Even dared to kill in front of the police. It shows how arrogant the killer is. But no one expected such a reversal in this situation of certain death against all odds. Before, everyone thought that Yun Xiao was playing dead. Turns out what he said was true. The mantis catches the cicada before it eats the yellow bird. So, that's what the quote is right about. Clapping his hands, Yun Xiao looked at Team Chin and asked, Captain Chin, how are you? Team Chin's inner shock had not dissipated until now. Laughing bitterly, I'm fine, but I just realized that you're more of a cop than I am. I'd even believe it when I say you're a special forces soldier, to be able to fight so well. Did you know the killer was ambushed here? Yun Xiao touched his nose, sort of. Didn't the autopsy report say that the murderer died of extreme excitement? Then he must have done intense exercise before death. And what has to do with intense exercise? When I think about it, they're the most likely ones. But I wasn't sure, so I asked you to come over and take a chance. And I didn't think it would pay off. The Chin team sniffed inside. The mind was so deliberate that it put him, a policeman, to shame, if it wasn't for the clouds today. And he was completely planted. Yun Xiao frowned and suddenly looked at the two beautiful women in the corner. The two men were frightened, terrified. He cried out, "Please, don't kill me. This matter has nothing to do with us. We were also forced. This man is not a human being. He's beastly. Capture us, force us to be used as bait. And if we don't listen to him, all kinds of torture." The murderer was seen covered in blood and collapsed. It would have scared them silly long ago. Yun Xiao didn't have any compassion at all, though they were forced to. But so many people died because of them. There's no escaping this charge. Choose to be an accomplice and suffer the consequences. Not a moment later, several police cars drove up outside. The sirens were piercing. It cut through the silence that surrounded the compound. On the first police car, Bureau Lu ran down, sweating profusely, and yelled, "Break down the door. Don't let any of them get away." Heavily armed SWAT team, kicking down the door. A line of people fishtailed in. Just now, they received a call from the internet, and sent the details of the address to the police force. Bureau Lu did not dare to delay, personally led the team to the scene, locked down the perimeter of the Bujinkan at the first opportunity. Avoiding the escape of suspects, Lu bureaus raised their guns and rushed to the door of the room ahead of the others, kicked the door open and yelled inside, "Freeze, police, hold your heads and crouch." The next second, he froze. The room was a mess. Tables and chairs were knocked over. In the corner of the wall lay a man who didn't know he was dead, covered in blood. The two scantily clad women blanched. Tin Chin rested limply on the couch. In the room, only Yun Xiao was still standing. Lu's head went down for a second, and then his face changed drastically as he raised his gun and aimed it at Yun Xiao, roaring, "You've been surrounded. Raise your hands and don't resist unnecessarily." Yun Xiao was dumbfounded with a capitalized face. "I don't know whether to cry or laugh. Are you making me a murderer?" Tin Chin waved his hand and said weakly, "Bureau Lu, it's a mistake. It's not him. The man on the floor, that's the murderer. Those two women were accomplices." "Ha!" This time it was Lu's turn to be confused. Retracting his gun, he looked Chin team up and down. "Xiao Chin, you're not in the right condition. What exactly happened?" Tin Chin smiled bitterly. "I was drugged and can't move now. Anyway, the situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later. First arrest the murderer." Bureau Lu was just about to order someone to come forward. Yun Xiao suddenly said, "Wait. I still have questions." When he finished speaking, he stared straight at the two women. "Did you start killing people 6 months ago? How many have you killed in total during that time? Where are all the bones buried?" Seeing Cloudy so interrogated, Bureau Lu shook his head. "Young man, you don't know the police, do you? Interrogation should be left to specialists. They won't tell you. Caught in a big case like this is a death sentence. Look at it from his years of experience. People are not likely to talk easily." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, reality slapped him hard in the face. The two women stared at Cloudy in horror. Without hesitation, he spoke. Yes, we were caught half a year ago and have been helping him kill people. A total of 31 people. The bones that couldn't be eaten were buried in the backyard, and he built a freezer to preserve fresh corpses." Hiss. Bureau Lu couldn't help but draw a cold breath. "I thought killing 31 people was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect it. This psychopathic killer not only buried the bones in the yard, and a cold storage facility for human flesh?" One moment, the hairs on his body exploded in sweat. A whoosh of cold air ran down his spine. Yun Xiao said indifferently, "Murder pays for murder. Since he forced you guys, why did you look for a chance to run away and had to stay and help the enemy?" The woman smiled miserably and shook her head. "I can't run away. I ran away from my hometown to work a year ago and met him. I didn't know it at first. He was human and he kindly offered me a job and I believed him. But then his nature was revealed, and it was a demon. Not only did she insult me, but she locked me in the cellar and forced me to go as bait for her. And I couldn't take the torture anymore, so I agreed. The guests that were pulled back, after they were killed, some of them were eaten by him and the rest were put in cold storage. If I don't do it, he'll hold my baby hostage. Where can I run to? And we're not the first ones. I've heard of girls running away in the night before and then somehow disappearing. He killed so many people. Sooner or later he'll get his comeuppance. I've been prepared for that for a long time. I am finally relieved to be caught by you." The whole room was shocked. According to this meaning, the murderer had committed the crime of murder 6 months earlier. The real death toll, even more than 30 people. Just how many died is anyone's guess. Bureau Lu's face turned ironic for a moment. This is a case that can't be dug any deeper. The more he dug, the more it scared him. Fear. Take him back first. Interrogate him severely. Even if you have to peel off a layer of skin, you have to find out the truth for me. Bureau Lu sank his face and coldly shouted. Even if the case is big, it must be solved. This case has attracted widespread attention. 31 dead would be an exaggeration enough. If only it were more. Lu Bureau didn't dare to think further. It must be done quickly to give an account to the people of the country and the families of the deceased. So, pressing on with no thought of treating the killer. Not even handcuffs. With this half-assed look, he can't even be allowed to run. Straight to Netflix. This moment also came back from the shock. What's going on? Didn't the murderer already get caught? Why does it look like there's a follow-up? Didn't you hear that pretty girl say that the murderer had started killing before them? And with that sick mind of his, who knows how many more of these things he's done? Maybe more than 31 people died. What? This is too horrible. Why don't you know when you've killed so many people? And no one calls the police? Oh, my God. It looks like they're going to dig up the bones on site. I'm suddenly a little afraid to look. I'm really afraid of having nightmares at night. The other side. A group of officers came into the backyard. Prepare the digging tools. Follow the location tips given by the red-skirted beauty and develop it on site. After a period of recovery, the effects of the medicine wore off and Teen Chin was finally able to get down and walk. So come along and watch. On the way, Bureau Lu patted Chin's shoulder in gratitude. Xiao Chin. Thanks to you this time, the murderer can be caught so quickly. Don't worry. In order to solve the case, you only risked your life. When the time comes to report, I will emphasize your credit. Oh, just you wait. A promotion and a raise. The city secretary gave the police force a death order to solve the case in 3 days. But I didn't expect it. The murderer was caught that night. Less than half a day to solve the case. It was a first in the entire history of their precinct. It was a big and urgent case, but it was solved in such a short time. The credit must go to you. Otherwise, such a shocking case in his jurisdiction as a sub-commissioner. If you can't deliver a satisfactory answer, not only can't you keep your crown, it's likely that the people involved will go to jail. So in his opinion, it was definitely a great merit for Teen Chin to catch the murderer so quickly. Hearing this, Teen Chin's gaze could not help but be odd. Full of bitter smile, Lu Bureau, tell you the truth. In fact, this case is not I solved, and I have little to do with it. I am purely to play sauce. Lu Bureau's expression was confused. What? Are you kidding me? You're a police captain. If you didn't break it, who did? Teen Chin looked toward Yun Xiao, who was not far away. It's this young man. He's the one who discovered the case and came to report it. Camel meat masquerading as human meat, which he also discovered. He led the entire investigation of this case until he finally forced the killer to show himself. Bureau Lu's head was filled with confusion as he listened. It's him? I thought he wasn't a police officer. Could it be a police officer from any precinct? Teen Chin shook his head. No, it's true that he's not a cop. He's just a chauffeur. If anything, Bureau Lu was clueless before. Now then, it's just solid shock. Xiao Chin, are you kidding me? If a chauffeur can also solve a case, then what do we need the police for? The corner of Teen Chin's mouth twitched. If he hadn't experienced this firsthand, he wouldn't have believed it either. Is pretty unbelievable. Next, he told him roughly what happened when Yin Xiao brought himself to his little sister. That woman is the murderer's accomplice. And although I don't know how Yin Xiao saw it, it's all true. Later, she drugged me, but Yin Xiao didn't drink it and beat the murderer half to death. And finally you guys came. Honestly, if he hadn't saved the day, I would have had to fall on my face and might have been a corpse. Listen to Teen Chin finish the whole process. Lu's brain buzzed. There was nothing but shock in his eyes. Nice guy. Bringing a cop to find your little sister? How dare you think of that? It just feels like listening to a story. What was even more unbelievable to him was this. Yun Xiao, a non-public official, easily solved such a big case. At the same time, also extremely forceful, easily taking down the murderer. He really didn't know how to describe the mood at the moment. Is contemporary driving so demanding now? Not only can you drive, you also need to know forensics, crime solving, investigation, and martial arts? Special forces don't even carry that. Just very outrageous. Thinking of this, Bureau Lu suddenly had some regrets. Had I known that Jin Xiao was so powerful, I should have had a better attitude before. Just then, an officer came by to report. A large number of bones were indeed dug up in the backyard. All that was left were the bone crumbs and the meat was gone. As for where it went, it goes without saying, because it's in the next room. The police found the huge freezer. It's full of frozen meat, rows and rows hung up like pork, stuffed to the gills. Seeing this scene, many police officers vomited on the spot. Bureau Lu also felt his scalp go numb. It's just too shocking. A slightly weak-minded person would probably be left with a shadow for the rest of his life. And at this point, the live feed has long been shocked and confused. Although the image was promptly mosaicked by the program, but it didn't stop Netflix from being hit by that horror. I'm numb, so much meat. How many killers will it take to make it full? No wonder he dared to show up knowing that Jin Xiao had the police with him. This is a complete pervert. Those who don't know think these are pork. Stuffing human flesh like pork in a cold storage room and hanging it in a wide array of colors is more horrible than hell on earth. Brothers who just said that people's girls are extremely good and want to pay money to go over and do it. I wonder how they feel now. Sisters are indeed gentle and considerate enough, because they will pour out their hearts and lungs to you. Scared shitless, I thought I'd spend some money and waste some of my children and grandchildren. But they not only want your life, they want your meat. Coming out of the freezer, Duro Lu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This is full of cold storage meat. It's never more than 6 months of kills. How many are there? 30? 40? Uncountable. This little side of the house. It's become a complete hell on earth. It's a good thing this case was solved in time. Otherwise it's enough to shake the country. Under the rule of law, in a metropolis like Ninghai, such a big case happened silently. Dozens of lives were killed and skinned and boned. It's unconscionable. Outrageous. If the murderer is allowed to continue, there is no telling how many people will die, and dozens of white bones will have to be added. How much social panic will it cause? Will those who work outside the home dare to go out again? There's no place to get justice when you're dead. I am afraid that the whole society will be ritually broken. Moral fall. Don't talk about him, his superior, the superior, even Secretary Zhao. All are to blame. Think about it. Lu Bureau of this unheard of chauffeur, from the bottom of his heart grateful, and shame on the previous arrogant attitude. Quickly stepping forward, Lu Bureau excitedly grabbed Marketing's hand. Little comrade, thank you very much for your contribution to Ninghai City and to the Ninghai Police Department. On behalf of the entire police force, thank you. In addition, I've already reported the situation of this place. Secretary Zhao will be here soon. I will personally ask for head honors for you. Ah, this. Yun Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly and drew his hand back without a trace. A big man being so enthusiastic about him? It's making him uncomfortable. Then what? Thanks, I accept. The first credit is exempt? I'm not a cop. Just award it to Team Qin. As for my reward, Team Qin has promised. Duro Lu asked suspiciously. What did you promise him? Ahem. Team Qin gave an awkward laugh. Our police department. Don't we have a reward for assisting in solving a case? Duro Lu froze before snapping back to his senses. You mean this? There is. Naturally, there is. For a case as big as this, there's at least a $20,000 bonus. Yun Zhao's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll take this one. And you guys can do whatever you want with the rest. Team Qin, Duro Lu, live stream. Hiss. How does it feel to be this kid? You're not going to be able to see your career as a piece of shit? But, the most aggressive in asking for money. Soon the bones were cleared. Stacked in the back. The mountains of white bones are very powerful. It's hard to imagine that this would take place in a time of peace. And for those who don't know, you'd think it was during the war. Even Team Qin couldn't help but feel shocked. Been a cop for so long. For the first time, I felt that human life was so worthless. And that's just part of it. I don't know how shocking it will be when it's all dug up. Below the alibi. It is a pit of death. A short while later, the coroner also arrived on the scene. It was during the day that I met Dr. Chen, the medical examiner. Especially when he learned that the case was actually solved by Yun Xiao. Don't mention the shock. Seeing a yard of piled up corpses and bones. Spare a thought for the well-informed forensic scientist Chen. Scared enough too. Been a forensic scientist for half my life. First time I've seen so many dead people buried together. On many of the bones, the flesh was not culled clean, because the rot wasn't complete enough. A foul odor permeated the yard, constantly stimulating the olfactory nerves of the crowd. The interns, shivering on their feet. Almost paralyzed. Even the police who were digging couldn't take it, and went back and forth throwing up I don't know how many times. You can only do it back and forth alternately. Dr. Chen put on white gloves and began the on-site autopsy. They need to put together the white bones from the shattered bodies. DNA extraction for identification. It is a tedious and tiring job. I don't think I'll get a break for the next week. Just then, a black sedan with the license plate number Ning001. Stopping at the entrance of the alibi. Several people came down from the car. The man at the head of the group was in his 40s, with a country face and an unruffled countenance. Was Dragon walking over? Upon seeing this, Duro Lu immediately put down his work at hand to welcome him. Secretary Zhao, you're here. The crowd sniffed and glanced sideways. No wonder this man has an extraordinary temperament. As it turns out, It's the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Ninghai. Walking into the backyard and smelling that smelly stench, Secretary Zhao's brow furrowed deeply as he chided. Such a big case in our Ninghai city. Are you all on a diet? This matter is highly valued by the higher-ups, and must be investigated to the very end without any leniency. As the parental officials of Ninghai, the people's umbrella, if we can't give an explanation to the deceased, what should the people of the country think of us? In the future, who dares to come to Ninghai for labor and who will come to Ninghai for investment? Secretary Zhao was furious. The scene was silent, and no one dared to reply. But, Secretary Zhao's words eased. I'm a man who separates merit from demerit, and while you guys have had your share, you've done a good job this time. To be able to solve the case in such a short period of time is not a waste of my hard work. This credit, on behalf of the people of Ninghai City, I sincerely thank you, Bureau Lu. Later you draw up and submit a list, the meritorious line of credit, the punishment of punishment, I will personally and the Provincial Public Security Department to hand over. Upon hearing this, Bureau Lu looked incredibly embarrassed. That, Secretary Zhao, this time the case, it is not our precinct solved. What do you mean? Secretary Zhao was confused by his words. Bureau Lu smiled bitterly. Seems like he's asked that before. Ahem, is literal. The killer was caught when we went out to the police, and we're here to do the closing. Case solved by a passerby. Secretary Zhou was flabbergasted. What, Roadrunner? Are you talking to me in your sleep? Believe it or not, I'll slap you. Bureau Lu pointed to the cloudy sky next to him. Stiffly, I said back, Secretary Zhao. It's true, how dare I lie to you? The matter is like this. He repeated what the Qin team had said to him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Secretary Zhao was filled with shock. A chauffeur? In less than half a day? Just solved a case that the police department couldn't do anything about? How he feels. There is the illusion of hearing a book. Secretary Zhao half expected it. The Qin team was called over and questioned again, and got the exact same result. The case? It is Yin Xiao hold Gaiden together to solve. This next. Secretary Zhou doesn't have enough brains. Decades of officialdom. Never seen anything so ridiculous. The case itself is bizarre enough, but the solving of the case was even more bizarre. He used to be told that chauffeurs could solve crimes. He absolutely had to slap and holler. Phew! There was a long silence before Secretary Zhao let out a long breath. Whoever broke it. A black-furred white cat that catches mice is a good cat. But this identity of Cloudy, he really couldn't read it. Such a man of brains, guts and courage. Why would you stoop to being a chauffeur? After thinking about it, Secretary Zhao ordered, take me to meet him. I'm quite interested in this kid. The two came before the clouds. Bureau Lu smiled and introduced. Yun Xiao. This is our municipal party secretary Zhao of Ninghai City. Why don't you greet him? Yun Xiao was astonished. What clerk or not? He pressed on, rather curious about how many white bones were buried underneath. However, the person's hallowed municipal party secretary personally came to greet him. Cloudy couldn't help but give face. Hello leader, he greeted politely. Secretary Zhao took the initiative to extend his hand. Young man, I've heard about you. Thank you very much. Yun Xiao hurriedly returned the salute. You're welcome. You should. If you hadn't caught the murderer in time, there's no telling how many people would have died. I heard you are a chauffeur. It just so happens that I'm short of a chauffeur driver. Would you be interested in coming over and working for me? The words fell. Shocked looks were thrown around the room. Envy grew in even Teen Chin's eyes. It's the same chauffeur, but the difference is huge. What's his status? City clerk, and member of the political bureau. Give him a contemporary ride. That's like being an exclusive driver and acting like a secretary. And as the closest person to Secretary Zhao, although the cloudy identity is just a driver, but the power is frighteningly great. In the future, take the chicken feather. Even a person of Lu Bureau's status, all have to smile. Key, Secretary Zhao is still young, and it is possible that he will be promoted to the provincial party committee or even further in the future. Follow a big man like that. The clouds will also be flat on their backs. In Lu's place, even if he was asked to give up his position as director to be this driver, and he would not hesitate to say yes. Who knows? Yun Xiao frowned and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Leader, are you swindling me? That's not what they promised me just now. I thought I said I'd give a bonus. So how do I go about chauffeuring you? I'm not interested. Pust. Everyone spit up 3 liters of blood on the spot. All of them were dumbfounded as they looked at Yun Xiao. Nice guy. They wondered if the kid had been kicked in the head by a donkey. I can't believe you don't want a great career. What's the bonus? Just outrageous. Secretary Zhou's brain was confused. What's going on in your kid's mind? Coming to work for me as a driver is not as important as the bonus. He asked incredulously. Do you know how many people are clamoring for this position? Yun Xiao shrugged. What? Whoever wants to grab it. I don't want it anyway. Just give me the prize money. Say $20,000. Not a penny less, Al. If anything, the crowd was still shocked before. Then the moment is just silly. Team Chin didn't even know what to say. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Don't say $20,000. It's $200,000. $2 million. But you can't get this position. This kid is designated to be out of his mind. But they didn't know Cloudy's ambition. He wasn't going to find it unpleasant to have a city clerk as his boss and press himself every day. It's not like you can swing for the fences, pick up girls, or sleep around. What's the point of life? Wait to get the title and make enough for $1 billion. He just lies flat. Days of great healthcare and great yachting. Wouldn't it be fun? After hearing Yun Zhao's reply, Secretary Zhao was dumbfounded. Oh, you really have a clear brain and different ideas. No wonder you can solve the case. If you don't want to, then I won't force you. You want a bonus, right? 20,000 is too little. I'm in a position to get much more than 20,000. I'll give you $200,000 and present you with the Outstanding Citizen Medal of Honor, and have you attend a press conference when the time comes to present you with the award in person. Yun Xiao was shocked at the bottom of his heart. Crap, this is really money in the sky. I was expecting the prize to be a couple of $1,000s at most. I didn't expect to give him $200,000 straight away. And certificate medals. Yun Xiao shook Secretary Zhao's hand with an excited face. Secretary Zhao. Thank you. You're such a great guy. That what? 200,000 a lot. Do not bother you to break the bank again. What certificate medals also have to spend money, right? Secretary Zhao magnanimously waved his hand. It's fine. These don't cost a few dollars. Yun Zhao's eyes glowed. Secretary Zhao. What I mean is that the medals and certificates should be waived. It's not worth the expense. Well, how about canceling the press conference too? It's too much of a bust. Might as well give me a discount. Ha! Pust. Secretary Zhao sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the ceiling, almost slipped on his feet and fell. The eyes that looked at Yun Xiao were incomparably strange. Nima, who's this kid? Lacking money like this? No medals or certificates. No press conferences. You know, it's the kind of thing that other people fight over. He's good. All to be discounted? It's hard to read and it's a brain fart. Secretary Zhao was depressed for a long time before he came back to his senses. This case is making a lot of noise. It's all up to Cloudy to save the day. If not given enough distinction to pay for it alone, I'm afraid it's going to get people talking. It always seems a little lighter. That's why he said what he did just now. Whoever thought? This kid is not rare at all. Secretary Zhao smiled helplessly. How can this be? This is an honor that belongs to you. You can't just say you're exempt. The press conference can be cancelled if it's too much trouble for you. But the certificate must be there. I'll raise you another 50,000. For a total of 250,000. Plus the certificate. And send it back to you together. Yun Xiao agreed with a joyful face. Ha! Thank you, Secretary Zhao. I'll have time to invite you for dinner some other day. Hear that? The corner of Team Chin's mouth jerked next to him. Nice guy. He gives you money and you buy him dinner? The deal is kind of clear to you. Key. And added that there was time. Doesn't that mean there's no time? Empty gloves? I'll give you that. Secretary Zhao, however, didn't care at all and laughed. Good. I'll wait for your treat. In the live broadcast, see Secretary Zhao is going to give 250,000 to Yun Xiao. Question marks floated up all over the screen. What the hell? My mind is blown. I just got a check for $100. 000. And now I'm making $250. 000. 350. 000 in one night. Is this money always going to his house? It's harder to watch the clouds make money than it is for me to lose money at cards. When did chauffeur drivers become so popular? I'm a listed company boss or not as much as he earns. When the company closes down, I also go to do the chauffeur. How can you compete with his luck? You see, he only pull a few customers a day. Really want to go to do chauffeur. Can only wait for every day to drink the northwest wind. When I told my wife about a valet driver who made $350, 000 in 2 days, she gave me a large sum of money and told me to stop dreaming. That valets don't make any money at all. Upstairs, I can prove that your wife is right. I am running a chauffeured car. But one day I came back early, found my wife and my buddy naked in bed fighting. I smoked in the living room all night, and could not figure out chauffeured where to make money. Coughs. Is it possible that you're overthinking it? What if they're simply undressing to dissipate the heat? Excuse me, is your sister-in-law home tonight? I'd like to go to your house as a chauffeur. Put. Live broadcasting room. Old brother each is talented. Oh, Shit, are you all off base? Doesn't anyone think this guy's too far gone? A murder case is found in the afternoon and solved at night. Secretary Zhao left in a hurry after explaining some things. Police and forensics are still working on the remains. There wasn't much for Cloudy to do if he stayed. The case is basically irrelevant to him at this point. Say hello to the Qin team. Just get ready to say goodbye. Before he left, everyone in the audience honored him. Every officer came up and politely thanked them. If it wasn't for Yunxiao's timely detection of the case, all of them, including Lu Bureaus, there are one or the other didn't have to run, either dismissal or demotion. A great career can be ruined, but it's different now, because the case was solved and the killer was caught. Those involved in this case have taken credit for it. Team Qin, in particular, is expected to be promoted even further. Even Bureau Lu, it will be added to his book of credits as well. Before, he was only optimistic about this young man, Yun Xiao. After this incident with Secretary Zhao, his feelings towards Cloudy had changed again. Growing up gay, straight up Cloud brothers, he even personally arranged for a police car to escort Yun Xiao to the hotel. Go back. It was already 1 a.m. Cloudy was so sleepy that he couldn't keep his eyes open. Fell back and huffed and puffed. But, because of the commotion he's been making all day, this night was not destined to be peaceful. Ninghai Public Security Bureau. A police notice was then issued to the outside world. After the police struggled all night in unremitting efforts, with the help of comrades in Yunxiao, successfully captured the murderer of human flesh case who, and in his backyard, found a large number of bones, remains and frozen storage hidden corpse. According to incomplete statistics, the number of deaths up to more than 40 people. The coroner is still in the cleanup work. Follow-up reports will be published in a timely manner. Thank you for Mr. Yunxiao's assistance in the investigation. Heavenly Justice, we will return the dead to justice. When the notice came out, the whole network was in an uproar. Relevant media and TV stations immediately forwarded it. Netizens who have long been fist-pumping are starting to follow up with traffic pushes. With all the major mobile apps, the messages are flying. For a short period of time, the related hot topic was then placed on top of the Twitter headlines. 1 hashtag chauffeur driver helps police solve human trafficking case. 2 hashtag psychopathic murderer. 3 hashtag cold storage of corpses in purgatory on earth. 4 hashtag shocker. Chauffeur driver takes cops to solicit prostitutes? 5 hashtag is the same person found in airport baby drug possession in human flesh cases? Under the rule of law, a dehumanizing murder. Like a magnitude 10 earthquake rocking the nation. Countless people couldn't believe it. If it were not for the official media and police circular reports, must have thought it was fake news. After that battle from the beginning of the country, and an event where so many people can die at once, a handful of them, though news of the human case has been all over the internet before, but there are still a lot of people who don't know. These people come home from work and see online messages pushed, and think who's so boring, making up this fake news for eyeballs. But immediately afterward, news of the solved case popped up with it. Just about to go and complain. It turns out that all the nifty ones are official. Messed them all up. As time went on, more and more news poured in. The entire internet is talking about this mega murder. It was detected in just a few hours. It's just too uplifting. Society needs justice. It may be late, but it must not be absent. Especially people remembered. This chauffeur named Cloudy. He, a hero. More people swarmed into the Cloudy live room. But by this time Cloudy had long since fallen asleep. Unsatisfied, netizens began to go looking for videos of Yunxiao solving crimes. Read it. The whole plot is really twisted and turned upside down. Selling human flesh as camel meat. Like eats like. Just thinking about it makes the image too powerful. Even some of the mentally challenged ones threw up on the spot while holding their cell phones. Not to mention, those who have already eaten. Probably never want to touch meat again in my life. How big of a psychological shadow does that have to be? Especially when Yun Xiao dragged Team Qin to solicit prostitutes. It almost didn't make the internet laugh. Pooh ha ha ha, Team Qin is too miserable, isn't it? Being screwed over by Yun Xiao. This old six, he almost died late in life. Facing the temptation of a sexy beauty. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to be as calm as Yun Xiao, knowing that she has a problem. It is estimated that she will also had iron to go and have a quickie. It can be seen at that time how determined Yun Xiao's heart is. I seriously doubt that he is still a man. The moment I saw the murderer appear, my whole body exploded. He dared to use a knife in front of the police, but what shocked me even more was that Yun Xiao, with such good hands, beat the murderer to death in a few seconds. It was so relieving. The terror of the world. Bones buried in the backyard. Cold storage of corpses. The movies do not dare to shoot such a large scale. This is purely a murderous demon. Recommended to shoot on the spot. No need to try. Just use that boning knife, so that he will also experience the death of 1,000 cuts. After reading this I was in a cold sweat. Some time ago when I was walking at night after work, there was a beautiful woman who extended an invitation to me. Fortunately I had the self-awareness. Otherwise I would have been hung up in the cold room by now. The city secretary himself showed up to give the reward. It's smoke from his ancestors' graves. All he wants is money? Mud. Is this Yunxiao a plastic bag? He's so good at pretending to be something he's not. I'll give you a sack. Plus a packet of wazi. Is there anyone who has a head to go and beat the hell out of him? He's been pretending every day. And when he's done, he's out of line. Even more bullish, he took Secretary Zhao's money and invited Secretary Zhao to dinner. Damn it, gave the master a whole laugh. But laughing makes me want to cry. Droughts die in droughts. Floods die in floods. And the anchor staple is a backslider. For the sensation created online, the clouds were oblivious. One night later, popularity continues to explode. From 500,000 yesterday, it shot straight up to 800,000 online. It's firmly at the top of the popularity charts. Slept through the night. The clouds were awakened by the sunlight. Rush up and wash. Go out and eat breakfast. He began to take orders. No surprises. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room once again exploded. Crap, is this the chauffeur who solved the human case? How come we saw him swinging as soon as we arrived? The first thing you need to do is to get used to the idea. It's good to get used to it. Even though the anchor sucks, it doesn't stop him from making money. Just one order is tens of thousands of dollars. Don't take worldly rules and regulations. I always feel that he is not here to drive, but with a special mission. Really, I thought he was just lucky before, but after watching him for the past few days, I realized that he's a humanoid iron absorber, and everywhere he goes, things stick to him. Front row worship, ask the gods, will you be racing cars or solving crimes today, or to drive a backhoe? Just as Yun Xiao was wandering aimlessly, the crew is in disarray again. 1. Because of the clouds. 2. 66 is out of the race. Early in the morning, the chosen to fight workers crew called a meeting of the executives. The director sat at the head of the table and looked around at the dozen or so management below him. Guys, you know all about it, right? Player 66 suddenly announced his withdrawal last night. The other thing is that contestant number 37, Yun Xiao, has added hundreds of thousands of dollars of traffic to the program. If we were to advertise ourselves, how much money would we have to smash in to get that kind of benefit? And a very big headache. As of last night, 37 had made over $300. 000. A truly horrific result. I just wanted to ask you guys if the bonus income against him should be counted in the results? The words fell. Noisy murmurs immediately came from the stage. One of the executives quickly stood up and righteously said, I don't think it counts. The whole point of the program in the first place is for everyone to compete fairly and show their strengths. But the money earned by 37 has little to do with his own profession, and it would be unfair to the other players if it were counted. Another executive said, that's right. According to the current traffic of contestant 37, making so much money might attract water armies to say that we're inside the game, and it might even affect the reputation of the program. Someone countered, I don't think so. Whether it's 37's paycheck for running the valet or the bonus he got, it's a subsequent paycheck earned within the confines of that occupation. So who's to say it's not relevant? Supervisor Lee is right. Although the 100 contestants all chose their different occupations, however, the upper and lower limits of the occupations are different, and it's hard to guarantee absolute fairness. For example, a delivery man and an employee of a government organization, can they have the same nature of work? Outfitters are winded, have unstable wages, and have high ceilings and low floors. And what about government employees who sit in their offices blowing air conditioning, with subsidies and benefits and year-end bonuses, but are paid dead wages? Did you choose to withdraw early because you drew a bad career? The words sparked another moment of contemplation. A supervisor said in silence, no, 37 did not violate the rules and made money all by his ability, but if you count in, his assets are now ahead of the vast majority of contestants. After all, many people can't earn hundreds of thousands of dollars by the end of the competition. Shouldn't they subtract some of it? No way. How much? How to reduce it? Personally, I'm inclined to count it in. But then this variety show will become a one-man show for 37, and it'll be hard for the other contestants to have a chance. Listening to the argument below, the director sighed helplessly. Folks, you may be overlooking the fact that it's only been 2 days and 37 is already way ahead in assets. What about the back? Even if we don't count it, he doesn't make any money? Maybe one day he'll make a few $100,000 again. Is it hard to cut him off again? That's when the show's reputation is really screwed up. Everyone's mind was reeling. That's when I realized the crux of the problem. Follow 37's path to making money. Who's to say he won't make money? Maybe people make more money. Now the entire conference room fell silent. The meeting was finally adjourned curtly. The director is too lazy to bother with his brain, so let him do as he pleases. The meeting was adjourned. 2 official announcements were made to the outside world by the program. 1. The prize money earned by the 37th player in question is fully accounted for. 2. Announce the withdrawal of 66. When the news broke, the whole internet was in an uproar. Countless people flooded the comments section. Praise, praise, praise. The program group is very humane. It's not just going after the so-called fairness and deliberately suppressing the outstanding contestants. I don't think 37 needs to compete. Just win the title and don't put too much pressure on the other competitors. What are you thinking? What are we gonna watch if he wins the championship? I'm looking forward to watching 37 drive his ass off. Aren't you guys looking forward to what he's driving today? If you ask me, just drive a Dongfeng missile truck to the small days and set off firecrackers and ask them if they're convinced. If they don't serve, then fight and blast them all. Crap. 66 dropped out? Didn't you say he had the talent to win the championship? How come he's not good enough? Winning the championship? That depends on who it's compared to. Being struck twice in a row by 37, the Dow heart would have crumbled long ago. It's good to back out, and then proceed to compete. He'll get hit even harder and have to suffer for more than half a year. Cloudy opened the system panel. Name, Cloudy. Points, 30,150. Skills, Divine Driving 2. 0. Police Dog Sniffing, Kung Fu Master. Props, none. Note, points have reached the target value to open the lottery. What surprised Yun Xiao was, you can draw 3 times today. Yesterday's skills gave him a sweet taste. I wonder what I'll draw today. System, draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master key. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mortuary makeup artist, with a bonus makeup divine skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the attribute of sight plus 10. Look at the first 2 skills. Cloudy froze. A master key? What the hell? Is this a way to get yourself to pick the lock? Thinking about it, I don't really know when I'll be able to use it. Besides, it's easy to get caught doing this kind of thing. Who the hell wanders out into the street to pick a lock? As for the second one, it feels even less reliable. Mortuary makeup artist, as the name suggests, your makeup skills can make the dead as if they were reborn, and finish their last journey with dignity. Yun Xiao could not help but be filled with black lines. Completely screwed won't. I'm a valet driver, giving me such netherworldly skills. System, are you polite? Overall. Also just the last skill is slightly better. Getting his eyesight enhanced. You can even see 100 meters away. 2 different leaves. For him, a chauffeur. This skill is kind of appropriate. Accidents can be effectively avoided. But, it's never quite the same. Kind of a waste of 20,000 points. Cloudy was being heartbroken. Suddenly, ding. A new order popped up on the phone. Departure point, Castle Peak Road Psychiatric Hospital. Destination, 101. Block 12. Baek Kwai Yuen Subdistrict. Estimated mileage, 9.3 kilometers. Estimated cost, $40. Whether or not to take orders? A little bit in your little hand. Order taking was successful. The little electric donkey scurried out with a giggle. A few minutes later, Cloudy arrived at the client's destination. An ambulance is parked at the intersection. Cloudy looked back and forth and realized that this was the only car. He was curious. The car door suddenly opened. A female nurse waved at him, complaining very nonchalantly. Why are you only here now? I'm in a hurry to save someone's life. What if the patient is late? Cloudy was confused. Pointing to his nose, he asked. What? Let me drive an ambulance? Aren't you a ghost? Hurry up and cut the crap. The other party's tone made Yun Xiao frown, but he didn't care. People's duties. After all, they were going to save someone's life, so it was normal to be in a hurry. But what puzzles him is this. By definition, ambulances are driven by exclusive hospital personnel. What's going on? It wasn't his turn to drive as a valet, but this woman was a serious nurse. Shouldn't have made such a cheap mistake. On second thought, maybe the hospital is understaffed, or the ambulance driver has a temporary problem. That's why he was called in to fill in. So, Yun Xiao accompanied him with a smile and said, Sorry for being late. Get in the car. He realized again that something was wrong. The female nurse was the only one in the car. Such a big ambulance. It's not so much just one paramedic, is it? The female nurse saw his doubts and impatiently explained. Today the hospital is on vacation. I am here on temporary duty, and it just so happened that I ran into a first aid accident before I asked you to take over the shift. Hurry up and open it. Yun Xiao didn't think too much about it and nodded. Okay, you put your seatbelt on. With that, he was ready to start the car. It turned out to be half a day's search. Didn't see the car keys. Smiling awkwardly, he asked, What about? The key? I can't drive the car without the key. The nursemaid had a calm look on her face. Lost the key. Cloudy. Live stream. Yun Xiao was a whole big speechless. Big sister. Are you kidding me? Lost your keys? You lost it and you asked me to drive. Shouldn't we get the keys first? That's outrageous. The female nurse suddenly frowned. Why aren't you driving yet? Hurry up. Will you? The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched madly. A bit of a brain fart. Not. How am I supposed to drive without the keys? Think carefully. Where the hell did you lose the keys? The female nurse shook her head. How should I know? Anyway, it's just lost. Aren't you a chauffeur? Since you can drive, you must have a way. Cloudy. He seriously wondered if this woman was out of her mind. You can't drive the car without a key. How do you go about saving people? It's no use rushing me. I'm a valet, not a locksmith. Ha? Unlocking? Yun Xiao's gaze suddenly became odd. Thinking about just now. The universal unlocking key that the system had drawn. It's really dozing off into a pillow. What? Are you sure that you really can't find the car keys? He had to ask just in case. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain when the time comes. It's really lost. I didn't see the key when I came up. Looking at the woman's calm face, she didn't look like she was lying. Yun Xiao sighed darkly. From within the system space, take out the universal key. But lest the netizens be skeptical, Cloudy deliberately deflected the camera a bit. It was only then that he inserted the key into the lock hole and gave it a twist. Boom! The sound of a lighter is heard. The ambulance started right up. See? I told you had a solution. Right? Hurry up and drive. We're still waiting to be rescued. The female nurse remained calm. But at this point, the live stream was not calm. Popularity +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1. What the hell just happened? Didn't you say you lost the car keys? Why did the car start up again? I seriously doubt this guy has a record. He can take the car without the key. He's a real piece of work. Isn't he a chauffeur? How come he can still open the lock? This unlocking speed. I love it. If he goes to steal a car, won't it be a 1-2 punch? Not. Have you not noticed? He seems to have taken out something just now and inserted it into the lock. And the car opened. If this is not a thief, killed me do not believe and it is also a habitual thief, carrying with him the tools of the crime. I am the locksmith. Tell you ambulance is a special kind of car. There is an alarm system. Anchor can do so neatly. Even the alarm system did not check out. Without more than 10 years of locksmithing experience absolutely cannot do unlocking an ambulance in 1 second? Criminal. It's a real crime. Hiss. Stop watching the live feed and call the police. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Don't you guys see something strange about this nurse? She's lost her keys. And this ambulance is full of strangeness. The ambulance started up and then headed out onto the main road. Cloudy looked away. Noticed the female nurse hadn't fastened her seatbelt yet. Reminded. Please fasten your seatbelt. It's okay. I'm not driving anyway. Seatbelt on le. Yun Xiao was confused. No. What does this have to do with whether you drive or not? Sitting in the passenger seat have to wear a seatbelt. By the traffic police will be fined. The nursemaid was annoyed by the prodding. Okay. I'm strapped in. There's so much going on. Just drive. Yun Xiao always felt that things were not quite right. But look at the people already tied up. It's not good to say anything else. With that, the car was traveling at 80 yards down the road. Specialized vehicles such as ambulances are privileged. After driving for 10 minutes, suddenly an accident happened and came across a battery-operated vehicle running a red light. Crunch! Cloudy hurriedly stepped on the emergency brake. Inertia caused the nursemaid to lean forward violently. Cloudy was just about to ask if she was alright. As a result, the other party came directly to a curse. You're going to die. Driving so fast? Rushing to reincarnation The clouds were confused. Didn't you tell me to drive faster? Who keeps rushing? The nursemaid gasped even more. How do you drive? No skill at all. You can't have bought your license? Believe it or not, I'll call and complain about you. At those words, Yun Xiao held his breath and almost didn't gasp. Is this woman going through early menopause? The fire is so strong. But thinking of saving lives, he didn't bother with her in general. A faint, excuse me, just want to get the patients in a hurry. Then wriggle away. See, Cloudy drove the car faster. Over 100 yards. The nurse got angry again and scolded. Are you sick? This is the street. Driving so fast do not want to die? Your backyard is on fire. Rush back to catch adultery? Popularity +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, the live audience was also stunned. One can't stand it. Launch a pop-up bombardment. What's wrong with her? Said people's driver's license to buy. I think she is like backdoor. This dress doesn't fit you. Take it off quickly. It's a disgrace to the White Angel's name. This year there are really all kinds of people. Obviously, She herself said to go quickly to save people. And now she blames Yunxiao. I really don't know how this brain circuits grow. Brothers, quickly at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital official microblogging. Ask them if there is a psychiatric hospital people lost. Hurry up and pull back. Don't come out to ho-ho others. How can you put up with this? I wouldn't spoil her. I'm not driving this car. Let's see what she'll do. I'm kinda looking forward to it. If she continues to curse indiscriminately, will Yunxiao still put up with it? She'll definitely have to be punished. This kind of woman is too self-righteous. Go everywhere think is their own home. Others have to let her. Yesterday there is not a news also said that a girl's cell phone fell on the car. Let the driver drive 100 kilometers to send her back, or else complain that the driver is a thief. This kind of people just have not experienced the social beatings. As good as Yunxiao's temper was, he couldn't hold back at this moment. Pinch your nose. Fanning the air in front of him. Do you smell that? Why is there a foul odor? The nursemaid froze. No. You smell that? It stinks. Like someone's stinky fart. The nursemaid inhaled and shook her head. You're kidding me. Where's the stench? No? Then who was the one who just farted around here? It made the car smell like shit. The other party, no matter how slow, reacted at this moment. It was obvious that it was connoting her. He was so angry that his face turned red. You dare to scold me? I didn't scold you. I'm talking about the one who farts nonsense. Are you farting? Disliked by Cloudy. The female nurse was too angry to speak on the spot. It's not like you can admit you're farting. It wasn't left or right, so he simply huffed and shut up. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief and finally gagged her. But the immersion didn't last long. As the car pulled up to an intersection and prepared to change lanes, Cloudy looked in the passenger side reverse mirror. The nursemaid pulled out her cell phone and had no idea who she was messaging. Seeing Yunxiao's gaze glance over, instinctively, he thought he was peeking. What are you looking around for? Ha? Cloudy froze and looked at her inexplicably. I asked you what you were peeking at. Haven't you ever seen a woman? Cloudy, he asked tentatively. Are you talking to me? Or what? Is there a third person in this car? I'm asking why you're sneaking a peek at me. What's the intention? Yunxiao was confused for half a day before he said, Beauty, have you ever driven a car? Know how to drive? Humph, what does that have to do with driving? This time, Yunxiao would not be able to be made whole by her. Breathless said, First of all, for the record, I was just looking in the reverse mirror, not at you, and secondly, if you've ever driven a car, you wouldn't ask such a stupid question. The female nurse blandly said, Do you think I'm 3 years old? Looking at the reverse mirror, why don't you look at your side? It's obvious that you're sneaking a look at me. This excuse is so lame. You must have some nasty ideas about what I look like. The Cloud people blew up. He was sure as well as certain. This woman must be insane. She can get the wrong idea by looking in the reverse mirror herself. Who the hell cares to look at you? Don't you have any idea what you look like? Beauty, can you be reasonable now? If you don't want to sit in the passenger seat, you can go in the back where there's plenty of room. You men are all mouths to mouth. One and the same. You can peek wherever I sit if you want to, and it won't kill you to admit it? Cloudy was going to collapse. How did we get such a weird nurse? No wonder no one wants to partner with her. Who wouldn't fall apart? Ah yes, you're right. Beauty, I suggest you get on the roof of the car next time so you can't be seen and take a ride. The female nurse had a mocking look on her face. Well, you admit to peeping, right? Oh, I've seen a lot of men like you. Colored heart. No balls. Poor loser for life. Crunch. Cloudy slammed his foot on the brake and took a deep breath. Beauty, I'm not taking this ride, and I don't want the fare, so hire another driver, so you can't peek at you. Satisfied? Who knows? The female nurse grabbed him. No way. How can you say you can't open it? You can't leave before the people are saved. No. You're a nurse and I'm not. Saving lives is none of my business? Anyway, you can't leave until the person is saved, or I'll file a complaint, saying that you not only peeped at me, but also made a move on me. So you're on your own. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Pohahaha. Although bloating is a bit unkind, I still want to say that Yunxiao was so unlucky to have run into such a strange female nurse. It doesn't make sense to reason with her at all. If you want me to say, Yunxiao, why don't you just admit that I'm just peeking? Can't you let people look at you when you're pretty? The customer is God. You're better off if she's happy. Upstairs, what kind of bad idea is this? This woman's moral character will definitely get an inch to say that you sexually harassed her. Living in their own world of fairy, you can never wake up. Yunxiao, don't drive if you're a man. Let her save the patient herself. By the time the ambulance fails to arrive, she will definitely be complained by the patient's family and reasonably told to lay off and get lost. Is there a possibility that she's hinting to Yunxiao that if you want to see it, don't sneak around? see it openly, and maybe a little spark will rub off? For this kind of self-righteous woman, we should call the perverted murderer from last night, and I'm sure she'll be so subdued that she won't dare to be bratty anymore. Pop-ups were flying in the livestream. Treat this unreasonable customer. Netizens are stunned. Never seen such a narcissist before. A glance in the reverse mirror is a peek at you. Does that touch still mean you have to have a baby? When you run into this kind of unreasonable one, it's just a chicken and egg story that doesn't make sense. If we keep debating, we might have to go crazy. Seeing that Yun Xiao was silent, the nursemaid grew more and more energized, with a condescending tone. What? Speechless because I told you so? I could tell you weren't a good person. Driving without a key. Did you used to be a thief? Humph. I'll complain to the traffic bureau later. You wait for your license to be revoked. Yun Xiao's forehead veins popped. Taking a deep breath, suddenly the whole thing calmed down. The corner of his mouth rose in a playful smile. Suspended? Oh, that also requires a driver's license. The nursemaid froze, her heart pounding. What do you mean? Nothing. After all these years of driving without a license, I can't believe you caught me. You don't have a driver's license, then what are you driving? The nursemaid's demeanor changed dramatically, and she held on to her seatbelt with a death grip. Yun Xiao shrugged. Who says you can't drive without a license? I have so many ex-girlfriends, and every one of them is driving without a license. Female nurses. By the way, I got up a little thirsty in the morning. A bottle of Red Star Erguo2 as mouthwash. I wonder if I'll run into a traffic cop. Now the female nurse looked even more horrified. His mouth opened into an O shape, shivering and pointing at Yun Xiao. And you got a DUI? Yun Xiao rubbed his eyes and suddenly said, oops, help me see if the light in front of me is green or red. 1000 degrees of myopia. A little hard to see. The female nurse exclaimed. Stop the car. Stop the car. I want to get off. Sorry, I can't step on the brakes with a prosthetic right leg. Aha. The nursemaid was going crazy, gripping the doorknob as hard as she could, pulling desperately, trying to open the car door. Don't pull. There's no key to this car. The doors are locked. Mommy. Master. Let's have a talk. Say what? There's nothing to say. Life is so boring. It's better to end it early. Having said that, the steering wheel turned and headed straight for the bridge across the river ahead. The female nurse exclaimed with a devastated look on her face. Master, stop the car. Please. It's my fault. I was wrong. Stop driving. Please just get out of the car. Yun Xiao frowned. How can that be? I'm a man of principle. The patient hasn't been received yet. I can't leave. This life is meaningless. Suffer from people's birds day after day. Why don't you just throw yourself into the river? It's worth it to have you buried with me. No. The female nurse shook her head desperately, breaking down and crying. Master. No. Handsome. It's me who farted nonsense. Okay, really I'm wrong. You mustn't think about it. You want to look at me? Look all you want. Any way you want. Ooh. I'm young. I don't want to die. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. If anything, the live feed was still a pissed off mess before. Then they're all confused. Crap, I just went to the bathroom. Can someone tell me what happened and how it's reversed? This anchor 6 since reason does not make sense, then use magic to defeat magic. A reverse thinking to take care of all. Po ha 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 ha, laughing not live. Before that woman how high and mighty. This moment will cry how miserable. Retribution comes so fast. Too damn cool. Coward. What's wrong with this guy's head? Driving without a license. Drunk driving. High myopia. Plus high amputation. It's a wonder he doesn't scare people to death. Put. This is not an ambulance. It's a funeral bus. Right? You'll be fine. As he was talking, Yun Xiao suddenly received a phone call. For driving. He simply pressed the speakerphone. Hello? Can I speak to the driver of the ambulance with license number XXXX? Well, I am. Cloudy scanned the cell phone order. We're from the Castle Peak Road police station. We just received a report that a mentally ill patient stole out posing as a nurse and took an ambulance. We found through surveillance that you had contact with this female patient. May I ask if she was in the car? Cloudy. The corners of his mouth twitched hard, and the man went numb. I'll just say it. What's so strange about this nursemaid? So it's a real brain problem. That makes sense. She just acted. Why was she so weird? Normal people simply can't do it. Well, she's in the car. Okay, please make sure you stabilize her. This patient has very severe psychotic delusions and strong aggressive conscious behavior. Several of the hospital's medical staff have been injured by her. So please protect yourself carefully and bring her to the police station. Cloudy. Hey, are you listening? I am. What's her condition now? Be careful not to irritate her and avoid overreacting. Yun Xiao took a deep breath. You're too late. Ha! I just irritated her. Besides, I'm on speakerphone. She should have heard that. There was a silence across the room. Yun Xiao coughed twice in embarrassment, trying to say something. Suddenly, there was a piercing scream from across the room. Ah! The female nurse completely exploded at this moment. The face was hideous, and he actually fished a fruit knife out of his body. No hesitation to zap over in anger. Crap, for real? Cloudy's eyelids fluttered. Didn't I just scare you a little bit? It's not that hard, is it? However, the stabbing stopped halfway through. The female nurse was securely locked in her seatbelt. Cloudy's back was hairy. Look at the nursemaid who was waving a fruit knife with her teeth and claws. Wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Nice guy. Good thing I let you wear your seatbelt, or else you'll die in vain. It's not against the law to kill someone who is mentally ill. Hey, what happened to you there? Is everything okay? The caller asked hastily. Yun Xiao said helplessly. Something almost happened. What should we do now? Where are you? East Lake Shore Road. Coming up to the Tianhe Bridge. Okay, we'll send someone from our side to meet you. Please make sure you're safe. And also, don't let the patient get away. Traffic is heavy on the road. Cloudy couldn't stop the car, so he could only continue driving forward. But the live stream blew up all at once. Crouching. Crap, I didn't expect this. I thought she was from a mental hospital, but she's really a psychopath? She dared to use the knife in the car. It's too scary. I thought this woman wasn't normal before. Who drives an ambulance and loses the keys? The paramedic is an imposter. And she stole the car, right? I'm going. The first time I saw a psychopath escaping from prison. It's scary to see such a highly aggressive person who not only poses a great threat to other people's lives, but also doesn't have to be held legally responsible for killing anyone. Cloudy is so miserable. Even if he is good at fighting, what can he do when he meets a mental patient? Can't he fight with her? Winning would be dishonorable. Losing would be even more humiliating. If I'd have run away, why would I drive? You'd have no choice but to take your chances with this kind of thing. You're a loser when it comes to mental illness. You can't say that. Is it possible that you're at a disadvantage? Let's knock out first and leave it to the police when they arrive. Cloudy drove while keeping an eye on the woman's condition. The woman waved it a few times afterward. Also react. Hastily unbuckling his seatbelt, he raised his knife and swung again. A gasp rang out from the live feed. But the next second, the clouds did not react the way they expected. Didn't stop and run. Didn't grab the knife and fight back. Instead, he slammed on the gas. The ambulance accelerated forward. Boom! Like the roar of a wild beast. On the street, everyone saw an ambulance. It was like being fitted with a rocket launcher and flying through traffic. The woman who had just raised her knife and slashed down, with a strong sense of pushing back, the body instantly loses control and crashes backward into the roof ceiling of the car. Bang! A close encounter that gave her a bump in the eye. Cloudy didn't stop moving. The lever pushes and switches directly into fifth gear. 1 foot on the gas. Hands on the steering wheel as if practicing Tai Chi. Hit full left. Then full right. The ambulance growled in place. A 360-degree pirouette was accomplished directly. To the amazement of all the surrounding vehicles, there was a flurry of steering wheel dodging. A hollow area was cleared in the middle of the road. Only the ambulance was left to perform a one-man show, non-stop spinning back and forth. There was a harsh popping sound from the tires rubbing against the ground. Inside the car, after the woman hit the roof of the car, due to the loss of center of gravity, under inertia, it didn't fall off immediately. Instead, it continued to spin for a week before landing back in its seat, cloaked and swollen. His face is bruised and swollen, and he rolls his eyes. At first glance, I thought Sadako had crawled out of the TV. It almost didn't scare me. The car spun around back to square. Cloudy continued to step on the gas. The pushback sensation strikes again. The ambulance sped forward. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 150 yards, 180 yards, 200 yards, 220 yards. Wait for the speed to reach its limit. Cloudy didn't hesitate to hit the brakes. Crunch! Crunch! Brake pads come into contact with a rapidly spinning tire. A puff of white smoke immediately rose from the road. The ear-splitting sound of brakes popping echoed all around. Many pedestrians covered their ears. Eardrums barely pierced. The ambulance drove hard towards the front for more than 20 meters, leaving 2 deep tire tracks on the back pavement. Vehicle at extreme speeds. Hit the brakes suddenly. It's easy to get into a rollover accident. However, Cloudy wasn't a one-time kill stop. Instead, the dot seemed to slam on the brakes, while the car balances to its limit. We'll put on a little speed again. Maintain a forward sliding motion all the way. Under the inertia of a strong hard brake, the woman had just dropped back into her seat before she had a chance to look back. Clunk! The back of his head hit the backrest hard. He didn't even hum. he fainted and died. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. This series of dazzling maneuvers by Cloudy gave the live streamers a dumbfounded look. Moment. It triggered a sensation like a magnitude 10 earthquake. I'm numb. The classic car trick is back again, even though I clearly saw it last time. I can't help but feel shocked when I see it again. Coward. Last time it was a red flag car. This time it's an ambulance. How can any car make him drive a racing feeling? It's just amazing. Don't be too outrageous. I'm not sure if he's a professional. Cloudy used to absolutely drive a race car. I suspect he has a F1 professional racing license. Cloudy, showdown. No more pretending. As long as it runs on the ground and has wheels, there's nothing I can't drive. Other people met a psychopath with a knife to kill themselves. Early scared urine. He is good. In sit to show a wave of car skills. This forced to pretend I give 110 points. This car really far ahead of the horse. Nima. Is this the legendary killing without form? He didn't even move his hand, and then he knocked the woman out. In the future, if you want to find him to drive, do you still need to buy insurance? Or else I'm really afraid that he will play drag race one day, and I'll be lost. Sudden soaring. It was also caught on security cameras. Traffic Control Brigade Surveillance Center. Captain Lou. It's bad. An ambulance is playing drag race in the city center. Hearing the officer's report, Team Lou hurriedly rushed to the surveillance room. What the hell? Ambulance racing? Team Lou glared. It's a rare thing. Ambulances are privileged. Green light all the way for emergencies. But playing drag race in an ambulance has never happened. That thing is a little complicated. The driver who drove the ambulance is the same person who drove the red flag car racing last time. Team Lou came over to take a look. Just noticed on the security footage, the ambulance that Cloudy was driving. All kinds of show-off car skills on the Kawasaki road. It gave the cars next to it a scare to avoid them. At one point, it caused traffic jams and chaos. His eyelids fluttered as he watched. Good man. This kid has eaten his heart out and dares to come like this? I was just about to call down to make an arrest. As a result, it was seen on the surveillance screen. Suddenly a police car pulled up. Ha, what's with the cops? Team Lou froze. Was wondering about that. From the ambulance, a cloaked and bloodied woman was brought down. In his dumbfounded eyes, Cloudy stepped out of the car and chatted with the police officer with a smile on his face. This, Lou team, what is the situation? Are we still arresting people? The player asked with a shocked look on his face. Team Lou sighed. Don't arrest him. Can't you see he's driving an ambulance? And there's cops around. Probably saving the day again. Player, how does he keep saving people? Who knows? The police arrived on the scene. Seeing the woman's dismal appearance with a bruised nose and a swollen face, startled, his eyelids fluttered. Hiss. You hit someone? Yun Xiao had a harmless expression on his face. Police uncle, she hit this by herself. I didn't do anything on. The policeman looked at him with a confused look on his face and then at the unconscious woman. The eyelid couldn't help but twitch. Did you hit it yourself? Can you hit it like this? How can I not believe that so much? Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. It's really her bump. I'm a good and peaceful citizen. I don't know anything about hitting people, picking locks or anything like that. The police were a little confused. He also wanted to ask what this had to do with lock picking. Yun Xiao suddenly thought of something, since she ran away from the mental hospital. Then the matter of going to save people. Is it also a fake? The cop smiled and said, it's true. Maybe she heard the paramedics talking to the patient and that's what created the mental fantasy of sneaking out posing as a paramedic. However, we've contacted the hospital and have other ambulances coming to the rescue, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm sorry for almost causing you an accident. Yun Xiao helplessly waved his hand. It's good that it's okay. This kind of patient is better to keep a close eye on it. If it runs out again, it won't be so lucky. Next, the ambulance was handed over to the police. Cloudy was about to withdraw on his little electric donkey. Suddenly, from behind came a gasp. The policeman slapped his head breathlessly with a chagrined look. Chow, I forgot my keys in the car and now the doors are locked. What should I do? Cloudy, live stream. Nice guy. Is this key a hot potato? One doesn't carry it on his person. Overly outrageous. In the middle of the police officer's dumbfounded expression. Click. Cloudy easily opened the car door in less than a second again. And the head doesn't look back. Straight off in style on a little electric donkey. As for why the head is twisted, Cloudy knew it by heart. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, the police uncle should find him for questioning. Until the Cloudy back disappeared. It took a few policemen to withdraw their gaze. All speechless. What? You're a valet driver and you can pick locks? No wonder. The hospital was wondering when they called him. Why is it that ambulances can be driven away without car keys? This time we've found the right person. Was thinking. he suddenly noticed the ground, the 2 long rows of black tire tracks. Couldn't help but draw a cold breath. Suddenly, he believed what Jin Xiao had said. He probably really didn't do it. Crap, is this kid really a chauffeur? The policeman was inwardly shocked. Are chauffeurs so versatile these days? Wait for Cloudy to finish unlocking the door and leave. It took a while for the live audience to come back to their senses. They haven't realized what's going on yet. No, did the anchor just unlock the door? Is that a police car? Am I blind? I'm telling you clearly, not only is that a police car, but the anchor is unlocking it in front of the police. A fucking billion points off the charts. What a guy, you can't even open the lock of a police car. Is this grifter getting too puffed up to take the police seriously? Don't think just because you're on good terms with Chin, you can commit crimes behind his back. What a punishment. The little life is getting more and more promising, and I have a feeling that Fan will no longer be alone. The nation's 4 Sun stores are shaken and panicked. The broadcast room was all shaken up. Just Cloudy, this locksmith skill. Who'd believe him if he wasn't a repeat offender? Odds are. The manager of the red car looked at it with fear in his heart. Fucking sloppy. That 100,000 bucks was given early. Cloudy roamed the streets picking up jobs. Maybe it's not a good day. The whole day went by without making a few deals. Until late in the evening, a phone call came in out of the blue. I thought it was a new list from Talent Search. The result was to press the answer button. The opposite side confused Cloudy with his opening. Hello, is this a master valet driver who can pick locks? On the phone was a slightly anxious woman's voice. Yun Xiao froze and his face darkened. What kind of name is that? Ma'am, I'm a valet, but not a locksmith. May I ask if you are in need of a valet service? The woman said. No, I don't need a valet. I need to unlock the door. You hit the wrong one. Cloudy was about to hang up. What's all this? Inexplicable. Don't hang up. I watched your video before I called you. I really need to unlock the door. Yun Xiao secretly sighed. It looks like it should be one of his fans? Forget it. For the sake of female fans. Then, what's your situation? What lock are you going to open? Is your open anytime? The woman asked weakly. Well, I can open any lock with an eye. Follow the system introduction. A master key that will open any lock on the market, but only if there has to be a lock hole. Reuben lock's kind of mortise and tenon construction. It can be no good. So ask, do you have eyes? Yes. Speaking of which, the woman was visibly embarrassed. Master, I'm locked in jail with my boyfriend. Can you open this? Cloudy. He was confused by the question for a moment. You make it clear. Prison? And lock yourself in? What's this bullshit? Couldn't have been caught soliciting prostitutes online, could it? It's a prison. He locks in and can't get out. Yun Xiao's head was filled with confusion as he listened. Nah, beauty. You don't want me to rob a prison, do you? I can't do that. No, it's not a jailbreak. I was working here and got locked up. Cloudy had a black question mark on his face. Still don't get it. Work? Still in prison? What's so exciting? Searching officer? Woman, it's the prison. You hurry. Ow. Yun Xiao was sweating. You were in jail, at work, and then locked up? Yes. Is that one of those chain locks that locks big iron doors? Or, Cloudy's throat rolled. Some juvenile images popped into my head. No, the woman was devastated. Oops, anyway, I can't tell you over the phone. Just come over and take a look. To be honest, Cloudy was also a little crushed. Clearly speaking human. Why can't you understand what the other person is saying? Sure enough, I'm still too simple. Don't worry, beautiful. If it's a lock with an eye, I'm sure I can open it for you. Where are you? I'm in jail. More specific? Cell 414. Yun Xiao's face twitched. Never mind. Just send me the location. Oh, wait a minute. After a while, Yun Xiao received a location message. Master, are you sure you can drive? Don't worry. I can open any police car. I'll open this lock for you in a minute. After saying that, Yun Xiao hailed a cab and went straight to his destination. In the meantime, the live feed blew up all of a sudden as well. Prison? Work? Locked up? Good lord. Why can't I hear you? Hiss. Anchor, don't mind your own business. People are in love with each other. What are you going to fool around with? Weekly. Where is this theme hotel? And the prison series? Any good guy send me the address. I want to take my girlfriend there too. I advise you to ask clearly. Is the top locked or the bottom locked? Don't poke around. What boyfriend? That's the golden father. Don't even think about it if you don't have money. That's a little too much information. I hope it's not what I think it is. Oops. I can't. I want to refresh the disc I've been holding onto for years again. So excited. So exciting. I hope I don't get pinched later. 10 minutes later. Yun Xiao followed the woman to give the address. Arrive at your destination. Look at the particular concrete building in front of you. There is also a sign on the gate. Tilenkio Prison, Ninghai City. Crap, it's really a prison, isn't it? Does it mean they are in jail? Ahem. Overthinking. Saving lives is important. Yun Xiao hurriedly informed the doorkeeper of his identity. The doorman was a little puzzled to learn that he had come to unlock the door. Seeing how young Cloudy is, he doesn't look like a locksmith. Hello? Hold on. I'll give the district captain a call to verify the situation. Prison grounds are not for idle people to approach. Okay. Cloudy nodded. Just wait up where you are. The janitor returned to the communications room and began calling in his report. Not a moment later, a middle-aged-looking prison guard hurried out. Upon seeing Cloudy, he invited him in. Walk into the prison building. Through a long corridor. Come to the location of the cell. The innermost room. Only a man and a woman. 2 prison guards were seen locked in a small space. Half of the man's body stuck in the gap in the bars under the cell door. His head on the outside. His body on the inside. Is looking desperate and dying. The female was in the back and kept kicking him in the ass with her foot. Not only can't you get out, it also hurt so much that he was ouchy and screaming. It's a funny picture. Any way you look at it. Several of the wardens couldn't help themselves. If I hadn't seen how miserable the male prison guards were, I might have had to laugh out loud. Saw the scene. The live feed was also stunned. Crap, how come it's not quite the same picture as I imagined? Your pants are off and you're showing me this? I'm so happy for nothing. Admit it, right? Every one of you is a fucking LSP. And I'm the only one who's too simple-minded with the anchor and doesn't fit in with you guys because we're not perverted enough. I remember. You were the one who screamed the loudest just now. Weren't you? Now you're the innocent hero? What's wrong with you guys? Anyway, I didn't. If it wasn't for you guys, I didn't even know you could do that in prison. Cloudy walked over to take a look. It's really locked. On the iron door of the cell, a specially shaped brass lock was attached. The shape is like a living golden turtle. It looks like it has some years on it. What's this? You two playing no holds barred? Locking yourself in? Cloudy asked breathlessly. The female prison guard had an embarrassed expression. It's not all my boyfriend's fault. I was supposed to record a message for the prisoner, and he found a kingpin lock somewhere, and halfway through the test, the lock automatically locked the door, and we stayed here and couldn't get out. The male prison guard reddened. I thought the lock was broken. How did I know it was so flexible? It won't open when it's locked. Yun Xiao picked up the lock and looked at it, shook his head and said, this is not a king's lock. This is called a copperhead golden turtle lock, also known as a Kongming lock. You see, the golden turtle's limbs and head and tail can be movable. It has organs on its back. According to the I Ching's 64 hexagrams, exactly combined into 64 different ways of unlocking the door, each of which is randomly combined and flexibly transformed. And the design is very ingenious. To open such a lock, 1. There is the original key, the tail of the golden tortoise, which seems to have been lost long ago. 2. Slowly projecting according to the 64 hexagrams and unlocking the door step by step. This one is a bit more complicated. However, the lock is at best a product of 100 years ago, and it is assumed that the maker copied the technology of the Kongming lock, and the difficulty factor is not as complex as that of a real Kongming lock. Listen to Cloudy finish his sentence. The crowd was shocked. I didn't realize that this thing was still old. But, you even know that? Kongming locks from over 100 years ago. The key is missing. How can I drive this? The male prison guard broke down at once. Master, I won't be able to get out forever. Will I? Yun Xiao smiled. That's not so bad. Can't we just break down the door and get out? Ha! The male prison guard had a bitter face. I am still stuck in the door. So don't joke with me. The female prison guard kicked him in the back again. How dare you say that? Let you show off. What now? Yun Xiao said. I can open this lock. The words fell. Just a click. The crowd was then surprised to see. The head of this locked turtle extends outward, and when it reaches the longest point the lock opens. The scene was all confused. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The live feeds also looked like they had seen a ghost. Good man, didn't you say to follow the 64 trigrams step by step? Why do you see the anchor's little hand shaking and opening it? I believe in his evil. Just know that the anchor is full of bragging. What's that? He's not making it up, is he? Brothers, I just do. The anchor may not be lying. This is indeed the Kongming locks. The dogs see all to turn their heads and run. Then the question comes. Yun Xiao opened this lock even less than a second. What exactly did he do before? The locksmith's skills are not as good as his. Hiss, can't think carefully. The locks of the ambulance, the locks of the police car, the locks of the prison are all opened by him. This is going to be on the road of crime. Upstairs, I advise you not to mind your own business. Or watch out for the anchor to sneak around your house tonight. Thieves don't leave without a trace. Cowboys. Anchor's hands are so fast. The female prison guard was the first to step out. Once she's out, there's more room to move around. The male prison guards were also relieved to finally get out and regain their freedom. Master. Thank you. How much? Pay 500. The lock can't be opened by anyone else. Cloudy was honest. Seeing the WeChat payment arrive, he nodded and excused himself. Remember to call me if you need a valet in the future. Locksmithing is just my side job. After saying that, under the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, Dash turned away, waiting to walk to the prison gates. Suddenly, there was a commotion from above his head. Cloudy looked up. Eyes pierced the darkness just in time to see a flock of birds flying in from the distance, parked on the roof of the prison. As the vision attribute is augmented, then, even in the darkness of the night, he was as clear as day. What kind of bird is this? Obviously pigeons. Yun Xiao was wondering, there were still people raising carrier pigeons in prison? However, he didn't take it seriously. Maybe this flock of carrier pigeons, it's just a temporary stopover here. We'll fly away later. Just as he withdrew his gaze, Cloudy saw another shocking scene. A system alert box pops up in front of you. Name, pigeon. Use, smuggling in prisons. Commodities, diners, cigarettes, etc. Status, waiting to receive. Cloudy was dumbfounded. What the hell? What about smuggling in prison? Or pigeon smuggling? Who in their right mind would think of that? If it wasn't for the system prompting him to see these carrier pigeons, also thought it was just passing through. After freezing for a moment, Yun Xiao turned his head and asked the guard at the door, do you allow inmates to smoke in your prison? The other party looked at Cloudy with suspicion. I don't know why he's asking. Still, he replied, theoretically, it's not allowed, but for the sake of humane management, a specific time each month will be given for smoking, but it can't be brought in from outside. The prison has an in-house store, and at the point of uniform pickup, inmates can go to the store to exchange their cigarettes, but they will also be limited in the number of cigarettes they can buy. Yun Xiao was inspired. That is to say, it's not like you can smoke as much as you want? The guard nodded and smiled. That's how it is. They're here to serve their sentences, not to enjoy themselves. The prison manages this piece very strictly. At those words, Yun Xiao's head spun rapidly. The Great Supremacy sorted things out. Because of the strict management, the people who are serving time inside the prison, very lacking in cigarettes. To put it bluntly, there are too many people and not enough to smoke. This has led to the fact that cigarettes and other products are hard currency in prisons. Very rare. It's not inevitable that someone will get the wrong idea, bypassing prison audits and transporting cigarettes in through smuggling. But just the tobacco. It's nothing yet. At best it's black money. But marijuana. This stuff is contraband. Smuggling into prisons. It's not that simple. Thinking about this, Yun Xiao's scalp could not help but tingle. Dead eyes on the carrier pigeon on the roof beam. The doorman is still wondering. This kid just got out of jail. Suddenly he was staring at the sky and had no idea what he was looking at, baffling him, followed by looking over. Results. It was pitch black. I can't see a thing. Just then, Yun Xiao withdrew his gaze to look at him. In a deep voice, he said, your prison may be in trouble. I suspect that someone is smuggling here. So hurry up and tell your leaders about this. What? The doorman was flabbergasted. Aren't you a locksmith? And you know about smuggling? By the way, how come I didn't know there was smuggling in the prison? But instead of retorting, he immediately made the call. Hear this. The live feed didn't hold up for a second either. What the hell? Yun Xiao said there's smuggling in the prison? How does he know everything? That's ridiculous. Isn't he here to pick the lock? How come smuggling is involved? Any god explain it? It's a bit hard to understand. No. What the hell did he see? He's been staring at the sky. What's in the sky? There's a bird. I can't figure it out. It's a day-to-day thing. Is she infected by that psychotic woman? Are you paranoid? A few moments later, the middle-aged prison guard who had brought Yun Xiao in earlier, hurriedly rushing out, he stared and asked, I am the district captain of the prison. How did you know there was smuggling in the prison? Who told you? Yun Xiao pointed at the roof of the prison and smiled. The middle-aged prison guard looked over in confusion. Can you see anything up there? Why don't I see it? What is it? The middle-aged prison guard shook his head. Ahem. There's a bird. Midlife alert? Straight from the booth? The middle-aged prison guard's face darkened. There's a bird? Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Xiao had come to unlock the door, he would have suspected that this kid was purely looking for a fight. Not birds exactly. Pigeons, and a flock of them at that. What? The middle-aged prison guard was flabbergasted. Whether it's one or a bunch. What's that got to do with smuggling? It just doesn't add up at all. He was even more confused as to what drug Yun Xiao was selling. Yun Xiao continued to ask. Don't you think it's strange? Why are there so many pigeons near the prison? The middle-aged prison guard froze. We're in the middle of nowhere. It's normal for pigeons and birds to appear, right? Originally the prison was situated in the suburbs. Not far away nearby are barren mountains and dense forests. What's so strange about having a lot of birds? How can it be linked to smuggling? Young man, hurry up and go. I have a mission ahead of me and I don't have time to mess around with you here. Yun Xiao smiled helplessly. Don't you know? Pigeons are used as carrier pigeons because they carry letters to their homes and rarely get lost. I just watched carefully, and these dozen or so carrier pigeons broke away from the flock on their own initiative, flew straight to your prison building and landed, and stopped right here without leaving. The middle-aged prison guard still didn't get it. What are you trying to say? Just because of a few pigeons, you're saying we're smuggling in prison? That's too much of a stretch. Yun Xiao said indifferently. The reason why they stop here is because the prison is the home of the pigeons, and when they return to their home, of course they won't leave. What? The middle-aged prison guard was taken aback? This moment also reacted. How can a prison be a home for pigeons? Is it hard to believe that there are people in prison who keep carrier pigeons? Thinking of this, he said with incredulity, impossible. Who would keep pigeons in prison? He had instinctively realized what the problem was. Though, it's not clear what's going on, but linking it to what Cloudy said about smuggling, his face was incredibly ugly. Not daring to trespass, he hastened to report the situation here to the prison instructor. Soon there was the sound of hurried footsteps. The group rushed to the prison gates. The man at the head, very politely, he greeted Yun Xiao and went inside. Enthusiastically, he said, young man, introduce yourself. My humble self is Qi Tianming, the warden of Tilankio prison. Yun Xiao was astonished. I didn't think the warden would come to see him in person. However, he still maintained a calm demeanor. My name is Cloudy. Mr. Yun Xiao. We just discovered through the surveillance that there are indeed quite a few carrier pigeons on the roof beams of the building. I wonder how you found them. Yun Xiao looked at him strangely. Look with your eyes. The warden's face twitched slightly. So late. With your eyes? Even the prison dogs didn't notice anything unusual. Are your eyes infrared night vision? See so clearly. He smiled awkwardly and didn't dwell on the issue. We've already sent out a bird-catching brigade to capture the carrier pigeons on the rooftop. So would you please come with us later to check it out? After all, this is the first time I've heard that carrier pigeons can still be smuggled. No problem. He wasn't the only one who was curious. In fact, Yun Xiao was also curious. Although the system gives hints. But how does a carrier pigeon fit smuggled goods into its tiny body? It's hard to believe that it's the same as the last time a baby's body hid poison. But pigeons are alive. Clearly unreasonable. And the cost of taming pigeons is costly. Smugglers are not going to make a losing deal. The group headed straight for the rooftop of the building. Sure enough, I saw someone with a big net, who was catching carrier pigeons. In no time at all, a carrier pigeon fluttered its wings and landed in the net. This prison guard picked up the carrier pigeon. The first thing I noticed was the difference. Behind the carrier pigeon, it's clearly a cut above. Ruffle the feathers and see the back. Surprisingly, a cloth bag the size of a pigeon's egg was tied to it. The color is the same as the feathers. When you hold it in your hand, you can't even notice it unless you look closely. Not to mention flying in the sky. At this moment, everyone's face changed drastically with it, because the prison guards opened the cloth bag. A small bag of Dama products was rummaged through it, followed from another couple of carrier pigeons. Turn over tobacco, morphine, and other euphoric drugs, and some other contraband. Now that's solid. The evidence is overwhelming. It's smuggling. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. This scene shocked the live broadcast audience enough. Crouching, crap, it's really smuggling, isn't it? I can't believe Cloudy got it right. It's so dark. Does he have 1,000 eyes or ears? How the hell did he find out? I can't even see the moon. Not to mention a bird. How the hell can Cloudy see the backpack on a pigeon? He's out of his mind. Smugglers really do everything. Using pigeons to smuggle, earning a high profit margin. And the criminal law does not teach people to make money like this. What about these pigeons? Assisting in drug transportation is a death sentence. Why don't I take them all? After all, roasted pigeons really smell good. Don't you guys wonder? Why do pigeons fly to prison? If someone is keeping them, then who? The guards or the prisoners? Hiss, it's a bit of a mess. Can't go any further. Have the enemy forces infiltrated so much already? Even the prisons have been overrun. After identifying the smuggled items, the warden was inwardly shaken. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like smuggling would occur under my watch. Just now he half expected it. After all, prisons are maximum security. Trying to get something in unnoticed. Not at all. A lot of the plot is fictionalized in the movie, but what was happening in front of me was even more exaggerated than the movie. Pigeon smuggling. Unprecedented. The face twitched slightly. The warden sincerely thanked Cloudy. Little brother. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise I'd still be in the dark and might not even be able to keep my hat. I have another question though. How did the pigeons know to fly here? Is it hard to believe they have GPS on them? For a moment, the crowd looked over in unison. Until now they were puzzled. This flock of pigeons flew to the roof of the prison and stayed there. Drones still make sense. Are pigeons that obedient? Yun Xiao smiled lightly. This is very easy to explain. Pigeons have home-loving habits, so no matter where they are taken, they will fly in the direction of home. It is the habit of pigeons to return to their nests, which is why the ancients used carrier pigeons to carry their letters, not by having them fly to a distant place, but by having them fly homeward, so that the letters were naturally carried back. Also, due to the pigeon's special brain structure, which can sense the Earth's magnetic field, it is also unlikely that they will get lost. The fact that they stopped here and didn't leave speaks volumes. Hearing Yin Xiao finish his sentence, everyone came to a realization. This is a remote location, and nearby are mountains and forests, often frequented by birds of prey, which you have long since seen. So when a flock of pigeons mingle among them, even if they rest on the eaves, no one cares. Am I right? The wardens in the room laughed awkwardly. Indeed, it does. They have known for a long time that pigeons exist, but press won't think that way. Many of them, even, have fed pigeons with leftovers. The smugglers, taking advantage of your lack of caution, are openly breeding carrier pigeons. Even if we get caught, feed the pigeons and no one will say anything. When the carrier pigeons are raised and fly out, they are used by outside traffickers to transport smuggled goods. They go back and forth like this, smuggling for profit right under your noses. Yun Xiao had made it very clear. There was silence. The question is, quite a few people have fed pigeons. Who knows? Who's smuggling again? It's a little hard to catch pigeon breeders. The warden sank his face and coldly shouted, no matter who it is, this pigeon keeper must be uncovered for me. Notify the surveillance center and immediately retrieve the relevant video screening. Dig up the ground and find me someone too. Wait, I do have a suggestion. Yun Xiao suddenly said. What's the offer? The warden asked curiously. Since that person dared to raise pigeons, he must have made all the preparations. Even if you guys wanted to investigate, you wouldn't necessarily be able to find out, and it would be easy to startle the snakes instead. Moreover, the time he picked was night, but criminals can't get out at night. Have you thought about the reason for this? Hiss, the warden's pupils snapped. You mean, there's a mole? Yun Xiao shrugged. I don't know. It's still just a guess. It could be a criminal, or the prison guards could have been turned. Instead of wasting your mind looking for someone, why don't you just pull out all of them and wait for him to show himself of his own accord? Maybe there will be some unknown surprise. Sure enough, the warden agreed to the proposal as soon as he heard it. Since it's smuggling, that person will definitely show up to take the package. So with a wave of his hand, he directly caused the backpack on the carrier pigeon to be taken away. The group then hid on the rooftop to keep watch. However, Cloudy suddenly thought about what was being broadcast live. The prison is heavily weighted and is in possession of a secrecy ordinance. It doesn't matter if you pick a lock, but when it comes to something as personal as a smuggler, I wonder if it's still live. But the answer Cloudy got was that it could be broadcast live. By normal logic, photographs and video recordings are indeed prohibited in prisons. But this is a special case. The use of carrier pigeons for smuggling is unheard of. I guess many prisons across the country are in the dark. It should just be exposed. Let everyone know as an example. Go back and make it into a case study to teach and promote it to police academies across the country. Thinking so, the warden went along with him. It's 8 o'clock at night. It was completely dark. Prisoners began to rest one after another. The smuggler, presumably, will sneak out while the person is asleep. So the warden and his line of guards patiently waited on the rooftop. After that flock of carrier pigeons was released, wandering around the neighborhood, he rejoined the roof beams. With that look of fondness, it was clear that he considered this place home. Seeing this, the crowd all had respect for Yun Xiao. A flock of pigeons. It actually became a smuggling tool. They've been in prison so long, they've never noticed it. Cloudy discovered the end as soon as he arrived. This observation is truly admirable. It's been almost an hour. They can't just keep waiting, can they? I don't know if that smuggler will come out. Is there really collusion between the guards and the prisoners? Isn't that normal? Prison guards can only get dead wages, and that's it for the rest of their lives. But smuggling makes money. It can make you rich overnight. Who wouldn't be impressed? Even if you take money that you shouldn't have taken, you will give it back in the future. The law will not spare any bad guys, and if you want to take shortcuts, you will have to pay a heavy price. It's so exciting. The first time I've seen an arrest live in prison. My wife yelled at me to pay my rations and I wasn't even interested. Just in case I missed a little detail. He hasn't shown up for so long. He won't be found out, right? Just now the commotion was so big. If there really is a mole, the news must have gotten out. Knowing that there is a trap will still throw themselves into the net? The live feeds are expecting something to happen. But for the past hour, everyone's patience seems to be wearing thin. The prison guard on the rooftop, suffering and becoming satiated by mosquitoes. Cloudy had to go back to the monitoring room and wait first. A few men were left behind to continue to hold the fort. Inside the surveillance room, Cloudy lay down on the reclining chair, finally getting comfortable. Until 10 o'clock at night, just as he drifted off to doze, the monitor next to him suddenly stared at the screen and exclaimed, "We have a situation. The suspect has appeared." Who appeared? Yun Xiao sat up in shock all of a sudden. There's a figure on the rooftop. Hearing this, Yun Xiao dozed off, busy staring intently at the screen. It looked like. Sure enough, in the darkness, a figure sneaks up to the rooftop. Through infrared night vision, clearly see the prison uniform he was wearing. Good man. Finally. I've waited, you rat out. Yun Xiao was excited and immediately rushed to the rooftop along with the warden and the others. The rooftop. The prisoner man walked to the roof, grab a carrier pigeon and start rummaging around. It turned out to be nothing. He was dumbfounded for a moment. Next, feeling bad, he immediately tried to slip away. But it's late. Bam! Hurried footsteps sounded. Immediately afterward, several bright flashlights shone toward him. The prisoner man narrowed his eyes. When he slowed down, he saw a line of prison guards standing in front of him. A dozen blackened muzzles. It made his heart grow fuzzy. Are you looking for this? A prison guard shook a dozen small backpacks in his hand and looked at him with a smirk. Brush. The prisoner man's face was pale. Discovered. He couldn't figure out what he was doing to be careful enough. How did it slip through the cracks? At this time, Cloudy and the warden also arrived at the scene. See this prisoner man. Immediately someone recognized him. Warden. I know him. This man was a carrier pigeon breeder before, but was arrested and sentenced to 3 years for animal smuggling and poaching. At every meal, he would crush the leftovers into rice balls and take them away. And I thought it was strange at the time, but it seems that he had a premeditated plan, which was to take them back and feed them to the pigeons. This statement was made. The faces of everyone present changed. No wonder it was done so quietly that no one knew. Turns out to be a repeat offender. What's his name? Zhang Xianxiang. The district captain who had just spoken replied. The warden nodded, his gaze sweeping harshly over the prisoner man. Zhang Xianxiang, we already know what you've done. Confessing is lenient. Resisting is strict. I advise you to give a good explanation, lest you be tortured and punished. Zhang Xianxiang had been holding out for a chance, but hearing this, he knew there was no way out. Just the things you've done on your own. Once tried in court. For the rest of his life, he's not getting out again. And, to be subjected to all kinds of torture in prison. Others don't know the warden's methods. He was very clear. As the landlord of Tilankio prison, the warden has supreme authority. Qi Tianming is a smiling tiger, outwardly treating people with courtesy, but private tactics have scandalized countless criminals. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Xianxiang's forehead. Scared the shit out of me. It didn't take much for him to make peace with everything. The reason why I engaged in prison smuggling was because I was forced to. Smuggling syndicates see his ability to raise carrier pigeons. Coercion by family members. Zhang Xianxiang was helpless. Only then did they deliberately smuggle and poach red-headed cockeyed carrier pigeons. This is an extremely rare bird. He was arrested and jailed by the police as expected. Carrier pigeons are then kept in the prisons at the request of smuggling syndicates. Pick up through a fixed time. How did you conceal the fact that you were keeping carrier pigeons under our noses? Zhang Xianxiang answered truthfully. For me, it's as simple as drying the leftover rice grains I eat every day and putting them in my pocket. There's a hole under the pocket, and when I go out to let off steam, I spill it as I go, and the grains of rice fall down my pants leg. When the pigeons pass by, they'll come and eat it themselves. When they heard this answer, the crowd looked at each other. Can't help but be glad. Luckily, he listened to Cloudy's proposal. If they were to check it out themselves, who would find out? Even if staring at the surveillance hurts your eyes, couldn't find out a damn thing either. Key. Others are feeding carrier pigeons. True or false? Obfuscation. The workload is not normal. Time will surely strike fear into the hearts of snakes. Putting criminals on notice makes it even more difficult to investigate. The warden asked in a hushed voice. So how did you get out of jail? The prison schedule is very fixed. Every night after 9 o'clock, the lights are turned off and you go to bed. Unless there's help. Prison guards and inmates. Snakes and rats. Zhang Xianxiang smiled awkwardly. In addition to my profession of raising carrier pigeons, I also have a sideline in locksmithing. I've long since figured out the locks of your prison, and it's very easy to get out. This answer leaves one in a state of utter surprise. A carrier pigeon breeder? A locksmith? It's outrageous. The warden frowned. Are you kidding me? How could a person choose lockpicking as a side job? I advise you to better give an honest explanation, or you know the consequences well. Zhang Xinqiang wailed. Lord Warden, I'm serious. I really know how to open locks, and then I felt that this occupation was too dangerous, so I changed my profession to raising pigeons. Ahem. A middle-aged prison guard coughed dryly twice and whispered, Warden, this is really possible. The warden looked at him quizzically. Why are even you talking nonsense? The middle-aged prison guard pointed at Yun Xiao next to him. Warden, Yun Xiao's own occupation is a chauffeur-driver. But do you know what we hired him for? It's to open locks. The warden looked surprised. There's more to this? Yun Xiao's face twitched. Pretend you didn't hear their conversation. Suddenly looking at Zhang Xinqiang, he asked, You said you were forced? Then I'd like to ask, how did you handle those smuggled-in goods? There was a silence. The crowd all looked over in unison. They want to know this too. Even if it's smuggled in prison, stuff gets shipped in, but who's gonna buy it? Those prisoners don't have any money on them. Zhang Xinqiang dodged his eyes and smiled dryly. This is naturally sold to those of my cellmates. Yun Xiao looked at him with a smirk. What about the money from your sales? You can't hide it in prison. You're not going to tell me that all those cellmates can scan the code on their cell phones, are you? Or that your pigeons themselves still know how to give the money away? This statement was made. The warden's face bristled. The prison guards also realized something was wrong. I'm afraid things are more complicated than they think. Zhang Xinqiang nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Ah yes. How did you know that? Every time I pick up a load, I tie the money to the pigeons and they deliver it for me to bring to my family. Since you guys found out, there's no need for me to hide it. I'm willing to face the law, but my family did nothing wrong. Please spare them. Yun Xiao stared at him coldly, unmoved. You're a pigeon breeder yourself. Don't you know pigeon habits? Delivering your money for you? Oh, does your pigeon come with its own navigation? Even if you're willing to do that, the smuggling group behind you won't agree, right? It was so hard to get you in here. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort if you were found out? Zhang Xinqiang's face changed drastically. Originally he was trying to muddle through, but I didn't expect that Yun Xiao would know about carrier pigeons as well. Now he did panic. The warden grimaced. He understood Cloudy's words. Smuggling gangs take advantage of the homing habits of pigeons. Will send smuggled goods to jail. But to give the money away, it just doesn't work. Because carrier pigeons fly one way, without a fixed direction. Where do they fly? At best, it goes out for a spin and flies back in case it lands on the ground. Wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? Once the people in the prison found out, this smuggling path was lost. The whole smuggling ring is going to be implicated. This is a ticking time bomb. Smuggling syndicates can't be stupid enough to make such a risky decision. Oh, how dare you lie, you guys? Let him think it over calmly. The warden sneered and waved a hand behind him. The guards swarmed forward, swinging a rubber bat. It's just a bunch of punches and kicks. Normally, treating prisoners who don't listen. They have long practiced their immense skill in hitting people. Nowhere to strike to calm the prisoner without hurting him. Say, what exactly was your deal? If you don't answer the question properly, it will make you sober up. Dare to eyeball me? I'll let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. See the scene punch to punch. It stimulates the hormones of the netizens. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Moment. The live stream was bombarded with pop-ups. This picture, this sound, Nima is so exciting. Isn't this better than those fresh meat martial arts dramas? This is what a man should watch. This anchor's live studio always gives people surprises. Coward. Not only live broadcast prison arrests, but also live broadcast of prison guards beating people. Watching in the middle of the night made my blood boil, and I got up and beat up my dog. This kid's sharp tongue looks dishonest. What he says may not be the truth. Without giving him a beating to take off his skin, it seems that he will not be truthful. This reversal is simply amazing. I was so sleepy just now, but now I'm energized. Unlike other live rooms, where the anchors have long been resting at this hour, this side is still putting on a big show. Psychotic jailbreaks in the daytime, smuggling in prison at night. Say, what other good programs are there later on? Don't be appetizing, hurry up. I have a heavy appetite and I'm not afraid of a lot of hard food. After a takedown by a couple of prison guards, Zhang Xinqiang punched and screamed. But no one has any sympathy for such people. Have to step on the line of the law. Going on a crime smuggling spree. Everything that happens is to blame. Beaten like a falling dog for a while. Zhang Xinqiang, half of his face swollen into a pig's head, shouted, I said all. Please don't fight. Ah. The warden smiled weakly and waved the guards off with a wave of his hand. If I had known, why would I have to suffer the pain of skin and flesh? Tell the truth, lest you be tortured again. Zhang Xianxiang curled up on the ground and took a few breaths, eyes covered in horror. I'll explain truthfully. It's not that I'm going to lie. It's just that they're threatening my family and I'm really being forced to do it. I won't get any money at all when these are sent to prison. Their families made a deal with the smuggling ring out there a long time ago and the money has already been paid. I am nothing more than a collector. Warden? Crowd of prison guards? Nice guy. It still works like that? They looked at Zhang Xianxiang with a bit of a strange gaze. Then wouldn't this guy be wronged? Working for a smuggling ring for nothing. No benefit at all. Cloudy frowned in silence beside him. What do you think? The warden asked. He's still lying. That's not the whole truth. He should be hiding part of the truth. What? The crowd was shaken. And the truth? Yun Xiao said indifferently. If I'm not wrong, the smuggling gang did contact the families of the criminals and paid the chips. And he didn't lie about it. Because it's easy to be exposed when you deal in prison. But he overlooked one thing. How did he know who to give it to? Of all the inmates in the prison, he knows every one of them? If I were a smuggling ring, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving him in charge alone. With such a detailed and elaborate plan, going to such lengths to transport the stuff in to cover his tracks. Is it possible to say that there isn't a gang of his in there? This statement was made. The prison guards looked at Zhang Xianxiang's gaze and had already brought their anger with them. Again and again. Are you really making a fool out of them? Zhang Xianxiang had a hellish expression on his face. Is this guy a worm in his stomach? You know everything. The warden's expression regained its composure, lightly sweeping over all the prison guards present. Half an hour. I want to know all the information about the smuggling gang. If you can't ask, you guys don't rest at night. Do 10,000 push-ups for me on the spot. The hearts of the prison guards were in awe. All heard the morose intent in the words. Throwing down these words, the warden's smiling face turned to the clouds. Let's go, little brother Yun Xiao. Let's go have some late-night snacks. The next image may be a little uncomfortable. Seeing him with a smirk on his face, Yun Xiao's face twitched. It only felt like a chill ran through his body. What does it mean to eat a man without spitting out his bones? This is, downstairs. The warden was suddenly on his feet, listening to the screams coming from upstairs. A frown. Don't make people sleep in the middle of the night. Put on some music to help you sleep. You are usually told to humanize yourselves. And you forgot? Hiss. Cloudy daisies tightened. Heartbeat glanced upstairs. In the middle of a percussive piece of music. Escape this place quickly. Crap, it's a bit scary. Aren't you afraid to kill someone? But I've got a suggestion. Put it on my love at the end of the world. It'll help you sleep. Is this a prison or a slaughterhouse? You want to beat up a pig in the middle of the night, and you want to play music? I can only give you a capital bullish. Pohahaha, the clouds are running so fast. Is he already substituting himself in? We've opened the lock all day today. Why don't we try putting him in? Good. Let the warden interrogate him. He might have a criminal record if he's so slick with the locks. Didn't you hear what that guy said? He knows the locks of the prison. He knows how to get in and out. After watching this live broadcast, the past person advised everyone to do well. Don't think of breaking the law to go in the package. Prison is really not a place for people to stay. Not only will they lose their human rights, but they will also be beaten up. And they will make you lose several layers of skin in a minute. It's just under 10 minutes. Zhang Xianxiang couldn't handle it, and explained everything. The wardens followed the list he gave them. Arrests were made overnight. Purge the discipline. As for the smuggling ring out there, instead, a criminal police brigade was deployed. A swarm of police cars on the road headed straight for the smuggling ring's lair. Gang members. Press didn't realize he was exposed. Plus it's late. Either you get caught sleeping with a girl or you get caught bar hopping. The police met with little resistance. They were given a regiment that night. After preliminary statistics, this is a prison smuggling case that is rooted in Ninghai City and involves a lot of people. Hundreds of millions of dollars are involved. There are countless people involved. However, it was uprooted in one night. It has awakened countless people who are still on the verge of committing a crime. In their sleep. Saw the news and was in a cold sweat. Collect your thoughts and never dare to take illegal shortcuts again. After a late night snack, Cloudy left the prison early. At this late hour, he was planning to go straight back to the hotel and sleep it off. Results. A new order was received on a temporary basis. Departure point, Happiness Road neighborhood. Destination Ninghai Shangshan Crematorium. Estimated mileage, 4 kilometers. Estimated cost, $112. Do you take orders? Read all about it. The Cloud Cuckoolander went numb. Crooked please is the order tail number 10086 customer. Just now was it you who placed the order? After double-checking the destination, Cloudy followed the information on the cell phone order and called the customer. It's not that he's chicken. It's really, he's got to ask before he runs this order. You really don't know what you're doing, do you? What are you doing at the crematorium in the middle of the night? Burning bodies. Ha? Yes. Where are you, master? Come quickly. To the Cloud's surprise, across the street came the voice of a girl. Kinda nice. No. I wanted to ask if there was something you were thinking about, going to the crematorium in the middle of the night? There was silence on the phone for a moment. Suddenly, there came a lament. Master, I have a toothache, and you know that a toothache is not a disease. It hurts like hell. Why don't you just send me there? Yun Xiao's head was filled with black lines. Nice guy. This girl is too tough. Toothache? Going to the crematorium? Playing so netherworldly. Sis, you just don't think about it anymore. Or, I'll send you to the hospital? Cloudy swallowed and asked tentatively. A silvery laughter came from across the room. Ha ha, master, I'm teasing you, but I'm really serious. I'm a crematorium worker. I'm collecting people's corpses. Don't you think too much. Just now the driver's master was in a hurry to go back to catch the adulterer, and this needs a substitute. I'll just have to find a temporary substitute driver, so please hurry over. Listen to this explanation. Yun Xiao was instantly confused. It's just as well that a girl with a cute voice works at a crematorium. Even more outrageous. Driver throws down his car in the middle of the night to go home and catch an adulterer? The writers couldn't make up such a bizarre plot. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Because Cloudy is on speakerphone. The conversation between the two men also traveled into the live stream. The netizens were instantly taught. I didn't want to laugh, but the girl's sentence of going to the crematorium for a toothache gave me no choice but to hold my tongue. Ha ha ha. Master driver is in a hurry to go back to catch the adulterer? I give full marks to this reason. A little solid, but if it were not for the driver's master faucet did not turn off tightly. It is estimated that the Clouds will go back to sleep. Want to watch the live broadcast can only wait until tomorrow. Fuck, didn't you guys realize? The girl said she was collecting corpses. Doesn't that mean that Cloudy is going to drag the corpse to the crematorium in the middle of the night? The live broadcast room is slightly netherworldly. Hiss, Yun Xiao is going to drive a crematorium truck to pull corpses? Fuck, if it wasn't for you old sixes, I wouldn't have reacted. What should I do? I couldn't stop laughing. I automatically made up a puffy. He's a chauffeur driver. Driving a hearse in the middle of the night? How exciting is that? He really dares to drive any kind of car, doesn't he? I think he's just tired of driving a car in the sun and is going to try driving a car in the underworld. Let's just say that something weird won't happen later, right? Hang up. Cloudy clicked smoothly to take the order. Ding. Order successful. Originally he wasn't too keen on going. After all, it's a little after 12 o'clock. A little late. The crematorium is again in a remote location. It does seem a bit false to be pulling a body in a car, but the employer promised to double his road tax for this order down the road. The thought of people being afraid of a sister wriggling yourself makes people laugh instead. After taking the order, Yun Xiao then rode a small electric donkey straight to the Happy Road neighborhood. 10 minutes later, arrive at the neighborhood. A special car was seen from a long distance. Extended rear space. A white wreath hangs from the front of the car, printed with the words Ninghai City Funeral Car in large letters. There was an eerie atmosphere in the air. When the Clouds arrived, a cute girl in her 20s waved at him. The dress code is pretty cute. Associate the location to be visited on this trip. The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Driving a funeral car in the middle of the night. Let's hope it's a smooth ride. The funeral car started up and slowly made its way down the night road. Cloudy concentrated on driving the car. Every now and then, eyes flicked to the rear mirror. A stainless steel card is visible in the rear space. It was covered with a white cloth. The very bodies that were pulled to the crematorium. On the passenger side, the little girl looked down and played with her cell phone. Nor did he speak to Cloudy. The atmosphere was a bit eerie and quiet, as the crematorium is far from the city, in the nooks and crannies of the suburbs. It's over 20 kilometers. It's over a half-hour drive. But this one made a lot of money. Double fare. Over $200. Driving in the city, Cloudy hadn't felt it. It's all lights and crowds. 10 minutes or so later, the funeral car gradually left the busy downtown area. Traffic and foot traffic began to decrease. The night lights on both sides of the road, too, became bright and dim. They were the only car on the whole road. The night is dim, like a curtain over the sky. When it's completely driven out of the city, there's not even a street light anymore. On a narrow one-way street, the beam of the high beam alone breaks through the darkness. It was pitch black all around. It's like traveling through a barren, vast no man's land. It seems deep and depressing. In this atmosphere, Yun Xiao's palms began to sweat. God unknowingly glanced next door. reflected in the cell phone screen. One of the girl's faces turned extraordinarily pale. Hair down. Reminds him of something bad. The whole thing jolted and hurriedly averted his eyes, afraid that scene from a horror movie will happen. The girl slowly looked up and stared at him with an eerie, creepy smile. Then it turns into a bloody mouth. Nima. It's so exciting. I can't stand it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Feel the eerie atmosphere. The live viewers also pissed themselves. Oh, shit, girl. Can you stop looking at your cell phone like that? Can you stop smiling? I get scared when you smile. Why would such a cute girl want to work in a crematorium? In the middle of the night pulling corpses on the road. I'm a big man who can't even stand looking at them. Nima. Yun Xiao has a lot of guts. He dares to take this kind of job? He made $350,000 yesterday. Is he short of $200? He really wants money. There's no one on the road. And it's so dark that I wouldn't do it even if I had to drive to this place. Besides, there's a corpse in the back of the car. What if it's a fraud? There's no place to run. Fraudulent corpse? Are you kidding me? The idea of ghosts and gods is nonsense. Look at how scared you are. When I was a kid, I slept in graves and I was fine. We have to believe in science. Upstairs, you're too young. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. I've been to the crematorium in the middle of the night in my car, but I didn't take it. One must have a sense of fear. The atmosphere was horrific along the way, but there didn't seem to be any accidents. Half an hour later, a bright light was finally seen ahead. A concrete building stands in the darkness. Yun Xiao's lifted heart was finally put down. The crematorium is here. People get scared when faced with darkness. Just see the light. All fear and trembling is dispelled. Cloudy settled down and drove the car into the crematorium gate. The girl picked up her cell phone and paid. Cloudy mounted the small electric donkey and was ready to return to the hotel to rest. But the girl grabbed him, shaking Yun Xiao's arm. She pouted. Master, can you not go back first? Help me send the body in and wait for someone to receive it before going back? I'm working a temporary shift today. I usually work the day shift, and I'm a little scared to be in there alone. Yun Xiao frowned. It's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? It's a bit far from where I live. It's at least an hour or so ride back from here. He's got to work tomorrow. And, in the middle of the night, let him carry the body. I'm fucking scared too. The girl was unforgiving. Continuing in a soft tone, she pleaded. Handsome, do me a favor and wait for me. Just 1 second. I have a car. I'll give you a ride back later. It can be much faster than you riding a small electric donkey. Why don't I add another $100, okay? You can go in with me. The hall is very bright, so we won't be afraid. Cloudy thought about it. $100 would be a good deal. Take the hitchhiker. Definitely faster than he could ride a bike. Facing the girl's big watery eyes, Cloudy had no choice but to agree. Well then, I'll accompany you to go in and wait, but say in advance. $100, not a penny less anon. No problem. Seeing persuasion Cloudy, the girl smiled cheekily. Pull out your cell phone on the spot. Transfer him another $100. The two men went to the trunk of the car, opened the door and start helping carry the body. The moment. After seeing Cloudy send the body to the crematorium, not only did he not leave, but under the soft touch of the girl, start moving up the bodies. The live feeds were all of a sudden buzzing again. The pop-ups scrolled by at a rapid pace. What is this? Aren't you a chauffeur? This job of carrying corpses doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Anchor confused. You can't find your way out of this place after letting a girl pamper you? There's no one here except the doorman. Why don't you run away? Is there a possibility that what Yun Xiao is looking at is that $100? With his nature of asking for money, the probability is that he won't let it go. I've heard of money for life, but today I've seen a living person. This is a place where the atmosphere is so gloomy that you can't even run away from it later. Obviously there are hundreds of thousands of huge sums of money. He can completely lie flat, but for $100 to take this kind of work, the key to this work is also not the Yan can do. This anchor I cry to death. Carts for the bodies. Carried down from the crematorium storage box. Good thing the body was covered with a white cloth. It won't be much of a shock. Next, the two men pushed the cart down the dimly lit hallway toward the morgue. In the middle of the night, silence reigned in the crematorium, except for the sound of the two men's footsteps. Not a murmur to be heard, much less see a living soul. And it's a very old facility. They are all from the 90s and have long since fallen into disrepair. The streetlights are dim. Some of them are outright broken, with lights flickering on and off, reflecting the two faces, bright and dark, pushing a body around in the middle of the night. Creepy enough indeed. Yun Xiao braced himself and kept looking around. Fear from any nook or cranny. And out popped a little eight-hole dressed all in white with a green face and fangs. Next to her, the girl was acting fairly calm. Along the way, he pulled Cloudy into a chit-chat. It eased the fear. Yun Xiao learned her name. Lin Nuan Nuan, led by a sister. The two men took 7 turns. A few minutes later came a morgue. Lin Nuan then took the cart where the body was stored and set it up inside. And then wait for someone else to come along and receive it. Give the body pre-coffin makeup and it's ready to be cremated straight away. Upon entering, there was already a large cart in the parking room, but there was no body in sight. Lin Nuan Nuan looked around suspiciously. Next, the live feed just fell into an eerie silence. Because, Lin Nuan Nuan said to herself, the body was still there when I left. How come it's gone? It shouldn't be. Cloudy was hanging out nearby when he heard this. Immediately, his head was full of questions. What do you mean the body was there? Now it's gone? Is it hard to run away on your own? He stood up in a sweat. The whole thing is bad. How about just running? Anyway, $100 came in. At that moment, an overcast wind blew in through the open door. Cloudy shivered. Stiffly asked, so what? Are you looking at the wrong Do you want to look for it again? But don't swindle. Lin Nuan set up the cart. Seeing Yun Xiao with a scared expression, smiling, he shook his head. Don't be afraid. Both bodies are going to be made up. But that one was a bit special. Not quite like this body. The more Cloudy listened, the more confused he became. What? There's a difference in the bodies? Lin Nuan Nuan lifted the white cloth on the cart and checked the skin and joints and other parts of the body. Laughing back, he said, this one died not long ago and will be cremated tomorrow. So there's a mortician coming over tonight to do the makeup, and relatives coming to view the body tomorrow to say goodbye. And that body was in a car accident last night. Got hit pretty hard and died a rather scary death that required special handling. I guess a mortician came by, saw I hadn't delivered the body, and picked that up early. But why didn't he wait for me? Obviously said now what should this body do? Can't put on makeup. No way to explain to the family tomorrow. Lin Nuan finished with a sad face. It was her first job after graduation and she had been at it for 3 months. Complaints were filed by family members because of this. Maybe there's a payroll deduction, and it's a big loss. The moment. The live stream is also discussing this topic just now. Nice guy, scared me. I really thought the body could move. Can this girl not speak in a loud voice? In the middle of the night, it scares me to go to the bathroom. I've always felt that this place is a bit unlucky. What's wrong with it? Anchor, let's run. Speaking of which, can a crematorium body move on its own? What are you thinking? It's a corpse, not a robot, and you can charge it to run on its own? Funny. Theoretically, it could if static friction is generated. I heard the old man say that bizarre things often happen at night in the crematorium, such as knocking on the door in the middle of the night and opening it but no one is there. There is inexplicably a woman crying in the toilet. Nima, can you guys talk about something else? Is it really okay to spread rumors like this? Cloudy came up to take a look. It's not so gruesome to find out that the body looks like it's asleep. It seems that the man went relatively peacefully in life. Didn't experience much pain. Lin Nuan Nuan dwelled on it for a while, taking out cosmetics from her bag and preparing to apply makeup to the corpse herself. You can't just do nothing, can you? It's makeup anyway. Makeup for the dead, and makeup for the living. It should be about the same. What are you doing? Cloudy asked. Makeup. The mortician left without me, so I had to go on by myself. Lin Nuan Nuan said helplessly. The corner of Yun Zhao's mouth twitched. This girl is really quite tough. But do you think it's that easy to put makeup on a dead person? Eyeing Lin Nuan Nuan dabbed the foundation and rubbed it on the corpse's face. Yun Xiao hurriedly stopped her. If you don't want his skin to rot as soon as possible, you shouldn't rub this on him. Lin Nuaning froze. Yun Xiao said indifferently. Dead people are different from living people. They no longer have a metabolism and will have a large amount of bacteria reproducing in their bodies. This stuff applied directly to dead skin is a nutrient solution that breeds bacteria. If you put it on now within 12 hours, his skin will absolutely rot off. Just like the corpse water. If the deceased's family sees it tomorrow, they'll definitely file a complaint against you. And you might not even keep your job. Hear that? Lin Nuan Nuan was visibly startled. Shocked. He looked at Yun Xiao and asked, really? You even know about this Yun Xiao did not answer her. After a moment of contemplation, he said, get me a clean towel, disposable gloves, soap for cleaning, face wash, shampoo, nail clippers, razors, face masks, antiseptic. Well, there's also 502 glue and thin metal wire. Lin Nuan Nuan froze and her gaze at Yun Xiao became odd. What do you need these for? Yun Xiao touched his nose and laughed. Can't you tell? Of course it's putting makeup on a corpse. Winnie Lam. Live stream. The atmosphere was suddenly silent. There was silence on the floor and on the air. One wondered if they had heard wrong? What the hell? Putting a body in a coffin? Nice guy. What the hell do you know about this? That's a big departure, isn't it? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed froze for a moment before trolls floated up on the pop-ups. Fucking bull. Embalming a corpse? How can a chauffeur know everything? He's not bluffing, is he? Based on past experience, I think the odds are against it. However, even if you drive a hearse to pull a corpse in the middle of the night, you have to help the corpse into the coffin and make up? This chauffeur is determined to develop business in the netherworld. Hissing, I feel like this anchor is deep. Unfathomable. He doesn't know everything. Does he? I don't get it. This. I'm a little afraid to look at how to do. That's a corpse. How strong must be the psychological quality? In case the drawing is not good, people may have to dream of going to the clouds. Don't talk about it. There's already a sense of immersion, scaring me so much that I hurriedly put the picture of my great-grandfather on my bed, so that PPO wouldn't dare to come, right? The netizens were in a frenzy. Right now, they were completely unable to figure out Cloudy's path. Chauffeur and mortician. That's a big span of industries, isn't it? Straight away, a lot of people were baffled. The pop-ups have been rolling non-stop. In between discussions on the net, Lin Nuan Nuan got Yun Xiao what he needed. Seeing that the tools were complete, Cloudy rubbed his hands together in excitement. The first time you put a body in a coffin, it's hard not to get a little excited. Lin Nuan Nuan watched from the side with wide eyes. She was curious as to how Yun Xiao had put the corpse in the coffin. First, put on disposable medical gloves, then grabbed a white towel and walked over to the cart where the body was kept. The white cloth was lifted and the body was given a full examination. Make sure there are no problems and start undressing the body. Before applying makeup, you need to do a full body cleansing treatment. Eliminate bacteria from corpses. After the outer clothes were stripped off, Yun Xiao took a white towel and covered the deceased, exposing the head and feet. Entombment work in progress. Full non-exposure is a strict rule. It is also a sign of respect for the deceased. After doing so, Cloudy began to get his hands dirty with cleaning. And the program team, after finding out what's going on here, mosaic the body at the first opportunity. Now I'm going to bathe you, old man, and wash you, Cloudy said as he reached for the soap. The corpse was carefully cleaned of bacteria. How are you feeling? Is the strength right? Down here, I'm going to wash your hair and face. I'll give you a massage after you wash. Having said that, use the cleanser and shampoo again and wash your head and face. He moved very carefully. It's like getting a massage in a beauty parlor. Lin Nuan blinked, a little creeped out. Who are you talking to? This weird atmosphere. Just the two of them. Yun Xiao muttered to himself at a corpse. The image is just creepy enough. I'm talking to him. Ha! Lin Nuan Nuan even took a few steps back, looking horrified. If she hadn't been bold enough in her own right, turned around and ran away long ago. Yun Xiao looked up and laughed. Don't get me wrong. This is a part of the coffin work that requires comforting the dead. It's a silent, unanswered communication. Let the departed enjoy final consolation and depart with honor. Lin Nuan Nuan breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Is that so? Scared me, I thought. She spat out her tongue and said no more. Don't want to level the playing field of fear. The live feed saw the scene, almost scalp numb. Just now, Yun Xiao's nerve-wracking conversation with the air. It really gave them a huge shock inside. It took a while to ease up. Only then did he come back to his senses. I'm so sorry, I almost pissed myself. I thought he was possessed. Mud, can't you say hello in advance in this atmosphere? I almost had a heart attack. It's a good thing I'm resourceful enough to prepare quick-acting pills in advance. Or else Cloudy will have to put makeup on me next. Family members, who understands? Getting up in the middle of the night to watch a live broadcast, scaring me with a squeal, and the next door thought my house was killing a pig. It's a bit outrageous. Watching a live broadcast these days consumes your lifespan. Crap, it feels like Cloudy is very professional. Even knowing these steps? Farting professionally. It's the underworld. He's a chauffeur who goes to the crematorium in the middle of the night to be a mortician and talks to corpses. I'm scared to death. By now, Cloudy had already completed a full cleaning of the corpse, massage to loosen stiff muscles. The next step is facial organization. A thin metal wire, stuffed into the deceased's mouth to immobilize it, makes the face look, well, rounder and fuller. Apply another mask. It makes the skin moisturized and hydrated. The recently deceased. The skin also has the ability to absorb it so that it doesn't make the complexion dull and necrotic. Finally, seal your lips with glue. Beside her, Lin Nuan Nuan was shocked as she watched Yun Xiao finish doing this. Not in person. She hadn't realized that there was so much meticulous work involved in encoffining. It looks easy nothing. That's for the living. Doing this to a corpse is technically difficult. Cloudy's operation made her extremely fried. After being busy with all this, Yun Xiao smiled and said, after removing the bacteria from the corpse, The next thing you can do is to put makeup on him. Then trim his nails and finish shaving. After drawing his blood and injecting disinfectant and antiseptic into the body, the coffin work will be completed. As soon as I heard there was going to be blood draws and injections of antiseptics and whatnot, Lin Nuan Nuan suffered a 10,000 point blitz inside. Being in this business requires mental strength in itself. She worked at the crematorium and asked herself if she could even be indifferent, but cloudy and outsider. And yet, they are calm and unaffected. She couldn't understand how someone like that could go into chauffeuring. The moment, Cloudy was concentrating on applying makeup to the corpse. The system empowers the mortuary makeup technology to make the dead as if they were regenerated. A decent departure from this world. Wait for the makeup to be done. The corpse's temperament, at once, changed radically. What had been a miserable white complexion became bloodshot again, lying there quietly, as if asleep. Very quiet and peaceful. Do your facial makeup. The next step is to clean your nails. This I can do. I cut the nails of all my kittens and puppies. Lin Nuan volunteered. You do that then. I'm going to the restroom. Seeing the clouds leave, Lin Nuan Nuan picked up the nail clippers and trimmed the deceased's fingernails. The first couple were pretty smooth. Cut to the pinky. The curtains in the back moved, and I don't know if it was the wind. Nuan Lin was startled. Hands shook. Cut right through a piece of flesh. A small stain of dark red blood flowed out. Lin Nuan Nuan's heart fluttered. Hurry to fold your hands and chant in a low voice. Uncle sorry I did not mean it. You must not come to me. Just finished. The lights in the morgue suddenly flickered a few times, and there was a nuisance current sound. Lin Nuan jumped up in surprise. Think of the images of watching ghost movies as a child. It's a little scary. Cloudy came out of the restroom. He saw Lin Nuan Nuan standing in front of the corpse and kept bending over to apologize. The overhead light flickered on and off. The spooky atmosphere pulled full circle all of a sudden. His head reeled. What did you do? Lin Nuan Nuan whispered. I cut to his meat. Yun Xiao, is he not happy? Come back to find me to take revenge? Cloudy, haven't said a word. Only to see the corner curtains move again. A dark shadow was slowly moving in the dim light. Just stand up straight. Moonlight through the window. He can be seen with his hair draped over his head. The face was hideous, covered in blood, and staggered as he walked. It's like a zombie in a horror movie. Flashing lights. It's even more of an atmosphere of terror. OMG, there's a ghost. Lin Nuan Nuan screamed, and her entire body exploded on the spot. Cloudy craned his head to look. Cold air whooshed up his spine. Couldn't resist the urge to run, but there was no time to move yet. Lin Nuan Nuan then utilized her talent for bouncing and leapt up in place. Octopus-like hugged Cloudy. Give him a firm lock. Hiss. Cloudy people are stupid. I'm Nima. Did this girl used to lift weights? The force is so strong. Yun Xiao grinned and was speechless as he looked at Lin Nuan Nuan who was hugging himself to death. This moment, the figure in the corner steps out from within the curtains, straightened his arms and staggered over, mouth slightly open, letting out an odd moan. That look, that stance, it's exactly like the zombies in the movie. Next, it's about to pounce and bite for its life. Crap, the Cloud Cuculander went numb. Nor did he care about being hugged by Lin Nuan Nuan. With both hands on her ass, he carried Lin Nuan Nuan onto his shoulders. Spread your legs and run. Almost with all my strength. Eyes were about to burst out of the morgue. Suddenly, boo! An overcast wind blew in. The door to the room was well and truly closed. Yun Xiao had goosebumps all over his body, looking back at the creature getting closer. Frightened, he hurriedly took out the master key. Stick it in the lock hole and give it a twist. Snap! Cloudy was dumbfounded. The key is broken. At this moment, he had the urge to curse his mother. What master key? 3 no products. I guess. The system you pitched to fit. Looking at the key broken into pieces in his hand. Exasperated, Cloudy grabbed the doorknob and yanked hard. Results. The handle is broken too. WOJ. Cloudy is going crazy. Hate turned and smashed at the creature. The accuracy is off. Smashed into the back glass flying out. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1. The live feed saw the scene. Scalp exploded. One by one. They all screamed. Grass. 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 What is this? What is this? He's fucking moving. He's moving. It's not really a scam. Is it? I'm sorry. I told the anchor to run away, but had to come to this kind of deep cheap place. This time fall into it, right? Cloudy is afraid to go to see his wife. According to the development of the plot in the drama, just now the sister cut his flesh. This person must be here to claim his life. It's too horrible. Don't say that. I was watching it on the screen and I've already wet the bed. Does anyone have a diaper I can borrow? I don't dare to go to the toilet. Blessed by the ancestors, goddess of mercy, Buddha Rulai, Buddha Amitba, the great sage of Chi Tian, show yourself to me. I'm in a hurry, demons and monsters. Retreat. I was wrong. I shouldn't have disrespected the spirits. I won't dare to talk nonsense from now on. Big brother, you must not come to me. If you want to find me, go to Yunxiao and hurry up and bring this anchor down. Crap, what are you afraid of? It's just a little PPO. If we can beat him, let's fight him. If we can't, we'll join him. If we become a ghost, we're not afraid of him. Brothers, do not be afraid. I have called the police. The police will come later, but the problem is that the police is to catch the bad guys. To catch the ghosts? What's the point of catching them? Hurry up and run. When the police come, you'll be cold by now. The screen is densely covered with pop-up body armor. It's like dozens of Gatlings firing together with a blue light. This anchor is making himself completely useless. Live in the crematorium, I ran into the real PPO. It's a lot more exciting than watching a horror movie. The moment the figure had its arms outstretched, blood all over its face and body, upside down, he lunged for the door. It's like an unjust spirit claiming a life. The next second, it was going to take all of them away from Yun Xiao. One moment, Yun Xiao's heart was in his throat. The whole thing tightened up. He can't top it. It's all dead anyway. Might as well take a shot. Thinking of this, he threw Lin Nuan down, meeting the figure in stride. It doesn't matter if the hit is accurate or not. Closing his eyes, he slammed his fist out hard. Whatever you demons and monsters, spirits and demons. It was too late for him to think so much. Excessive shock. Brain went down a long time ago. Let's just get a punch in the face first to keep the pressure on. Poof. What the clouds did not expect was, the punch actually hit solid. With the sound of falling to the ground, he opened his eyes, then his mouth opened wide with a surprised look on his face. Only across the room, the figure fell straight to the floor. Not a single movement. The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched as he incredulously withdrew his fist. A dumbfounded mumble. Crap, I fucking knocked the ghost down? The scene in front of me was extremely bizarre. The cloaked ghostly figure lay on the ground. Cloudy clenched his fists at a loss for words. It's impossible to say you're not panicking. He subconsciously tried to run. He was afraid that the other party would crawl up later and seek revenge on him. Zip, zip, zip. The lights in the house continued to flicker for a while after that. It's back to normal. Bright light re-enveloped the entire morgue. Yun Xiao rubbed his eyes and once again looked at the ghostly figure on the ground. That's what I realized. What kind of ghostly shadow is that? It was clearly a callow old man with long hair. That styling is just not complimentary. Ali is scruffy and his hair is in knots. I don't know how long it's been since I've washed it. His face and body are all scratched up. There was a lot of blood. It's him. Behind her, Lin Nuan let out a gasp. Originally she was cowering in the corner shivering, but the loud noise just now made her subconsciously open her eyes to take a glance. This look doesn't matter. Lin Nuanwu was startled. You recognize? Yun Xiao swallowed and asked. Lin Nuan nodded her head, calming her inner shock. You forgot? What I just told you. There's another body? That's him. Cloudy also wanted to get up. Lin Nuan did say that just now. That body needed special handling because it was in a car accident. I thought he'd been carried away, but I didn't realize he was still here. Look at the injuries all over him. It was presumably hit in a car accident. It's another stray, that's why no family has come to claim it. Does it mean that he is a human being, not a ghost? Yun Xiao suddenly stared and exclaimed. Oh no, he's not going to die, is he? Think about it. His heart stuttered. That punch, he used all his strength. Even if he's not dead, he's probably wasted at this point. I don't know if I can still live? Cloudy came forward with a frightened heart. Probing his index finger, he placed it under his nostrils. After a while, he was pleasantly surprised. Great, there's still air. He should still be saved. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuan immediately sighed in relief. Followed up and looked twice. Shocked, he said. Indeed, he didn't die. However, he was just punched by you and his breath is very weak. I don't know if he can still make it through. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. That scene just now scared him to death. Who knew hitting him was alive? Rush out the phone and call 120 emergency. The live feeds were stunned at this point. After that excitement earlier, the little heart hadn't slowed down yet. I'll be damned, it's not a ghost after all? Just now, I almost drank myself to death. Anchor, you have to pay for my underwear. This is already the third one. Haven't you heard the saying? People scare people to death. This is more exciting than seeing a ghost. If you stay in this room for a long time, you'll have a heart attack sooner or later. Crap, I was too scared to look just now. What did I miss? Didn't I remember the body was alive? Why is it lying on the ground now? Is the anchor so brave? Funny, I was so scared I put my son's diaper on and hid under the covers and wasn't going to get out of bed tonight. But after I learned the truth I felt like I could do it again. And I even wanted to go to the grave and bounce. I've told you before. You have to believe in science. What era is this? Still believe in these foolish feudal superstitions. Upstairs is standing and talking. Just now the corpse stood up to move that scene. I do not believe you did not scare urine. Keyboard warrior is the mouth is high. Though but, it's quite outrageous if you didn't know about that scene just now and didn't see the end. Would you think there are ghosts in the world? Will you tell others about it when you go out? The pop-ups rolled slowly. A look at the farce. There is nothing paranormal about the press. The girl accidentally cut her flesh and bled. Then the lights flashed. Atmosphere rendering. Plus the hobo's debauched haircut. Got hit by a car and bled all over my face. It was then mistaken for a ghost. Everything is just a perfect coincidence. The crowd was speechless when they learned the truth. But the outrageous thing is, no one expected Yun Xiao to come for real and knock someone out with one punch. Originally, people were living. It's probably harder now. Half an hour later, the police arrived at the scene first. Start asking questions about the situation. Yun Xiao and Lin Nuan, as the parties involved, cooperated with the police after recording their statements, and learned that the clouds of LA, driving a hearse in the middle of the night, come to the crematorium to put makeup on the body. They were all wide-eyed and confused. Words. Is the chauffeur's circle so rolled now? How dare you take a job in a hearse, and moonlighting as a mortician to apply makeup to the dead? You're really not afraid of hitting a ghost. Oh, no. It's really bumping into ghosts. From the police. This bum was in an accident yesterday. He was pronounced dead after hospital resuscitation. You can't reach your family for a while. It was then pulled over to this side of the crematorium for placement. Once the grooming is sorted out, it's put in the cooler for storage. I just didn't expect it. He came back to life in such a bizarre way. It almost didn't scare two normal people into psychosis. This misunderstanding is indeed quite absurd. Later, 120 rushed in, learning that the person originally pronounced dead is still alive. All with a look of having seen a ghost. But it's not like coming back from the dead hasn't happened before. It's just more bizarre and rare. Soon, the homeless man was pulled by paramedics to the hospital for emergency care. The police then left as well. With this happening, Yun Xiao wasn't in much of a mood to stay on. Stiffen up and finish drawing blood from that deceased. After you've done the embalming, pulling Lin Nuan, he hurriedly left the crematorium. This place, it's too gloomy. He was afraid that if he stayed a second longer, something bizarre would happen again. Lin Nuan drove him to the hotel floor, cloudy washed up. It was after 2 o'clock in the night when I lay down on my bed. Just tried to bore myself to sleep. Suddenly, knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door from outside. Cloudy sat up from the bed in annoyance. A little fire. Who is it? Can't you sleep in the middle of the night? Hello, we're from the Public Security Bureau. We'd like to find out more about you. Please open the door. Cloudy's chrysanthemums tightened, and his sleep woke up for a few moments. Crap, Public Security Bureau? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Hiss. It's not like that punch earlier killed someone, is it? Cloudy opened the door with a frightened heart. Sure enough, see the police uncle in uniform. The heart panicked a bunch. Did you really kill someone? It can't be that wrong. He mentally spat and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Hello, Uncle Policeman. You're Cloudy? One of the policemen asked, sizing him up. It is me, Uncle Policeman. I was really careless. I didn't know I would kill someone. Cloudy cried out. Beat someone to death? The policeman froze, randomly reacted and laughed. You are talking about that wandering beggar, right? Don't worry. He's not dead. We're here to find you to cooperate with the investigation. By the way, someone has to thank you. Yun Xiao was instantly relieved. At the same time there was some confusion. Thank me? That's when he noticed behind the police uncle, and followed by a couple of strangers, dressed in a suit. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a handsome face. Talk to him yourself. The policeman took a step back. The middle-aged man nodded and smiled as he stepped forward to shake Yun Xiao's hand. Introduce myself. My humble name is Li Hai, the chairman of the Shanghai group. The person you beat up at night is called Li Qianshan. Cough. He is my father. Yun Xiao's face twitched slightly. These two. Or is it a father and son? It's over. I'm afraid this is the son coming to the door to settle the score. But, look at the other guy's enthusiastic energy. Cloudy wondered again. How can you be so polite? And the police said the other guy came to thank him. This left Yun Xiao puzzled. Are you sure that is here to thank me? The middle-aged man laughed. Oh, that's right. I do want to thank you properly. My father was the founder of the Shanghai group, and then he was framed for living on the streets. And in order not to involve his family, he never went back. Through my efforts over the years, the Shanghai group has been revitalized, and our Lee family has become one of the largest families in the area. In order to find my father, I've been asking around the country for information, and I recently learned that he appeared in Ninghai City, but when we arrived, he was in a car accident. I was so grief-stricken that I thought he had passed away, and just now Officer Zhang called me and said my father was still alive. Yun Xiao was astonished. I didn't realize there was a ho-hum feud going on. Down-and-out beggars, the chairman of the huge group? So what? It's good to be alive and I didn't do anything, so you don't have to thank me. Cloudy smiled awkwardly. No, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known he was alive. Actually, he was just passed out and in a state of false death, and woke up after being taken to the crematorium, because he was too weak. He didn't get more than a few steps before he fainted again, and then you guys went to the morgue and woke him up. Maybe the look was more scary then. That's why you guys mistook it for a haunting and knocked him out, when in fact his intention was to ask you guys for help. Yun Xiao touched his nose. I hate your father. Don't you blame me? Li Hai said excitedly. I can't thank you enough for that punch. Cloudy wasn't going to be whole for a moment, mentally wondering, is this son real or not? You were beaten a lot as a child, weren't you? Li Hai smiled in embarrassment. I'm so happy. Did you know? The doctor said that after my father's car accident, he fell into a pseudo-death coma due to bruising from the impact on his brain. Even if you come to your senses, your brain will be necrotic due to prolonged oxygen deprivation. But that punch of yours miraculously opened up his blocked meridians and allowed the bruised blood to disperse. Luckily, you made a timely move. Otherwise, my father's life really wouldn't have been saved. Hear this. Yun Xiao had a face of capitalized confusion. Crap, how else can it be? He was worried about killing someone with that punch and getting a lawsuit. The reversal turned out to be too outrageous. Not only is it fine, but it saved someone's life. Cloudy just felt like he was on a roller coaster of emotions. Exciting as hell. Ha ha, little brother, I thought it was too much of a coincidence too, but it is what it is. You saved my father's life, and I must thank you. In this card, there's $500,000, with a code of 6 sixes, so please do take it. Li Hai took out his wallet and handed over a golden bank card. Cloudy stared straight ahead. Breathing was a little short. Crap, just give me a card. $500,000? Does your money flow from the water? To be honest, he did have his heart set on it, but didn't feel it was appropriate to take it. You've got to have some sense of decency to ask for money. Mr. Li, I can't accept this money. You'd better take it back. Yun Xiao said righteously. Little brother, this is a little bit of my heart, and it's also a thank you fee from our Li family to you. It wasn't much in the first place only. If you think it's too little, I'll give you $1 million. $1 million? My God. Cloudy gulped. With this money, the odds of winning the championship are a little bit better, right? Ahem. Not. I didn't mean that. I wasn't much help in the first place, and I beat up your father, so I'm thankful people are okay. Li Hai insisted and shook his head. Our Li family doesn't like to owe people favors. We will repay any kindness, and we will pay back any grudges. I won't be able to sleep at night if you don't accept this money. It's a hand up to you, but to our family, it's a godsend. Like this, if it's still too little, I'll give you $2 million, but I don't have that much on me, so I'll go get it tomorrow. Hiss. Cloudy was bleary-eyed. Eyes are straight. Why are you talking more and more? By the way, do you have a money printing machine in your house? Bargaining is upwards. It made him afraid to speak, and he was a bit at a loss for words. See both sides arguing. The police officer next to him laughed and said, just take it. To Mr. Li, this 500,000 is indeed nothing more than a drop in the bucket, and if you don't take it, you'd be brushing him off. Cloudy secretly smacked his lips. However, from the way the other side is acting, indeed, that works. $500,000 is $500,000. I don't want any more. Cloudy took the bank card. Rich people talk just as loud. $500,000 said to give. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. In the middle of the night, it would have been nice to see the clouds all asleep. The netizens on the live stream then quit. Only a smattering of people were left farting and chatting. But suddenly, he saw Cloudy get up and open the door. Witnessing the whole thing, the netizens all of a sudden blew up again. Crap, what's going on? There's someone delivering money to the door in the middle of the night, and it's $500,000. My fucking integrity is shattered all over the place. That's outrageous. Yesterday, he said he made $350,000, and he was lucky. But today, what's with the $500,000? Is he still lucky? Is this goddess of luck living in his house or what? No, don't you guys think the plot is even more outrageous? A homeless beggar is the chairman of a wealthy family. chased by his enemies, and then gets into a car accident? As a result, he was saved by a nobleman. Is Yun Xiao going to be a member of the family next? He will marry a rich white woman and go to the peak of his life. Although not impossible. To this family, Yun Xiao is their savior. But what I can't understand is that a person who was ruled dead by the hospital was actually punched to open the brain bruise? This is too much bullshit even for a horse. There's a lot of bullshit, and I think this $500,000 is pretty bullshit. Cloudy didn't do anything and got $500,000 for nothing. How can this be embarrassing for those players who work hard to earn money? See that things are done. Li Hai laughed. Little brother, I have something else to do, so I will leave first and pay a visit when my father is well. Wait for Li Hai to leave. Yun Xiao looked at Officer Zhang suspiciously. What do the police want with him? At the crematorium, wasn't the statement taken? Mr. Yun Xiao, there was an armed robbery on the section of your road to the crematorium tonight, and due to the broken surveillance, we have no trace of the suspect. Wanted to ask you if you had any leads to report? Yun Xiao froze and shook his head. No. So late. The road was dark. He really didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. It was already a weird atmosphere. Cloudy was dying of nerves as he drove. I was so afraid of hitting a ghost that I didn't even look closely. Didn't ask for a clue. The police then excused themselves and left. Tell him to get in touch if he recalls anything. Laid down on the bed. Cloudy remembered that he hadn't drawn any prizes today. Opened the system panel. Name, Cloudy. Points, 40,082. Skills, Divine Driver 2. 0. Police Dog Sniffer, Kung Fu Master, Mortuary Makeup Artist, Props, Master Key, limited to 3 times. Destroyed. Note, points have reached the target value to open the lottery. Seeing the points break 40,000. A faint smile spread across the corners of Yun Xiao's mouth. You can draw 4 times in a row. Awesome. Yun Xiao silently chanted in his heart. System, lottery, ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bomb disposal expert skill. What the hell? Cloudy's ass was on fire. Bounced out of bed. The eyes are as weird as they need to be. God damn it. You're playing with me. System? I'm a chauffeur. What's the point of having bomb disposal skills? I can't take my car to a tuning shop, load up 2 nukes and go for a ride? This operation. The genus is unreadable. But it's been a few days of fiddling around. Again, he was allowed to discover the end of the system. None of these skills seem to be given for nothing. It's like there's always a time in the underworld when it's useful. It's like a mortuary makeup artist. He thought for sure he wouldn't use it. As a result, I almost didn't scare myself to death tonight at the crematorium. Now draw a bomb disposal expert. It messed with his mind. It's forcing me to deal with bombs. Inside the clouds, 10,000 straw horses came barreling through. Just outrageous. The mind is in a hurry. The system beep sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Master Treasure Hunter skill. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. That's a pretty good skill to have. A treasure hunt. If we find something good, won't we get rich? As a contestant on the show. Although he now has 850,000 on him, but bonuses and stuff. Of course, more is better. Babies can be exchanged for money. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth immediately opened up in a smile. Not bad. This is a good one and will definitely work. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the luck redemption coupon X1. Cloudy froze. Ignore it for now and keep smoking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $100 in phone bills. It has been automatically recharged to the account. Pick up your cell phone and take a look. Sure enough, there was a phone bill recharge reminder. Nima, can you even smoke this thing? It is better than nothing. Overall, nice haul for this draw. Although, the first bomb disposal expert skill is a bit of a killer. But as long as he's living, he's safe. What Yun Xiao valued most was still the skill of Master Treasure Appraiser. Plus get a luck redemption ticket. Back to posting for sure. I've been working most of the night today and I'm really tired. He fell back asleep. That night, not surprisingly, Cloudy's exploits are once again making the rounds online. Other contestants. It's all about rules and regulations and working for money. He's good. Just live on wool gathering and earning bonuses. And meet odd people and odd things. What with the psychotic jailbreaks, the live-streamed prison arrests, and the crematorium entombment makeovers, there's not a single normal one. But this material, for many video creation bloggers, but it's the traffic code. Old morning squatting in the clouds live room, videotape the entire day's events. Then through post-editing, it is posted on the web. There is previous heat accumulated under. Soon, these topics stormed the Hot 100 list. Weibo, teaser, B-stop, it's all related stories. Hashtag shocked, mental illness escapes from prison with a knife. Hashtag oddball prison smuggling. Hashtag smuggling syndicate reunited. Hashtag chauffeur boy drives a funeral car in the middle of the night to pull a body. Hashtag offbeat. A chauffeur moonlighting as a mortician? The hashtag crematorium is haunted late at night? All night long, there are as many as a dozen hot searches about the clouds. Below each hot search, all instilled with tons of internet comments. Crap. Scary. A psychopath breaks out of prison, wields a knife, and pretends to be a paramedic? How could this happen to him? There's no one else. This kind of aggressive psychopath is a great danger to society. The family must keep an eye on the person, or else she won't be responsible for the accident, and you'll have to lose your family's money. My God, pigeon smuggling? Smugglers really do everything. What's even more outrageous is Yun Xiao. Going to the prison to unlock a lock can all run into a smuggling case. Does he come with a buff stack? An accident can happen everywhere he goes. Coward. No wonder they say there are no human rights in prison. When you commit a crime, you are beaten to death, especially the warden. In the middle of the night for fear of noisy people. Play some music to help sleep. I almost did not laugh. Spray. He is so warm-hearted. Those two prison guards are so good at playing, locking themselves up in the prison. I thought, ahem, harmed me to spend 1,000 ocean at night, especially to experience a pure prison wind role play wild. Really give power. Originally the engine can last 20 minutes. The results of 10 minutes to rest fire. Suggest brothers to try. Exciting a batch of. Nima. This chauffeur brother is a real netherworld. Driving a hearse to the crematorium in the middle of the night, but also the corpse into the coffin makeup? I would have been scared to death. His name is Cloudy. Don't you know? Recently very hot anchor. Last night I watched the entire broadcast under the covers. Seriously, I really thought I had hit a ghost. More than 20 years of not wetting the bed record was broken. The result is a living person. Sleeping in my bunk buddy also said that his bed smells of urine. Fortunately, the underpants were destroyed in time by me. Grizzly inexplicably hit someone's father. The result is that people still come over to thank you. Gave 500. 000. The homeless man turned into the helmsman of the mansion. I'm crying. Why can't I meet such a good thing? Day 2. Cloudy slept until 10 a.m. He had wanted to get up earlier. You can't just put up a fight every day, can you? But I went to bed too late last night and couldn't really get up. Grind up and eat breakfast before heading out to start taking orders. Last night, he had dreams of getting rich. I dreamed that I discovered a cellar and picked up a lot of treasures, then take it out to auction, sold for a lot of money. In the morning he woke up smiling and laughing. The corners of his mouth were cracked. Rode around on a little electric donkey for half an hour. Froze and didn't get a single order. Cloudy wasn't in a hurry and found a place to rest. Suddenly it occurred to me that the whatever luck redemption coupon hadn't been used yet. Open the skill profile. Luck exchange coupon. When consumed, it can randomly generate any kind of luck. Maybe good luck. Maybe bad luck. Maybe mediocre luck. Whether to use it or not. Use. Cloudy didn't hesitate. 1/3 chance. Maybe it's good luck in the lottery? A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. Even bad luck doesn't scare me. With his current popularity anyway. Already too far ahead of the rest of the field. Are you afraid of being overtaken? Redemption complete. Luck is good. Yoshi? That's good luck? Nice. Thinking about the dream he had last night, Yun Xiao felt one step closer to getting rich. Take out your cell phone. Log into the talent acquisition website. See if there are any new messages left. Ding, 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 ding. Only as soon as I logged in, numerous private messages bombarded me. Cloudy looked down. Mostly peers come to advertise, or an agent to drum up business. He ignored it. Picked out a couple that fit the bill by the looks of it. Master Yun. Still taking excavator jobs? You can chat privately if you're interested. Cloudy flipped to the last message from the excavator owner. I wonder if it's because he's on fire. The boss raised the pay to 1,000. It also includes food and housing and doubles for holidays. This treatment. Cloudy was a little bit impressed. But, there's something a little sinister about the job of a backhoe. After thinking about it, I'd rather not touch it for now. Several more bosses were seen extending invitations to him. What cargo pullers? Construction site dump trucks? Online car valets? Even more bizarre. There's also a self-proclaimed owner of a vacuum truck. Asked Cloudy if he's willing to do it. Cloudy looked all over the place. Vacuum trucks. Won't this thing smell? Supposedly, there is methane gas in septic tanks. If you drive halfway down the road. Ahem. That image is just unthinkable. Instinctively he tried to slide over. But then stop when you see the salary offered by the boss. Cleaning septic tank cesspools door to door all in one place. Location Serpentine Hill. Paying $1,500 a day. Site meals included. The clouds lit up before his eyes. No hesitation. Follow the contact information given above and dial it. Snakehead Mountain. It's a mountain in the middle of the city. In the early 90s, A signal factory used to be built on Snakehead Hill. Then the signal factory went out of business. The hill plant was then gradually deserted. Recently, the government wants to build a monument to the martyrs here. Make the whole mountain an anti-war theme park. The project has started and is looking for a construction team to excavate. Found halfway up the hill. There is a huge septic tank. It was piled high with putrid fluids, because a park is going to be built. The construction team needs to refinish, transform the area into a scenic pond. It will be necessary to pump all the waste from the septic tank, away from the tank. After speaking with the owner, the exact address was obtained, and the clouds set off. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Learned that the anchor was going to come to the house today to chauffeur a septic tanker. The live feed was abuzz for a moment. Damn, waiting for so long. Bird anchor finally opened. But I did not expect him to taste so heavy. Last night open funeral car. Today open suction manure truck. Really, what car dare to touch? This live room is more and more evil. After watching the video of yesterday's coffin and makeup at the crematorium, I wondered what else this valet wouldn't know how to do. I was not disappointed today. Have you heard the news about the septic tanker explosion? That picture is really called a sour. I hope the anchor today can be good luck. Do not make a mess. I'm afraid that he cannot afford the heart. I bet a pack of chili peppers that Yunxiao won't be able to drive peacefully. I haven't heard that it's an abandoned septic tank. The methane gas index in there must be over the limit. Maybe it'll blow up and then the construction site will be shut down. There's no corpse in the septic tank. Is there? I used to watch the news when a psychopathic murderer killed someone, then threw the body directly into the septic tank, and eventually fished it out as a white bone. Hissing, how long has it been since the camel meat incident? This is a septic tank, not a lime pond. What else can there be but your Shang? Don't be ridiculous, okay? Yunxiao hailed a cab and went straight to Snakehead Mountain. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and Yunxiao answered it suspiciously. Crooked, which one? It's me, Warden. Yunxiao froze. Before he could reply, the warden then laughed brightly. Yunxiao, thank you for last night. Thankfully you provided crucial information in time, which allowed the stealthy method of carrier pigeon smuggling to surface. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to find out when that guy was released from prison. From that smuggler's mouth, we were informed of the criminal syndicate's lair, and after a one-night joint police sweep, the smuggling syndicate that had been entrenched in Ninghai for over a decade was terminated, and the amount of money involved was in the hundreds of millions. And after interrogation, they're not just smuggling, they're even involved in electrical fraud in northern Burma. So your one move is like saving countless families. So, I've come to thank you and give you a certificate of honor and a cash award of $20,000. Cloudy froze again. What? You're going to give me $20,000? You think it's too little? I know you don't lack this much money, but we have limited funds in the prison. So why don't I apply to the top and give you another 10,000? The warden smiled awkwardly. Yunxiao returned to his senses and waved his hand. No, just 20,000. Too polite. But I'm in the middle of a program, so I'll pick up the certificate when I have time. The warden was busy saying, where do you live? I'll have someone send you there. Cloudy reported the address over. Just hang up. The cab driver in the front row, listening to the brain fog. Prison smuggling again? Another North Burma power bombing? Crap. Who the hell is this pulling? Especially when you hear about crimes amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars. He was even more confused in capital letters. Couldn't help but look back. But then the face was shocked. When Yunxiao got into the car just now, he didn't pay attention. It was only at this moment that I realized. On his opponent's body, he wore a camera identical to his. The two were wide-eyed. Yunxiao smiled and asked, brother, are you a contestant? The driver subconsciously replied, right, I'm number 08. And you? 37. Dude, what's wrong with you? Someone gave you $20,000? Cloudy rubbed his nose. That's how it is. You're not breaking any rules here, are you? Making $20,000 a day is no joke? 20,000? It's not much. Cloudy was honest. I don't know how much psychological trauma is inflicted on people. Crunch. The cab came to a braking halt in place. The driver scrutinized Cloudy and didn't see anything special. And, looking younger than myself. I don't believe you. You must be bragging. I run 20+ hours a day. Just 3 hours of sleep. And I only make about $1,000. Unless you can show me your bank card. The driver shook his head. Just now on the phone. But he had heard the words smuggling and fraud. It's not like you've done something illegal, is it? Yunxiao guffawed and didn't bother to argue. Okay, you can just assume I'm bragging. The words just fell. A news broadcast suddenly came over the car radio. Listeners, the latest contestant rankings for the recent hit program Chosen Hitman are out. First place, contestant number 37 Cloudy Sky, with assets of $870,000. Second place, contestant number 18, contestant number 08, Tired, Destroy It and Never Want to Be on the Show Again. Next, the driver didn't say a word the whole time, until after delivering the clouds to their destination. It was only then that the soul turned around and left, almost not even confiscating the money. Messing with Cloudy was a bit self-conscious. Did it hit him too hard? You're not going to get upset, are you? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live audience covered their stomachs, laughing unimaginatively. Pohahaha, why do I feel like this scene is deja vu? 66 has a successor. Another example of the thinning of the heart of the path. The program must have done it on purpose. Otherwise how could they arrange 100 contestants in the same city? 08 is devastated. Ha ha ha, he's worse off than 66. At least he didn't suffer much when he dropped out. As for him, he gets up earlier than a chicken and sleeps later than a dog every day. But his assets are not even a fraction of 37, proving that the gap between you and others can't be bridged by hard work. Brothers, I just nuzzled into live 08, and that guy's been fucked off himself, parked on the side of the road, and is thinking about life. Ha 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 ha, I'll have to check it out then. It's been a long time since 66 dropped out of the race, and I miss this kind of famous scene. In terms of Yunxiao's current assets, it's a wild card in all the players. Whoever touches them is unlucky, so I can only say that 08 is just unlucky. Stand at the foot of the mountain and look around. Only the sound of rumbling machinery came from the position halfway up the mountain. There are excavators, dump trucks, and big trucks. All are coming and going for construction. Come to the location specified by your employer. Just saw a vacuum truck dragging a sewage tank. Parked here. Cloudy walked up to a contractor-looking man. He said, "Hello, I'm Boss Qian of Home Cleaning. Arranged to come over to dispose of the sewage septic tank." The other guy was wearing construction site clothes and had a tan. What a look. Still think it's the natives from Africa. The contractor grinned, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. Boss Qian told me that the car has been driven over ahead of schedule. This septic tank is left over from the last century. Originally built a public toilet on it, then scraped the typhoon public toilet collapsed on the deserted for many years. You clean up the feces and sewage inside. Cloudy nodded. No problem. May I ask where the septic tank is located? The contractor raised his hand and pointed. Up there, straight ahead and around the corner. Holler. Cloudy looked down the road and twisted his head toward the manure-sucking truck. Get in the driver's seat and start the ignition. The septic tanker started slowly, straight to the halfway point. The car drove halfway up the hill to the designated spot. A deserted pool is clearly seen. There was fallen masonry and dirt all around. The trees in the neighborhood were cut down because of the construction work to be done. It makes the place look bare and slightly desolate. Follow the packer's instructions. Today, Cloudy is not only going to get the septic tank cleaned up, even a couple of cesspools in the back of the hillside will have to be cleaned up as well. The moment. The inside of the pool was covered with sewage and feces and stank. It's been a long time since anyone cleaned it. On the surface of the pool, a layer of dark, smelly grease floated. After all these years, the feces would have broken down into solidification and hydration in the septic tank. The solidified material settles to the bottom of the pool. It needs to be cleaned out by a septic truck. Cloudy jumped out of the car. First, you remove the suction hose from the sewage tank and place it into the septic tank sludge. Then back to the car. Depress the clutch and hook up the extractor. 4-way valve reversing handle, placed in suction position. Check air suction and vacuum gauge, all in the normal range. Then he went to work. The vacuum suction pump made a rumbling chirping sound. Feces and sludge from septic tanks are constantly being pumped into sewage tanks. See this. Live chatting in 2s and 3s. Can't see that Yunxiao is actually doing a decent job? Did we misunderstand him? Nothing should happen today, right? I am a local. And when I was a child, I went up Snakehead Mountain, which was green and wooded, and many people lived on the mountain. Now it's really a different place, more desolate than before. I heard my grandfather say that during the war period this part of Snakehead Mountain was an ambush point for guerrilla warfare, and the 8th Route Army hid on the mountain, specializing in fighting the devils. And the residents of the mountain were their descendants. My grandfather used to go up to the mountains. He was a manure picker and had to go to dry latrines all over the place to remove the feces, which is rare now. That's right, 20 or 30 years ago. That time manure is very valuable, known as soft gold. Some manure men even fight for a humongous test. Manure is the most important fertilizer for farmers planting land at that time. Planting vegetables are all natural and non-polluting. Unlike now, all kinds of ruthless work with technology. Cloudy sat in the driver's seat, operate while watching the sludge being pumped away. It just felt very cozy. This job is easier. Wait until you remove the feces from the bottom of the pool. It will then be necessary to drive the vehicle to a regular recycling location and drain the feces. And of course, the fecal filth doesn't go to waste. After post-processing, solid waste is separated. It is then made into commercially available organic fertilizer. Sell to the national market. It went on like that for about 10 minutes of continuous smoking. The septic tank was drained. Gradually the silt at the bottom of the pool was revealed. Cloudy was getting more skillful the more he did it. Couldn't help a smile from the corners of his mouth. At this rate, it's estimated to be one morning. It'll clear up a couple of sewage spots. I'm used to seeing Cloudy screw up. The live viewers were a little uncomfortable instead. It's also too tasteless. Only, the thought had just occurred to them. Bang, bang, bang. In the septic tank, there was a sudden muffled sound. Black and yellow fecal residue exploded all over the sky. Luckily, Cloudy stayed in the car. Otherwise, you might get sprayed all over the place. The clouds were confused. Fixing my eyes, I saw the huge septic tank in front of me. A deep crater was blown out. A thick black smoke followed. There was also a bit of firelight, like flying stars in the sky. People who were working nearby. It was also startled by the loud noise. In unison, they all craned their heads. A quick glance at the cesspool shows smoke rising from it. Oh, shit, the septic tank really blew up? Is there a bomb buried in the cesspool? I can feel sick even through the screen. What are you thinking? If it really was a bomb, Cloudy would have been lying down long ago. Could it be a methane gas explosion? This cesspool hasn't been cleaned for years, so it's reasonable to expect a lot of methane gas to be stored here. Impossible. No one's lighting a fire. I'm blindly guessing a wave would be a mine or a grenade. Cowpokes, there's a landmine in the shitter? You're really not afraid of being blown to kingdom come. This is a life-threatening toilet. I was squatting in the toilet, and the explosion scared the shit out of me. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. But I'm not sure what I'm talking about. This live room is more exciting day by day. Yesterday quite a lot is a corpse. Today Nima even landmines are out. But how can there be landmines in the shithole? Who knows? I'm wearing headphones to watch the live broadcast. My brain is still buzzing. Can you imagine how much noise there is? I knew he wouldn't be so smooth. It would be exciting to get a bomb in the septic tank. Look at that smoke coming out of the septic tank. The clouds were numb. Just now he felt as if the suction hose was blocked by something. So, the suction was increased, and it still didn't work. Just want to whip it up and see what it is. Maybe the action was violent and hit something hard. It blew up straight away. Thanks for getting out of the car late. Otherwise, you'd have to spray it all over your face, wouldn't you? To this day, he still felt his ears buzzing and rattling. He didn't even hear the neighboring workers coming over to call him. Cloudy held down his ears to ventilate. It took a long time to get over it. At that point, the contractor also got wind of the news and rushed over. See the cesspool blown out in front of you, with a shocked look on his face. Young man, what did you just do? How did the septic tank blow up? Yun Xiao smiled bitterly. I don't know either. Next to him, a slightly older worker said, did we run into a mine? It is said that this used to be a base for guerrilla warfare, and in order to eliminate the ghosts that entered the city, many soldiers died defending the area. So there might be explosives left behind by them, and they threw them everywhere when it was too late to destroy them. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao showed a bitter expression. Guerrilla warfare base? And no one told me. Besides, who throws a landmine into a cesspool? The crowd at the scene looked at each other in disbelief. It was all a bit indecisive for a while. This is going to be a real resistance stronghold. There's no telling what's buried underground. Isn't it a death wish to build here? Gotta lose the money and nothing happens. Otherwise, wouldn't it be an injustice to be blown up? After Cloudy slowed down, he jumped down from the car, ran straight to the septic tank. He'd like to see what the hell just happened. The cesspool was blown out in a 1-meter deep hole. It's still smoking at the moment. Cloudy drew out the suction hose. The front end of the tube was found to be blown bald. The metal pipe blew right through a large opening. It was clear to see that there were still pieces of mines left inside. Now that's solid. Sure enough, it's sucking up to the mines. Cloudy was speechless. Suction trucks clean septic tanks sucking up mines. This is the only one of its kind in the world. I don't know. Is it still going to be a good day to finish? Otherwise you might have to dock your labor. Nuts. Don't you say that today's luck is little auspicious? This is too much bad luck. Cloudy spat. Out of this shit. Workers are not afraid to take liberties. The guys talked it over and decided to call the police. The contractor pulled out his cell phone and dialed the demon spirit. Cloudy could only walk to the side to rest. Wait for the police to arrive and then make a resolution. Cloudy looked at the blown apart suction pipe. This definitely needs to be fixed. Otherwise you can't work. After thinking about it, he decided to call his boss and report back. We can't pay for it ourselves, can we? Boss, ahem, have something to tell you. After the call was connected, Yun Xiao said awkwardly. What is it? It's that, when I was treating the septic tank, I think I sucked up a landmine. Owner, see the silence across the room. Yun Xiao had a weak heart and didn't dare to squeak. Hey, it's just a mine. What a big deal. Just drop the mine and get back to work. Yun Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. Not, boss, I can't throw it. The mine blew up for me, and the suction pipe was blown up. Owner, crooked, boss, are you listening? The boss took a deep breath. Fuck, you little ancestor. I'm a shit-sucking truck, not an armored car, and you can blow up a landmine? Yun Xiao said stiffly. Boss, I don't want to either. Who knew there were mines buried in there? What should we do now? We can't just sit back and wait for death, right? Alright, you wait for me. I'll send someone over to fix it. Next, get down to business and finish the job. And don't cause any more trouble. Don't worry, boss definitely won't. Cloudy punched his bag and beat his chest. Things work out. He also relaxed. Walked over to the septic tank and checked it again. The original pool has been drained of its filth. Naked to the bottom of the pool, there was some black fermented sludge in there. The crater made by the mine was 1 meter deep. Cloudy glanced curiously into the hole. Suddenly, he eeped softly. A stone was found that was clearly different in color from the surrounding area. Bombed and exposed. Just as Cloudy wanted to take a closer look, a voice popped into his head. Treasure Master function activated. Beeping, scanning. Scanning complete. Name, Qingtian Lighting Frozen Stone. Weighing 72 grams. Worth $180,000. Introduction, one of the 4 major national stones. For the production of traditional seals material, the whole body is more than like congealed fat. Warm and kissable. Full of color. Amazing. Lightstone is the best of the Qingtian stone, called the modest gentleman in the seal stone. The color and quality of the frozen green paste. The quality of this stone is rare. It can be called a masterpiece. Hear the mechanized voice ringing in your head. Yun Xiao had a face of capitalized confusion. What the hell? The stone is still a treasure? Just now, he only saw that the color of the stone looked different. I didn't expect to be identified. Worth $118 million. The clouds were shocked. He wouldn't even bother to look at it more than once if it was thrown on the main street, let alone in a latrine. Hesitation. Yun Xiao squatted at the edge of the pit and gouged out the stone. The stones were covered in black, smelly dirt. It looked and was about the size of a pigeon's egg, although systematically identified. Say it's a baby, but to think that this thing was picked up from a shithole. Cloudy was still disgusted. Picked up a few leaves from the side and wiped them off, wrapping them in a paper towel. Avoid getting it on your hands. Only after doing this did he put the stone in front of his eyes to examine it. You can see the stone is clear throughout. Pale lime green color. At first glance, it kind of looks like one of those greenish pebbles you pick up at the river. Its flesh, only, is much more delicate and smooth. Onyx luster shines in the sunlight. The contractor finished his call and walked over, just in time to see Cloudy stooping down and picking up a rock from the cesspool. Hold it in the palm of your hand like a baby. He couldn't help but remind. Young man, what are you doing? It's just a stone in a cesspool. It stinks. Throw it away. If you want it, there are a lot of them over in my hometown to bring you some other day. 10 times prettier than this one. Yun Xiao was excited and didn't raise his head. Older brother, you don't understand. This is a treasure. It's worth a lot of money. The contractor's head was full of questions. I'm not blind. Are you lying to a 3-year-old child? Lying to you as a puppy. I'm telling you, this stone can be worth $1 million. What? The packer was greatly shaken. Fox suspiciously shot a glance at Yun Xiao. Another look at the shit green stone, held in the palm of his hand. A foul odor came to the surface. Uncontrollably, he covered his nose and took 2 steps back. This kid, it can't be the septic tank that just exploded. Blow his brains out? Let me ask you, is this a rock from a cesspool? Yes. Is that shit stuck to it? Yes. He spread both hands and said rightfully. That's not the end of it. What's a piece of cesspit stone worth? Let's go. I'll take you to buy some walnuts to replenish your brain. Don't let your brain go bad at a young age. Yun Xiao's face darkened and he said in a good-natured manner. You're the one whose brain is broken. Can you speak human words? My brain is fine. The foreman skimmed his lips. Are you fooling around? Take a piece of cesspit stone and tell me it's worth $1 million. I'd believe you if you had a better-looking stone. The dog won't even lick this stuff. Just throw it away. Don't put it in your pants pocket to get maggots later. Cloudy carefully wrapped it in tissue paper and put away the stone. He smiled. Older brother, if you don't believe me, when the time comes, I'll take it over for an appraisal, and you'll understand if what I'm saying is true. The bagman shook his head, thinking that Yun Xiao was dead set on not admitting it just to save face. Okay, when you appraise it later, Call me along. I also want to see how much this shithole stone can be worth. No problem. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, the live broadcast felt that Yun Xiao had gone crazy. Crap, is the anchor's brain filled with shit? You call a rock in a cesspool a treasure and say it's worth $1 million? Don't record the program. Hurry up and go to the hospital to see the brain department. It's over. I was betting on number 37 to win the championship, but now I've just blown my brains out. I'm not going to lose money. Am I? Is it too late to quit? You're out of your mind. You're looking for an appraisal of a stone you found in a cesspool? You're not afraid to beat the crap out of people? Oh, if this can be worth $1 million, I'll eat the cesspool stone live and post it as proof. You all misunderstand. No. 37. Don't look at this stone, its appearance. In fact, it is Rudra old man eat bad stomach pull down gallstones. 1 million is definitely less. At least can be worth 100 million. Showdown. Do not pretend. This is Tai Shan Lao Jun gossip alchemy furnace out of the golden pills. When the monkey was a big mess in the palace of heaven to fight down to the mortal world, fell into the cesspit into stone. Do not believe that you pick up and lick a mouthful of it. If the taste is not right, then it should be that I misjudged it. Put. Can you guys stop talking more and more outrageous? Even if this is really a gemstone, so little big, it is impossible to be worth $1 million. I guess Yin Xiao is just talking casually, teasing the contractor to play. The real appraisal cost is not enough to compensate. Next, Cloudy walked around the septic tank a few times, found a few pieces of iron nearby. It was burnt black and still had traces of rust on it. The probability can be determined. It's the mine that blew up. A short while later, police cars honked from the foot of the hill. Upon seeing the lead policeman, all four eyes met. Yun Xiao, you're here too? Team Chin looked surprised. Oh, hello Team Chin. I'm working here today. Cloudy greeted with a smile. Team Chin was suspicious. How did you come to work over here? This. Yun Xiao touched his nose and didn't know how to explain. Team Chin noticed the sanitation vacuum truck next to it, and then the previous alarm. It suddenly dawned on me. Probably guessed what Cloudy was here for. He stared at Yun Xiao with an odd gaze. How can a chauffeur dare to drive any car? You're not trying to tell me that the septic tank explosion just now also has something to do with you, right? Team Chin, your guess is spot on. Chin Team covered his face. You said you. Hey, how come everywhere you go, you're not at peace? The police officers who followed behind couldn't help themselves, before they followed Chin Team out to the police, but witnessed the glory of the clouds. Yun Xiao shrugged his shoulders with a face full of innocence. Team Chin, how could I know that someone buried a landmine in a cesspool? Isn't this trying to blow people's asses up? It's too unethical. Originally, the Packers and others were curious how the police knew as soon as they arrived. Did the clouds blow up the mines? So the question was asked in passing. After all, they are so busy all day long that they don't have time to watch the news. Still don't know how hot the clouds are. As a result, he was informed of the deeds that Cloudy had done in the past few days. What with digging up dinosaur eggs and driving a backhoe to shoot brown bears? That's all normal. Delivering an individual. Drug dealers are found at the airport and the baby's body is found to be hiding drugs. The station pulls people in and finds out about human cases that implicate dozens of lives. The prison opens a lock and finds carrier pigeon smuggling. Help the police dismantle smuggling rings, piece by piece. Any one of these would be appalling. It really didn't surprise them enough. Listen to the whole thing. All the workers were shocked. Looking at Yun Xiao again, his gaze had turned into horror. Crap, is this really a chauffeur? Totally comes with a criminal body. Everywhere you go, something can go wrong. If they had only just heard about it, they might not have believed it. But now the facts are in front of us. This is not. This plague came up to them and the septic tank blew up. It's too evil. Too. It's fucking creepy to think about. One of the workers muttered. Foreman, why don't you talk to Boss Qian? Why don't we replace him? Who knows what else will happen later? What if the schedule is delayed? The foreman comforted. It's fine. The mines have all blown up, so there shouldn't be any more. Besides, Boss Qian has already sent someone over to fix the car, so we'll be able to continue working soon, and I reckon we'll be able to clean up a few pools today. Seeing him say that, the crowd had to shut up, but Team Chin felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. It's hard to tell with the way this guy used to be, but a landmine buried in a septic tank is outrageous enough in itself. What else can you come up with? Looked at the septic tank that had been blown out of its deep crater. The Chin team stepped forward to observe and look again at the debris that had been blown to pieces. It's a little disconcerting. Waving at a police officer. Xiao Zhang, call the demolition experts to come over and have them double check if there's anything left in here. Yes. Next, the police pulled up a cordon. No loiterers were allowed to approach and barricades were set up at the bottom of the hill. We'll restore the flow again when we're done with the draining. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The moment. The pop-ups exploded like a blowout in the live room. Pohahaha. This anchor really does not stop for a moment. The vacuum truck door to door to clean out a landmine. The car is blown up. Hire such a chauffeur. The boss is also too unlucky. Listening to the contractor say that there will be nothing left when the mine blows up. I can only say that it's very silly and naive. The anchor won't stop. If you don't believe me, you'll just have to wait and see. He'll be able to suck out something else. I'm not panicking at all. The car is broken down and the scene is cordoned off. What else could there be? Open. I'll bet 50 cents that the anchor won't stop. We've got the mines. Are we far from the bombs? I bet one piece that maybe there's an ancient corpse buried down there. Or maybe it's a red-haired monster from the ancient times, and there's a big tomb for him under the ground. I have reason to suspect that this is not an ordinary septic tank. This is the squatting pit where Pangu had diarrhea when he opened up the sky and the earth, and it contains the chaotic gas discharged by the great god Pangu. Half an hour later, the repairman arranged by the money boss arrived at the scene. First, I gave the vacuum truck a once-over. Found no problem with the car. It's just a damaged suction line. Just get a new one. Watched the mechanic disassemble it on the spot and start installing it. Cloudy yawned in boredom. Can't do any work at this point anyway. Look at the time. It's almost noon too. So, call up the Chin team to join us for a meal. Have you thought about it? Where to eat? Team Chin asked as they walked. Yun Xiao was thinking about his mind and waved his hand at his words. There's no hurry to eat first. Old brother Sun. You're familiar with this piece. Take us to the antique street. The contractor's surname is Sun. Called Sun Dahai. At this moment, with a surprised look on his face, he asked, Xiao, with that stone of yours, you wouldn't really want to find someone to do an appraisal, would you? Cloudy shrugged. What else? I'm going to sell it for over $1 million. Sun Dahai was speechless. Earlier, when he heard Yun Xiao say that he wanted to go for an appraisal, he thought it was a joke. And you're serious? Xiao, reconsider. I'm really afraid you'll get beaten up later. Team Chin asked suspiciously. What are you two playing dumb? What stone? Worth more than $1 million? Sun Dahai, a piece of broken cesspool stone. He said he could sell to 1 million. I do not know whether the brain into the water. Said he still do not listen. Captain Chin, persuade this kid. This stone is plentiful in my family's cesspool. If this is a treasure, won't I be rich? Wait until you learn the ins and outs. Team Chin didn't know what to say, especially when he saw Yun Xiao take out the stone and put it in front of his eyes. A stench from the cesspool hit his nose. Well, hell, this thing stinks worse than stinky tofu. What kind of fetish do you have? You're treating this like a baby. The Chin team gagged and covered their noses as they hurriedly backed away. Cut. What do you two know? I'll dazzle you later. Cloudy skimmed his mouth in disdain. Simply ignore them and wave a cab straight to them. Look at the stance. Cloudy is determined to sell this thing. Both Team Chin and Sun Dahai were speechless. Had to follow hard. They both made up their minds that if things got bad later, say whatever you want to drag Cloudy away. Not far from Snakehead Mountain, there's just the antique market. There was quite a bit of foot traffic. Entering through the gate, the street is lined with stores. There are also vendors of thrift collections who set up stalls. Artifacts, paintings, porcelain and jewelry are all available. Watching the three of them dazzled them, as if Lulu had entered the Grand View Garden. Cloudy looked around, spot a less trafficked stall and go up to look around. A wide array of gemstones were displayed in front of the stall, and I don't know if it's true or not. A few customers were making their selections, occasionally haggling with the owner. Boss, how do I sell this piece of jade? The boss skimmed a glance and laughed. Good eye. This is the best sheet fat white jade. Worth 3 million. Small business, thank you for the price. Hiss. Yun Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. $3 million of jade. Just throw it in a random grocery pile? Are these guys also rich and powerful? The other party took the jade and scrutinized it carefully, and calmly said, Can we talk properly? The boss relented. 8 million. Not a penny less. This is the burial jade unearthed in the tomb of Wang Mang in the Western Han Dynasty. I have not been willing to sell this number. Is it for sale? The customer held out a finger. $1 million? $100. Sold. Chow. Another fucking loss. Cloud stumbled on his feet and almost fell. He had just believed it all. A $3 million jade sells for $100. What's the loss? Just outrageous. Originally, Cloudy wanted to ask his boss to look at it for him. Is your own rock worth $1 million? Seeing this, he left decisively. The heart is hidden. It's not going to be a case of high offers and ridiculously low deals, is it? Cough. These antique dealers are full of talk and can't be trusted. Find a bigger store and take a look. Cloudy consoled himself a bit. After comparing, you find a magnificently decorated jade store. It's the biggest merchant in this antique market. He walked in without hesitation. Team Chin and Sun Dahai tried to pull Yun Xiao back, but they were a step too late. Originally, they wanted to find a small booth to casually appraise, so that Cloudy would die. But this kid didn't see the coffin and chose the biggest one. It's over. This pussy let him pretend that he can't pocket it anymore, and he's definitely going to be swept off his feet later. Sun Dahai lamented. Team Chin nodded with great approval. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Ha ha ha, we're in for a good show. Brothers, place your bets. Guess, in what position will Cloudy be thrown out by the boss? Every day. Now you've broken your cover, haven't you? I can't wait for Yun Xiao to get hit in the face. A cesspit stone to take to the boss for appraisal. He really isn't afraid of getting hit all over the head, although I don't think highly of Yun Xiao, but after all, he knows Kung Fu. The boss will at most scold him and then blow him out. Just watching the live broadcast, I was so embarrassed that my toes were picking the ground. How did he manage to hold his own in such a serious manner? It's so fucking embarrassing. If a different treasure master took the stone, I could still believe it. You, a chauffeur, picked up a stone from a cesspit and said it was worth millions. You're even better at fooling people than those antique dealers. Do you really think that gemstones are Chinese cabbage? Brothers, I'm ready to record the video. Just waiting for the clouds to be swept away later. It's sure to be a hit. Hurry up to record, hurry up to record. These days Cloudy Sky's video each is explosive. Millions of playback. This is all money. It is said that there are anchors rely on carrying Cloudy Sky's video to increase the powder million, to realize the overnight wealth. Live streaming pop-ups are flying all over the place, but no one in the press believed in the clouds. This stone doesn't even have enough money to pay for the appraisal, and you'll have to pay for it backwards. Just wait and cry. Walk into an antique store. What you see are rows and rows of shelves filled with jade of different colors. In the hall, there was a yellow pear tea table. A middle-aged man in a tang suit was making tea. Boss, do you authenticate these people? Yun Xiao asked as he opened the door. The boss was surprised and surveyed Yun Xiao. Seeing that it was a youngster, he didn't worry about it. Yes, for a fee. It's natural, he said, stepping forward and pulling out the stone wrapped in tissue paper, spread out on the tea table. At first glance the stone was encased in dirt and grime and had an odor. The owner couldn't help but frown. Team Chin and Sun Dahai tensed their bodies at once, just waiting to see what happens. Drag him on and run. But wait half a day. No movement. Instead, the owner stared at the stone. It's a bit ponderous. What is it? The two men looked at each other with puzzled minds. Wait, I'll take a closer look. The boss was seen fumbling with a flashlight. From a drawer, repeatedly reflect a bright light on the stone. Finally, casually, he wiped it off and put it back to his mouth and licked it. Ice cold. Why does it still smell funny? An illusion? The owner thought, and smashed his mouth. This image looked like Cloudy couldn't bear to look at it. Team Chin and Sun Dahai were both confused. This boss has too much taste, doesn't he? After a few minutes, the boss finally put down the stone and raised his head, looking at Yun Xiao with a big smile. Oh, boy, where did you get that rock? Yun Xiao's face twitched, not knowing how to explain. Seeing the other person's expression of difficulty, the boss understood and snorted. Sorry, babies don't ask for provenance. I've already appraised it. This is indeed an authentic Qingtian lighting frozen stone. This statement was made. Team Chin and Sun Dahai were blindsided again. Boss, you say this dung. Cough. This stone is really precious? The boss raised his eyes, revealing a face of pride. Of course, in this antique market, there is no treasure that I, Lu Hanshan, can't see, and this Qingtian lighting frozen stone is a superb product, worth a lot of money. Team Chin and Sun Dahai were shocked. Incredulously, he looked at Cloudy, the best of the Qingtian stones, known as the light stone. This stone is used as the raw material for making jade seals, and many wealthy jade lovers like to collect it. Young man, name your price. How much? I'll buy this stone. Yun Xiao smiled faintly and stretched out a finger. $1,200,000. Thank you for the counteroffer. Coming out of the curio store, the corners of Yun Xiao's mouth cracked in laughter. I didn't expect the trip to go so well. Sold a rock and made one. $2 million. Originally, that boss wanted to blacken the Cloudy Sky wave, but I didn't realize that this kid actually knew his stuff, and the price pinch was spot on, leaving him no room for a counteroffer at all. Being caught off guard, it had no choice but to sell for $1. $2 million. The point is, it's something he wants badly. A top-quality lighting stone like this one is rare on the market and can't be found. Post-process it and sell it to the big collectors. There's still another wave to be made. For getting the stone out directly in the hands of the owner. the appraisal fee naturally does not have to be paid, and Yun Xiao has saved another sum of money. Look at that one, $2 million bank card. The heart is beautiful. Team Qin and the others were still dizzy in the head. How could he not expect that what Yun Xiao said was actually true? A shithole rock that literally sold for over $1 million. And no counteroffer. It's just a big fucking departure. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The moment the live feed blew up, the pop-ups whooshed outward like special effects were on. What's the fuss? I'm waiting to see him get punched in the face and the stone is sold, and it really sold for more than $1 million. The owner didn't even ask for a counteroffer. So it's fucking hard to understand. Even if the stone is a real treasure, don't you think it's weird? How does he know it's worth $2 million? And the price is so tight. Can't it be that he's robbed tombs before? Yesterday he punched a homeless man and his son came to his door to deliver $500,000. Today he picked up a rock in a cesspool and more than doubled it and sold it for $2 million. I'm just asking if he's the bastard son of the god of wealth. Is he the bastard son of the god of wealth? I broke the defense. The first time to see other people make money so hard. Now I understand why some people will hate the rich. Is really fucking hated. Brothers, I found a way to get rich. Go to the dung pit to pick up stones. Pick up, turn over to realize the freedom of wealth. Not pick up as a lifelong manure picker. You just realized? I've been hands-on. I've only just opened the septic tank in the block below us, and the neighbors called the police to arrest me. And when I said there was a baby in the tank, the police said I was nuts. Leave the Jade Market. The three of them found a large restaurant for dinner and ordered a large table full of food. However, Sun Dahai didn't seem to have much of an appetite. Total silence. The scene just now had hit him too hard. It's all a bit skeptical. Team Qin is no better. However, he had already gotten used to these operations that Yun Xiao had pulled off, so there has been resistance for a long time. Son, why don't you say something? At the dinner table, seeing that the other party was silent, Yun Xiao asked curiously. Sun Dahai looked at Yun Xiao with a complicated gaze. Xiao, that stone really sold for $2 million? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Tell me, we're not running into a fool, are we? What if he realizes he's been duped and calls the police? Cloudy rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Aren't the cops right here? People who are bosses are dumber than you? I told you that this is a treasure that can be sold for money, but you didn't believe me. Sun Dahai's face turned red, unable to say a word as he was disliked. After all, for a down-to-earth worker like him, pick up a random rock, just selling it for over $1 million is unthinkable. Thinking about the ridicule he had directed at Yun Xiao earlier, it just felt like a slap in the face. Turns out, people really are telling the truth. Not bragging. The three finished their meal in their own moods. Cloudy swaggered the check for the bill. Just made $2 million and he doesn't care about that. Comfortably full. Spirits are high and we can have another big afternoon. Waiting to get back to the halfway point. Demolition experts have arrived on the scene. Was wearing a special uniform and holding a scanning instrument. Perform a sweep around the septic tank. Team Qin stepped forward and said hello. Through inquiries it was learned that something was indeed buried in this pool. Several mines have been swept out. All were salvaged. A little while longer and it will be cleaned up. Yun Xiao curiously watched from the side. Sniffing, he asked, "Where's Ray? Can I see?" The Qin team walked to the place where the mines were placed. Sure enough, just see one fist-sized black thing, wrapped in fecal sludge. The rose-form discharges on the ground. Is that it? Well, be careful. These mines are soaked in septic tanks and have long since rusted and decayed, but they'll still blow up when they're violently hit. Hear the minesweeper's reminder. Team Qin's gaze was grave. Cloudy followed. As the eyes swept over the mines, the information automatically came to mind. Name, M18A1 anti-infantry mine. Purpose, mainly for infantry. Press activated. Usually using less explosive blasts to deal with infantry assaults. With a kill range of up to 8 meters or more. Name, PDM-6 fragmentation mine. Used on the battlefield to attack targets in groups in response to large-scale enemy infantry and vehicles. With prefabricated shrapnel added to the detonator to increase the lethal range. And the shrapnel swept in a fan shape after blasting. Name, Type 58 mine jumping. Purpose, anti-infantry mines with bouncing function. Used to increase the panic of enemy infantry. With simple structure. And can produce high temperature and high pressure gas above 1000 degrees after bursting. The clouds were frozen in place. Since acquiring the bomb disposal expert skill, detailed information and description of the mines in front of you, it didn't even require him to think about it. It automatically matched them one by one. When the properties of these mines are understood, the hairs on his body stood on end. Just want to get away from this septic field as soon as possible. Mud. That's an arsenal down there. how lucky you have to be today. Just detonated an infantry mine. See that there are anti-tank mines in here too. A few 100 grams of TNT equivalent. If this blows up, we'll have to eat on the spot. Yun Xiao pulled Team Qin and moved away from this site at the first opportunity. The Qin team was still puzzled. What are you doing? Yun Xiao wiped his sweat and asked. This thing? What are you going to do with it? Team Qin shook his head. We'll have to ask the demolition experts. I guess they'll find a place to centralize the destruction after they've cleared the mines. After a while, the pool was salvaged from all the mines. A middle-aged man came over and said, Team Qin, it's all lined up. These mines are the product of decades ago. And the models are complex. American and Soviet. My men's brothers also risked their lives. Can you raise the money a bit more? Other than us, only the troops can do this job in Ninghai City. Team Qin was dissatisfied. Old Wang, you're being unkind. Sitting on your ass. I don't have any extra money for you. See the two get into an argument. Yun Xiao could not help but cough. In fact, I also know a little military common sense. This batch of landmine models I an amateur can understand. Brother, you add money good sense? The middle-aged man frowned and said disdainfully. Who are you? You said you know the model of these mines. So tell me. The clouds were also dry. Walking over and pointing to the lot of mines on the ground, he said lightly, this curved, convex, square casing frame is an American-made M18A1 anti-infantry mine, also known as a broadsword mine, right? Over here is the Type 58 anti-infantry mine, which we modeled after the Soviet PMN and officially installed in our troops. This little square box, a Soviet-made PDM-6 fragmentation mine, also known to our troops as the coffin mine. This one, which looks like a grenade, is a Type 69 jump mine, a mine designed by our military industry's own groping, which is structurally simpler and less costly than the U.S. Soviet system. And this, seeing Yun Xiao say so much in one breath, it wasn't just Team Qin who were shocked. The live stream was also dumbfounded. Crap, is what he said true or false? Is there any military fan's big brother who shows up to explain whether Yun Xiao is pretending or not? Even the type and origin of the mines are there. It's not like he's making it up. How does a chauffeur know everything? If he knows everything about landmines, he's out of his mind. I am the teacher of the military academy. What Yun Xiao said is correct. Even some of the models of old mines even I don't recognize. But the problem is, how old is he? The reserve of military knowledge is surprisingly so specialized. I feel like an elementary school student in front of him. Crap, how many other things does he know? Is there nothing he doesn't know except how to get his period and give birth? I'm sorry, did Yun Xiao start learning in his mother's womb? Has he been fucked by aliens? He doesn't feel like an earthling. His knowledge base puts many professors and experts to shame. Since watching Yun Xiao's live broadcast, I realized that innate advantages can never be compensated for later, and that if you work hard for your whole life, you may not even be able to surpass someone's starting point. Ridiculous. What's the point of me trying if such an awesome character is trying? Stop learning and swing for the fences. Team Qin looked at Yun Xiao with their mouths wide open, their jaws slamming to the ground. The man did likewise. Listen to Cloudy finish his sentence. He no longer had any contempt. Even part of one of the models that Yun Xiao had mentioned was one that even he had never heard of. Although he specialized in demolition, demoning was only a part-time job. But at the moment, his face was also on fire. Gray stopped mentioning the price. Seeing as it strikes the demolition expert silent, Team Qin's face exploded with dick. Shit, are you a normal person? You know about landmines? Slightly. I'm usually a military enthusiast. Ow, what about blowing one up? Ahem. It's not like I wasn't paying attention. Cloudy smiled awkwardly. The Qin team shook their heads. Have become immune to this kid's abilities. Even if Yun Xiao said that he could disarm bombs, he didn't think it was strange. Alright, you go about your business. Don't make another whole mess. I've got to go and walk with the demolition expert to get rid of the mines. The Qin team waved their hands. Order the men to take the lined up mines and leave with all due haste. This way. The maintenance crew also gave the suction truck a new suction line. Cloudy reinserted the pipe into the pool. Go ahead and start working. Break it up. All of you. Get to work. Sun Dahai yelled. The site is back in full swing. However, there was a strange phenomenon on the scene. Most people deliberately avoided the clouds. I also wonder if that incident in the morning caused a huge psychological shadow on them. Neither wanted to get too close to him, to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yun Xiao didn't care. Anyway, the mines are all drained. It's impossible for them to explode again. Just clean out the pool of residual curing. It'll be a great way to wrap things up. Just when Cloudy thought he could work in peace. No surprises. Accidents happen again. Cloudy felt the suction pipe and seemed to have sucked up something again. A heavy chunk, buried at the bottom of the pool. It's like a big rock. At first, Cloudy didn't take it seriously. With that much weight, Naturally, it can't be a mine. As the pool of muck dwindled to reveal the so-called rocks, it took a moment to see the face. Crap, what the fuck is this? Cloudy exclaimed, rubbing his eyes for a closer look. The overall shape is rectangular with a clearly recognizable outline. The head is pointed and rounded, and at first glance, it kinda looks like a gas can. Next, Cloudy creeped out. With a strange yell, he jumped right out of the car. Move away from the septic tank at a 100-meter sprint. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Moment. The live stream is densely packed with pop-ups. Netflix's scalp exploded. Fuck, what the hell is this? The more I look at it, the more it looks like a bomb. A bomb buried in a septic tank. It's worse than a landmine. What's even more outrageous is this septic tank. Back in the day it wouldn't have been a weapons depot for the resistance fighters, would it? And Cloudy, he's really awesome. After sucking up a nest of landmines and then bombs, is he going to suck up missiles and nuclear bombs next? Funny, it's just a bomb. There's nothing to be afraid of. Take it to the scrapyard and sell it for a couple hundred. Go back and buy a thigh bone for soup. Old man counts with his fingers. This bomb is not simple. It was used by Li Yunlong's artillery bombing of Yamazaki's brigade. It's very valuable for historical research. Bull, this construction site has to be stopped again. It's only been open for less than half an hour. The boss really had bad luck. Laughing, don't clean it up. It's not an ordinary septic tank. It must be connected to an otherworldly arsenal. Maybe there's something else that's too good to be true. Sun Dahai saw Yun Xiao jump off the vacuum truck and ran. Not a head or a panicked face. The heart immediately had a bad feeling. He went forward and called out to him. What's wrong with you? So flustered. Is it possible that there are mines again? Cloudy took a few breaths and shook his head. Not a mine. Sun Dahai immediately breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Not a mine to make a fuss? Scared me a bit. I thought I had to stop work again. When the boss side cannot explain. Yun Xiao has a little bit of weakness. That what? Sun brother, you want to go and look at it? Yes. Sun Dahai didn't think much about it and walked to the side of the suction truck, peeked his head into the septic tank. Then, the whole thing stood still on the spot. Yun Xiao hid at the side and curiously looked at Sun Dahai's back. I thought to myself, why is Sun so calm? Not bad for a foreman. It's just seen the world. And it's amazing that you don't even run when you see a bomb. He was ashamed of himself for this hardiness. As a result, a trembling voice could be heard coming from Sun Dahai. Little Xiao, you're fucking screwing me over. This is a bomb, right? Take a closer look. Sun Dahai's two legs, shaking more than sifting chaff. It's not that I don't want to run. It's the legs that are too scared to run. Yun Xiao was embarrassed. It's right. Sun Dahai looked horrified, and his tongue trembled. Crouch. Then what are you still waiting for? Hurry to call the police, or I will not die in peace. Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly and didn't hesitate to call Team Chin. It rang 3 times and the opposite side picked up. Cloudy, what's up? Team Chin asked suspiciously. Just left and called him? This kid. It can't be that evil. Cough. Team Chin, are you done with your side? Not yet. On the way. So what? I've got another problem on my side. Is the mine not clean? A firm voice suddenly interjected from across the room. I'm obviously all lined up. Yun Xiao weakly said. Not a mine, but a bomb. There was silence on the other end of the line. Crooked Team Chin? Wait here. I'll bring a demolition expert right away. Remember to evacuate the crowd away from the bomb as soon as possible. Word quickly spread around the site. All the workers looked horrified to learn that a bomb had been planted in the septic tank. It's not the fear of bombs. They fear the clouds. 10 minutes later, the Chin team and their group turned back in a flurry of wind. Where's the bomb? Over there. Septic tank. Xiao Zhang, take a few people and hurry to evacuate the crowd. Go to the bottom of the mountain and trash the cordon, prohibiting all vehicles and pedestrians from passing through, and then contact the Traffic Management Bureau site to force a restriction on all intersections leading to Snakehead Mountain. Before the bomb is defused, anyone is prohibited from going up the mountain. After giving the order, Team Chin turned his gaze to the clouds. Did you kid do it on purpose? You can make a bomb out of it? Yun Xiao touched his nose. It has nothing to do with me nah. Who knew that there are bombs after the mines are discharged? Why didn't you check it all at once just now? If this blows up, I'll be the first to die. The demolition expert frowned in disbelief. Impossible. I checked very carefully just now. If there was a bomb it would have been detected. With that, he grabbed his tools and headed for the bomb. Team Chin and the others followed. A short while later, the bomb was salvaged from the pool. Carefully place it in the empty space next to you. Man wearing white gloves, tap at the bomb and put your ear into it, tossing and turning for a long time. Instead, he looked more puzzled. It's like having a problem you can't solve. What's wrong? Team Chin asked. The man shook his head. Strange. I've inspected so many bombs, and I've never seen one as strange as this one. Why don't you ask the troops to try? Team Chin was surprised. Old Wang, even you can't do anything? The man laughed bitterly. It's not that there's no way. It's that I have no way to start. I can't even tell if this thing is a bomb or not. It looks like it, but it doesn't look like it. It's too strange. The Chin team was confused by him. What does it mean? Is it or isn't it? I'm not sure. Hey, check it out for yourself. The more he said that, the more puzzled the Chin team became. Had to walk up alone. Bending over, he crouched down to take a closer look. The surface of the bomb has been heavily corroded. A thick layer of rust covered the area under the rotting silt. Can't see the original look, but both in appearance and styling, this is a bomb. But Team Chin is also a non-professional. Half the time I observed it, I couldn't actually tell. Cloudy was curious to see this and moved closer. It stands to reason that if this is really a bomb disposal specialist skill, there must be a hint of information about it. It's just like when we were sweeping for mines before, but until now nothing has moved at all. It made him a little unsure of himself. Is this not a bomb? What's that? However, just as Yun Xiao got a closer look, a prompt box pops up in front of you. Name, Alchemy Furnace. Year, 1000 years ago. Introduction from the distant Song Dynasty Furnace. For the Emperor cultivation alchemy used. Aristocratic origin of Zhao's emperors like culture. Attach importance to Taoism. For the development of alchemy ushered in prosperity. After years and years of baptism, although it has long been rusty, but is extremely valuable cultural relics of the Song Dynasty. What the hell? Alchemy Furnace. Yun Xiao froze, his gaze odd. Didn't we agree on a bomb? What's this thing got to do with a Dan furnace? The common man's perception. Shouldn't a danmaku have legs in the same shape as a tripod? Which has a cannonball shape. What's the matter? Shoot the furnace into the sky when you're making pills? It killed him to think of a piece. Key. It's an alert from the system panel. Not the bomb disposal expert. That must not be a bomb. Hurry up. It's dangerous here. Even the bomb disposal experts can't fix it. Team Chin anxiously urged. Just be prepared to take the situation to your superiors and ask the troops for help. Team Chin, don't call yet. It's not a bomb. Yun Xiao stopped him with a bitter smile. Team Chin was suspicious. How do you know? Anyway, you don't care. This is a Dan furnace, and it is from the Southern Song Dynasty. It should be used exclusively for the emperor to make pills. You have to find an archaeologist to take a look. What? The Southern Song Dan furnace? Everyone's eyes were odd. Seeing Yun Xiao's serious look, don't even know what to say. Not to mention them, even the workers in the neighborhood didn't believe it. This thing looks like a bomb. How can it be a Dan furnace? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this scene, the broadcast room also laughed and jerked. Shit, what nonsense is Yun Xiao talking about? He's talking about bombs as stoves. And his stoves look like this? He's got a gas can to light it when he's making the elixir. I admit, just now that piece of cesspit stone is my eyes are clumsy. But at least it is still a stone. This thing is simply not compatible with the Dan furnace. You say it is an oxygen tank I believe, but the alchemy furnace. I can't praise you with a clear conscience, right? It's a bit outrageous. That lighting jelly stone he said was spot on. I thought he really knew everything, but now it looks like Yun Xiao also has his missteps. The Dan furnace and the bomb. There's no way to brainstorm at all. What's even more outrageous is that he said this thing is from the Southern Song Dynasty. There were bombs in the Southern Song Dynasty more than 1,000 years ago? Isn't that funny? Cough. I think you guys don't jump to conclusions too early. This anchor road wild was snapped in the face of fewer things? Is it possible that this is really the Royal Alchemy Furnace? That's impossible. That's ridiculous. I'm asking you, if this is a furnace, where do you put it to make pills? Even if I think about it with my toes, I know it must not be. Otherwise I would have eaten it live. Upstairs, I've had my eye on you for a long time. You said the same thing about that cesspool rock. But what happened? Make good on your promise. Team Chin touched Yun Xiao's forehead. Puzzled. It doesn't burn. Why the net nonsense? This thing just doesn't go with the Dan furnace. Yun Xiao's face darkened. Slapping off Chin Team's hand. You guys can't recognize it now. Why don't you let the archaeologists come over to take a look and it'll be fine. And then notify the troops if it really doesn't work? The Chin Team thought about it, but it was all in passing anyway. Just try what Cloudy said. So, immediately, I got someone to contact the site of the Archaeological Institute and arranged for a few professors to come over and take a look. Seeing as the construction crews have to stop again, Sun Dahai had a distressed look on his face, and only wait in place. The other side, Cloudy did those things in the morning, edited by netizens and posted on the web. Not surprisingly it did catch fire. It's only been a couple hours or less. A video of a mine being detonated by a cloudy septic tank cleaning. It's already gone viral on the internet. It's gotten upwards of 5 million plays. The comments also topped 100,000. All those self-publishers are staring at the cloudy video haul. Almost retweet one fire. This also disguised as expanding the publicity for cloudy. Attract more attention. Teaser sound hot list. The top 3, all freshly minted and cloud-related topics. 1 hashtag suction truck cleaned out mine exploded on the spot. 2 hashtag can you believe it? A shithole rock sold for $1.2 million. 3 hashtag another bomb cleaned out? The clouds say it's a Southern Song alchemy furnace. Crap, who would be so ungrateful as to plant a mine in a septic tank? Luckily, it was only an infantry mine that detonated. If it was an anti-tank mine, we would have been killed on the spot. My Nima, can he drive a minesweeper even if he sucks up fecal matter? Strongly request Yun Xiao to drive the Jade Rabbit car. Maybe he can explore the Guanghan Palace. Since ancient times the moon is an inseparable territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha, let him pretend to be a bully every day and get fried by lightning. Right? God can't stand to watch. Crap, don't be too happy. The following hot search is also from Yun Xiao. It says he found a piece of shithole stone and sold it for $1.2 million. I'm fucking shocked. Crap, is it really fake? Please kindly give an address. I'll go pick it up too. Blowing up is better than dying poor. Picking it up will make me rich. Before everyone advised him to throw the stone, only Yun Xiao insisted on going to do the appraisal. The results really sell more than 1 million. Ridiculous, a bunch of people think they can get rich. Do not know the treasure in front of your eyes cannot be found. Crap, there's another hot news airborne. Yun Xiao had to describe the bomb as a Southern Song Dynasty Dan furnace, already called the archaeologists. Sit back and wait for the punch in the face. 20 minutes later, the archaeologists then hurried to the scene. There were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman. At the head of the group was the old man with white hair, being 60 years of age or older. By the time I was halfway up the mountain, I was out of breath. See the old man. Team Chin was startled and hurried over to greet him. Elder he, why have you personally come over? The archaeology professor known as He Lao had a white shirt and old-fashioned glasses. The rolled-up pant legs were caked with yellow mud. A dusty look. Seems to have just arrived from the archaeological site. Little Chin, I heard you say that the Southern Song Dan furnace was found over here, so I came over to take a look. Professor, he couldn't wait to say. Chin team smiled awkwardly. Air, may also be a bomb. Want to ask you to identify it. The 2 of them walked over to the Dan furnace. Prof. He hid his eyes and let out a sudden gasp of surprise. He also didn't care about Team Chin and circled around the Dan furnace alone. The eyes grew heavy. Hurriedly putting on his white gloves, he squatted down and scrutinized the Dan furnace. Then, taking a pair of tweezers from his assistant's side, he gently pinched a small piece of rust. Put it in front of your eyes and keep measuring it. Sniff close to your nose again. The scene remained silent. Only Prof. He was there constantly taking measurements and recording data, back and forth for 10 minutes. Just as the crowd was wondering, the old man made an amazing move. Take out a small hammer and tap it down on this thing. Team Chin's eyelids fluttered. Give him a frightening look. I was afraid that the old professor would not have the guts to blow up the bomb. Wouldn't he have died in vain? On the spot, the sound of clanking and banging rang out, crisp and pleasant. Everyone's face twitched at the sound of it. It was as if the sound was a soul-blowing song. Just as Team Chin couldn't resist the urge to warn Professor, he spilled rust in front of him. He put away the hammer and leaned down to blow on it. A circle of slits unexpectedly appeared on the Dan furnace, like a lid over it. Seeing this, Professor, he smiled and got up and said, Team Chin, I'm sure this isn't some kind of bomb. It's an ancient alchemy furnace. Looking at its material and forging process, it's from the Southern Song Dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. Hiss. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Yun Xiao in shock, being watched by so many people in unison. Yun Xiao's scalp tingled as he stood awkwardly in place. Among them, none was more shocked than the demolition expert from before. He looked at it for half a day and couldn't tell if it was a bomb or not. Yun Xiao casually glanced around. Let's just say it's a danmaku. Even the dates are split. It hit him with a bit of skepticism. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed sinks in for a moment. It's like dropping a heavy bomb, blowing everyone's head off. Crouching. Crap. How many people's faces did the anchor hit? Those who are waiting to see the joke. Just ask if the face hurts. I'm just saying. You guys have to come up with evidence when you question Cloudy. If you don't have evidence, you're either keyboard warriors or spammers. I was wrong. It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai. At this level, I'm not worthy to show off my skills in front of the great gods. From today onwards I'll withdraw from the net. This anchor is so evil that every time someone disagrees with him, He ends up being right and then gets slapped in the face. Ha ha ha, I don't believe it. It's clearly a bomb. Unless the anchor can prove that it's a danburator. I don't believe it either. This must be a fake. You blue stars are working together to trick me. The bomb says it's a Dan furnace. Mom, I'm going back to Mars in a spaceship. Hiss, quickly call 120. These two are crazy. Hurry up and pull them to the hospital for treatment. The actual hammer. Yun Xiao is definitely an alien lurking in Blue Star. How can an ordinary person know so many things? His knowledge alone can support an encyclopedia. As Professor He's words fell, he realized that the atmosphere was a bit off. Everyone was wide-eyed, staring straight at a young man. I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's weird. He looked over curiously and realized that there was nothing special about the young man other than his clean-cut eyebrows. Xiao Qin, what are you looking at? What's wrong with this young man? Sorry, was just thinking about something and got carried away. The Qin team snapped back to their senses and smiled in embarrassment. Elder He, let me introduce you. His name is Yun Xiao. He was the one who discovered this Dan furnace before. We always thought it was a bomb, but the demolition experts couldn't tell. And he was the only one who said it was a Southern Song Dynasty Dan furnace. That's why I bothered you to make a trip. I didn't expect to really let him be right. What? Professor He was stunned. You mean he knew it was a Dan furnace just by looking at it? Yes. At first we didn't believe it. How could any Dan furnace look like this? Professor He nodded. It's normal that you guys haven't seen it. Even the interns behind me don't know about it. This style of Dan furnace is not common. It is not a circulating style. And scholars who are not longtime scholars specializing in the history of the Song dynasty or who have decades of experience in archaeology are simply unfamiliar with this item. Speaking of which, Professor He surveyed Yun Xiao in amazement. Boy, did you really recognize it without removing the rust? Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. Sort of, he had answered casually. Which thought? The old man in front of him got excited all of a sudden. This Dan furnace is wrapped in thick rust. Can you tell the old man how you recognized it? This. Yun Xiao had a face of capitalized confusion. I don't know what to say. He only recognized it by the system. If I really want to communicate with this old man, won't I be exposed? So, he snorted and said, I had inadvertently flipped through an ancient book before, which recorded that this similar Dan furnace was specially supplied to the emperors of the Song dynasty. He had wanted to find a random excuse and put it off, which made the old man even more surprised. And you know that it's for the emperor to make pills? Young man, from which ancient book did you read that? My old man has never seen it even with his extensive reading. Yun Xiao smiled awkwardly. Old sir, this ancient book was obtained by me unintentionally. It can no longer be found and I don't know the name. Prof. He sniffed with great regret. It seems to be a bad thing that ancient book was lost. After a few moments, only then did he regather his mood and asked with a smile. Dare I ask you, little friend, in which archaeological institute do you work? Team Qin smiled bitterly. Elder He, don't believe me when I say it. He's not in archaeology. He's a chauffeur driver. This next. Prof. He was solidly shocked. Opening his mouth, he didn't utter a word for the longest time. Finally, he secretly sighed. Old. Studied archaeology for half a lifetime. But it turned out that he didn't know as much as a layman. Look at the old man's face with emotion. Cloudy grinned. Don't be presumptuous, old man. I just happen to know it. It's just luck. Professor He shook his head. Luck is also a form of strength. You are burdened with erudite knowledge, and you are still able to not be arrogant or impatient. You are truly a moldable talent. Since you're the one who found this Dan furnace, it's up to you to open it. Cloudy froze. Subconsciously, he craned his head to look. Only then did he realize that the Dan furnace on the ground had a gap knocked out of the front end by Professor He. The body of the lid and the body of the stove have separated. Yes, he nodded and walked up. Prof. He laughed. This Dan furnace is so well preserved. Perhaps there is still ash left inside from the original alchemy, which is of high value to our understanding of the history and humanity of the Song dynasty. Yun Xiao squatted down and pressed down on the lid of the Dan furnace with both hands, snapping it into the gap. The lid was found to fit the body of the stove very tightly. Had to pull out hard. It took a waste of time to get the lid off. Next, upon seeing the inside of the Dan furnace, Yun Xiao stood dumbfounded. Seeing him like this, the others were still curious. What do you see? A look of having seen a ghost. Is it hard to believe that the Dan furnace is stuffed with Song dynasty bills? Professor He's face changed and he rushed up in a hurry. I'm worried that the ash inside has been soaked up. The result was a look of dumbfoundedness. Both legs trembled and shook. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't resist their curiosity to gather around. Team Qin was the first to come forward and probe. Hiss. He couldn't help but draw in a cold breath and his eyes glazed over. The scene, moreover, resounded with gasps. Everyone breathed heavier. It was as if the heart was greatly shaken. Where's the ash in there? Instead, it was stuffed full of artifacts, colorful and varied. Clearly, it's all court porcelain. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing the wide array of artifacts inside the Dan furnace, the live room was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. A blowout. Crouching Nima, who's got such a big brain? Stuffing porcelain into a furnace? There must be dozens of them. This is too exciting. The plot fucking slapped me in the face again. Bombs turned into stoves. Ashes turned into porcelain. Other people's septic tanks are filled with shit. This one is filled with either landmines or artifacts. It's awesome. I've never seen so much porcelain in all my life, and it looks especially well preserved. If they're all from the Song dynasty, wouldn't they be hairy? What are you thinking? These things are to be handed over to the state. National treasures dare to trade privately. Sewing machine to you step on the sparks. I don't think it's from the Song dynasty. Isn't it a royal Dan furnace? How could you put porcelain into this? It's probably a recent imitation. Yunxiao is also too lost. Really, if the Song dynasty cultural relics, handed over to the state pennies no. A sum of heavenly riches from the eyes of the flowaway upstairs is a real punishment. How dare you think about this? Laughing, people earning millions of dollars a day don't even care. What kind of idle mind do you poor hangers on earning a few thousand a month worry about? Professor He's lips trembled with excitement. Never in a million years. There is something else inside this Dan furnace. Surprisingly stuffed with all kinds of china. Since the Dan furnace was buried in the silt at the bottom of the pool, it was isolated from the air. Even after more than 1,000 years, the china is also in very good condition. Yunxiao stared blankly at the porcelains. Treasure expert skills launch. Tick-tock. Scanning. Name, 2 fishes carved porcelain bowl. Date, early Southern Song dynasty. Category, official kiln. Value, 600,000. Name, washed dish with sunflower petals. Date, early Southern Song dynasty. Category, official kiln. Value, 500,000. Name, Celadon Blaze 3-legged bottle-bearing plate. Date, early Southern Song dynasty. Category, Ru kiln. Value, 800,000. Just as Yunxiao was quietly observing, Professor He pulled out a porcelain bowl from inside the Dan furnace. Put it in front of your eyes and scrutinize it. An excited smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. Happy as a child. Ha ha, young man, do you recognize this? Yunxiao, this should be the official kiln of the Southern Song dynasty. Green blaze open flake, carved lotus pattern folded waste bowl, is the exquisite work of the official kiln porcelain. The market can be sold to about 500,000 yuan. You even know the price? Prof. He was shocked. He had wanted to test Yunxiao. The bowl, after all, had just been pulled out of the mud. It's covered in stains. Even he couldn't tell for a moment. I didn't expect the other party to recognize it with a casual glance. Yunxiao was puzzled. Yeah, isn't that just random? Prof. He was not going to be straightened out at once. Archaeology is a rigorous endeavor. It needs to be verified over and over again, after scientific probing, before a conclusion can be given. But Yunxiao casually shot 2 glances and recognized it. That's a bit of a stretch. He suspected the kid was making it up. Then take your own tools and take a bunch of measurements. The conclusion reached is consistent with Yunxiao. This bowl, is the Southern Song dynasty official kiln firing? It made him doubt his learning. Even if edited, it wouldn't have been made up so accurately that the prices were masked correctly. That only proves archaeology this piece. Yunxiao is a real talent. It's hard to imagine that you're just under 20 years old, but your knowledge structure is above mine. If you work in the archaeology industry, your future achievements are unlimited. Prof. He lamented. Yunxiao laughed and did not take this seriously. Next, Prof. He cleaned out all the porcelain inside the Dan furnace, counting them one by one. There were 27 pieces. The number of damages is minimal. The happy professor he couldn't stop smiling. I have already identified them. Most of these porcelains were fired by the Southern Song official kills, and a small portion of Ru kills and Longquan kills, of which the Ru kills are the most precious, but they have also been handed down to very few people. This batch of Ru kills is small, but most of them are well preserved, and when I report it up, it will definitely become a national level display artifact. You are not an archaeologist, yet you have played a great role in the protection of national cultural relics. I will also report truthfully and apply for a bonus for you. Hearing that there was a bonus, Yunxiao's eyes lit up for a moment. This serendipitous discovery of artifacts. It must be turned over to the state, and it's impossible to keep it for yourself. So was able to earn a bonus. That's good enough. As Cloudy expressed his gratitude to Professor He, the Qin team suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. The other party claimed to be from the Department of Cultural Heritage Protection of Gangneung City next door. What? Gangneung Cultural Relics Protection Bureau? The Chin team was confused for a moment. Gangneung Cultural Relics Protection Bureau. How come the call came to him? What he doesn't realize, however, is this. Just as Yun Xiao revealed the provenance of that batch of porcelain, the video, which was forwarded to their respective groups by netizens working in related archaeological professions. One time, these archaeological groups exploded into a boil. Countless archaeology enthusiasts and historical researchers. The videos have been turned on for a closer look. Both were shocked beyond words. Porcelain from the official kills, Ru kills and Longquan kills of the Southern Song dynasty from 1,000 years ago. It's amazing that more than 20 pieces showed up at once. Enough to blow up the entire archaeological community. They forward these videos to their friends, or send it to your colleagues, mentors, and friends. Thus, those scholars or expert professors who specialize in the history of the Song dynasty. It was instantly crazy. Be the first to ask where the porcelain was found. Closer proximity. Experts and scholars from the next city or neighboring province. All fist pumping to see it for themselves. Ask around. Neither knows the provenance of the porcelain. Just say you found it on a live stream. Now the pundits and scholars are confused. They didn't have Yun Xiao's phone number and couldn't get in touch at all. One was as anxious as an ant in a hot pot. Finally, it was suggested that a call be made to the Ninghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. That's how they were informed of Team Chin's number and staged the scene from earlier. Captain Chin, I'm the head of the Jiangling City Cultural Relics Protection Bureau, and I've learned that you've unearthed a lot of porcelains from the Southern Song dynasty on your side. Can we talk about it in detail? The Chin team hasn't slowed down yet. Another call came in immediately afterward. Hello, Captain Chin. I'm the Dean of the School of Archaeology at Mordor University. Can I come and visit this batch of porcelain? Hello, I'm from the Imperial Palace Museum. Can I borrow it back for research? Captain Chin endured a barrage of phone calls. Team Chin's brain was spinning. He helplessly looked at Professor He Lao. Just now the Imperial Palace Museum, Jiangling City Cultural Relics Protection Bureau, Magic City University School of Archaeology, including our Ninghai Cultural Relics Protection Bureau and a dozen other archaeological research institutions have called. Said that they want to participate in the study of the observation, but also want to borrow back to the exhibition. What do you think of? No borrowing, not a single one. Professor He changed his previous gentle manner. Red-faced, he cursed, do these old fools want to have some face? I didn't even get on it, and they want to stomp on their noses. If anyone calls again, tell them I'm taking them away and see if they dare come after me. Watching Professor He's kingly dominance blossom, a look of social sophistication. Yun Xiao's eyelids fluttered madly, but he could understand that, for archaeologists who delve into history, it would be nice to stumble upon such fine china and study it in person. That's almost more enjoyable than sleeping with a beautiful girl. The gang was undoubtedly provoking Professor He. Lend me your wife for a night. What are you doing? It's touching the scales. Yes, I'll do as you ask. With Professor He backing him up, Team Chin had the courage to do so. Otherwise, the rank and status of these people alone would be enough to give him a headache. Professor He looked at Yun Xiao smilingly. Young man, this time I have to thank you. This batch of cultural relics porcelain is too important, waiting for me to be busy after this bout. Turn around and invite you to visit Ninghai Archaeological Institute. Yun Xiao touched his nose. That what? Thanks to the old Professor Ha, participate in the visit or not is not important. You old remember to settle the bonus to me on the line. Say, transfer or cash. This statement was made. The Chin team tripped over their feet and almost fell. Not bad for you. Professor He's face twitched along. Nima, I just said I'd give you a bonus, and now you're asking for money? Do I owe you money? Team Chin coughed. Yun Xiao, since it's a bonus, it definitely needs to be declared to the higher-ups. Just wait. Cloudy was helpless. Oh, that's fine. I'll wait for you to call me money anon. He was really afraid that the old man was getting old and had a bad memory. Who do I really forget to ask for it later? Don't worry. It can't be forgotten. Prof. He had his heart set on this collection of porcelain. He said hello and left in a hurry, taking the Dan furnace with him. Team Chin still has blasting to do. After the evacuation security alert, take the men and go to. Quiet finally returns to the rowdy construction site. Sun Dahai looked at Yun Xiao and had two big heads. From morning to now, the site hasn't even been touched much. Thought it would be a simple septic tank cleaning. I didn't expect this mess. Facing Sun Dahai's grudging gaze, Yun Xiao felt self-conscious of his shortcomings. Patting his chest, he assured, brother, don't worry. I promise to finish the job today. Sun Dahai smiled bitterly and waved his hand. It's almost done here. Go over the mountain and clean the cesspool. He was truly afraid of Yun Xiao. This septic tank is evil. Let him do it again. I'm afraid there's still a work stoppage. To break the spell, he simply asked Cloudy to deal with the cesspool. It's cemented underneath. We can't still clear out mines and bombs, can we? Cloudy drove the suction truck to the fecal liquid treatment plant. Wait to empty the tank. Drove back up the hill again and started sucking up sewage from the pool. With the previous experience, Yun Xiao handled it with ease. The sewage pipes are constantly sucking up sewage. The pool was emptied a little bit. At this moment, the live streaming netizens were also watching the action. See the clouds away from the septic tank. One by one, they were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Pooh ha ha ha, look at this listless look on the anchor's face. Is he still hung up on the septic tank? I'll never forget it. Picked up a piece of cesspool stone sold more than 1 million. And cleaned out the Southern Song Dynasty Dan furnace and a bunch of National Treasures porcelain. This is not a septic tank, this is a treasure bowl. Ha ha, with a different pool. I don't believe he'll still be able to clean up something extraordinary. Just wait, the spell will be broken. Upstairs, don't be too happy. I always feel that this anchor is not simple. As long as he drives this car, even if he changes the pool. Is that so evil? I don't believe it. This cesspool is full of industrial wastewater. So it's not like it's the bathwater of the Yaoyogi Ferry, right? I don't think you can look at him in a secular way. Everything is possible. Maybe the pool itself is a cultural relic? Maybe it's the bathing pool where Yang Guifei bathed. The netizen had a casual conversation. I've got a feeling there's more to come from the clouds. It won't just go away. Even if the pool is changed, it still couldn't stop his chi either. Even Yin Xiao himself did not believe that everything could go so smoothly. Before the septic tank mine exploded. If I hadn't been hiding in the car and didn't get out, he'll have to eat his seat where he is. So, to be on the safe side, Cloudy stayed in the car the entire time. Only a suction pipe was left to drag and suck water out of the pool. When all the sewage has been treated, bare mossy pool bottom, and piles of rocky trash, Cloudy breathed a sigh of relief. Should be okay? He jumped out of the car and ran to the edge of the pool to watch carefully. Suddenly, it became clear that a crack a few meters long had opened up at the bottom of the pool. Cloudy was in a daze. Click. The crack surprisingly continued to widen. The bottom of the pool suddenly caved in, exposing a cavern in the ground of about a cubit. Yun Xiao was startled and hurriedly retreated backwards. Good on. The tendency to collapse below quickly stopped. Cloudy bravely went up to check it out. Just see that this hole in the bottom of the pool is made of sandstone. It took years and years for the collapse to occur. However, he suddenly saw something strange down there. It looks like tree roots and takes on a yellowish-brown color, and sandy soil all around. The contrasts are stark. When you get close, you can vaguely smell a faint aroma. When Cloudy was puzzled, he jumped off the pool and walked over. Forensic information pops up in your head. Water incense. Years, 300 years. Introduction. Incense would by external stimulation or true red bacterial infection will secrete a special resin used to heal. When the incense tree natural death fell, incense-bearing oil plant off buried in the swamp. After years of incense mellowing formation, due to the density of large, can be sunk into the water, is called water incense. Medicinal effects. Water incense has antibacterial properties. Aroma into the spleen, tonic organs, can help sleep. Is a top-quality superb medicinal herbs. A high-quality water incense. Need dozens, hundreds of years to generate. The number of rare, in short supply. Yun Xiao was flabbergasted. A watery incense? This unassuming broken tree root. It's actually a valuable Chinese herb. He had heard of the great name of hydroponics before, but never seen it in reality. The system doesn't give a specific quote even though it says it's valuable. The commotion here also attracted the attention of the workers. Sun Dahai's eyes jumped. Thought the mine blew up again. Wendy ran over. Realizing that it was just the bottom of the pool that had cracked and collapsed, he was instantly relieved. Suddenly, he saw Cloudy crouching on the ground, staring at a broken tree root. I can't help but be curious and ask, what are you doing? You're not going to say it's a treasure too, are you? Cloudy nodded his head in a serious manner. It's true. It's called water sinker. It's a valuable Chinese herb. Sun Dahai gave a thumbs up. I'm convinced. You're really able to pull it off. Tree roots can be said to be medicinal herbs. Popularity +1+1+1. The live feed blew up in no time. What the hell? Is Yin Xiao out of his mind again? Calling a broken tree root a valuable Chinese herb? Do not herbs grow on the ground? How can they be soaked in water? Upstairs, I advise you to be more cautious. Haven't you been hit in the face enough just now? Anyway, I don't dare to draw any more conclusions. Is there any big brother to give an accurate statement? Is this thing water incense or not? Don't know. Don't know. Don't dare to say. As far as I know, water incense is extremely rare, is the best of the incense wood, and the medicinal value is very high, has the effect of waking up the brain and refreshing the mind. But how this piece looks like broken wood, Anyway, I do not quite believe it. Anchor, if it's really water incense, can you sell it to the public? The price is negotiable. Pohahaha, you bunch of idiots. The anchor picked up a piece of broken tree root and fooled you. Are people so easy to fool now? Are people so gullible nowadays? TSK. There's another new fool questioning the anchor. So I'll just smile and keep quiet and see how he gets slapped in the face. The voices of skepticism on the air became fewer. Netflix is savvy. 2. Don't dare jump to conclusions. Anyway, is there any shortage of evil in this anchor? Though not in the field, but through Sun Dahai's performance. You can also tell that this broken tree root is, in all probability, just ordinary wood. Looking at the tree root-like contraption in front of him, Cloudy reached out and touched it. Wet through and through, with a rough skin. It's like touching the surface of a rock. Nothing special to feel. But now that I've been alerted to the treasure appreciation skill, Cloudy was convinced that it was the baby. With a lift of both hands, he picked up the whole thing. There were about 10 pounds. It was obviously soaking in water, but it didn't rot away. And such a large piece of water sedum is a rarity. Seeing the cloudy sky was beautiful. Sun Dahai looked skeptical. Is it really a watery incense? Curious, he came over to gawk. Is this thing worth anything? It should be worth quite a bit. At those words, Sun Dahai's eyes lit up with vigor. The two of them pondered around the piece of tree root right where they were. Click. Suddenly, the cracks in the bottom of the pool began to continue to spread again. Hearing the ringing, Sun Dahai looked over suspiciously. He could not help but be frightened. Crap, run, the bottom of the pool is collapsing. After saying that, he grabbed Cloudy and ran out of the pool. The two just left. Cracks in the bottom of the pool are rapidly expanding. Boom. And then there was a loud bang. Just see the bottom of the pool that just collapsed out of a hole. Suddenly plunged deep into it. Splashes of smoke and dust flew in the sky. More workers were attracted by the commotion. Cloudy ran out of the pool with water sinker in his arms. Turning to look at the collapsed bottom of the pool, cold sweat broke out. One step too late, and they'd probably both be buried alive. Before Cloudy could catch his breath, only to see the worker, who had just run over, suddenly turn his head and run back again. Run, run! Cloudy couldn't think about it in time. Spreading his feet and running forward, Sun Dahai followed him, ran more than 10 meters away. There was a rumbling collapse behind them. Turning back, I realized that the entire cesspool was crumbling. It was like an earthquake. Dust filled the sky and obscured the view. There would be no view of the inside at all. The workers gathered and watched the scene with jaws agape. It just felt like a brain buzz. The ears were barely deafened. Swish! In the next second, countless lines of sight converged on the clouds. Makes you clean out septic tanks and dig up landmines. Cleaned out the cesspool and even the pool collapsed. Crap! Are you a fucking disaster? Cloudy was embarrassed and tried to dig his toes into the ground. A few minutes later, when the dust clears, finally, I can see the scene inside. Crap, what's that? A big pit. That's nasty. The crowd gasped. The entire cesspool is gone. A huge crater was left in place, like a meteorite hit the ground. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this scene, the broadcast room was also stunned. I don't know. Cloudy is so awesome. He was asked to clean the cesspool, and a big hole collapsed in the ground. And the pool was directly destroyed? It's amazing. There's such a big space under the pool. It won't hide a big tomb, right? As expected. He has experience in grave robbing, and he's a veteran driver when it comes to this gold dividing point. I told you so. The anchor will definitely not be at peace. Even if the pool is changed, how about even the hole in the ground is out? Ha ha ha. I think after this episode, the show could change its name to Exploration and Discovery, specializing in unknown phenomena and geographic mysteries. Don't talk nonsense. The Snakehead Mountain used to be an anti-war base. Maybe it's a tunnel dug during the fight against the Little Devils. Just go in and take a look. Yun Xiao was dumbfounded, looking at the hole in the ground that appeared out of nowhere. There was a lot of talk on the floor, caught off guard by the situation. Sun Dahai drank. Be quiet. Isn't it just a hole? I'll go down and take a look. You all wait here. When he finished, he put on his helmet and approached cautiously. Look at it from a distance. The cave was pitch black. It's hard to see how big it is. The workers consciously waited outside. Sun Dahai followed the collapsed hole. Turn on your cell phone light and slowly slide into the ground. The crowd was a little distracted. It's the waiting for the unknown that is the most anxious. 5 minutes later, from the cavern in the ground came a cry of alarm. Come on, y'all, get down here and look. The crowd's spirits lifted and they all gathered around to carefully walk down the cavern. Cloudy was first. Judging from Sun Dahai's tone, he instinctively felt that there must be something amazing in the cave. Coming to the mouth of the cave, he probed down and looked. The hole in the ground is 7 or 8 meters high. Very spacious down there. There was a long tunnel leading into the depths. Cloudy slid down the slope. Follow the tunnel in. Not a moment later, he saw Sun Dahai standing there, staring straight ahead. The others don't feel it yet, but Cloudy had outstanding eyesight and saw it at a glance. It was a huge spacious underground cavern. It was very dry inside. It was covered with dust and cobwebs from not seeing sunlight all year round. The front was filled with large wooden crates, and a dozen tin oil drums. The crates were filled with munitions. There are grenades, mines, grenades. There are pistols, rifles, and heavy mech guns. There were also several large boxes of bullets stacked in a small mountain. Name, National Army Standard Hand Grenade, Kung-type grenade. Introduction or Resistance Common Equipment. Imitation of German famous M24 wooden handle grenade. Localized improvement. Equipped with 50 grams of TNT explosives. Pull off the fuse. 5 seconds can be fried. Name, Bastard's Box. Introduction, also known as the 14 years type pistol, due to the large-scale equipment of the Ghost Troops, the shape of which resembles a set of Wangbang shells. It was jokingly referred to as the Wangbang box by our troops. Name, Wild Neck Machine Gun. Description, equipped with 7 by 58mm SR cartridges, capable of firing at a rate of 450 rounds per minute, improved from the CZD 3-year type, with optical sights added to improve the hit rate. Name, Type 9270mm Infantry Gun. Introduction, our army captured the most Japanese artillery. Simple structure, small shape, easy to use in the mountains and guerrilla warfare. Even if there is no tractor, the running squad can be disassembled and taken away. In Yun Zhao's mind, the names of these equipments appeared one by one. What shocked him the most? It's still the same row of Type 92 infantry guns, neatly placed together. There were 9 doors, corroded through the years, but it gave Yun Zhao the feeling that the 9 infantry guns were not damaged. If it's loaded with shells, still has strong kills. The black hole of the cannon emitted a cold and deep luster. It's conceivable. Once under these 9 cannons, I don't know how many Japanese dead have been annihilated. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed was silent for a moment and boiled over as well. Crap, this hole in the ground is really an arsenal of weapons? Are all these equipments used by our forefathers to fight the devils? It's all old. These things have been buried in the ground for decades. I didn't expect to see the light of day again, and it looks like new. I wonder if it still works. The residents had 9 infantry guns, which was too extravagant. In those days, our country was too poor and weak to manufacture artillery on its own, so this must have been a very important base. If you don't understand, why is there such a big hole in the ground and a huge cache of arms? Was there any hidden agenda back then? I am a local Ninghai. When my grandfather is to send supplies here, when I was a child, I heard him talk about the battle. Hundreds of people died defending Snakehead Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights, repulsed dozens of Japanese attacks. The men killed the elderly and children on top of the sacrifices of countless martyrs, but also did not allow the ghosts to cross the Thunderbolt 1 point. In that case, does the construction site have to be shut down? Foreman, you've won the lottery again. See the scene on the live feed. The internet is beyond shocked. The armaments and equipment, though, are very old, but it is a real gun. At the moment, piles of them lay before them. It caused them a huge psychological shock. The thought of how many ghosts had been destroyed under those guns. The mood just can't stop stirring. It's like traveling back in time to that time of war. This closest feeling to the real thing. Far more enjoyable and exciting than what you see on TV. The workers came one after another. No surprises. Upon seeing the armaments and equipment. Stunned, his jaw hit the floor. How have they ever seen so many guns and cannons when they are usually so decent? One by one, they quivered and surveyed. Suddenly, a worker walks over to the oil drums. Subconsciously, he looked inside. Soul scared out of his mind. He screamed, "OMG, there are dead people." He sat bolt upright on the floor, his eyes terrified. The crowd was drawn to him. Yun Zhao's eyes flashed as he walked over to take a look. Sure enough, a skeleton was stacked in an oil drum. Because of the age, the color is dull and the meat has long since rotted. All that's left is a pile of tattered clothes. Name, Wang Daju. Age, 16. Status, Martyr of the Resistance. Date of death, 1935. Manner of death, died of blood loss after being shot several times while charging forward alone in the face of enemy fire. See the tip box message. Yun Zhao's gaze was grave as he took a deep breath. He didn't realize that the martyrs of the war who died here, just a 16-year-old. It's still a child, flowery age, but they have to carry the nation and resist the invaders, to the point of death. There wasn't even a decent coffin. Suffocated and abandoned in an oil drum. It can only be described as dismal, except for the clouds. The others were more or less scared, especially seeing a dead man's bones in front of him. Sun Dahai hardened his head and boldly shouted, "What are you panicking about? Can a living person let a dead person scare him to death? You've got no sense of humor." Someone asked with trepidation. "In the oil barrels, they won't all be dead, right?" This statement was made. Everyone's daisies were tight. Cold sweat in the middle of the day. Yun Xiao walked straight up and looked at them one by one. That reminded him. Back then, the martyrs of the resistance who died defending the base of Snakehead Mountain. Why didn't you make it out alive? Is it hard to believe they're all here? Name, Li Dogdan. Age, 16. Status, Martyr of the Resistance. Date of death, 1935. Manner of death, to stop Japanese tanks from entering the mountains, carrying explosive packs to blow up enemy troops. Pulverized. Name, Hu Guanghan. Age, 15. Status, Martyr of the Resistance. Date of death, 1935. Mode of death, hit in the head by a slug while covering the retreat of his comrades. Open a dozen oil drums in a row. No exceptions. All blackened skeletons. The youngest is 12 and the oldest is only 17. The clouds were a million times more shocked. You can only adjust your inner emotions by taking deep breaths. So many children sacrificed. You can see how tragic that battle was back then. Adult males are basically dead. Contrast with the present. Children of this age, all under parental protection. They, on the other hand, are already going to war to protect others. Go guard the country. It's a war hero. After counting, there were 15 skeletons. All soldiers who died in those days. There is a lot at stake. He immediately called Team Chin. Cloudy. I was just about to call you. After the opposite side was connected, Team Chin said smilingly, that batch of mines has been successfully detonated. This crisis is considered to be completely lifted. Fortunately no casualties were caused. By the way, what are you looking for me for? Yun Xiao solemnly said. Team Chin, can you come back again? What, you had another incident there? Team Chin's smile faltered. Well, there's something new. So bring in an expert who knows something about military history. What the hell? Is this the discovery of an ancient weapon? Just come and see. Team Chin was speechless. What's wrong with this kid? He won't stop for a second. After hanging up, he rushed to call his contacts. This way. Cloudy looked at the image in front of him. Couldn't stop shaking inside. But not because of these weapons. Rather, it's the soldiers in the oil drums who are defending our country. Any flesh and blood Chinese. No one who sees this scene will be indifferent. It will only give birth to anger and sadness. Follow the lens of the clouds. Looking at the remains of the martyrs of the war with oil drums as coffins, the live feed couldn't hold back the tears either. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this scene, again, I can't help but be reminded of the impressive 12 words, stay home for me, go home for me, take me home. The mountains and rivers are no longer in danger. Rest in peace, heroes. Tribute to the martyrs. You will never die. Without these revolutionary forefathers sacrificing their lives, how can we have a happy life today? Green water and green mountains will bury the souls of the faithful. The people of China will never forget those who sacrificed their lives for their country. My grandpa fought the devils back then. Hundreds of people when they went, and not even 10 came back alive. My grandpa said he was happy that they came back, and sad that we were the only ones who came back. When I was a child, I heard the village elders say that it was the same for them to join the militia, and that every day when they opened their eyes, there were dead people. I asked him if he was afraid. He said no. At that time, he was already red-eyed and didn't know what fear meant. Even if there were really ghosts and monsters in front of him, he wouldn't hesitate to cut them down. Coward. The discovery of an underground arsenal is outrageous enough, but I didn't expect the remains of martyrs to appear. The remains of the body in the oil drums. Whether it is the remains of the martyrs is not easy to say. Have to wait for the next step in the identification. Half an hour later, the Chin team arrived at the scene in a flurry of wind. Upon seeing the scene inside the underground cavern, it scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. A cave full of munitions. Machine guns and mines don't count. Surprisingly, there are 9 cannons. This if it goes off, I'm afraid I'll be blown up to ashes. Although, these weapons have been obsolete for decades, but it is quite well preserved, is absolutely lethal. Seeing so many workers crammed into the cavern, feel free to walk in front of the arms. Team Chin's heart pounded, rushed to greet the officers and arrange for them all to be evacuated out. In case there's a slip-up, how many people have to die? Its sensationalism far exceeds that of previous human cases. As the crowd evacuated to safety one by one, the Chin team immediately sealed off the site. All the intersections into the mountain are also blocked. Idle. No one is allowed near. He found Cloudy sighing darkly. What's wrong with you? An arsenal can be found? Yun Xiao looked innocent. It's not my fault. the hole collapsed on its own, and I was almost buried alive. At those words, the corners of Team Chin's mouth twitched viciously. You have a reason every time, don't you? How come it doesn't collapse when I'm here? However, the munitions, while dangerous, are also very valuable artifacts. It's a holdover from that era, extremely important for the study of military history, but only if it doesn't explode. Otherwise, the whole mountain would have to be leveled. That history expert the Chin team brought in was looking excited, surveying the 9 cannons, a Type 92 infantry gun from the war period, which can be preserved to such a good state, cannot be found in a few museums across the country. This thing is really precious. He stroked the barrel with a look of awe. Turning to the Chin team, he asked, I just heard that the hole caved in on itself? You ask him. Team Chin pointed to the clouds. Cloudy nodded helplessly. Indeed. I was just up there cleaning up the wastewater and then it collapsed. Young man, my name is Su Lin. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Yes. Cloudy told a rough account of what had happened. But there is no mention of water sediments. It doesn't matter if the arms and guns are turned in, but the hydromulk is a treasure. Su Lin stroked his chin and speculated. Looking at the way this cave was cut out, it should be the tunnels dug by the war martyrs to use as hiding places when they were fighting the devils. Then the cave was sealed and the place was forgotten. It just so happened that you guys set off a mine that impacted the place, and then the roof of the cave was cracked and caved in. Yun Xiao covered his face. Then what should we do with these things? Su Lin thought for a moment and said, those ammunition mines I will contact people to deal with. As for the cannons and guns, they are even more cultural relics from the war period and have a high research collection value. I'll have to make a call and put them in the Heritage Pavilion. And boy, thank you so much for bringing this collection back to life. Team Chin suddenly asked, these 15 remains, can you distinguish their identities? Su Lin shook his head, looking at the degree of decay of the corpse. It should be someone from the war period, but exactly what kind of person so many years have passed, no one knows. Seeing as how they were thrown into oil drums, I'm guessing that they were probably captured Japanese prisoners who were brought over. Team Chin thought about it and thought that this was a high possibility. However, Yun Xiao opened his mouth to interrupt. They are not captives. How do you know? Both men looked over in surprise. It's simple, because Snakehead Mountain used to be an anti-war base, and a lot of people sacrificed their lives back then. That's why the government invested in the Martyrs Memorial Park here. How many people were killed in that time when there were bodies all over the place? And how can you take the enemy prisoner when supplies are scarce and you don't have anything to eat yourself? So it's not logical at all. Su Lin, face contemplative, nodded. In that situation at that time, killed to be more economical, it is I owed consideration, but I have a little doubt. Since it is the war martyrs, why use oil drums to load them up? Cloudy fell silent and walked over to the skeleton. Do you guys think that these skeletons are any different? The two men stared. Team Chin hesitantly said, these skeletons don't look like normal human height. They seem to be shorter on average. That's why I wondered just now if they were captives from the small days. Yun Xiao secretly sighed. Actually, they're all a bunch of kids. Kids? Team Chin and Su Lin were taken aback, seeming to understand something. Incredulously, he said, you mean? Yun Xiao nodded gruffly. That's right. It's all a bunch of underage soldiers. I have examined these corpses just now, and from their teeth and bone age I presume that they should all be at the age of 15 or 16. They died in battle, and in order to keep the boys from dying in the wilderness, the other soldiers had to put their bodies in oil drums and wait until the battle was over before sending them home. But then they withdrew, and the oil drums and corpses were left here. The warriors sealed the hole when they retreated in the hope of regaining it in the future. And it looks like they didn't win this battle. As for why they didn't come back, I think that all of them were sacrificed, and this hole in the ground was left behind until today. Cloudy's brief words, as if to bring back that scene from that time. Martyrs of the resistance for the sake of arms not falling into the hands of the enemy, endure the pain and seal the hole. Along with the remains of these children, it can only be left as a coffin in an oil drum, which remains to this day. Listening to Yun Xiao, everyone's mood was a bit heavy. After a long time, Su Lin Kai took a deep breath. This is a big possibility you're talking about. It's no wonder they were put into oil drums. It would make sense if they were children. Cloudy turned over the rotting clothes on the corpse. Sure enough, found the troop number for that year. Field Army 19th Corps, 5th Guerrilla Brigade. That's confirmed. There's no doubt about their identity. Su Lin was shocked. It seems that you were right. The last few decades of years, there is no way to verify what actually happened back then. But one can also surmise from the bones of these children. How tragic was that battle? The people who know are all gone. If the hole in the ground hadn't collapsed and allowed the corpse to reappear, this sad history, perhaps it will be forever dusted off in the years. Next, Su Lin made several phone calls. Send someone over to clean up this arms shipment. It was supposed to end here. Unexpectedly, Team Chin received a call from the director. Bureau Lu, you're looking for me? And he looked puzzled. Could it be, there's a new case? Who knew that? Bureau Lu opened the door and said, Shao Chin, are you in Snakehead Mountain? Ah, Bureau Lu, how do you know? Shao Chin, what can I say about you? Why can't your brain turn a corner? Bureau Lu had a tone of hatred. The Chin team were confused. Bureau Lu, what do you mean? You unearthed such an important artifact. Why didn't you notify me beforehand? Just now, Liao District Chief called me all over the phone and gave a death order that the artifacts in the hole in the ground must be left behind. This. Team Chin looked embarrassed. But Director Su of the Cultural Relics Bureau is already over here. That's why I said you're out of your mind. The government is going to build a Martyrs Memorial Park over here. So isn't it a slap in the face of the government to let someone else take the artifacts away? District Governor Liao has already sent word to make this hole in the ground into an underground arena, so that more people can go and learn about the history of Snakehead Mountain. And the blood of the resistance forefathers cannot be shed in vain. You find a way to keep things down. Interrupting the phone, Team Chin had two heads in one. Numb nuts. The government and the conservation authority fight for heritage, taking me around as a squad leader. I was caught in the middle and it was difficult. Team Chin, we have agreed that this batch of cultural relics belongs to our Cultural Relics Protection Bureau. You won't go back on your word, will you? Su Lin also heard the contents of the call and was instantly anxious. Team Chin smiled bitterly. Director Su, there's nothing I can do. Su Lin hurriedly called the leader. Director, it's bad. This batch of artifacts may not be saved. What the fuck? Who dares to rob me? A grumpy voice came from across the room. The government robbed us halfway and said they were going to build a pavilion in a hole in the ground and were going to leave the guns on display. Chow, what qualifications does the government have? Don't you know that anything unearthed underground is under the control of our Cultural Relics Protection Bureau? Fight for it on your side. I'll personally go to Lao Liao now. Su Lin and Team Chin looked at each other, both speechless. It's a big deal. It was expected to go well. As a result, it turned into a big fight between the two leaders. Don't even have the face to fight for the artifacts. See this scene. Yun Zhao's heart was in pain. Whether it's the government or the conservation authority, shouldn't the first concern be the remains of the war martyrs? As a result, they only stare at the machine gun cannons, ask no questions about the corpses in the oil drums. This has to be chilling. Artifacts are precious, but compared to the remains of a martyr, a bunch of 15 and 16-year-old teenage warriors, at home when the country is broken and the mountains have fallen, standing up to the invaders, a bloody battle to the end, dead, all but curled up in a barrel of oil, unable to get into the ground. It's so hard to see the light of day again. Shouldn't the first thing that comes to mind be to take them home and return their souls to their homeland? The spirits of the martyrs are still watching from heaven. The descendants then blatantly fought over the artifacts here, oblivious to the corpse. And what are they sacrificing and paying for? Exactly? Yin Xiao said in a deep voice. Team Chin, Director Su, let me remind you that the remains of this group of martyrs have been sleeping in the cave for decades, and so far they are still unable to return home. At this time, what we should do most is not to bring them home. Return their souls to their homelands and rest in peace? That should be the focus, right? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Hearing this caused a chorus of hoots and hollers on the air. That's right. That's great. Cannons and machine guns are nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Nothing in front of the remains of the martyrs. That's right. These are the bones of the martyrs of the war. What can compare to them in terms of preciousness? Modern life is better. Many people are greedy for money and have long forgotten that without the contributions of our forefathers, there would be no happy life today? This bunch of people who have had enough should be sent to 1931 to see if you can live peacefully for 3 days? No wonder it's on fire. Just for the fact that the anchor has such a positive outlook on the three things, I'll definitely follow it. We should notify the troops and see what kind of Cultural Relics Bureau and district chiefs dare to intervene. These remains must be given a generous burial, sent home with honor, and posthumously named martyrs. Team Chin and Su Lin were shocked at heart, throwing a grateful glance at Cloudy. Luckily, the other party warned in time. Almost missed the boat. That's right, let's put the artifacts aside for now. These remains are the most important. Team Chin made a snap decision. Su Lin said solemnly, it was me who was blinded by lard. Compared to burying them, what are artifacts? Yun Xiao, do you have a solution? Team Chin asked. Call the troops. Things like collecting the remains of martyrs should be under the administration of the Veterans Office. Okay, I'll hit it right away. The first thing the team did was to find the number for the Veterans Affairs Office. Report back this side of things. Learned that it was in a cave on Snakehead Mountain. The remains of 15 war martyrs were found. The caller was taken aback. Got to the scene as fast as I could, and send an honor guard and escort, to receive the remains of the martyrs and to welcome them home, with the highest standards. The most sincere thanks were expressed to Cloudy. This side just finished. The Bureau of Conservation is also here. Take all the guns out of the hole in the ground and load them on the truck. The Chin team had to pretend they didn't see it. The government and the Conservation Authority are scrambling. A little captain like him has no authority over that. Just let him be. Want to exhibit then anyway. Let the government go back to the Conservation Authority. When the Conservation Authority left as well, the hole in the ground suddenly became empty down. However, the perimeter cordon was not withdrawn. The hole in the ground has been eroded over the years and could collapse again at any time. It also needs to be fixed by a later construction team. The original site chosen for the monument. The rezoning would also have to be eliminated. New address. What better choice than this hole? So the construction project is definitely on hold. Facing Sun Dahai's grudging gaze, Cloudy smiled awkwardly. Wanted to ask if the other pools still need to be cleaned? And I'm afraid that the other party will get mad. So I'd better forget about it. Finally, he turned his attention to the watery sedum. What to do with this thing? What to do with it? If he didn't know it was worth money, Yun Xiao would have wanted to throw it away. Holding a broken tree root, it has already caused many workers to look at it differently. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yun Xiao took a look, but it was the cleaning company Chen boss called. Cloudy had a moment of weakness. Things are screwed up over here. I wonder if I'll get a scolding from my boss. In case his wages are garnished. It's not worth it. Crooked, Boss Chen. You can scold me if you want, but don't ever deduct money anon. Mr. Chen froze. What do you mean? Why did I scold you? This. Aren't you calling to scold me? I'm fed up and scolding you for not wanting a phone bill? It's just a broken suction hose. No big deal. Boss Chen was full of unconcern. Someone called me just now and said that they wanted your contact information to buy some kind of water sedum? Let me ask you. Cloudy breathed a sigh of relief. Dare I say, Boss Chen doesn't know what's happening here? Aang, you let them come to me. Okay, then I'll give them the phone number and you talk to yourself. By the way, if you can't finish the job today, you'll do it again tomorrow, and I'll give you the same price. Good. Yun Xiao smiled resentfully, wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't dare to tell my boss that he had stopped work at his construction site. Otherwise, he would have been hammered to death by his boss. Imperative. Let's sell this thing first. It's not a good idea to hold it in your hand all the time. I don't think the host really wants to sell the root. Do you? There are still people who want it. Didn't you hear the anchor? This is herbal medicine, not tree roots. It seems there are still people who know what they're talking about. That said, why can't I see where this is good? It's been soaking in sewage for so long. Even if it's some kind of precious herb, it must be bad, right? What do you know? Anchor hand this piece. Is the best water incense? At least 100 years. Smell. Refreshing and wake up the brain. Wear it year-round. Improve the body's internal circulation. Absolutely priceless. Is it real? Any old man who knows what he's talking about explain how many W's this thing is worth? The upper limit is not clear, but a piece of water incense as big as this one, with good enough quality, is worth at least $1 million. $1 million? At least? Doesn't that mean that this thing is worth more than even the cesspool stone that the anchor picked up? Hiss. Kneel down to the big man who earns $2 million a day. Not a moment later, Yun Xiao's cell phone rang. It was an unknown caller. Anchor, I am a fan of your live broadcast. How about selling me that piece of water sediment incense in your hand? I'll offer $1 million. Cloudy secretly smacked his lips. $1 million? Holy shit. The system didn't give a quote. The clouds did not count. And the mental expectation was that it would be worth 100,000 or so. After all, in his mindset, Chinese medicine is not a precious stone. How can it be so valuable? Promise in a heartbeat. Let the other side come to Snakehead Mountain. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. But when the clouds arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was discovered that there was not just one visitor. Instead, several people waited anxiously on this side. He thought he was mistaken. Prepare to turn your head and walk away. As a result, the gang came around. Smiling, he opened his mouth and said, "Brother, I'm your fan. I often watch your live broadcast, just don't have your contact information, so I can only wait here." Yeah, us too. A few others followed in agreement. Why are you waiting for me? Yun Xiao had a face of capitalized confusion. Of course I want to buy your water sedum. I am holding a sincere heart. Such a large piece of water sedum is extremely rare. I want to buy it back for my collection. Right, I'm also here to buy the water incense. My mom has been quite anxious lately and often has nightmares at night, so I wanted to buy it for her to calm her mind and cure her insomnia. This, I bought it for my wife. She heard that water intoxication in water and drink, beauty in beauty, but also can make people younger. A few people grabbed for words, obviously not in the same league. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched as he watched. Brain was buzzing from the noise. Suddenly, a commercial vehicle drove up to the bottom of the hill. A man hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Brother Yun Xiao, it's me. I just agreed with you on the phone. $1 million. Cloudy's head exploded. Who knew this stuff was such a hot commodity? All four men grabbed for it and almost didn't get into a fight. As for that, cough. I just promised this brother first, $1 million to sell it to him. Doing business, Cloudy is still a man of honor." The man sighed in relief at the news and broke into a smile. "I'm sorry, everyone. My humble self has reserved it first, and I own this piece of water sedum." The others immediately quit. "If you say it's yours, it is. Did you pay for it?" "Exactly. As long as it's not sold, everyone is fair game. I'll offer $2 million. I'll give you $3 million. Sell it to me." The man was dumbfounded. You guys can still do this? Then don't blame me. I'll pay $5 million. Chow, more than money, right? I'll go straight to $2 million. I have to take it today. The four were instantly at a standstill. One look at the stance. Team Chin and Sun Dahai were stunned. Nima, a piece of broken wood, worth $2 million? It's really just getting outrageous. It looked like their argument was about to devolve into a big fight. Chin urged, don't argue, just be calm. You shut up. The four men drank angrily. The Chin team's face stiffened, and they had to stop after eating a closed door. See the Chin team eat turtle. Yun Xiao smiled sarcastically, but he couldn't interject. Instead, it was Sun Dahai who mentioned in passing, "So what? Since you don't want to give up and you all want to buy it, why don't each of you offer a little bit to share it equally?" This statement was made. The four men's eyes lit up. That's a good way to do it. It's decided. That's 500,000 each. 2 million in total. Sun Dahai stared straight ahead. Crap. I'm just talking out of my ass. Are you guys serious? The four men made an immediate decision. It didn't even give Yun Xiao a chance to refuse. Pull out your cell phone and scan the code on the spot. Cloudy handed out the payment code between dizzy spells. Giddy to hear again. A series of collection reminders. Drop. PayPal arrived with $500,000. Drop. PayPal arrived with $500,000. 4 voices in a row. Hearing Team Chin and Sun Dahai people went numb. By the way, does your family have all the money in the world? $500,000 for this? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live room is like a gas tank on fire. Blow over. I don't know. This world is crazy. A piece of broken wood sold for $2 million? $2 million a day? Quickly tell me this isn't true. I must have gotten up violently. Go back to sleep for a while. I'm also a chauffeur, and I only make a few $100s a day for all my hard work. He makes over $3 million a day? Is this the upper and lower limits of the profession? I've come to my senses. I'm going to start sucking from now on. Martyr, anchor, if you're so good at picking things up, why are you driving? Why don't you go pick up some rags? You'll have no friends if you mess with the anchor like this. Why don't you transfer this $3 million to my name? I played a little fortune teller said that I was destined to be a lone star. So I'm not afraid. Let me bear all these sins for you. Anchor, I'm willing to be your friend. Just transfer $1 million to my account. Don't say brother. You're my father. I'll give you my old age. Upstairs, you've got your balls in my face. After paying the money, the four of them left joyfully holding the water sediment. As for how to divide it, it would be none of Cloudy's business. See the $2 million coming in on your cell phone. Cloudy was in a bubbly mood of beauty. The obsession with paychecks, not so much. After saying goodbye to Sun Dahai, he went down the mountain and left. As for the pooper scooper, Boss Money will send someone to take care of it. Hey, I'll have to get scolded when I go back. Team Chin was filled with depression. It's not. The cave was looted by the Bureau of Conservation. The higher-ups must be giving face. It can't be helped. He couldn't stop a little captain if he wanted to. Oh, goodbye Team Chin. Cloudy smiled happily. Waving his hand, he left in style. It's 4:30. I've been working all afternoon and I'm hungry. Look at the balance abundance. Cloudy is ready to go on a spree. Treat yourself. More than $3 million. How to eat without panic. Other players don't say $3 million. Not even for $3,000. Just want to get going. What do you expect? A new order popped up on your cell phone. Departure point Nanman intersection. Destination Yida Plaza Starbucks 118. Estimated mileage, 15 kilometers. Estimated cost, $62. Do you take orders? Cloudy thought about it. It's not too late to eat after taking this order first. Ding! Order taken successfully. Wait to arrive at your destination. A baby blue Maserati President S. Stop at the intersection. In the passenger seat sat a professional woman in OL uniform. 30-something. The dressing is very sophisticated. Looks like a corporate executive or a female president. There is a faint scent of Gucci perfume as you get closer. Cloudy was sure it was her who placed the order. Then he put the little folding electric donkey in the trunk. Fasten your seatbelt and drive toward your destination. After driving for a while, the woman seemed to get a little bored. Taking his eyes to glance at Yun Xiao, he realized that he was still a little handsome boy. Couldn't help but get excited. Master, do you believe in love? Yun Xiao, who was driving the car, froze. Instinctively, he returned, I'm a valet. It's your own car. Feel free to puke. The female president in the passenger seat also froze. Then he reacted and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Master, you people talk quite interesting. All said that now the price of love has risen. Take the liberty to ask like your age married? Yun Xiao faintly said. No, can't afford the bride price. Presidentess, how much is the dowry? 20,000. That's not much. Cloudy drove calmly and nodded with deep approval. That's not true. It turns out I'm all for 100,000. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed blew up. Turns out it's $100,000? Crap. Why are you disturbing the market? Master? Laughing. So that's what it means to be unable to afford the dowry? Fairies. If you can't even afford a $20,000 bride price, your love won't hold its value. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't you think what Yun Xiao said makes sense? Why do we have to pay a dowry? Why can't a man get a guarantee for himself? Aren't we talking about equality between men and women? Who isn't a little fairy boy? So go to hell. Hasn't the price of love gone up? Don't $20,000. Just $100,000. Not a penny less. If she doesn't give it, she doesn't love you. Break up. The price of my love hasn't gone up. It's $200 every time. I've been a helpful person since I was a kid. And I can't stand to see those weak women who are still wearing stockings and freezing outside in the middle of the night. So I'll do my little part to warm their bodies and hearts. Ha ha ha. Looking at the expression on this beauty's face, I guess she's been made whole and depressed by Yun Xiao. As a matter of fact, the presidentess was indeed confused. Wasn't expecting that response at all. In her mind, it was only natural for a woman to ask for a bride price. Suddenly by the clouds this whole thing. It caught her off guard for a moment. I was just about to say something when suddenly the phone rang. Yun Xiao drove the car while listening to the female president answering the phone. MS. Sue, you're asking too much. That side can't accept it. Hi, this is still high. That can only mean that the quality is not good. Anyway, I have paid the money, so you must pick me a satisfactory one. Downgrade? No way. I'm in such good condition. Why should I settle for less? That's all for now. Let me know if there's anything suitable. Snap. The female president hangs up the phone in exasperation. Sitting in my seat for half a day thinking about it, I felt like not spitting it out. So, it had to take the initiative to go to Yun Xiao to climb. Master, like my condition is so excellent. Why can't I find a man suitable for marriage? Many older men would rather be single than married. Yun Xiao laughed. Isn't it simple? Your family maintains the car. Would you go to those big and expensive stores? How cheap is a roadside stall? The service is even better. Only charging 200 at a time. The presidentess didn't respond for a moment. It's baffling to hear. Again, he asked. Master, it's reasonable for me to want to find a $1.5 million one when I make $1 million a year, right? Yun Xiao nodded lightly. Well, reasonable. I have a car and a house. It's reasonable to look for someone with a car and a house, right? No problem. It's quite reasonable. My parents are teachers with pensions, so it makes sense to find a parent with a pension in the system, right? Reasonable. It's a good match. The presidentess relaxed. I'm 33. Wouldn't it make sense to find someone the same age? It's reasonable and sensible that people of the same age have something in common. The female president smiled, regaining her original composure and confidence. Master, do you have a room? Cloudy froze. Ha, a room? It's already open. Female president. She took a deep breath. I'm asking, Master, if you had a house, a car, millions in savings, and both your parents had pensions, what kind of person would you find to marry? This time, Yun Xiao answered incomparably dryly. Didn't even think about it. I'll be looking for someone young and pretty, age 18. Female president? I'm definitely looking for the aughts. Female president? Let alone $1 million deposits. I'd look for young ones. Female president. Dumbfounded. Clueless. Shocking. She guessed the beginning, but not the end. Obviously the previous statement was fine. Why are you turning around and looking for a younger one? Still looking for 18? It's just fucking outrageous. She has always believed that if she is good enough, she will be able to find a great significant other. So, the dating process over the years, she never lowered her demands. Changed a couple of matchmaking companies. Both think they are well endowed and no one else is good enough for them. As a result, it's been single until now. It was supposed to be an attempt to gain approval from Cloudy. I didn't expect to be hit harder. She felt embarrassed about losing face. After a moment of embarrassment, I couldn't help but ask, Master, why do you guys all like to find 18-year-olds? Yun Xiao rightfully said, it's not illegal to be 18 years old. It's hard to find a 30-something to go back and serve as a mom. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed erupted with laughter. 666. That's a great answer. Men are more specialized. They like to find 18-year-old girls. Put, finding a 30-something to be your mom? Anchor, are you trying to laugh me to death so that my flowers can learn to pay for themselves? This woman has a problem with logic. It's your business if you're well off. Will your parents' pension, your car, your savings all go to me after you get married? I can't. The other have to enjoy only your body. Which is the real thing. So, doesn't it smell good to be 18 years old? Other actresses are looking for 0-year-old boyfriends. Why does she insist on finding a 40-year-old? Open your mind. Is it bad to have fresh meat? Back when I was in the novice village, I practiced with an 18-year-old. Then I found an aunt to take me with her to upgrade. And now that I'm a big man myself, I realized that it's still more fragrant to be a small number. So I found another 18-year-old to take her to practice. The female president was stunned. Immediately afterward, his face reddened with anger. You, get out of the car. Get out of the car. Cloudy was driven off the bus with a confused look on his face. What? I'm just being honest. Is that wrong? Watching the ass of the Maserati as it sails away, Cloudy touched his head. Think this woman is unbelievable. Changing faces faster than a book. Key, this order is still yellow. I didn't earn a penny. He couldn't help but feel a bit of a niggle. What kind of person is that? Early menopause? Chow. It's even more unwanted. As expected, I still smell good when I'm 18. But the next scene made Yun Xiao dumbfounded. Ding, you have been complained by a passenger that you insulted women. Ding, you have been complained twice by a passenger that you are out of your mind. Question mark. Yun Xiao sprayed a mouthful of old blood onto the ceiling. Exasperated, he blackened his face. However, something even more tragic happens. A system notification pops up on the cell phone page. Ding, no. 0861 chauffeur driver. In a short period of time you have been complained by passengers 3 times. Is now enforced to take orders, system is closed. Please truthfully submit information after the appeal open. Cloudy. That's bad luck. Yun Xiao mentally cursed. He hates it. This kind of moving around and complaining about people. You asked me a question and I answered it truthfully. How is that insulting to women? It's unbelievable. Those who work hard in all walks of life, chauffeur or delivery man, because of one of your inexplicable complaints, you lose your job if you're interested. And he probably has a family to feed. Without a job, it's a nightmare. When you run into this kind of customer, you can't even make sense of it. Yun Xiao could only recognize his own bad luck. Tap on those 3 complaint needs and report the situation as it is. Can't take orders for a while. Cloudy had to go eat first. He went to the same barbecue place he ate at the first time, even though 66 backed out. But this store does taste good. It was just right for his taste and he didn't bother to go to another home. Boss, 1 order of spicy crawfish, 1 order of stir-fried flour armor, 1 order of charcoal pot bullfrog, and 1 bottle of ice coke. The owner was exceptionally enthusiastic about Yun Xiao, a regular customer. Give 30% off straight away. Customers all around saw the owner greet them personally, and let him have a box all to himself. Thought some big shot was coming, while waiting for the meal. From the next box came bragging conversations, idle and bored. Yun Xiao pricked up his ears and listened. Have you guys heard? Recently there's a person called Yun Xiao who is particularly hot. You can often see it when you brush the video. Each video has a few million likes. What exactly does he do? Crap, you don't even know him? This kid is on fire. A big celebrity in Ninghai. I usually just brush up on games and pretty girls. Come on, what did he do? He's a chauffeur. What's so rare about chauffeuring? Hear me finish. This chauffeur driver shall not be. What private car, excavator, ambulance, what car dare to drive? The main is an all-around chauffeur. So bullish? Does he dare to drive the hearse? Don't say, he actually drove. Blah, blah, blah. As the other party gave an introduction, telling all the things that Cloudy had done 2 days ago. This one. Several people were shocked. Crap, this dude is awesome. He really doesn't do anything right every day. And he's good at all sorts of crooked things? Listen to me. There's no feeling. I suggest you watch his video replay and will come back and thank me. Nima. I'm looking forward to it more and more when you say that. Listen to the chatter inside. Yun Xiao was stunned. What the hell? You're eating on your own head? By the way, am I even this famous? Ahem. There are a billion points of outrageousness. Just as he covered his face, the conversation continued inside. What is this? Know what? Now Cloudy's video plays add up to over 100 million across the net. The Weibo hot search is randomly on. Other people's stars don't have this treatment. Some people even talk privately, saying that he is the illegitimate son of the old microblogging boss, and that the heat of any topic is 10 million levels. Hiss. The box was filled with the sound of cold air. Even the clouds were stunned. Full of incredulity. $100 million of airplay. Holy shit. You're so hot yourself? How come I don't know? It's kind of a fucking top stream. The man in the box didn't know it. All of his own bragging was heard by the rightful owner. At this moment, he took a sip of wine and raised his voice. I tell you, the most outrageous thing is still today. What? What did he do today? Is there anything more outrageous than driving a hearse in the middle of the night? Then you're underestimating Yun Xiao. In his case, there's no most outrageous, only more outrageous. Today he was driving a vacuum truck up the hill to clean out the septic tank, and as soon as he started, the tank blew up. Crap, this is a little heavy-handed. But how did the septic tank blow up? Was he hospitalized? That's not true. It was a mine in the septic tank. But that's not the point. You know what he found after the mine blew up? A cesspool rock. Eh? What's so rare about a shithole rock? I thought the same thing at the time. And then I was hit in the face. This is not an ordinary stone. Called Qingtian Lighting Jellystone. Took it to Jade Street and sold it for $1.2 million. The netizens were all dumbfounded. What? $1.2 million? That's a Zimbabwean dollar. Isn't it? Chinese coins, the real-time kind. And that's not all. He cleaned up another bomb in the cesspool this afternoon. Bull, is this septic tank an arsenal? What happened? Did it blow up? Not a bomb. Looks like. Yun Xiao said this is the Southern Song Emperor alchemy furnace. Netizens do not believe it. Then came a cultural relics expert. Confirmed that it is a Dan furnace. Inside also found a large number of Song dynasty porcelain. He's a grave robber, right? He can even dig it up. You're right. He and I a village. Wearing a crotch pants when I was a child growing up. The relationship and the Iron Brothers. At first, he also encouraged me to do tomb raiding together. My mom did not allow. Or I also got rich. Hear this. 10,000 grass mud horses raced wildly through Cloudy's heart. What's with the grave robbing? Does this have anything to do with me? And, how could I not know? You have a good brother who wears open pants? I crossed over a few days ago. Do you even recognize me as a child? The man continued. Listen to me. This Yun Xiao person won't stop. He cleaned up the cesspool this afternoon. And as a result, a big hole collapsed in the ground. It's a tunnel dug during the war period. And it's piled with arms. And 9 infantry guns. A few people in the box. Being flummoxed. It's really getting out of hand. Isn't it? The arsenal can be whole. They all looked shocked and just felt a lack of vocabulary. At this moment, the food has been served. Cloudy felt full. This big melon really choked him up. From other people's mouths, I hear about myself. It's like having God's perspective on. Just then, another loud laugh came from that booth. Look, another hot news item popped up. It almost didn't make me happy. Tell me about it. It's also related to Yun Xiao. When that news came out in the morning, netizens saw that a piece of his cesspit stone was sold for $1.2 million, one by one. Their hearts were moved badly, setting off a national treasure fever. It didn't even matter. So many people ran out into the countryside in the afternoon to look for rocks in the cesspools. And of course it turned out to be nothing but a stinky mess. But there was a chap who picked up a shit-green stone in the gutter, with the color and texture of a jelly, crystalline and glittering, and he nonetheless said it was some kind of Qingtian frozen stone. Crap, really? The crowd was shocked. Hear me out. This guy was so happy he wouldn't let anyone else touch it like it was a baby and said it tasted like cold chocolate when he licked it. But it turned out the more he licked it the smaller the thing got. At the end of the day, after the frozen lick on the outside, what was inside turned out to be a real piece of shit. Put, is that so awesome? Wouldn't he be licking shit then? Vomit, this flavor is too much to bear. The man laughed and said. Afterwards, an expert came forward to explain that it was excrement pulled by a passenger on the airplane. It might have come from an old airplane that didn't have a special fecal tank to deal with feces. So the excrement was frozen and thrown down from a high altitude, falling into an uninhabited mountain, and coincidentally, was picked up by him. Ha ha ha, I can't. I'm going to break down laughing. This guy is so unlucky to be holding a frozen piece of poop as a baby. Laughing doesn't live. Now that's a real shithole rock. The crowd burst out laughing. Even the clouds were stunned. Nima, how can you play like this? That's a lot worse than the owner of a jade store. People at least lick babies. He's even tougher. He just licked Shang. And licking up the heat. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. At the moment, the live feeds were also laughing their asses off. What a guy. There's a lot of people out there who can lick Shang and make it taste like chocolate. That's a talent. Bull, I can feel sick through the screen. Can he get off? Brothers, I just looked online. This hot search is second only to Yunxiao. Ranked no. For in the microblogging hot search, this dude is also considered to be a glorious ancestor. Pooh ha ha ha, I laughed my ass off at my overnight dinner. This dude's taste buds are all messed up, aren't they? And does his chocolate taste like shit? Not to mention the chocolate. Just the psychological aftermath of this. Everything he eats smells like shit. Nima, I picked up a stone this afternoon. It was also icy and yellow. Watched the live broadcast. Scared the old man to throw it away. This class of netizens is so talented. They can really pick up anything except their girlfriends. Next, Yun Xiao ate barbecue while listening to the next box pulling the rug out from under him, and the topics they talk about. It had also been surrounding the clouds. If you didn't know the inside story, you'd think you were hearing a book. The man who claimed to have grown up wearing the same pants as Cloudy, full spitballing, said how close they were. When I was a kid, we went down to the river together to touch the shrimp, and peeped at the widow next door taking a bath together, and lighting firecrackers and shoving them up the skirts of female classmates at school, says the man with the nose. Even Cloudy almost believed it. It's too bad you don't go to the Dayun Society with that kind of eloquence. Half an hour later, the gang ate and drank their fill before waddling out of the box, passing by the entrance to the Cloudy box. The dude was still giddy and blowing off steam. As a result, I heard someone exclaim, "Cloudy!" He subconsciously glanced inward, spot the familiar face and the body-mounted camera. With a jolt, he sobered up. See the dude standing there awkwardly. Yun Xiao didn't want to make him too embarrassed and took the initiative to greet him. Bro, robbing graves together at night? Ha! The dude was flabbergasted. Reaction ensued. His face flushed red to the back of his ears, knowing that he had just blown his load and was overheard by the rightful owner. People are pointing at him. He smiled with an awkward expression. No, can't. My mom called me home for dinner. Yun Xiao's face was suffocating red. Still eating? Can you eat? Seeing his uncomfortable appearance, Yun Xiao almost laughed out loud. Still, he tried his best to restrain himself from breaking it down. Why don't we sit down and eat together? Ah, this. The man's expression stiffened and he waved his hand back and forth. No need. I've got a date with some buddies to go sing karaoke, and you still have to record the program, so I won't disturb you. So what? This meal is on me. When he finished, he tugged at a few people who looked puzzled. Straight to the cash register. Kung, let's eat together. That's a cloudy sky. Yeah, take a picture with him after you eat. Run for what? The man didn't pay any attention to a couple of his buddies calling out. Pay up and shove them out of the barbecue. Go go go. I'll treat you guys to karaoke. Why take a picture? Let's not disturb him while he's recording. Next time the great sword of treasure calls on him so you can get acquainted. Watch as the man panics and leaves the barbecue. Yun Xiao smiled helplessly. This is daring. I was planning to be extravagant, but I didn't realize that someone was still treating me. Ugh, how can you spend this money even if you want to? After an exclamation, he grabbed the skewer and took a big bite. The live feeds are pumped up with laughter at this point. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The man never dreamed that the main man was next door, and all his bragging was heard. How embarrassing it must have been. What's so embarrassing? If it were me, I'd just go up and drink with Yun Xiao. Wouldn't I make a friend out of nothing while drinking? Ha ha ha, the bull is blowing so big. I thought he was a social cow, but I didn't realize he was a social terrorist. From this we can also see that Yun Xiao is really red. Everywhere you go there are people who treat you to dinner. The top streams don't even have this treatment. From now on, if you go out to eat, just say my name is Yun Xiao, and you'll be treated to a meal. I want to hit someone for pretending to be a pussy. What do you mean you can't spend the money? Dare to transfer money to my account. I promise to spend it for you. After eating and drinking, Yun Xiao glanced at his cell phone, discovered that the service that I had just complained about had been successfully passed. Now, that's another order to take. Cloudy was more satisfied. The platform is still processing quite fast. As he was about to leave the barbecue, suddenly, 3 people were found waiting at the door. When he saw Yun Xiao come out, he immediately greeted him. You are? Cloudy asked suspiciously. Look at the way the 3 are dressed. not all the way around. A Chinese mountain jacket, a suit, and a military uniform. These three can get together. It's still a rarity. That Zhongshan suit was the first to speak. Mr. Yun Xiao. I'm from the Ninghai City Archaeology Institute. It's our professor he who asked me to come and thank you and send you a 100,000 RMB prize and certificate to show your contribution to the archaeology cause. The suit followed closely. Mr. Yun Xiao. I'm from the Cultural Relics Protection Bureau. Director Su specially instructed me to come and express my gratitude to you. Thanks to you to let that batch of anti-war cultural relics see the light of day. The Bureau applied for a 50,000 yuan bonus and a silk banner for you. The uniformed bearded man gave a military salute and said gratefully, Mr. Yun, I'm from the Veterans Office. Because of you, this valuable batch of martyrs' remains could be welcomed back, and Commander Tan of the Southeast Military Region attaches great importance to it, and specially called and instructed me to come and express my gratitude to you. But we only have certificates and banners, no prizes. Cloudy was dumbfounded. Nice guy. The Archaeological Institute, the Department of Antiquities, and the military. They all came to thank him. Did you guys make a deal? Are you all coming? What's the use of me having so many banners and certificates? Might as well give a discount. But out of politeness, Yun Xiao had to politely take it, and expressed their gratitude. Mr. Yun, the items have been delivered. We should go back too. The three of them chatted briefly with Yun Xiao before leaving on their own. Looking at the back of the trio's departure, Cloudy's brain hadn't turned a corner yet. This thick stack of certificates and banners. It gave him a headache. That said, is this collectible? Does it retain its value? He had a hunch that he might receive more banners in the future. It's not easy to hold things in your hand and run orders. Cloudy could only go back to the hotel first. In the meantime, Veterans Imperial Headquarters, 5 military regions. A heavy statement was also released to the public. The content is as follows. Today, the remains of 15 anti-war martyrs were found in a hole in the ground in Ninghai City. Experts have verified that they were members of the guerrillas who fought bloody battles on Snakehead Mountain more than 70 years ago, and ended up dying heroically. Through the bone age test method, experts deduced that this was a group of teenage warriors. Their youngest was 12 years old, the oldest was only 17 years old, and all of them died in battle. The country is broken, the mountains and rivers are shattered, wolves and smoke rise up everywhere, and with their young bodies, they have formed a great wall of flesh and blood. Until they die they don't even have a coffin. They have to use an oil drum as a coffin. Today we bring the martyrs home. The mountains and rivers are safe, and the heroes can rest in peace. The announcement was the first to hit the hot seat. #Snake's Head Mountain surprise martyrs remains. Countless netizens fell silent after reading it. A sense of sadness that could not be described in words stirred in the heart. As flesh and blood Chinese, it's impossible not to feel it. The comments section below exploded even more. Honor the heroes and remember the martyrs. How wonderful it would be if you could see this present day in full bloom. Every drop of your blood has not been shed in vain. One generation has done the work of 3 generations. It is because of the martyrs' guardianship that we can live a good life. The people's heroes will never die. Today, you can go home. It's hard to imagine. Under our noses, there are the remains of martyrs sleeping for decades, who gave their lives, but are forgotten by this world, without even a decent coffin. When they left, they were young men. But when they returned, they had become men who served their country. I think they were all handsome young men. If there had been no war, they would have lived happily, gotten married and had children, wouldn't they? The textbook is too small to contain this great life of yours. Turn it over with your hand, and it is your whole life. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the green hills, and there is no need to return from horseback. Today we are all used to living in peace, and many people have long since let go of their guard, thinking that the world should be like this, but the nature of the world has never changed. Think of danger in times of peace, and forget that war brings death. I like the saying that dignity is only above the blade of the sword and truth is only within the range of a cannon. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Cloudy received a system alert. Ding, today's good luck has passed. Possible bloom and fall. Please be careful next host. What do you mean? Cloudy's eyelids fluttered. There's no bad luck coming your way, is there? He was suddenly jittery at the back of his mind. Want to go back, not run away? The idea just popped up. Suddenly you get a new order alert on your cell phone. Ding, ding, ding. Departure point, Garden Road, Shanghai Civil Engineering Construction Company. Destination, Neverland Children's Playground. Estimated mileage, 16 kilometers. Estimated cost, $67. Do you take orders? Cloudy hesitated. Is the system alarmist? Just unblocked and new orders. Isn't it good luck? Try another run. If it doesn't work, go back. Paying attention, Cloudy clicked to take the order. Ding, order successful. He made a turn in direction and headed straight for Garden Road. 10 or so minutes later, just see the clients who are leaving on this trip. A Wuling van, parked on the side of the road. A bearded, middle-aged man, leaning against the back of the car staring at the ceiling lost in thought. Cloudy knocked on the car window a few times, but he didn't respond. It wasn't until he opened his mouth to shout that the bearded man faded back. Pull open the car door. Let him in the car. The car was shabby and smelled strongly of smoke. The bearded man was also dressed strangely, covering a jacket on a hot day, with a stick in his hand. The outside is wrapped with black plastic tape, like hiking poles, only shorter. I don't know what it's for. Cloudy was too lazy to ask. It was the client's privacy anyway. Soon the car departed. On the way, the bearded man resumed his dull expression. Not a word, just a death grip on the short stick. Half an hour later, the van drove up to the entrance of the children's playground. See the man still holding the stick. Cloudy couldn't help but wonder. Couldn't help but look back. Boss, here it is, ha. The bearded man met Cloudy's eyes. Suddenly Fade raised his stick, removed the tape wrapped around the top. Then, revealing a gun, Yun Zhao's scalp went numb. People blew up. Don't move. The bearded man raised his gun and pressed it lightly against Cloudy's head. Big brother, take it easy. There's something to discuss. Cloudy raised his hand, his soul scared out of his mind. Nima, system tips don't come for nothing. Is this a fucking boom and bust? It's really bad enough, being robbed at gunpoint. Might as well crunch in place, crossing over for a few days to be karma. Wouldn't that be an embarrassment to the army of travelers? In the meantime, a prompt box pops up in front of your eyes. Triple shotguns, homemade hunting rifles, caliber, 18, 5mm, overall length, 1 meters, gun weight, 6 kilograms, effective range, 60 meters, number of rounds remaining, 3, introduction, the whole gun is of segmented construction. The barrel uses a motorcycle hydraulic shock absorber tube. The stock is made of wood spliced together, with gunpowder as the source of power, and is of the 3-round type. Due to the simple construction, there is no sight. The shooting accuracy is poor, and it needs to be reloaded after each firing. Yun Xiao was filled with bitterness. What a gun! This thing really kills. Effective range distance 60 meters. Fucking. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. And, at the moment, being held with a gun to his head, this is going to rub off. Hiss. He mentally slurred. What's wrong with this guy? Going out with a gun. Other people rob banks and malls. You're robbing the driver? That's outrageous. It's hard to make over $3 million and get robbed. It's also too bad luck. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. See the moment the bearded man reveals his gun. The live feed was silent for a second or two. The pop-ups are like blowouts. Fuck, what does this guy want? To rob me of sex? What do you mean? Robbing a woman? It's clearly a robbery of wealth. Looks like Cloudy has been targeted after making so much money today. Hiss, the clouds are too unlucky. This kind of thing can be encountered? I told him to transfer the money to my card. I will give him old age, but did not listen. Now the money and people are gone. It looks like a homemade clay shotgun. Killing a man is no problem, although the anchor knows kung fu, but when it comes to guns, it will have to rest its ass. 10 paces away. The gun is fast. Within 10 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call the police. I'm afraid that if I'm late, I'll only be able to collect the anchor's body. I don't think this person is like rushing to Yunxiao. If you really want to rob, you can totally drive the car to a secluded place. There are a lot of people here. Won't it be easier to be exposed? Brother, I'm not running. How much do you want? I'll pay. He also win this man. It's watching the live stream to grab the money. Love the money though, but it's life that counts. This is the time not to show off. Shut up and listen to me if you want to live. Who knows? The bearded man spoke in a low voice and didn't mention the money at all. This made Yun Xiao puzzled for a moment. Tentatively, he asked, well, we've got nothing against each other, so we don't have to do this, do we? The scruffy man didn't answer, but only instructed Cloudy. Pull in. Don't worry, I'm just here on business, and when I get everything I want, I'll let you go, provided that you are honest. Otherwise, it can only be said that you are not lucky enough. Yun Zhao's gaze was fixed. From the passage, get 2 important messages. First, it really has nothing to do with him. Secondly, the other side targets. This children's park. What's the point of going to a children's playground with a gun? Won't kill anyone on sight. Retaliation against society, right? Look at him in this downtrodden state. That's not true either. There are only 3 rounds in the gun. You have to reload after the shot. You wouldn't use a claymore if you were really aiming to kill someone. Yun Xiao glanced at the gate. This, Door is closed. Can't get in. Anyone who's ever been to a playground knows that. Inside the amusement park is admission by ticket. Cars must be parked outside and are not allowed in the park. The bearded man said lightly. Just drive. Don't worry. You'll get in. Cloudy froze. He wondered where the bearded man got his confidence. All other cars are parked outside, and you must take the park tour bus to enter the park. It's not like the janitor is on a diet. Why should I let you in? But he commanded it so. Cloudy had to pull in as well. After all, with the barrel of a gun behind his head, he'd have to do it if he didn't. As for not caring about other people's lives, it's that time of year. Who cares about anyone else? The van drove up to the gate of the children's playground. To the surprise of the Clouds, the doorman glanced at the car. Surprisingly, the gate was opened and the car was allowed to drive in successfully. This caused the Clouds to plummet. What's going on? Same old van. Is it that big of a deal? In the back seat, the bearded man took a deep breath when he saw it coming in. Seems a little nervous. To calm his nerves, he volunteered. Are you wondering why I got in? Without waiting for Cloudy to answer, he then said to himself, the builder of this amusement park is my company, and their manager said to me that this project is financed for several $100 million, and that it is a parent-child paradise that the government has spent a great deal of money to build, and that opening it up at a later stage will be very profitable. As soon as I was motivated, I threw all my costs into it, mortgaging the property and my stake in the company, but it turned out that manager owed me money for the work, and a bunch of debt demands surrounded my home, and I had no way to live. If he won't give it, I'll ask for it myself. Speaking of which, the bearded man's expression took on an extra touch of madness. Yun Xiao secretly sighed. So that's what happened. People in desperate situations. It does do some extreme things, but that's no reason to commit a crime. Yun Xiao drove while turning his brain. Big brother, even if it's difficult, we can't go to extremes. You go to the police, or go to court. In this way, you get the money and you don't have the life to spend it. The bearded man smiled faintly. How come? Aren't there still you? I watched your live broadcast. Your driving skills are very good. I'm counting on you to take me on a run later. Don't worry, you'll be fine if I run away. But if I fall, you'll be buried with me. Cloudy? He was confused. This robber is still his fan? The reason for getting a chauffeur is that it's convenient to take him on the run after the robbery. I'm having a blast. This operation showed him a face. Robbing drivers. Is he the saddest valet driver ever? Bull. This buddy is really discerning. A robbery also know to find the Clouds' contemporary driving, afraid that they cannot run away. I don't know whether to say that Jin Xiao is famous or that he is unlucky enough to be targeted by robbers. Other robbers robbed people of their money, but he's good. He robbed a person. Then again, defaulting on construction payments and then driving people to desperation. The manager of this children's playground is really lacking in virtue. We should not go to extremes even if we have our own grievances. You're burying your own future and dragging innocent people down with you. Why did Cloudy drive the car in? Didn't he involve others? The whole children's playground was victimized by him. Crap, what kind of weird stuff got in here? The moment Yun Xiao was inwardly suffering. Follow the robber's orders. Pull over to the children's indoor outreach center. Get out of the car and don't try any tricks or I'll shoot you. The Clouds were helpless. After stopping the car and turning off the engine, move slowly to get out of the car. With his strength, if the robber had taken a knife, there are definitely 100 ways to solve this. But the gun. He didn't dare mess around. Once the robbers are provoked, it could lead to other people suffering. Cloudy wasn't sure he could take down the robber before he could shoot. The risk isn't worth it. The two walked slowly out of the car. The bearded man flipped from the back seat to the front. The gun never left Yun Xiao's body from the beginning to the end. Go to the children's outreach center and don't play tricks. The bearded man stared at Yun Xiao and drank coldly. Good. Cloudy raised his hands and moved towards the children's expansion pavilion. The bearded man followed suit, scanning around warily. At 5:30 p.m. There wasn't much in front of the children's pavilion. The two walked in without incident. The pavilion is some indoor outreach programs. There's a theme park, indoor go-karts, a marine animal house and more. Some parents with small children, playing indoor programs. The arena was filled with laughter. The kids had a great time. Didn't even notice the two who came in. A female kindergarten teacher with a child playing with a small train. Seeing the two men walking in front of each other in a strange position, couldn't help but be amazed. The people who come here are usually children. Very few adults. Could it be the parents? But she notified her parents and waited in front of the children's playground. Just wanted to inquire, only to find that the youth kept winking at her. She was flabbergasted. What do you mean? Don't get it yet. I heard the bearded man behind the youth, shouting, don't move. All hold your heads and squat. The female teacher's pupils shrank. The bearded man was found with a gun in his hand. Bang! Muzzle deflection. Rushed the wall and took a shot. Ah! The whole room screamed. The female teacher looked horrified. This man's hand. Surprisingly, he was holding a gun. Instinctively she wanted to scream for help. The bearded man glared at her menacingly. Keep quiet. Whoever screams again, I'll beat him to death. Go crouch in the corner. The female teacher blushed miserably and held her words back. Crouch in the corner with a bunch of kids holding their heads. The staff next to him had been scared silly long ago. Look at Cloudy and the bearded man with the gun. It took until this moment to wake up. The bearded man faded. You guys get over there too and crouch down. The staff was trembling with fear. Crouch down in the corner as the robber asked. Yun Xiao witnessed this scene the entire time. A lot of kids were crying from fear, but there was nothing he could do. He was still being held at gunpoint. I used to see episodes on TV, but I didn't expect it to actually happen to me. Just kinda fucked up. The bearded man pointed his gun at Cloudy. You move the table over. The clouds were helpless. Just have to do what the other side wants. When the table was brought in, the bearded man set his gun on the table. Find a chair and sit down. Eyes moved coldly to the staff. Call your manager and bring the money. Didn't he force me? Now it's my turn to force him. The staff does know him. Knowing that the manager owes money for the work and hasn't paid. But I didn't expect him to be so bold as to go to extremes. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and dialed out. After a while, the other party replied in horror. The manager of the scripture is not here. The bearded man was a little annoyed. No, tell him to come here at once. And if he can't do it, I'll kill him at once. The more time drags on, the worse it is for you. The biased manager is not there. He couldn't wait too long. Hearing that the robbers want to kill, the crowd was stunned. There was a lot of crying and screaming, especially the female teacher and the gang of kids. Who's ever experienced this before? Yun Xiao tried to say. Big brother, calm down. Don't joke with the lives of innocent people. How much does the manager owe you? I have some savings. I'll advance you first. Okay? The bearded man was full of disdain. How much money can you have as a poor chauffeur? Can you afford to pay back a few million? He hadn't watched the broadcast in a couple days. Don't know about this poor valet. There's over $3 million in cash on the table. Cloudy wanted to continue to persuade. The bearded man coldly said, I have to get this money back today. If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for not being polite. Visitors from other pavilions in the children's gallery, after learning the news here, all panicked and swarmed out. Parents with children under the direction of staff stage a mad dash. It didn't feel like a robbery until I ran to the front door. Those parents whose kids are still in the pavilion are not so lucky. Anxious as ants in a hot pan. Call the police at the first opportunity. The bearded man didn't care that someone had escaped. He's got enough hostages. It didn't even mind the Cloud Live broadcast. It was clear that it was a fish out of water. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1. See this. The people on the air blew a gasket. Is this guy for real? He's abducted so many children. He's not trying to die together, is he? What are you thinking? At most, he wants the money for the project back. As long as that manager settles the project payment to him, I guess the hostage will be fine. Upstairs, what if it's not your kid who's being kidnapped? If something goes wrong and the hostage dies, who's going to take the risk? This kind of desperate person is the most terrifying. Like a wounded beast that might do something out of the ordinary. I feel that this is even worse than the last human case. The robber is not a psychopathic murderer, but he openly robbed with a gun, holding dozens of lives in his hands, and most of them are children. Could it be a script arranged by the program? This is too fake. I've never encountered it in reality. Oh, the script? Your family script this way to play? The whole children's playground with you play. The crowd crazy escape. Teachers and children are scared to cry. The anchor lets someone hold a gun to the head. I see you are full of support. Online eating melon, not too much egg pain. The robbers should really point a gun at you. And when the time comes, I'll say it's fake too. Inside the Ninghai police station, seeing that it's time to get off work, Duro Lu stretched comfortably. Finish handling the day's work. Getting ready to go back and have dinner with the family. Days are busy as dogs. Finally closed the first few cases. Just filled out the filing today. I was finally able to take it easy for a while next. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Lou Bureaucrat's mouth, humming and about to head out the door. Suddenly, boom! The door was slammed open. It hit Lou Bureau's nose and hurt him so much that tears came out of his eyes. Team Chin ran and panicked. Lou Bureau, big deal. Duro Lu rubbed his nose and said without a good breath. What's the panic? You're a captain at least. Can you not make a fuss? Team Chin smiled bitterly. Duro Lu, something really big has happened. What is it? We don't have a lot of big things going on at the station. As big as our case? It could be even bigger. Duro Lu, This has something to do with Yun Xiao. What happened to him? Duro Lu froze. The last human flesh case was solved in half a day by Yun Xiao. As branch chief, he was also praised by his superiors. Secretary Zhou said personally, "We'll give him credit to his superiors." Lu Bureau did not expect that at the age of half 100, there are opportunities for promotion and merit. He was energized these days. All fatigue is gone. For Yun Xiao, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. But Team Chin's next sentence, it made his fire pop up all at once. Yun Xiao has been kidnapped. What? Duro Lu looked shaken. Who is so bold, dare to kidnap him? He's not the only one who's been kidnapped. A class of children and the female teacher at Neverland Children's Park have been kidnapped at gunpoint. Duro Lu's eyes widened in horror. Kidnapping with a gun? Simply lawless. How did Cloudy get involved? The robbers came to demand money for the project and happened to call him as a driver and forced him in at gunpoint. And now the hostages are all trapped inside the children's hall by the robbers. Bureau Director Lu was confused. Instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Kidnapping at gunpoint. And tied up a class of students. It's something you don't see once in 800 years. Especially in the Dragon Kingdom. Guns are banned for all. It's amazing that people know the law and are desperate. This is a slap in the face to their police officers. Technically, this is even worse than the last human case. Human cases are at best homicides and criminal incidents. This one already involves a gun violation, especially kidnapping children. This is the flower of the motherland. But anyone with a little conscience, both should not be able to get down. What caused him more headaches was that even Yun Xiao had been tied up. If it's just an ordinary kidnapping, Lu will not have much to worry about. But facing armed robbers, if Cloudy can fight, can he beat a gun? Although the robbers haven't hurt anyone yet. But such extreme bandits, once they lose their patience, everyone's life will hang in the balance. There's no guarantee it'll turn into a mass murder, when the time comes to take the nation by storm. Thinking of this, Duro Lu's forehead was covered in a dense layer of cold sweat. Immediately, he bellowed, "Quickly, notify down. Activate the first level of alarm. Everyone will gather in the command hall in 3 minutes." The order was given. The whole police station is in chaos. It would have been the end of the day. Everyone is mentally relaxed. Some of the younger officers were discussing where to get together for a meal. It's been a busy time for them. Suddenly, we received a level 1 police directive. One was confused. I don't know what happened, but a level 1 alarm. It must be something really big happening. Their police department. It's been a number of years since we've had a first-degree alarm. Everyone rushed to the command room. Duro Lu had a serious face. The whole face was black as a pot. An air of solemnity pervaded the command hall. Many hearts stuttered. Know that something big is going on. Sure enough, after the personnel arrived, Duro Lu was the first to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a report of an armed kidnapping at Neverland Children's Park with 32 children, a female teacher, and 2 staff members, including a chauffeur driver. Cloudy. The words fell. The whole room roared. Learned it was in his precinct. There was a large-scale armed kidnapping. Everyone's faces became incredibly ugly. No wonder. Duro Lu activated the first level of alert. Screwing up is going to kill people, and a lot of them. Lu Bing looked serious and said loudly, "All be quiet, the matter is urgent. It's too late to go into details. I'll promulgate the action task below." The room was silent. Only Duro Lu's voice echoed. "Team Chin, you'll be the one to act as the on-site commander and block off the entrances and exits of the children's playground so that unknowing tourists don't break in again." "Yes." "Team Zhang, you lead some of the people to evacuate the people at the scene while contacting the 120 emergency so that they can rush to the scene to rescue them as soon as possible." "Yes." "Team Song, you're from our bureau's propaganda and defense section. You'll be the one to maintain order at the scene and pacify the hostages' families." "Yes." "Team Li, you come and contact the traffic brigade and ask them to send out a squad to implement traffic control on the main entry and exit intersections of the Children's Paradise, and all vehicles passing through will be detoured." "Yes." "Hold down the entrances and exits. Don't let even a fly out. The rest of you follow me. Make sure the robbers can't get away." "Understood." A directive is issued. All officers stand by. Wear a uniform, carry a blast shield, and be armed with a firearm. A face full of solemnity and gravity. After the preparations were completed, Duro Lu waved his hand. "Depart." A police car pulls out of the police station gate. 6 p.m. The sun is setting in the west. Police cars with dual flashing lights sound their sirens on the dimly lit streets. It has awakened countless uninformed people. Watching the streets full of police cars whiz by, it seemed like a swimming dragon piercing through the dusk of the night, straight to the children's playground. Passers-by were flabbergasted. "Crap, what the hell? Someone robbed a bank and sent out so many police cars?" I live next to the Public Security Bureau. The first time I've seen the whole police station pouring out. There must be a big case. City Hall. Secretary Joe gets the message, only slightly later than Bureau Lou learned that a kidnapper had openly kidnapped at gunpoint. Pissed off, this city clerk was furious. Slapping the table, he roared, arrogant to the core, dare to hijack a children's playground at gunpoint in broad daylight? These are the flowers of the motherland. Who gave him the nerve? Secretary Wu. Pass on my order for the SWAT team to move in immediately. Also notify the traffic brigade to block off the road leading to the children's park to ensure that all police forces can arrive smoothly. Those who dare to provoke the law and the safety of the people must be given a thunderous blow to the criminals. The entire Ninghai City police community exploded. There was only supposed to be one precinct police force. Once the city clerk has spoken, who dares to hide? The city's public safety director wiped cold sweat off the phone, sent out its elite cadres, a heavily armed SWAT vehicle, and other relevant sectors. All move as fast as they can. This evening, many Ninjago residents are at home. All could hear the shrill sirens blaring all around. The sun is swallowed by the horizon. Dusk pours over the land. A sense of crisis looms over the storm. The whole city. Working people who are off work find that there are many more traffic police on the streets. Some of the usual access intersections were also closed. A detour is required. No matter how tight things are, they are not allowed to pass. Especially the closer you get to the children's section. The more police cars there are. Every public official realizes the seriousness of the matter. Kidnapping at gunpoint. This is not a movie but a reality happening. In the event of a casualty, it's bound to be a national sensation. Under this invisible pressure, everyone was silent and didn't say anything. The main road leading to the children's playground. Various special vehicles converge. Special police, criminal police, traffic police, ambulance, all lined up in a long line. A traffic policeman on a motorcycle was in front of it to open the road himself. Traffic lights at intersections are all green. Private cars are isolated, just to keep the police cars clear all the way. The scene. It left the uninformed eaters dumbfounded. This battle is too nifty and scary. National leaders don't even visit like that. Those private car owners kept gagging the whole time, even if there are no traffic police to stop them. Just this glimpse of SWAT. They wouldn't dare move. Fucking scared to death. Someone took a shot of the scene. Send it to your friends and local public hotline web platforms. Citizen hotlines that normally go unnoticed. A huge influx of traffic all at once. Long line of hashtag Ninghai police cars exploding. This message was bumped to number 1. In just a few minutes, the comments section exploded. Crap, forgive me for not seeing this, but so many police cars. Are we going to war? I've been squatting in the toilet at home and I can hear the commotion outside. It's been 10 minutes and the sirens haven't ended yet. My fucking brain is buzzing. Can you tell me what happened? What kind of leader is coming to visit? Or is it the president of another country? What a big show. That's not true. There's an ambulance. What kind of ambulance welcomes a leader? Look at the direction they're going to the children's playground. Did they have an accident there? Didn't you guys watch the live broadcast? Right in the live broadcast of Cloudy, some kidnappers held up a children's playground at gunpoint, and a class of kids were kidnapped. Fuck, kidnapping at gunpoint? That's a terrorist attack. You're crazy. What's the big deal? Are you sure you're in the Dragon Kingdom and not in northern Burma? That anchor is still live. If you don't believe me, go watch it. My baby is in the children's park and I'm on my way to pick him up. Crap, terrorist attack. He's not going to be kidnapped, is he? Put, dude, you've got a big heart. You've got your kid tied up, and you're still surfing the net. As the heat festers, more and more people learn about the armed kidnapping. A swarm of people came into the live stream, and the video of Cloudy letting the robber hold a gun to his head. It was also edited and put online by netizens. Attracts countless levels of attention. The heat continues to be under fire. More people begged for the live streaming address, wanted to see if this was true or not. For a time, Yoon Zhao's live broadcast burst into flames all over the internet. The number of viewers surged geometrically. The most immediate result is an explosion of traffic data within a short period of time. This large group of new users, a drastic impact on the program servers. So the server crashed again. In front of the screen, netizens watched as the live feed fell into a black screen. One by one, they were all confused. A screen full of question marks floated up from the live feed. How to look good. The picture is gone? Netizens ran to the show's official microblog to go down in question. Inside the program at the moment, it's also a mess. The director was also confused when he learned the news. Why did it fall apart again? Didn't I tell you to maintain it properly? We're a big production and we're not short on money. So don't save me any. The technician said stiffly. Director, it's none of my business. The director glared. Crap, you're shirking your responsibility in front of me? You're in charge of the network. Who do I look for if not you if the server crashes? The technician laughed bitterly. It was just now. Suddenly a large number of unknown LP addresses pouring in, all showing as visitor status, no registration. The server due to the bearer cannot burst. How many? 200 million people. Crap. What? 2 million? You're kidding me. The director dug his ears incredulously. Thought I heard wrong. The technician aggravated. Director, how dare I? More than 2 million people. Like they suddenly appeared all at once and didn't know where to squeeze into the live room. It's like pressurizing a pressure cooker and suddenly the pressure overloads and the cooker blows up. The director slapped him. Chow, you still give me the whole cooking knowledge. Don't you know my family's ancestral chef? But the director was inwardly very shocked. 2 million unregistered new traffic. This is too much. This new data alone has almost caught up with the sum of the other live streams. Boo! Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open with great force. A supervisor came running in. Panicked. Director, big deal. The director frowned at him. Look at you. You're such a bear. You don't have any mental capacity. How can you be a supervisor? Big deal? Isn't it just a server crash? The supervisor froze. Director, you know all about it? Nonsense. Of course I know when you make such a big commotion. What about that? Silly. Of course I'm looking for someone to fix it. Ha! The other guy was flabbergasted. Phew, director. Are you sure we're talking about the same thing? The director was also confused. What are you trying to say? I mean Yunxia was kidnapped at gunpoint. Walter? The director popped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. Full of shock, Yunxia was kidnapped? When did this happen? Just now. The robbers held up a children's playground. And the city's police were out in force. Pust. The director sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the ceiling. You're paralyzed for not telling me earlier. Playing word games with me. The moment. The director was dumbfounded. His brain buzzing. Couldn't even be bothered to pop the question. What the hell? The other man rushed through the story. After listening, the director was chilled to the bone, and cold air whooshed out of his sky. Cloudy was held up by robbers, holding a gun to your head. Your life hangs in the balance. What the hell's going on here? The show's traffic is all supported by the clouds. Today alone, it exploded with 2 million new traffic. Thinking with his toes, he knew it had something to do with Cloudy. He's going to wash the accidental karma pop. Not to go back to the old days? What should I tell the organizers myself? The director's only thought at the moment. It's that nothing must happen to Cloudy. His heat is the heat of the show. No one less than him. Hurry up and yell. Crap, what the hell are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and find someone to fix it. If you can't fix it, don't come back to see me. The two men shivered and immediately got someone to do it. After an all-out repair effort, the servers are always back up. The black screen live stream can be played normally. Children's Outreach Pavilion. Half an hour has passed. The bearded man was very cautious. The muzzle of the gun had been rushing towards Yun Zhao's back, not giving him a chance to turn around the entire time. The hostages were crouching in the corner, shivering, especially children. A powerful shock to their young minds. It may be a shadow for the rest of my life. Sirens were blaring outside. Surrounds the entire children's playground. Pull up a cordon and surround the place. Duro Lu got out of the police car. Lead the crowd of officers rushing to the front of the children's pavilion. Taking a loudspeaker, he shouted inside, "Please put down your weapons immediately. You are surrounded. Don't make meaningless resistance and fight for leniency." The bearded man's forehead was sweating nervously, but having gotten this far, he didn't think about turning back. Approaching the gate with a gun against the clouds. Snapped. It's not what I wanted. They forced me, and now that I'm at the end of my rope, I have no choice but to do this. My patience is limited. You have 10 minutes to get the manager to give me my money before you let me go, or I will kill a hostage every minute. Take it easy and get the money now. Soothing the other man's emotions, Duro Lu frowned and asked, "Has the manager arrived yet?" Outside the door. "Bring him here. Not a moment too soon." A middle-aged man with a big belly and a sweaty head ran over. "You're the manager?" Duro Lu stared at him with a sour face. "What the hell is going on? He said you owe him money?" The manager gasped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Bitter face said, "It is. What is going on? But this batch of construction money is required to be allocated from the top. The company didn't give me a settlement, and I can't send out the money." Who knew he would be so extreme, losing money and taking it out on me? Lu asked suspiciously. "Losing money?" The manager nodded and said, "Yes, this person himself is a good gambler. Lost all his money, and now the debtors come to his door, he can't get it out. So he's waiting for this batch of project money to save his ass." Duro Lu sank a face. It was news he hadn't known before. Thought it was a shady manager withholding payment for the work. It's what drives people to extremes. Lost money gambling? That's totally to blame. Are there any more examples of this kind of dumping? The robber continued to shout. "Listen, I don't have the patience to wait any longer. Give me the money right now. Anyway, I've already given up. The big deal is to lose a life. It's worth it to have so many people to bury me with. The pupils of Lu's eyes shrunk. You hurry up and get the money together. No matter what. Save the hostages first, and figure out the rest later. But I can't get that much money. How much do you owe him? $2 million or so. Lu had a bit of a headache. 2 million isn't a lot. Where can I get that kind of money at a moment's notice? On his deadbeat salary. Couldn't even make up the change. Yun Xiao didn't know what was going on outside yet. Big brother, why don't you put the gun down? I can't run away anyway. He tries to create opportunities. Shut up. The bearded man stared at him viciously. Yun Xiao did not give up. It's not safe here. You know that. The police will arrange snipers. Once they target you, they will directly shoot you on the spot. Sure enough, the bearded man tensed a bit at that. Careful to get to the window to look out. Do you want to die? It's easier to aim that way. The bearded man shuddered in fear and busied himself with pulling his head back. First time doing a kidnapping. Not much experience. Focus on kidnapping kids. Ignore the many windows in the children's gallery. Easier to be targeted by snipers. Seeing that this guy was on the hook, Yun Xiao struck while the iron was hot. Don't you want your money back? I'm going to drive you away later. And you don't want to get the money and lose your life. Keep your life so you can spend it. You've got to find a spot where snipers can't lock on. The bearded man's eyes twinkled. Obviously spoken to by Yun Xiao. Coldly, he asked, do you have any ideas? Yun Xiao was delighted and immediately said, I can find a suitable place for you to hide, but right now I can't see behind me, so you'll have to let me turn around. To appease the other, another sentence was added. Don't worry, I can't even beat you with a gun. You can shoot me anytime you want. The bearded man stared at Cloudy, watching his heart pound. Have you been recognized? The atmosphere fell into silence. A full half-minute passed. Bean-sized sweat broke out on Yun Xiao's forehead. The bearded man suddenly said, don't you play tricks on me. I can't afford to kill you, but I'll kill hostages. And you don't want to see these kids get killed, do you? He did fear that Yun Xiao would counterattack. So, got out of the car and never lowered the gun. But he's more precious about his life. Although he knew that Cloudy was good with his hands. But people have always been high on themselves and low on others. The clouds were even faster. And not as fast as a bullet. See the robber loose his tongue. Cloudy breathed a sigh of relief and slowly turned around. Facing that black hole gun muzzle, Yun Xiao's little heart was beating madly. But he quickly averted his gaze. Pretend to look around as if nothing happened. To keep the robbers from getting suspicious, he even ran to the restroom to take a look around. Finally, pointing to a concrete pillar, he said, hide here. It's backed up to the window, with walls on 3 sides and concrete pillars for cover. It's a blind spot for the entire children's pavilion. The bearded man subconsciously turned his head to look. Just for a moment he inclined his head. Yun Xiao's entire body was tense, like a cheetah pouncing out. The bearded man's mind just snapped back. Just face to face with Cloudy's cold face that was close at hand, he took a step back in fear. At the same time, he felt a heavy weight in his hands. Go to hell. The bearded man looked fierce and pulled the trigger at the first opportunity. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out. A bullet hit the wall. Another bullet, obliquely grazed Cloud's clothes and flew by. A bloodstain was left on his arm. It hit the concrete pillar. Splash of sand and gravel. Yun Xiao's back was hairy and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The muzzle of the shotgun was in his death grip. Offset the heart. Mud. That was close. Yun Xiao was afraid afterward. Looking up at the flustered bearded man. A sudden grin. The bearded man was creeped out by Yun Xiao's laughter. Raising his gun again and pointing it at him, he growled. Don't move, otherwise I'll shoot you. You were just lucky just now. Yes? Yun Xiao's smile did not diminish. See the robber's nervous expression. Instead, they came together head-on. Believe it or not, I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun? You try a shot? If the gun goes off, I'm dead. If not, I'll take your life. The bearded man gulped nervously. The colorful man yelled. What are you talking about? It's a gun. Of course it's loaded. Cloudy still smiled. Then you drive. Why don't you dare? You don't dare to drive? I'll drive for you. Next, the pupils of the bearded man's eyes dilated and his soul flew away in fear, only to see Yun Xiao take a step forward. A grip on the trigger. Aim it at your head and press it down hard. SS. The bearded man's eyelids fluttered wildly. This amazing move by Yun Xiao scared him into dropping his gun and taking a step back. Aha! The hostages also covered their eyes and screamed. However, the bloody scene imagined by the crowd did not appear. There was a click in the gun. No bullets. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed only came back to life at this point. The netizens instantly exploded. Crouching. Crap. How did Cloudy know the gun wasn't loaded? I thought he was going to die. Pointing a gun at his head. How does it feel like he's crazier than a robber? Nima, I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. Are you sure this isn't a movie? A war movie in a live studio? But it's really a good gripe. It makes my blood boil. In case he loses the bet, won't he blossom on the spot? No wonder the robbers were dumbfounded. He bet that I don't have any bullets in my gun. Don't I want to lose face? Po ha ha ha. Suddenly wanted to have a minute of silence for the kidnapper. He just kidnapped for money. But it turned out that Yun Xiao wanted him to kill someone. I've never encountered such a hostage. Too horrible. Too scary. Ha ha ha. No way. A good kidnapping case. Hard to let him hole into a comedy. The kidnapper won the best MVP of the whole game. Bureau Lu and the others were also watching the live broadcast. Especially when you hear the line, I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. Give them a cold sweat. Numb nuts. After so many years as a cop, I've never seen such a tough hostage. And the reversal of the ending has them stumped. The kidnapper's gun was really unloaded. Cloudy had gambled right. The moment. Everyone's gazes became odd. On the one hand, it was admiration for Yun Xiao's boldness. On the other hand, how did he know the kidnapper's gun wasn't loaded? There is this judgment. It is evident that he is observant and meticulous, being able to make decisions in the face of danger. None of the police officers present asked themselves if they could do it, with one's own strength, turn this armed kidnapping into a close call. Countless police officers were in awe. This is not an ordinary valet. It's a rescue hero. Cloudy played with the homemade shotgun in his hand. A faint smile. I'm right. This gun only holds 3 rounds, right? You were done shooting. So I bet there were no bullets in the gun. And it looks like it was my bet that one. The bearded man looked at Cloudy in shock. He couldn't figure it out. How did the other guy know there were 3 bullets? But none of that matters. He lowered his head and let out a low chuckle. The laughter grew. It became harsh and shrill. Good. Very good. I still underestimated you. But do you think I'm going to fold without my gun? Then you underestimate me. Yun Xiao frowned. From those words, it made him feel vaguely uneasy at heart. Especially the expression on the other person's face. It went from nervousness to calmness all of a sudden. A reversal of the norm. Tell you what, would I do such a big job without a backhand? The bearded man was smiling. It looked so calm. A touch of evil and madness appeared in the bottom of his eyes. He started taking off his jacket right in front of Cloudy. Yun Xiao's pupils shrunk slightly. Under the other jacket. Surprisingly, there was a dense ring of detonators strapped on. It had messy coils wrapped around it. In the center, there is a timer-like clock. A countdown is displayed. 30 minutes. After taking off the jacket, the bearded man smiled coldly. Press a yellow button on top. Drop. After a crisp tick, the countdown opens. 29:59. 29:58. Cloudy's brain roared. First response. Time bomb. I didn't realize that this guy was so crazy. Time bombs are ready. Totally with the idea of dying together. Seeing Yun Xiao's face change drastically, the bearded man was in a good mood and gave a rakish smile. Well, I did a good job with this bomb, didn't I? You see, the yellow button is a timed detonation and the red button is an immediate detonation. You're so good. You have the guts to defuse the bomb too? Yun Xiao sucked in a sharp breath of cool air. A line of information immediately surfaced in his mind. Name, homemade detonator bomb. Equivalent, 1 kilogram TNT. Lethality, equivalent to a 76mm artillery shell, with an explosion radius of 30 to 50 meters, which can easily destroy a 2-story building. Introduction for folk-made bombs. Electrified detonation. The greater the error, the detonation accuracy depends on the resistance of the electric detonator and the bridge wire resistance. The full resistance error is small, the greater the accuracy. Outside, seeing Cloudy grab the kidnapper's gun, Bureau Lu's heart skipped a few wild beats, just wanted to lead the charge, but he was grabbed by Team Chin. Puzzled, he asked, what's going on? Get in there and catch the kidnapper. Don't let him get away. Team Chin stared at the cell phone screen with dead eyes. Through clenched teeth, he spat out the words, there's a time bomb. Lu Bureau took a look at the live broadcast. Almost didn't piss myself. Only the kidnapper had a coil of detonator wrapped around his waist. The countdown is shrinking. Less than half an hour left. See this scene. The crowd retreated in fear. Panic stayed away from the children's pavilion. Lu bureaucrat, with cold air coming out of his canopy, cursed, what a madman. Bureau Lu, what now? The SWAT team leader next to him frowned and asked, also give up the intention of a strong attack. Once you piss off the kidnappers, detonate the bomb, and everyone inside will have to die with it. This thing is much trickier than a gun. Team Lu sighed darkly. We can only look for a demolition expert. Xiao Zhang, get me the best demolition expert in the police force. Quickly, do we need to notify the armed forces? It's too late. Hurry up. Learned that the kidnappers had time bombs. The crowd's hearts jumped into their throats. Junxiao looked at the bearded man who was laughing wildly. Defuse bombs? It just so happens that I can. Would you like to try? The bearded man sniffed. Laughing coldly, he said, "Oh, at this point, you're still pretending with me? Why don't you say you know how to dismantle an atomic bomb? It's come to this. I have nothing to hide. There's more than one bomb here. I've planted bombs in many places. If you don't pay me, everyone will be buried with me. You only have half an hour left." The clouds were a million times more shocked. What do you mean? Could it be that this whole children's playground, he's got bombs planted all over it? Seeing this guy with a maniacal face, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This was a premeditated kidnapping. Can't even call it kidnapping. Rather, it's a terrorist attack. No wonder he's emboldened by all the cops out there. The more Cloud he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Even with the bomb disposal expert skill, but with so many bombs, can we defuse them all? There's only half an hour left on the clock. The hostages have been scared silly for a long time. The female teacher was so full of stupefaction she forgot to cry. Bureau Lu and the others, likewise, heard the kidnappers' words. Everyone was confused. Hiss. Wait for them to come back to their senses. It felt like standing not on the ground but stepping on a bomb. The legs and feet are weak. How large is the entire children's playground? How many bombs were planted? It's not clear to anyone. But surely, then continue to stay. Dead bone crumbs. The police officers present all wore serious expressions, whether the news is true or not. As a public official, a servant of the people, none of them could back up. I fear this will be a battle to the death. Inside the children's pavilion, the bearded man laughed without a care in the world. Rampant excitement, hidden shivers of excitement. It's such a wonderful feeling. But just then, Yun Xiao made a move that made him unexpected. Took it in stride. I don't believe you. I bet you this bomb won't blow up. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Gah! The bearded man's smile froze. Looking at Yun Xiao with a calm and confident face. He's not going to be able to do it all at once. Are you? You not afraid of bombs? Afraid. But your bomb won't blow up. The bearded man was infuriated. Stop. Do you still want to fool me? Do you believe that if I press this red button, the bomb will explode immediately? Well, hold it down. Your bomb won't blow up. Pust. The bearded man spurted a mouthful of old blood. Crap. Are you a repeater? Can you not do the whole sentence? Watching Yin Xiao stride in, getting closer and closer to himself, the bearded man panicked. Subconsciously take 2 steps back. Ferocious roar. You do not come over. I really hold down. Do not force me. I made this bomb with my own hands. I know best if it will blow up. Do you really want to die? Cloudy said as he walked. Yeah, you made it yourself, but it won't blow up. One of the two went forward, the other back. Obviously there are time bombs. Instead, he's the one who looks like a hostage. Wait for the bearded man to retreat. Driven out of his mind by the clouds, with a red face, he shouted, Chow, do you really think I don't dare to bomb? The big deal is that the fish is dead. Die for me. He pressed the red detonator button as if he were frantic, regardless of the live feed, or the people outside, such as Bureau Lu, and the hostages at the scene. Both closed their eyes in despair. A question lingered in his head. Why can't he think straight and irritate the kidnappers? However, the bizarre thing is, the scene was silent. The explosion did not go off. Everyone opened their eyes and realized that the kidnappers were even more confused than they were. Why? How could it? I obviously tested it. It's bound to blow up. The bearded man was incredulous. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. See this scene. The live stream pops up like a blowout. Bull. I'm on my knees to the great God. He can tell if a gun is loaded or not by looking at it. And if a time bomb is blown up or not by looking at it? Even a demolition expert is not this professional. Crap. I thought he was crazy just now when I saw him irritate the kidnappers. But he really didn't blow up? Is his mouth open? He's so smart. I can't believe it. Other people rely on their hands to defuse bombs, but he relies on his mouth to defuse bombs, saying that if it doesn't blow up, it doesn't blow up. I can't understand it. My CPU is short-circuited. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. Maybe the bomb didn't blow up because Yun Xiao uttered those words, causing the bomb's quantum entanglement? Are you trying to get me to compliment you on your big dick? But this explanation is too far-fetched. Is it possible that he's just a gambler? Homemade bombs are inherently unreliable and error-prone, and there is a chance that they will not detonate when energized if the resistor resistance is too high. Even if it's a gamble, it's still quite outrageous. Who would dare to try it like that? Who would dare to try that? Just as the bearded man froze. Next, The SWAT team outside broke down the door. A dozen guns were pointed at him. Subdue him at the first opportunity. Paramedics in white coats followed. Grab a medical kit and give the hostages and children a physical examination. Team Chin and Duro Lu rushed over first. Are you okay? Cloudy shook his head. Team Chin's gaze was filled with eccentricity. How do you know the bomb won't blow up? It's not really a bet, is it? Swish. Everyone looked over in unison. Again, quite puzzled by this. Even a captured kidnapper. To this moment, it is still unbelievable. Deadly staring at Yun Xiao. He couldn't believe that his plan would be undone. Clearly infallible. Why won't the bomb blow up? Yun Xiao spread both hands. What are you thinking? This is a bomb. I don't dare to bet on it. Before betting that the kidnappers didn't have bullets in their guns. Because, it's a 3-shot shotgun. Bullets are out. Naturally, no more. Lu Bureau stunned and asked. Then how? You will not tell me. What mouth has also opened the light, right? Don't hold these metaphysical problems with me. Yun Xiao hemmed and hawed. That's not true. Actually, bombs, I know a little bit about them. This statement was made. Everyone's eyes were odd. What the hell? You know all about bombs? Why don't you go to heaven? Ignoring the eyes of the crowd, Yun Xiao said to himself, Team Chin is aware that I understand landmines. In fact, bombs and landmines are connected, and it's simple to figure out the principles. Director Lu was puzzled and asked, Xiao Qin, is he serious? Team Chin smiled bitterly. Yes, a batch of mines were found on Snakehead Mountain in the morning. He even knows the model number, so he should know what he's doing. Hiss. Duro Lu couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. The eyes became shocked. Yun Xiao continued. Look, this bomb in his chest belongs to the electric detonator bomb, which, as the name suggests, utilizes the electric current in the detonator to detonate the explosives in the detonator. However, this one is among the simplest, with only 2 circuits, one connecting to the detonator and the other to the timer. When there's resistance on the wire and the circuit goes dead, the initiator is shorted out. It's in the timing phase and the initiator won't energize to detonate the bomb. Timing over. Timer cuts resistive wire. Current passes through initiator. Bomb explodes immediately. The timer, in its timing phase, is the equivalent of a closed switch, and in order to stop the explosive device from working, one of the wires is cut. By cutting the trunk line, the circuit is in a state of disconnection and the bomb will not detonate. If you cut the branch circuit with the resistance, the current will go through the main circuit and go straight to the initiator to set off the bomb. And I was able to be certain that the bomb wouldn't blow up because he had wired it wrong, and connected the trunk line to the resistor as well, and there was no current going through it, and the initiator didn't work, and the bomb wouldn't blow up if he pressed it down 100 more times. Hearing Yun Xiao finish, everyone present was stunned. Bombs don't explode. Surprisingly, it was wired wrong. Can you even get that wrong? Even the kidnappers looked incredulous. Looked down at the chest bomb. It was discovered that it was indeed the same as what Cloudy had said. The trunk line was connected to the resistor as if it were a branch. Didn't realize. To have made such a low-level mistake. The credit goes to the basket. Lu Bureaucrat's eyes jumped as he listened and said breathlessly, Are you really a normal chauffeur driver? Yun Xiao shrugged. As good as fake. The moment. All of the officers had shock written all over their faces. Such a critical situation. Facing a kidnapper who's ready to blow himself up. And then there's this power of meticulous observation that's horrifying. Even if a demolition expert is present, don't even necessarily see it. It also proved that what Yun Xiao had said was true. But you're a chauffeur driver. You'll solve crimes even if you can. Still so proficient with bombs? And what is the point of our police existence? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. After listening to Cloudy's analysis, Netflix's head exploded. Outrageous. It's outrageous. I can't believe I heard him say that in all seriousness. And I understood it. But he's so young. He knows about landmines and bombs. Doesn't he have a record? Other people's hobbies are singing, painting, and square dancing at best. He knows how to solve crimes, pick locks and bombs, and if he's not doing his job, he can use it when it counts. Damn, after listening to Yun Xiao's popularization, I found that I actually know how to defuse bombs. As long as you cut the wires of the dry road without resistance, the bomb won't explode. So the question is, how do you know which one has resistance, which one has no resistance? What's going on upstairs? This is not simple. If the red and blue wires don't blow up, they're not resistive. And if they do blow up, they're resistive. Brothers, encounter time bomb are not afraid. Take out the phone to send a friend circle. Ah bah. Take out the scissors. Cut the right. You are the bomb disposal expert. If you don't get it right, you'll be a good man again in 18 years. Team Chin suddenly asked, if he all wanted to die together, Why did he create two threads for others to cut? Even the color difference is so obvious. Wouldn't it be better to hide the thread? Yun Xiao laughed. The purpose of a time bomb is not to blow up, but to deter others. Do you think he really wants to die? As for the two wires, he's just making it easy to differentiate them. Or else how can they be dismantled when the time comes? You can't just cut the wrong one and blow yourself up, right? That would be too bad luck. The crowd was not amused. This man, indeed, counts as the unluckiest kidnapper in history. Even the wires are wired wrong. The bomb became a dud. Just as the crowd was immersed in joy, the bearded man who was arrested and handcuffed, suddenly, he laughed madly. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, so what if this one of mine is a dud? I've placed bombs in other places as well. You all have to die. You all have to be buried with me. This statement was made. Everyone changed color. They just remembered that the kidnappers had lost their minds a long time ago. There's more than one ticking time bomb on the scene. Time. Just over 20 minutes left. Bureau Lu anxiously droned. Quickly, quickly, go find the bomb. Even if you turn this place upside down, find it for me. The scene was a mess. The bearded man sneered. Find? Even if you find it. So what? Can you guys finish defusing all the bombs? If you don't want to die, pay me to get out of here. Bureau Lu snapped. Shut up. Your crime is unforgivable. Wait to be judged by the law. No one can save you. Armed robbery. Bombs planted in children's playgrounds. It's enough to qualify as a terrorist attack. Don't get out of this life. Wait to put your ass in jail. But there was a boulder weighing on Lu Bureau's heart, knowing there's a ticking time bomb. But for a moment, it's not searchable either. Suddenly, another burst of sirens came from outside. Bureau Lu and Team Chin ran out to take a look. A heartbeat later, looks like support has arrived. As far as the eye could see, there were police cars. Not only that, but there are traffic police, SWAT, and ambulances. Look at that dense mass of specialized vehicles. There was a long line of double flashes. The crowd gasped backward. Such a big battle is rarely seen by Lu, who is the director. Looks like the top got the message. It took a short time to bring together so many people. Moment of crisis. It's too late to be polite. Bureau Lu put the situation into perspective. Everyone was feeling very uncomfortable. Execute the mission immediately. A yell down. Hundreds of police officers led by their respective leaders. A swarm of people rushed into the children's playground. Search for the bomb as fast as you can. Originally, Bureau Lu was worried about not having enough time. Looking at the warriors who kept weaving past. Mind blown. It's always a relief. Time passes minute by minute. All hands are on deck to feel out the bomb. The children's playground was touched up and down. All the nooks and crannies. Tension that presses everyone to breathe. When there were less than 10 minutes left on the clock, all uninvolved personnel, all exit the Children's Outreach Center. Hidden bombs in corners. One by one, they were inventoried. Bureau Lu's forehead was covered in a dense layer of cold sweat. Look at the piles of time bombs. There were a full 11 of them. Only 8 minutes left until the explosion. The scene immediately exploded. The faces of one were more ugly than the other, and they felt that it was impossible to finish the demolition. At the moment, the demolition experts of the Critical Explosives Brigade faces stared around the bomb. Bureau Lu said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the situation is 100,000 times more urgent. Please." One of the demolition experts shook his head. Bureau Lu, it's not that I want to shirk my responsibility. It's that the time is too short to finish the demolition. And in case the bomb detonates, it's too late to run. The other nodded. A few of us talked about evacuating the crowd and detonating it on the spot. We can't put it off any longer. Bureau Lu frowned and asked, "Is there no other way? You guys are the best demolition experts in Ninghai City. It's amazing how tricky things can be. A dozen specialists from the Critical Explosives Brigade, all vegetative, can be detonated live. The Children's Outreach Hall will surely be destroyed. The property damage caused is incalculable. The shockwave of the explosion will also injure innocent people. Have the traffic police evacuate the neighborhood and clear all the streets. Human life is worth more." Demolition experts give advice. Lu Bureau sighed darkly and had no choice but to do so. Cloudy watched from the side for half a day. At this moment, he spoke suspiciously. "You guys are demolition experts? How come the level is so substandard? With these defective time bombs, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to defuse them?" Hiss. The room was silent. The members of the Critical Explosives Brigade were dumbfounded. "Who's this guy? Such a big mouth." Captain Zhang of the Dangerous Explosives Brigade frowned and asked, "Director Lu, this is the new police officer from your bureau. Why is the tiger not pulling his weight? Is the bomb that easy to defuse?" Bureau Lu smiled awkwardly. He's not from our bureau, but he understands bombs too?" Hearing Bureau Lu say that Captain Zhang was a bit surprised. "You're in explosives too? Then tell me, How should these bombs be defused? Yun Xiao laughed. Generally speaking, there are two methods of dismantling. One is to directly dismantle the electric detonator. Without the source of the explosion, the bomb will not blow up. The second, which saves time and labor, is cutting dry circuit wires. Captain Zhang looked at him in surprise. Since you know that, you should be well aware that defusing a time bomb requires removing the electric detonators one by one. An extremely time-consuming project. It's okay to tear down one, but there are so many, it's impossible to tear them all down. What makes you say it's a matter of minutes? Yun Xiao touched his nose and stretched out two fingers. I would choose the second. Cut dry road wires. The critical blast brigade pulled out their ears, doubtful of mishearing. What the hell? Cutting wires? Kid, this is reality, not a movie. You've been watching too many cop movies, right? Currently the most dominant and recognized method within the field of bomb disposal around the world is the removal of electric detonators, which is the safest and most efficient. And any demolition expert will follow this principle. That's right, cutting wires is not reliable at all. It's made up by the writers for the sake of eyeballs. Real blasting is not child's play. You don't always recognize which is the dry road wire. When you cut the wrong one, it's life-threatening when something goes wrong. So many time bombs. Blow one up and we'll all lose our lives. The people of the Dangerous Explosives Brigade spoke in turn, clearly disdainful of it. Young people just can't be trusted. This batch of time bombs, the smallest equivalents are all 1 kilogram of TNT explosive. Enough to destroy a 2-story building. If one blows up, they all blow up. Can you guarantee 100% that nothing will go wrong? One wrong cut and it's all over. In the minds of a bunch of demolition experts, Cloudy just doesn't have real-world experience and only knows how to fight on paper. However, there was no need for Cloudy to explain to them. There are bomb disposal expert skills at work. With one look, he could tell the difference between trunk and branch wires. No need to go through the trouble of researching. Just cut and be done with it. Director Liu, time is running out. Give me a pair of scissors if you believe me and I promise to defuse these bombs peacefully. Yun Xiao said solemnly. Bureau Liu's expression shifted. From the bottom of his heart, he believed in Yun Xiao. But fear not. Fear not. Something is really wrong. He's got to take full responsibility. Crap, Bureau Liu. Don't let him fool around. Cut the wrong wire and they all die. Young people don't show off blindly. The Critical Blast Brigade have spoken up to stop it. Bureau Liu took a deep breath, as if making some important decision. Team Chin, get a pair of scissors for Cloudy. All the rest of you, exit the Children's Outreach Pavilion by 100 meters. Notify Team Li, Team Song and the others to disperse the onlookers at the entrance as soon as possible. And don't go near the children's playground until the bomb is defused. Captain Jiang, please give me 2 sets of explosion-proof suits and explosion-proof shields. If there is an accident, maybe I can save him. Liu finished his sentence in one breath. Team Jiang, that's the head of the SWAT team. Bring Liu 2 sets of blast suits and blast shields. Bureau Liu, really let him do this? The SWAT team leader asked intently. I believe him. Bureau Liu smiled faintly. Good luck. The SWAT captain waved his hand. Order everyone to fall back. Stay away from blasting areas. In their hearts, Liu is betting his life. And the chances of a successful demolition are too slim. Liu put on his blast suit, handing the other one to Cloudy. The latter, however, shook his head and smiled sparingly. No need. It's a waste of time to wear this. Might as well cut a few more bombs. After that, he grabbed the scissors and went to work. What? Bureau Liu was confused. First time I've seen someone disarm a bomb without a riot suit. But really, this thing was useless to Yun Xiao. Not to mention that bombs don't blow up. It really blew up. 1 kilogram equivalent of TNT explosive. What's the point of a blast suit? At best, I'll let you die in one piece. This kind of dislike blows up in your face, and the shockwave can shatter your internal organs. The crowd retreated to 100 meters away. Look over here from a distance. The Critical Explosives Brigade couldn't figure it out until now. Obviously blasting is fine. Do you have to cut the wires to get killed? In this world, there are really people who are not tired of living? Seeing that Cloudy really wants to disarm the bomb, the live streamers were nervous and confused. Brothers, can Cloudy really succeed? Although he knows about bombs, defusing bombs and knowing how to do it are two different things, and I have a feeling that it's not going to happen. Where did he get the courage to do this? Even if the bomb expert didn't dare to cut it? Is he really pretending just to make a name for himself? Wouldn't it be a shame to die? Nothing more to say. Pray for Yun Xiao. This is a real bomb. No matter if he doesn't know what he's doing or if he's really sure of what he's doing. If he dares to do this, he's already putting life and death at risk, and he deserves everyone's respect. Once you fail, you'll never see the anchor. Suddenly, you're a little sad to see it go. Go for it. Director Liu impresses me. He stays and just wants to do his part to protect Yun Xiao. Give me a dozen elders like that. The moment. Cloudy crouched down and grabbed a time bomb, sizing up the left and right. Bureau Lu held up a blast shield and hid behind it in his riot suit. Seeing Yun Xiao carefully observing, the heart was slightly relieved. This kid, still quite reliable, wouldn't do it without a sure thing. Bureau Lu's jaw suddenly dropped, because Yun Xiao had already raised his hand. There was a click, just caught a bomb wire. The whole thing took less than 10 seconds. Lu Bureau's entire person was struck by lightning. The eyelids were throbbing like crazy. Crap, I was just about to compliment you. As a result, is that how you defuse bombs? How dare you cut it without even looking at it? In case it's going to blow up. Lu Bureau didn't dare to think further. The heart thumped into his throat. Did I fall in a hole? He grew skeptical of his decision. I lay down my life. And you want me to die sooner? Bureau Lu gulped, but had already gotten on the pirate ship and could only look down. It's not just Bureau Lu. Everyone in the back. Both looked dumbfounded by the tiger's move. A look at the broken wire. Many people turned around and ran backwards. The dangerous bomb brigade had the most fun running. A horse has been evacuated to 200 meters away. But run and run. Found nothing moving. The crowd stopped in confusion and craned their heads to look. As a result, it froze without a spark. The bomb didn't bomb? Good luck with that. Blinded him. Cloud Sky with a flourish. Pick up the second bomb and click. Bureau Lu poked his head out from behind the blast shield, looking at Yun Xiao's face with a smile. It's tempting to go up and remind him. Let's just say, can't you look twice before you cut? My little heart can't take it. The scene of the explosion still hasn't appeared. The second bomb, successfully dismantled. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd shook, especially Captain Zhang of the Critical Explosives Brigade. His jaw hit the floor in shock. On average, 10 seconds to defuse a bomb. It's unheard of. Earlier they had laughed at Cloudy, not knowing how to defuse a bomb. At the moment the face can't hang on. Must have been lucky. Clipped like him, sooner or later he's going to blow up. The price to pay for being born a calf is your life. No more talk. Run. Everyone stay away. Maybe the next one will blow up. The words were not finished. Cloudy had finished cutting the third bomb. Then came the fourth and the fifth. The crowd was dazzled. With his mouth wide open, he forgot to even breathe. Crap. Is this cutting wires? Those who don't know think they're picking up paper for fun. The crowd of the Critical Blast Brigade also had their faces on fire. Said people would blow up. Turns out it's not even blown up now. This face is swollen. Until Cloudy finished defusing the 10th bomb. Everyone was so clear and shocked that they couldn't calm down. If anything, the first couple times were luck. It can't be luck every time, can it? Does he really know how to defuse bombs? It's not bullshit. Team Zhang was shocked numb by the scene in front of them. Click. Another bang. And the 11th bomb was defused. It took a total of 110 seconds. Cloudy took less than 2 minutes. 11 bombs with all wires cut. The crowd just felt their heads spinning. Nice guy. They didn't react and the bomb was defused? No one was more shocked than Bureau Lu. He is betting on his future and his life. Talent protection Cloudy bomb disposal. Ben had been prepared to fail. How's that for a heroic sacrifice? At least a third-class rating. At his age, it's hard to go further. Dying to make a dent in the credit book. It's worth it, too. He was lamenting. And you finished defusing the bomb. It's really just a minute demolition. Where's the hullabaloo? It's defusing a time bomb. It's not like pulling a carrot. Is defusing a bomb as easy as eating or drinking at your house? Bureau Lu couldn't understand it at all. For that skill, even a Special Forces bomb disposal team can't do one in 10 seconds either. At this moment, the impact that Yun Xiao had inflicted on his heart, there are no words to describe it anymore. The world's foremost demolition experts. There's nothing you can do when you come, because of the way they defuse bombs. It's all about unloading electric detonators. As for clipping wires, no one would dare do that. Faced with a complex circuit with countless wires, no one is sure which one can be cut and which one can't. It was also just Cloudy relying on system skills. Talented and bold. No, I don't believe it. How can he tear it all down in such a short time? How would he know which wire to cut? So the bombs must be fake. They're all duds. They don't blow up at all. There is another possibility. He's so familiar with these types of time bombs that he knows them by looking at them. But how old is he? Without the experience of defusing tens of thousands of bombs, he simply can't do it. The eyes of the members of the Dangerous Explosives Brigade glazed over. A face that has seen a ghost. Program building. Once again. It's a mess. Director. It's bad. The kidnapper has a time bomb. Director. The time bomb was a dud. False alarm. Director. The kidnappers also hit 11 bombs. and hundreds of police came to the children's park. Director, the clouds want to disarm the bomb live. What should we do? What if? Director, crap, 11 bombs defused by the clouds. Listen to the supervisor report below. The director's mood was up and down like a roller coaster ride. It was called tense and exciting. It was originally learned that Cloudy was going to disarm the bomb. He thinks it's going to be over. As the show's mainstay, popularity takes over half of the show. Something really happened to Cloudy. That's a big loss for their show. But he didn't wait to take a breath. You just finished defusing the bomb? Crap. Not that there are 11 time bombs? He was all set on how to find a new successor when Cloudy hung up. Results available. Just outrageous. This is a ticking time bomb. Your family disarms bombs like they're toys? If it weren't for the video footage, the cops and the demolition experts are all hiding. He can't believe it to death. Everyone on the program, all had the same look of utter disbelief at the moment. Say yes to defusing the bomb. You swiped and cut a few threads. Just finished tearing it down? Crap. For the first time, I knew it was so easy to defuse a bomb. They also wanted to pray for Cloudy. But people, they don't even give a chance to pray. This time, Ninghai local forums are on fire due to the frantic forwarding of passers-by. More and more people are following the live stream, especially when you enter the live room. Saw the police recover 11 time bombs. The timer reading is decreasing second by second. Now that gave countless people enough of a fright. So many bombs. I've only seen them in movies before, but this is the live room. A moment to pull the tension full circle. The heat shows an explosive progression. Just half an hour. The number of viewers in Cloudy's live stream rocketed up. 2 million, 3 million, $5 million. In the meantime, see that the bomb is defused. Netflix is jumping up and down with excitement. The several million viewers of the live broadcast instantly exploded. The pop-up well erupted. Too damn handsome. 2 minutes. Defused 11 time bombs. Who else can do it? Crap, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. His childhood toys were bombs, weren't they? He used to dismantle them every day. Look at Cloudy disarming the bomb. Don't be too easy. I feel like this bomb is fake. It can't be all duds, right? What are you thinking? This is a real bomb. You can only spray it on the internet. If you really encountered it in reality, you would have already pissed your pants. All young people in their 20s disarming bombs with their bare hands. I'm 20 years old, watching people disarm bombs. Why is there such a big difference between people and people? What if I realize I'm in love with Cloudy, but I'm a guy? I'm not sick, am I? Who has Yun Xiao's contact information? I want to marry my daughter to him. Twins, the flower of Jiangnan University. As long as he is willing to marry my daughter, a listed company with a market capitalization of $100 million under my name, let him be the CEO. If he doesn't mind, ask him if he's willing to marry too. Crap, father-in-law. Let me borrow a step to speak. My name is also Yun Xiao, the same name as him. You marry your 2 daughters to me. The children will take your family name, and I'll be responsible for passing on the family name. Nima, how can you get married in such a way? You're giving away your daughter, and you're giving away one for the price of one? In that case, I'll show you my cards. I'm not pretending. I like Yun Xiao too. As long as he accepts men, he can be attacked or accepted. Bureau Lu froze for a long time. See that the bomb is not moving, but the timer stops above. It was only then that it was determined that it was a true demolition success. He threw away his blast shield in excitement. Yun Xiao, you made it. We didn't die, ha 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 ha. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes. What's dead or not? Blah blah blah. Lu walked up and took a closer look at the bomb. It always felt a little too easy. So what? These aren't all duds, are they? What are you thinking? This is a real bomb. And when the countdown is over, it's going to blow. While knowing that the bomb was defused. However, Lu bureaus were still scared and took 2 steps back. Yun Xiao laughed. If this were to come on when there are a lot of people, Ninghai could become famous nationwide. Bureau Lu's forehead broke out into a cold sweat as he listened. Luckily it was caught early. Successfully dismantled. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. It shows how heartless the kidnappers are. Aftermath. It made a lot of people relax and smile, hugging and celebrating with each other. The much publicized kidnapping at gunpoint. It was such a dramatic ending after all. But everyone knows that, without the clouds, I'm afraid it's a different ending. A few minutes ago, they couldn't do anything about it. Especially Bureau Lu, just walked the line between life and death. To Yun Xiao was more grateful. Team Chin organized the team to throw up the clouds. The guys were happy, and it was a fun place to be. It was in this harmonious atmosphere. That manager of the children's park, however, wanted to say something. Bureau Lu frowned at him. Walking over, he said lightly, don't think that this matter has nothing to do with you. Although the kidnappers have been caught and the bombs have been dismantled, you can't escape your responsibility all the same. If not for this work, one deduction after another. And how could the kidnappers go to extremes? In the end, or he indirectly facilitated it. The manager smiled bitterly. Officer, to tell you the truth, it's not as simple as you think. If you knew the things he did, you wouldn't have paid him. Bureau Lu froze. What do you mean? The manager shook his head and turned forward. You'll just have to go and see. Curious, Bureau Lu led a group of police officers, and each other to an open park. Cloudy and Teen Chin were among them. Looking at the manager, it seems that he is having a hard time. They want to get to the bottom of it. In front of the crowd was the construction zone. Obviously not built yet. Only a lone foundation stands. Lu looked around. What's this for? The manager sighed darkly. There was going to be a large castle built here. A comprehensive indoor playground for children, as the main attraction of our park. But the construction was stopped. It's all about him. Bureau Lu was surprised and asked, why, isn't this good? The manager walked down the steps to the castle foundations, moved the bricks underneath, grabbed a small shovel from the side and started digging. The scene, give the crowd a dumbfounded look. Just saw him digging for a while. Dozens of centimeters of craters appeared underneath. Used both hands to pick at it twice. Cleared an iron bar hammer from the dirt. Looks like it's about the length of a small arm. It's a long time old at first glance. Rusty, pressing the hell out of it. The manager took out his iron bar hammer and put it in his hand to pat it. See, he buried this under the foundation. Not just this one. I had it probed specifically. It's under the entire foundation here. This man used scrap iron garbage to lay the foundation, resulting in the foundation not being secure at all, with no way to build a castle on top of it. And the Engineering Quality Control Department has repeatedly ruled it substandard. Officer, do you think I can pay him for such quality? See the scene. Everyone was speechless. Talent, using scrap metal junk to lay the foundation, and then the castle on top. Isn't that a tofu dreg project? In case of collapse, many people must be crushed to death. It's totally shady engineering. Are there fewer accidents at playgrounds today? But people have equipment failures at best. This one is a murder for money. No wonder. The manager didn't pay him for the work. No one else would tie the knot. The manager got angrier and angrier as he spoke. Taking the iron mallet in his hand, he threw it hard into the distance. Army Type 147mm shells, weight 920 grams, can be loaded with 100 grams of explosives, kill radius 6 meters. Description, driven by the ignition of the Army's Type 1 infantry gun, the main anti-tank shell of World War II. This shell is heavily corroded, but the fuse is intact and may explode on impact. Suddenly, see the message given in the alert box. Cloudy's head exploded. To say it's late is to say it's fast. The moment the manager threw the gavel, snapping his mouth open, he yelled, "Get down, everybody down. It's a shell." Everyone at the scene was astonished. Bureau Lu's face changed dramatically. Out of trust in Yun Xiao, he yelled, "All get down." After saying that, he took a flying leap, pouncing a stunned manager to the ground. The crowd all subconsciously crouched on the ground. Next, the shell traced a parabola. It fell into the grass next to it. Boom! Everyone heard a violent explosion. The brain was buzzing. All blown silly. Whoa! 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 Countless mud and debris streaked about. A large, bull-thick tree was blown in two. Luckily, the manager had just thrown out into no man's land. This is if it falls in the crowd. The consequences are unimaginable. After the aftermath of the explosion, the crowd rubbed their sunken ears and rose from the ground. Pat down the dust and dirt from your body. The mind was a blur, especially seeing where that shell exploded. A large pit half a meter deep appeared. The carousel next to it blew up. All that remains is a wooden stake and the iron railing is badly warped. You can see how powerful the explosion was. The crowd's jaws dropped. Just now this if someone was standing. Probably flew off somewhere just like that merry-go-round. And that level of shockwave, bringing up broken pieces and debris that would strike through the body like a bullet. If it's a shot in the dark, probably have to get boxed in on the spot. Hiss. Everyone at the scene drew a cold breath. It just feels like I've come back from a ghostly trip. Bureau Lu pulled the manager up from the ground. In a deep voice, he asked, "Did you just say that this foundation is full of this stuff underneath?" Hearing Lu Bureau's words, everyone reflected. There was an immediate look of horror and horror. Is not the road under your feet? It's all bombs. Crap. Think about it. They all went weak in the knees with fear. It felt like ants in an air fryer. At the moment the manager was flabbergasted. He still hasn't figured out how this piece of iron mallet blew up. Until he saw Bureau Lu's gloomy face. The whole thing shivered. No, it's not. Bureau Lu just breathed a sigh of relief. That manager added, This is the smallest. I have also seen an iron mallet as big as a child. All buried underneath. One moment, the whole room was silent. It was as if someone had flicked a mute switch. Everyone's head went down. Each one froze like a clay statue. Coo 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 coo. In the next second, the sound of wild gulping kept ringing out. Did they hear right? Are you talking about kids that big? Lou stumbled on his feet and almost didn't fall. Good thing he forced it under control. I'm really afraid of an eventuality and crushing to the ground. Just pressure bomb the shells. The giant castle was at least 1,000 square feet. Enough to hold tens of thousands of people. How many shells must be buried in such a large foundation? Horrified. Thriller. Terror. Anger. All sorts of emotions mingled. Luckily it was discovered early. This would have waited for the castle to be built. Parents swarmed in with their children. So many people. Standing on top of shells. Once it blows up, that would create thousands of deaths. And that's just the blast zone at the very core. When the time comes, the shockwave created by so many shells, it can even spread over 12 kilometers in the vicinity. All neighborhoods, schools, streets, it'll all be blown up. The damage is incalculable. Get it wrong and it will be the biggest disaster since the founding of the country. Tens of thousands of innocent people were killed. By that time, the Dragon Kingdom will have disgraced itself to the world, being looked at as a joke by all the countries. Think of all the consequences. Bureau Lu's eyes were red. If it weren't for the fact that the law doesn't allow it, he wanted to shoot that kidnapper on the spot now. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Oh, my god, are there really all those shells down here? But where did he get so many shells? Watching this live broadcast, my 3 views have been turned upside down, using cannonballs to lay the foundation and build a castle. How big of a brain is this to come up with? There is no such thing as the most outrageous, only the more outrageous. A black-hearted construction company like this should close down, in order to make money. Not even the bottom line. To say he's a scum is an exaggeration. He's not even a human being. He's only a scum. I don't pity that kidnapper at all now. He alone almost destroyed countless families. He should be killed by 1,000 cuts, skinned and filled with grass. I support the restoration of all the ancient instruments of torture on his body. Weird things happen every year, but this year there are especially a lot of them. I bet a movie like this wouldn't even make it to the audition. It's too scary. Scary. My wife and I have promised my baby that we'll take him to play in the castle on June 6th. And if it blows up then, I won't even be able to die. Looking at a large castle foundation in front of him, Yun Zhao's heart was shaken. Children's castles were supposed to be symbols of beauty and hope. It turns out there are bombs planted all over the place down there. When children come to visit the castle with joy, only to find out that it's not heaven you're entering. Instead, it's hell. How desperate that would be. After thinking about it, he found the manager and asked, according to the amount of shells here, regular people can't get them at all. Where did he get them? The manager recalled. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I heard that he used to run a scrapyard in the Maoist country, and then returned home to start his own business and brought back a lot of scrap. Originally he wanted to sell the scraps as startup capital for his business, but no one seemed to be willing to take them, so he kept this batch of scraps, and who knew that all of them would be artillery shells? And he's heartless enough to go to such lengths as to take shells to the local foundation store. Boy, it's a good thing you found it in time, or I would have been blown up sooner or later. Hear him out. The crowd's 3 views were once again refreshed. Sure enough, people don't do evil for no reason. Rather, they are born that way. The bearded man himself is a scrap collector. Wouldn't he know that this thing is a cannonball? Definitely no. But still holding out on bringing it back home and trying to sell it for a profit. In the end it won't sell. It was only then that the shells were laid as foundations. Saves a ton of money. And he must have known how dangerous it was. And yet, they still take risks and treat human lives as if they were nothing. Not realizing how many casualties would be caused if it blew up? That's a bad to the bone. Incorrigible. On the scene, all the cops were having a headache. These shells need to be disposed of as soon as possible. The risk factor is too great. Even if no one touches it, it's not likely to blow up in an earthquake. But the problem is that so many shells are buried under the foundation. It's not an easy job to deal with. It's not like any of them are professional construction workers. What if I bump into something? But get workers to implement it. Who wants to do it? Isn't that too long? Come to think of it, they'll just have to do it themselves. As a protector of the people, this is a time when exemplary leadership is necessary. Lu discussed the matter with the other division chiefs. It was decided that the building around the foundation would be removed first. Makes the site more open and easier to implement. Turn up the floor tiles again. Finally defuse the bomb. After the plan and steps are made, another consolidation of all police officers into teams, led by the team leader. Go to nearby intersections and residential areas to evacuate people. all evacuated to 5 kilometers away. Also, notify the hospital site to prepare an ambulance, just in case something goes wrong. Be ready to rescue. The traffic police are fully cooperating. Stop all vehicles 5 kilometers away and do not approach at all. The fire department also activated its level 1 alert. Several brigades of rescue forces were sent, waiting for instructions. At the moment, look at the scene where the whole crew is in action. Bureau Lu's gaze was incomparably grave. In times of peace, many people are too well protected. There is not a clear perception of explosives. As director of public security, he knew, deep down, how terrifying the iron mallet the manager had said was the size of a child was. Just now, 100 grams of TNT equivalent shells. It's all so powerful when it explodes. A kid-sized, that's tens, if not hundreds of kilograms of TNT equivalent. 1 kilogram of TNT explosive. Just blow up a 2-story building. Hundreds of kilograms. Bureau Lu couldn't even think about it. It's estimated to be comparable to tens of thousands of grenades going off at the same time. Even scarier. There's more than one under the foundation. He just asked the manager. And there were several of them with big kids alone. Other sizes are even more numerous. When it all adds up, it's estimated to be several thousand kilograms of TNT. Once something goes wrong, an entire children's playground would be leveled in an instant. And the shockwave from the explosion. It will cause devastating damage to nearby buildings. People not to mention. There's no escape. Close enough, you don't even scream. It will be vaporized on the spot. This would be comparable to a large arsenal in wartime. Just think about it. Lu Bureau's feet are whooshing with cold air. It was supposed to be just a kidnapping. The more you end up digging, the more alarmed you become, until a hole is poked in the sky. This is no longer something that he, as a small director, can hold down. It can only be reported hard. Trembling, he dialed the city clerk's number. Bureau Lu cried out, "Secretary Zhao, something big is wrong." The moment, as the incident festered, it got more and more out of hand. Countless netizens cast their eyes over. Online video about clouds under. The discussion was intense. Did you hear about the children's playground? It seems that someone kidnapped with a gun. I wonder if the kidnappers have been caught yet. Brother, you're out of touch. The kidnappers were caught long ago. And now the police have found 11 time bombs. Even the dangerous explosives experts can't do anything about it. Upstairs, are you two experiencing network delays? The time bomb was defused by Cloudy. And now there are bombs all under the foundation of the castle. And the nearby neighborhoods have all been forced to evacuate. Crap, is it that scary? No wonder the sirens haven't stopped and the streets are full of police cars. Just now, someone in the neighborhood group sent a notice that if the police come to the door, run immediately and don't take anything. Otherwise there is a real possibility of being blown up. I'm panicking now. My house is only a few kilometers away from the children's playground. I wonder if the explosion will affect this side. Should I run or not? Crap dude, you've got a big heart. Don't you? My family ran all 10 kilometers. When it explodes you stick your head out the window so you die a little quicker and without pain. 10 minutes later, Secretary Joe hurried to the scene. As soon as he got out of the car, he anxiously asked, "Where's the bomb?" Bureau Lu pointed to the large castle foundation in front of him. "The bomb is buried underneath, and personnel have already been organized to dig it up." Secretary Zhao asked suspiciously, "Isn't it a kidnapping case with a gun? Why is there a bomb?" Just on the phone, Lu only reported to him that a large quantity of bombs were found in the children's playground. In the event of an explosion, there will likely be heavy casualties. It was too late for him to ask more questions and he ordered his secretary to rush over. "Don't know exactly what happened yet." Bureau Lu smiled bitterly. "An armed kidnapping is a small matter." "What the hell? That's small?" Secretary Zhao looked shocked. What's wrong with Lu today? Has he lost his mind? Gun-toting kidnappers, abducting a class of children, even one casualty. It all has to alarm the nation. I saw Bureau Lu nodding. Yes, the kidnappers have all been arrested. That fast? Secretary Zhao froze. Who did it? Was it your precinct, or the SWAT team? I'll be sure to give him credit when I get back. Lu Bureau awkwardly smiled. Are not. It is Yun Xiao's boy. ? Secretary Zhao's head was full of questions. Yun Xiao? What does this have to do with him? Are you kidding me? How dare I? Wasn't he captured by the kidnappers? Then the gun was taken away. Who knew? The kidnapper had a ticking time bomb. Everyone was at their wits' end, and as a result, the kidnappers were caught only when Yun Xiao was allowed to see at a glance that it was a dud. Secretary Zhao couldn't help his eyelids jumping. This kid, he's got guts, not even afraid of bombs? What if it really blows up? Bureau Lu's gaze revealed a few oddities. You don't say. The bomb almost went off. Ha! At these words, Secretary Zhao was confused again. I thought you said duds. The one the kidnapper had on him was a dud. but he also had 11-time bombs stashed away. And these were the real deal. And there was only half an hour left before they were going to blow up. Secretary Zhao's little heart was pounding. I can't wait to give him a mouthful. Can you damn well make it clear? Where's the bomb? Half an hour. Shouldn't be enough to dismantle it either. That's not true. It took Cloudy 2 minutes to disarm the bomb. Secretary Zhao's expression was stunned. What did you say, Cloudy? He also knows how to defuse bombs? He doesn't understand bombs though, but it is also known to defuse 11 bombs in 2 minutes. How difficult it is. Even the country's top demolition experts would probably be enough. Is this defusing a bomb? Or a courier? Secretary Zhao's face involuntarily twitched. Showing a smirk complimented. This Yun Xiao, he really impresses me. It's just as well that the commendation given to him last time hasn't been communicated yet. It's just as well that he's given it together this time. Speaking of which, Secretary Zhao asked, by the way, haven't the bombs been dismantled? Then why are you still digging? Lu Bureau hardened his head and said, that was just a prelude. The real main event is coming. That piece of foundation underneath all the buried bombs. The initial estimate is that there are several thousand kilograms of TNT explosives. And, the manager said there were bombs the size of children. Boom! Secretary Zhao was struck by lightning. Just easing off. So scared. Straight up blood pressure spikes. The whole face was held red. If it weren't for good health, he had to be hauled off to the hospital on the spot for resuscitation. Crap. Can't you just get to the point once and for all? I was almost killed by you. He's the titular city clerk. Itself is extremely culturally oriented. Now there were a couple of foul mouths in a row. It's a mood that's really just a mountainous one. Been shocked numerous times. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and show me. If this goes wrong, I'll let you take the secretary's seat and you'll take the fall for me. The two men immediately came to the scene. Only the buildings on the periphery of the foundations are visible and have been completely demolished. It was empty all around. Many police officers wore white gloves. Step on it and turn over the bricks. Already a large portion of the floor tiles have been lifted off. Bureau Lu stepped forward carefully, bent down and dug in the dirt for a while. Soon, a rusty iron mallet was felt out. That shell just now was even bigger. He was so scared that he almost dropped his hand on the floor. Type 92 infantry shells. Specifications, 60 centimeters in length. 1 kilogram in weight. Built-in 1000 GTNT equivalent. Kill range 15 meters. Description, fuses are damaged and not explosive. Information about this shell floated before his eyes. Yun Xiao laughed. Bureau Lu. This won't blow up. Don't worry about it. Bureau Lu's eyelids fluttered. Like holding a hot potato, he rushed to put it on the ground. Secretary Zhao looked grave. Until you see the scene, he realized how serious the situation was. After asking where the bombs came from, he was furious. Outrageous. How dare a rag collector take a bomb and ship it back home as scrap metal? What about customs and security? They can't even find out. Investigate for me. And hold all relevant people involved accountable. Seeing Secretary Zhao get angry, the atmosphere at the scene dropped to freezing point. Yun Xiao suddenly said, it is also possible that it is smuggling. The kidnappers often travel between the Dragon Kingdom and the Maoist Kingdom. There must be special channels. We can check from this aspect. Secretary Zhao looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. The face that was as cold as ice and frost instantly melted. Just do what he says. Yes. All the police officers replied in unison. Cloudy, honestly, are you really a chauffeur? Secretary Zhao marveled. Last time I helped Lu Bureau they solved the case. And today I caught the kidnapper. I heard that you even know how to dismantle bombs. Yun Xiao laughed. Just a slight understanding. The production method of that batch of bombs is so low that it can be seen at a glance. Bureau Lu came back from the foundation. Hearing this, he skimmed his lips. Don't pretend. Even the experts of the Critical Explosives Brigade are clueless. You dismantle a bomb in 10 seconds, and give the other experts a swollen face. Next to him, Secretary Zhao laughed helplessly. Letting you be my driver. You nonetheless refuse to do it. With such a body, I don't even need to hire a bodyguard. Hearing this, Lu Bureaus didn't have much of a reaction, but the others don't know that yet. One by one, they all looked at Yun Xiao in shock, their brains buzzing. Secretary Zhao actually hired Yun Xiao as a personal driver? The point, and the guy refused? Crap, what a blessing in disguise. They couldn't have hoped for such a good thing. But Yun Xiao is good, preferring to be a nameless chauffeur driver. Just. But they weren't done being shocked. Secretary Zhao laughed. It's too bad for you to work as a valet. Why don't you become a police officer? With my status to give you another promotion, the crime rate in our Ninghai city will have to be lowered. The words are not shocking. The already confused crowd. Once again, the words bombarded his mind. Even Bureau Lu had his mouth wide open. Isn't that obvious? Secretary Zhao was close to saying explicitly, "I'll promote you to director." It's a real flight of fancy. Just when everyone thought Yun Xiao would agree, the person in question, however, touched his nose. "Leader, I appreciate your good intentions, but I don't aspire to be in the officialdom. Besides, after becoming a police officer, how am I going to go on a date? It's not in line with my code of conduct." Hiss. The crowd went numb. In front of the city clerk. Not only did you reject it, and a reason to refuse. Is being a cop too embarrassing to go on a date? Crap. Is that what you're supposed to say? Are your brain circuits full of roadblocks? Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Brothers, I can't stand it anymore. He can pretend to be a pussy, but he dares to pretend to be a pussy in front of the municipal party secretary? Doesn't he get tired of pretending every day? I'm so angry. Are you going to fight with him? Together. When people are young, they get a promotion from the secretary of the municipal party committee. You can pretend even if you have the strength. No one is stopping you. I bet none of the relatives of Secretary Zhao's family would dare to say that, or Secretary Zhao would have held him down. I suspect that when we meet the provincial leaders in the future, Yun Xiao will still have to pretend. Hey, clouds live into how many people want the template. This is what a man should look like, what he has. I dare say the vast majority of people who struggle their whole life cannot get. Hearing the clouds reply, Secretary Zhou was dumbfounded. Rejected him twice in a row. Anyone else would have been blacklisted by Secretary Zhao long ago. But to Yun Xiao, he did value him. A faint smile, and no more. The foundations were busy. As time passes, an hour or so later, all the floor tiles were flipped up one by one. And at that moment, the armed police force arrived at the scene, and bring in the most professional bomb disposal hands. After all, it's better to leave this kind of work to someone who specializes in it. It can save a lot of time. Another 2 hours or so passed. It's nearing 9 o'clock in the evening. All shells buried under the foundation, finally cleared out. An endless number of shells, large and small, wrapped in thick dirt and rust, carefully placed in the open square. Look around. The shells that were piled up like a small mountain were numbing. As that manager said, so many bombs. The large volume is more than a meter long. The one that exploded earlier. It does count for very little. After an inventory, Duro Lu reported to Secretary Zhao. Small shells under 1 kilogram. More than 800. More than 300 medium-sized shells from 1 kilogram to 10 kilograms. Large shells over 10 kilograms. 50 of them. Over 100 kilograms of oversized shells. 8 of them. 300 kilograms for 2. And the largest one is over 500 kilograms. Quiet. There was dead silence in the room. No one expected the amount to be exaggerated to the point of outrageousness. It's a couple of tons, right? All buried under the foundation. What the hell? Is this a children's castle or a powder magazine? Secretary Zhao blanched. Under his nose. I can't believe someone is laying the foundation with so many bombs. Is really not afraid of accidents. Previously it was still a conservative estimate. If this were to blow up, I guess half of Ninghai City would be gone. Of course of these bombs, not all of them blow up. Those fuse damage equals a half dud. But even if it doesn't blow up, scary enough, too. But the key question is, how are we going to get these tons of bombs out of here? There's no guarantee that it will blow up on the way. It has to be done without fail. Just as the crowd was discussing their responses, but he didn't notice the cloudy sky next to him. Looking horrified, staring straight at the biggest shell. Napalm, weighs 527 kilograms, is 1.6 meters long, and has a kill radius of 1.000 meters. Description: an aerial bomb equipped with an incendiary agent, built-in gelatinized napalm, which can generate a high temperature of 500 degrees Celsius in the core area of the explosion for up to 15 minutes, with strong adhesion and flames splashing in all directions, making everywhere it passes through an inferno. Life expectancy of more than half a century. Due to years buried in the ground, the performance is extremely unstable. The bomb has 3 fuses. In addition to the center of the body and the head, there is also a fuse installed at the end of the bomb, and both are well preserved. Theoretically impossible to dismantle. After reading the introduction to this bomb, the Cloudlanders exploded. This thing, surprisingly, it was World War II, the famous napalm? Crap, this is going to go terribly wrong. No more than an ordinary aerial bomb, because the inside is filled with incendiary agents. The destructive effect is more than 10 times higher than that of a demolition bomb. The system is clearly prompted. It has 3 leads, one of which is well preserved, and it is old and badly damaged, especially this time laying the foundation. Multiple crashes and stampedes have left it with an extremely unstable internal environment. In the event of an accident, there can be irreversible consequences. During the next portage, who knows what will happen? In case of a collision that causes the lead to be triggered, everyone will be cremated in an instant, won't even keep the body. Also, the system gives the theory that it is difficult to remove. Looking at the largest sized iron lump in front of him, Yun Xiao's scalp went numb and he wanted to twist his head and run. He's perfectly capable of not caring. There's no need to put your life on the line. But his conscience told him he couldn't do that, because a lot of people will die. Torn for a moment, Yun Xiao gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Bureau Lu, how's your discussion going? Bureau Lu shook his head inside. Let's transport it first. This batch of bombs is definitely going to detonate. Yun Xiao's pupils shrunk. No, it'll blow up, especially the biggest one. Seeing his anxious face, Bureau Lu was suspicious. What, do you see something? Yun Xiao nodded. After so many years, this batch of bombs is already very unstable, and it is too risky to move it. Bureau Lu stared and thought about it, thinking that what Yun Xiao said made sense, but what to do with it if it can't be shipped? He couldn't make a decision either. Had to report the news to Secretary Zhou. After a while, Secretary Zhao and an armed police detonator approached. Yun Xiao, why don't you mind the shipment of shells? Secretary Zhou asked curiously. After all, it's the safest way to go at the moment. That armed police explosive detonator stared suspiciously at Yun Xiao. The shipment of bombs was shipped here before, and it was all fine, so why can't it be shipped? Yun Xiao said indifferently. Just because nothing happened before doesn't mean it won't happen now, because the paving foundation has suffered a strong knock. You see the biggest one, it has been deformed in many places. Aren't you worried that something will happen to it? At those words, everyone stared over. Sure enough, it was found on this shell. There are multiple pits, resulting in severe deformation. The armed police detonator had a different look on his face. Even if it's deformed, it doesn't mean it will definitely blow up. Isn't this fine until now? That means it could be a dud. Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. It's not a dud. This shell has 3 fuses, a complex internal structure, and is being used as a foundation to be deformed by pressure. The slightest external stimulus may blow up. Also, this is a napalm bomb, and if it explodes, do you know the consequences? Hear that. Secretary Zhou hasn't reacted much yet. Bureau Lu and that armed police detonator, but their faces changed. Napalm. Of course they've heard of it. During World War II, this thing was no less powerful than a nuclear weapon. Even the killing efficiency is more impressive. For being so inhumane, production has long been banned by the World Convention Organization. How did it get here? The armed police blaster looked incredulous. Impossible. How did you know it was napalm, and that it has 3 fuses? Bureau Lu looked shaken. Yun Xiao, you're not kidding, right? Do you know what napalm is? Moreover, there's no information on it whatsoever. This thing is rusty, plus severe deformation. Can't even tell the model number. What? Are you see-through? That's all you can know? In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Yun Xiao just smiled lightly. Isn't it just napalm? Of course I know. Its power is not as terrifying as a nuclear weapon, but it can be called the most terrifying killing weapon. During World War II, napalm had another name, devil's egg. The killing efficiency of nuclear weapons, no doubt about it, but the cost is too high, and the nuclear radiation is so severe that the areas that have been bombed are almost unusable. But napalm is different. It kills in one way, by burning up everything alive. Once the explosion, the core temperature flame of up to 3000 degrees Celsius. Any explosion-proof equipment is virtually null and void, is a real corpse. It's impossible to get even a little bit of oil clumps on it and try to slap it off your body. This stuff has an extremely strong adhesion, sticking to you like a dog's skin and burning you alive. Oil chunks splashed on others can also cause secondary kills. Moreover, some toxic substances are released in the accelerant, and when absorbed by the human body, it will cause blood poisoning, and if you are lucky enough not to die, you will have skin ulcers all over your body. On the battlefield, if someone is unfortunate enough to be burned, the best thing to do is not to render aid, but to put a bullet in him. For the victims of napalm, death is the greatest relief. After listening to Yun Xiao's words, everyone was in a cold sweat. Nice guy, you actually know about napalm, and know it so well. Just outrageous, okay? Bureau Lu looked at Yun Xiao in shock. He'd heard the reputation of napalm though, but this stuff, after all, has been banned worldwide for decades. No one has seen it. You're stepping on a chauffeur. Even researching incendiary bombs? Does that really make sense? And it looks like it's alright. Even if we were making it up, we couldn't make it up, could we? Just look at the detonator next to you. The look of surprise was more than he'd ever had. It shows that Cloudy really understands, and well-versed. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Crap, he's not kidding? He really knows about napalm. A lump of iron. He knew it was an incendiary bomb just by looking at it? How does he know everything? He's inhuman. Brothers, I went to military. Calm and searched. And he's right about everything. It's hard to imagine what he did before he became a chauffeur. Crap, are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? This thing is called the devil's egg, so you can see how terrifying it is. So what's the point of dismantling it? Hurry up and run. How can we run? This incendiary bomb is so badly damaged that it will explode if you touch it, and then there will be no grass on the ground. Learned it was probably napalm. The live streamers are busting their defenses. It's really like what Jin Xiao said. You can't run. You can't run. You can't tear it down. What to do? Waiting to die? Secretary Zhao and the others were shocked. He didn't understand napalm though, but hearing Yin Xiao say that, keep it simple and understand how much of a deterrent this thing is. Once it explodes, that would be devastating. For a moment, everyone was nonplussed. Only the cloudy skies had a bright idea. Suddenly something came to mind. The system just says that it can't theoretically be removed. But what if it's the dismantling of a fuel depot? The incendiaries are out of fuel. Does it still burn? Thinking of this, Yun Xiao relaxed and took it easy all of a sudden. A smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Actually, it's easy to prove whether it's napalm or not. Just remove the casing and see the fuel reservoir inside, won't you know? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. No, the crowd said in unison. Although they can't be sure. This is not napalm. But the move was too dangerous. Even an ordinary bomb of this equivalent level, there'll be no bones left, either. Cloudy, don't mess around. You do understand napalm. But understanding it and dismantling it are two different things. Duro Lu shook his head with a sullen face. You all say, one touch and you're fried. How dare you tear it down? Isn't this a death wish? Yun Xiao laughed indifferently. Come on, there are so many bombs here. Which one of them can't kill anyone? It's just the difference between leaving a whole body in ashes. Hiss. Everyone's scalp went numb. Nice guy. What makes this so easy for you to say? Life and Death looked down. Let's do it. Shall we? Even Secretary Zhao's eyelids fluttered. There's a feeling of being on the wrong side of the law. This kid is a real tiger. See the expressions on the faces of the crowd. Yun Xiao laughed. Don't worry. I'm not that noble. I still want to save my life to pick up girls. Who lends me their tools? The scene was silent. You know it's dangerous and you insist on it. It means he does have a handle on it. The detonator took a deep breath. Take your own tools and hand them up. If this really is napalm, I don't recommend it. Even if it means risking my life, I'll risk my life to get it out of here. Never let this thing explode downtown. Cloudy took the tool and smiled. If it's napalm, I can't let you transport it even more, because you're bound to die, and it doesn't look like it's going to make it out of the city. Ignore the shocked expression on the detonator's face. Cloudy took out his tools and prepared to dismantle it. Napalm uses an incendiary agent filled inside the body of the bomb to go and burn the target. In the center of the cartridge is an explosive tube filled with pressed TNT explosive and covered with yellow phosphorus tubes on the outside. Between the yellow phosphorus tube and the cartridge is the filling of the napalm used as fuel. When the napalm collides with the ground and the fuse triggers the column of explosives, the explosive gases throw yellow phosphorus and napalm at the target. Yellow phosphorus spontaneously combusts in contact with air, and it adheres to the surface of the broken pieces of solidified napalm, thus creating hundreds of sparks to be thrown, turning the radius of the explosion into a sea of fire. Now, only the trigger fuse connecting the yellow phosphorus tube is intact, and the deformation is here, severely squeezing the yellow phosphorus tube, which could easily cause the yellow phosphorus leakage to explode. I cut a slit and removed the yellow phosphorus tube and the incendiary agent, and without the fuel, it's an ordinary bomb at best. Hearing the clouds speak eloquently, the crowd was dumbfounded in capital letters. What the hell? Remove the yellow phosphorus tube and fuel agent? I thought you said to only open the shell. What happened to defusing a bomb with your bare hands? Crap, you're really not afraid of it blowing up. The bombardier was dumbfounded. He's at least a demolition expert in the armed forces. Special forces in the true sense of the word. So many bombs defused in my life. Surprisingly, he was educated by a young man. That's a gasoline bomb. He would never have dared to dismantle it himself. Even the other side can clearly state every explosion-making principle. It also says to open an opening and take out the fuel. Hell, the only intact fuse is right here. How dare you move? At the moment, he felt like a schoolboy. It's like standing next to a teacher and listening to the teachings. Secretary Zhao's legs went weak. If he wasn't in the way, he turned around and tried to run. It's the kid's pit today. I should have known better than to come to the site, but it's too late for regrets. He could only stiffen his head and watch as Cloudy took the tool and gave the bomb an opening. In the meantime, netizens posted video clips of the scene online. It caused a shocking earthquake. Topics related to napalm bombs dug up in Ninghai City rushed to the top of the hot seat. Major mainstream media outlets and TV stations have retweeted it. Good evening. Viewers, this is an urgent news plug. An armed kidnapping has occurred at the Neverland Children's Park in Ninghai City. The kidnappers have now been brought to justice, but the police have dug out thousands of bombs from under the foundation of the castle, including a World War II-era napalm bomb, which can't be transported normally due to its threatening nature, and which is being defused by demolition experts at the scene. The following is the live broadcast obtained by our station. Countless people saw the live stream and prayed. A lot of people don't go online, nor did he recognize the clouds, but after seeing the news at the moment, all stopped their respective movements. Someone is working late at the office. Someone's dormitory in the construction site. There are also people on the subway and on public transportation. They watch TV and look at their cell phones, finding that young face facing a bomb that big, but acted unusually calm. It's not uncommon to see people disarming bombs in movies, but the live broadcast is definitely the first time I've encountered it. Globally, there are very few. According to incomplete statistics, just look at the number of people online across all platforms for Cloud Live. It crossed 18 million plus. The hearts and minds of all converge in one sentence. Go for it, because Cloudy was alone. This night was destined to be extraordinary. It touches the hearts of countless people. Seeing all the people, looking like they are going to die, Cloudy wanted to laugh a little, but the movement of the hands was unceasing. Slowly scratched the rust-covered iron, successfully cut a slit in the cartridge. Upon seeing the yellow phosphorus tube and fuel agent inside the bomb, the detonator's eyelids fluttered and he gulped furiously. Crap, he's right. Secretary Liu, Secretary Zhao and others, also trembling uncontrollably, not excited, but scared. What a napalm. Doesn't that mean it's even more dangerous next? It won't burn to the ground. This instant, they were all too scared to look, heart beating wildly into his throat. However, Yunxiao did not give them time to think. There was a click. Cut the connection between the yellow phosphorus tube and the explosive tube. It was carefully removed and handed to the detonator. Avoid volatile combustion in contact with air. Once it was determined that the yellow phosphorus tube was secure, the fuel agent was disassembled. As for the explosive tubes, it's stuck right at the point where it's deformed, so it's not good to force it out. Without the fuel agent anyway, detonating in place is. There's no point in taking any more chances. Until the clouds finished doing this, those who covered their eyes realized they were still alive. Open your eyes. The bomb is still there. It didn't go off. After a few frozen moments, everyone let out a cheer. Liu Bureau excitedly waved his fist and jumped up in place. Success! Cloudy has succeeded. We're not dead. Not burned to a crisp. Ha 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 ha. Secretary Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't scare him to death just now. Being in a high position. I thought I had a heart that had long been honed to be unperturbed. Not until this moment. His heart is not enough. Couldn't do it with a breeze like Cloudy. Just looking at it scares me half to death. Not to mention demolition? I have to say, this kid has too much guts. The detonator looked at Cloudy with a shocked face. Bro, are you a special forces ace? Ace demolition soldier? It was the only identity that fit, he felt. Defusing napalm with your bare hands. In the army, he'd never seen anyone so good. Convince him. Cloudy gazed at him. It gave him the feeling of being targeted by a veteran squad leader when he was a new recruit. You've got it all wrong, don't you? I'm just a chauffeur. The detonator is looking on in awe. Hearing that took a breath away. Incredulous, he asked. What did you say? Next to him, Bureau Liu was full of bitter smiles. That's right, he's a chauffeur driver. You're mistaken. I don't know. The detonator took a 10,000 point hit inside. He's a valet driver? Then it's better to say he's Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He didn't believe it anyway. Such an awesome character would be a chauffeur. That's outrageous. Okay? A valet who can tell the bomb model at a glance? A valet who dares to disarm a 500-kilogram napalm bomb with his bare hands? I'm a fucking master's student in the military academy. That's a reason that doesn't even fool 9 years of compulsory education. Secretary Zhao slowed down and asked, since the fuel agent was removed, was the bomb able to be transported? Can't. Cloudy shook his head. Why? Is the crisis not over? Although the fuel agent is removed, there are still 100 kilograms of TNT explosive in the explosive tube, which is nowhere near as powerful as it was before, but the explosion will still cause a wide area kill. For safety's sake, I suggest detonating in situ. The detonator nodded vigorously. He's right. This next. Everyone looked at Yunxiao with eyes like monsters. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed only came back to life at this point. The pop-ups flew like snowflakes. Good guy. Pussy all let him pretend finished. People armed police force detonator just come over to play a soy sauce. By the way to be hit a little self-confidence. Beautiful. Brothers, I've come to realize that even the armed forces can't compete with us. So who do we think we are? Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Eat, drink, and be a quiet fan, right? Whoever dares to say they are better than Cloudy, go ahead and dismantle a wave of incendiary bombs and see if you will be burned to death. If you find the challenge too difficult, it's fine to go to the crematorium and dismantle the incinerator. Really, the day he says he can dismantle a nuclear bomb, I won't be surprised. And I'll even have a little something to look forward to. Does Cloudy have a spaceship? According to the principle of relativity, as long as the spaceship reaches the speed of light and time is infinitely close to stopping, he can study for hundreds or thousands of years and then come out to pretend. Kneeling for the big man upstairs. Is it the tomato author? Soon, the armed police demolition brigade worked out a blasting plan. Prepare to dig a big hole in place. Throw the bomb in. Destruction of the activity of explosives by high-energy laser irradiation. Lay down another layer of drill bombs. Perform remote detonation. Just listen to the clouds suddenly added. That what? A few over here, a few over there. Well, there are those 200-300 kilograms. It seems to be deformed. Destroy it altogether and save it from being hauled away. Secretary Zhao, Bureau Lu, Team Chin, Bomb Squad. Chow, are you done? The heart is tired. No way. The crowd was already extremely convinced of Yun Xiao, including the armed police's bomb disposal brigade. Not a single person will question him again. For safety reasons, these bombs can only be detonated in situ. It's all bombed anyway, so I don't care about a few more. Buy the book. Explosive detonation people are professionals, and clouds have little to do with it. It had been a busy night and he just wanted to get back to resting early. But the bomb squad won't do it. Stiffly invited Yun Xiao over to sit in the town, and ask him for advice on the rationale for the de-explosive program. Handsome, do you have any good advice? The explosive detonator from before asked vainly. The others looked over in unison. Cloudy looked at the sketches of the program they had drawn. After a few moments of silence, he said, dig a large pit in place, bury the bomb in it, use high-energy laser irradiation to attenuate the explosive activity, and then affix a drill bomb to direct the shockwave of the explosion downward. That does, indeed, effectively address the destructive power of the blast, but you are ignoring the bomb's own equivalent. The TNT explosive of this one napalm alone could destroy a children's playground. Unless you can dig a pit several hundred meters deep so the surface won't be affected, the kill will still be significant. Also, the pollution created by the explosion has to be considered. There are residential areas and schools not far from here, so we can't have people moving their homes and schools. Can we? This statement was made. The bomb disposal brigade was instantly in a cold sweat. Indeed, they missed a very important point. It's when the bomb goes off. Impacts on the surrounding environment and buildings. Trying not to spoil it at all. Difficulty is indeed great, but with so many bombs, how can we eliminate the explosion hazard? One time, the crowd didn't have a perfect solution. After all, this isn't no man's land. Yun Xiao, you must have a solution. Don't hide it even at this time. Bureau Lu listened from the side and hurriedly said. Yun Xiao touched his nose and pointed at the program sketch. Actually, this method has some feasibility, as long as the problem of the blast wave is solved. When the time comes, you'll lay a layer of water and sandbags on top, propped up with sticks, stacking a blast wall around the perimeter and digging and making 3 shock-absorbing trenches, and finally building a wall of metal containers, should be effective in avoiding damage to the building. Hearing this, the crowd of the bomb disposal brigade brightened up. Wonderful, that's a great idea. Water and sandbags are both absorbent and can insulate and cushion the blast wave. There are also metal blast walls and shock-absorbing trenches, layered to weaken the blast wave so many times that even if it barely spreads out, it's negligible. Coupled with high-energy lasers and drill bombs, the shockwave and fragmentation can be isolated underground, and the drill bombs can be utilized to haul them deep into the ground to explode without causing damage to the ground. In particular, the vibrations caused by the explosion were no less than a major earthquake, and the metal container walls happened to absorb the shockwaves and prevented the building from collapsing. The crowd that hadn't quite understood. Hearing this explanation, it dawned on him. Looking at Yun Xiao, the gaze was already one of horror. This son, his mind is like a demon. This was their unified evaluation of the clouds, when all anyone thinks about is the damage to the building from the blast shockwave. He had even thought of the vibrational damage that would result from the explosion, and give all the problems together. Hard to fathom. In such a short period of time, how did he think of everything? Even the professional armed police bomb disposal brigade is ashamed of itself. Amazing. Okay, that's it. The bomb disposal brigade made a snap decision and adopted Cloudy's plan. It doesn't get much better than that. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. I couldn't understand it, but I was shocked. Coward. If he's good at disarming bombs, He even knows how to demolish them? That's outrageous. Crap, do we really have to detonate it live? There won't be any problems, will there? But I have to go to work tomorrow. Should I stay up to watch the blasting? Of course you have to watch. If you lose your job, you can find it again. If you miss the live blasting, you'll never have a chance in your life. My friends shouted me to play wild ball did not go. Playing ball at any time, but live broadcast to see the bomb blast. The first time in life, too exciting. Let me think of when the coach 1-1 into the hole. Upstairs, you can watch it while you play. Double excitement. You're guaranteed to have a good time. When Secretary Joe learned this scenario was again after the clouds came up with it, Jing pulled out a wazoo, numbly pumped up. This kid brought him too much shock. Totally just can't get enough of the shock. You think he's reached his limit? Turns out people are just basefuckers. The order was given and the scene moved quickly. Someone is in charge of digging the hole. Someone is in charge of the walls. Someone is responsible to go fill water bags, sandbags. Also, the bomb squad side contacted the special services, deliver the required materials and assemble the blast walls on site. The crowd was busy. Cloudy has nothing to do. It won't go away for a while. Simply get into a car, lay down in the back seat and sleep. 3 hours later, at 12 o'clock midnight, all was ready to go. The bomb disposal brigade takes the bombs that need to be blown up and treats them with high-energy laser irradiation first. Then one by one, the drill shells were attached and carefully lowered into the pit in turn. The process is a bit more tedious. It takes a great deal of patience. Half an hour later, all bombs are lined up. Uniformly connect the leads. Then fill in the soil and put sticks. The sticks are topped with a thick layer of water and sandbags. On the other side, several shock-absorbing trenches were dug around the detonation pit. Explosion-proof walls and metal container walls. Splice assembly complete. Surrounding the entire detonation pit, the traffic police brigade blocked all nearby intersections. The police officers at the police station were instructed to do so. Led by Team Chin, people were dispersed door to door to nearby neighborhoods, all withdrawn to a distance of 5 kilometers. The streets were full of long lines of people in the middle of the night. Every now and then someone looks back into the blackness behind them. There, a bomb detonation is about to take place. Everyone is nervous inside, all the while praying in your heart. It has to work. Live on the air and on the web. Thousands of viewers across the country. At the moment, all eyes are on this thrilling image. More people flocked to Cloudy Live. A cheer started popping up screens constantly. The major official media and television stations, too, were broadcasting live footage in real time. The moment. In a small children's playground. All eyes on the world. It has touched the hearts of the nation. Start into evacuation. Secretary Zhao waved his hand. Everyone, evacuate the children's playground in an orderly fashion, until we reach the open field 5 kilometers away. The crowd looked away in the direction of the children's playground. The darkness of the night. It was lit up like day by a high-explosive searchlight. Very striking. At this moment, the venue with thousands of people was silent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Put, put, put. It's like it's going to jump out. It's not just them. A national audience. Either sitting in front of the TV or facing the live feed. One was so nervous he held his breath. Explosive detonators are ready to take position. Please instruct the leader. Secretary Zhao took a deep breath and picked up the walkie-talkie. Blast off. Please be safe. Instructions are given. He visibly felt a layer of sweat on his palms. The more this time, the more involuntarily nervous a person becomes. The detonator closed his eyes and held the controller, mentally counting down to 3, 2, 1. Click. Controller activated. The bomb detonated. At that instant, everyone felt the ground shake strongly. Immediately after, the sound of bombardment ripping through the sky, from the direction of the children's playground. Boom! Boom 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 boom. It was as if a landslide had occurred. Even under the darkness, the naked eye could see a puff of smoke lifting from the sky. It's so obscured that not even a high-explosive searchlight can get through. Within the smoke, the flames are sky-high. Countless scorched black dirt streaked in all directions. With a fiery light, as if a meteorite from the sky had smashed down, shooting off in all directions. The center of the explosion. Several white mists resembling mushroom clouds rose. Like a monster with teeth and claws, it rages wildly. Huzzah! The shockwave of the explosion traveled to the feet of the crowd. It's like stepping on choppy waves. It could be lifted at any time. Many people fell to the ground because they couldn't stand still. Others covered their ears in pain. Air popping sound caused by vibration waves. It was as if it was going to tear the eardrums. Next, a storm more terrifying than a typhoon swept head-on. It was wrapped in countless pieces of dirt and debris. It seems to be raining hail. It pinged on the lawn and ground in the neighborhood. The glass of the vehicles, the windows were smashed to pieces. crowds of bodies blowing around. Wolverine, scared pale by the terrifying power of the explosion. This is still blasting after an infinite nerf. Most of the shockwaves and debris drilled deep into the ground. Vibration waves are also absorbed by the metal container walls. You can imagine if you're completely unprepared. How many casualties will there be in the event of an explosion? A petrol bomb alone. It would turn this place into a hell on earth. Luckily, the aftermath of the explosion didn't last long. All is calm again. But this ground shaking rattled. Enough to rival several magnitude earthquakes. Half of Ninghai City could feel it. And so, the internet exploded again. Wait until everything calms down. The crowd stood still for a long time before hastily peering into the distance. Nightfall. Peace has returned to the children's playground. It was as if nothing had just happened. But that heavenly rattling, it still haunts them. This country has been peaceful for too long. Decades pass like a white horse. Too many people never experienced the war in the first place. The destructive power of the bomb has long been forgotten. And blasting just now just gave everyone a shot in the arm. The war cannot be forgotten. I am going to be a self-starter. It took a while for the crowd to slow down before carefully returning to the children's playground. When it came to where the foundations of the castle were, everyone gasped backward. The entire foundation is gone. What emerged was a huge deep crater. It's like a crater that just erupted and is smoking, surrounded by blast walls and metal container walls. All were torn to pieces by the shockwave. The shock-absorbing pit was full of dirt and rocks. See, the scene is a mess. The crowd was shocked beyond words. Even with all the preparations, he was still shocked by the blast wave like this. Predictable. This would have been without the advice given by Cloudy. How bad are the consequences? One time, Yun Zhao's status in the hearts of the crowd rose another level. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. The live feed instantly boiled over. Crap, that explosion just now. Even through the screen, it deafened my ears. Anyone who was there, tell me how you felt. I'm just curious. I am the local. Damn, just took the goddess of my dreams. People in the hotel room. I heard a sound of the earth shaking. The result is to be scared back. The goddess said I'm too young to be a good girl, and she wants to break up with me. So what did I do? Po ha ha ha, lao. It's a sad story. Pure misadventure. At that time, I thought it was an earthquake, but I didn't panic at all. I couldn't run away from the big quake, and I didn't need to run away from the small quake, so I hurriedly opened a black hand to suppress the shock. Upstairs, I'm hacking too, and one of my teammates keeps saying that there's an explosion and fire outside, saying that aliens have invaded and he's going to save the planet. It can't be you, can it? I have to say, that explosion was too much fun to be filmed in a movie. My blood was boiling, but it's a pity I didn't go to the scene to observe it. Be satisfied. Look at this sinkhole like it was hit by a meteorite. If you really want to be there, you'd probably have to be scared out of your wits. Didn't you see the blast walls shattered? The water bags and sandbags are all gone. If you get a little closer, you'll be vaporized and decomposed on the spot without even a crumb left. Scene. The explosive brigade quickly began testing. Explosion protection is blown apart though, but the good thing is, there was no damage to buildings or residential areas. At best, it's just smashed windows. Afterwards, a little good repair would be nice. By this point, the event had finally come to a close. The crowd was finally relieved. That's a lot of twists and turns today. It really spurred them on. Secretary Zhao smiled and patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder. Thank you for helping me with another headache. Yun Xiao laughed dryly. Leader, just a verbal thank you? Secretary Zhao's face twitched. A helpless shake of the head. Dare to ask for money to his face. This kid, definitely the first. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I'll give you $1 million as a reward. You've saved countless lives today that can't be measured in money. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I'll have my secretary send it over later. Yun Zhao's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth opened up in a smile. Thank you, leader. I told you. You're a good man. I'll be sure to buy you dinner later. Pust. Hearing this, Duro Lu and Team Chin couldn't tense up. The face twitched wildly. You still owe me for the last meal. Dare to stand up, Secretary Zhao. You are so awesome. Secretary Zhao smiled helplessly. Forget it. I'll treat you sometime. SS. This statement was made. Everyone at the scene's face changed. Again, the money was given and the secretary invited to dinner. Why don't they get this good thing? Facing a vote of envy, the clouds were oblivious. Indifferent shrugged. All right, watch me time. The crowd was dumbfounded. I spit out 3 liters of blood on the spot. Nima, the clerk invites you to dinner and you say it depends on the time? This is going to be heavenly. Duro Lu and Team Chin looked horrified. This kid seems to be really missing a string in his brain. Seeing that Secretary Zhao is leaving, Yun Xiao smiled and greeted. Leader, slowly go. Next time there is this job also find me ha. Secretary Joe tripped over her feet. Almost didn't fall. A black face. Eyelids fluttering wildly. Crap. That's a big heart of yours. Still coming? How about you take the secretary's seat? He quickened his pace to leave. I'm so afraid of getting a heart attack. After a while, the bomb disposal brigade that had cleaned up the mess. Smiling, he bid farewell to Yun Xiao, handsome brother. Go to the armed police force sometime to exchange and learn more. Add some real-world combat experience to us. Yun Xiao politely agreed. When he got back to the hotel, he laid down on the bed. It was 1:30 in the night. Fighting back his exhaustion, he opened the system panel. Host, Cloudy. Points, 67,420. Skills, driving 2. 0. Canine sense of smell. Kung Fu master. Mortuary makeup artist. Bomb disposal expert. Treasure hunting master. Props, master key, destroyed. Luck exchange coupon, used. Note, points have reached the target value to open the lottery. Saw that there were over 60,000 points. Cloudy was dumbfounded. What's going on? It was only 40,000 yesterday. Today it jumped to 60,000 all at once. He thought about it halfway through his immersion. Except for the possibility of getting handsome yourself. Looks like, is gone too, right? He doesn't realize yet how hot the video of the bomb disposal was today. Almost national attention. It attracted countless official media retweets. The total number of online viewers alone surpassed 20 million. The live feed is exclusive to a couple million. System, draw. Cloudy shouted joyfully. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the master modifier skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the king of fuels. Super fuel buster. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of playing the folk music Swana. With a library of folk music tunes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 35% of the equity of Matilda Hospital. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the star signature skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 1 scratchers. Redeemable for $5. Cloudy was puzzled and looked at the list of draws. The first few are okay. This celebrity autographs and scratch-offs. What does that mean? Is signing considered a skill? What's the point of me? A chauffeur, asking for a signature? And scratch off. I don't know to get it myself? And also the system you smoke for me. Key, it's okay if you can smoke $1 million. $5. Who are you looking down on? This system if personal. Yun Xiao really wanted to slap him in the face. Don't be ridiculous, okay? Of course, that oboe skill is pretty outrageous. This thing, it's not supposed to send him to a funeral, is it? Driving a funeral car in the middle of the night before was scary enough. One more oboe. He's a perfect match. The atmosphere is definitely rendered in place for you. You don't even have to hire an ambient crew to make a horror movie. It's a little heartbreaking though, wasting a lot of points. But seeing as the hospital is 35% owned, Yun Xiao's heart was finally balanced quite a bit. Equity can't be exchanged for money though, but it is a status symbol. At this moment, he is already a hidden shareholder of Matilda Hospital. Even if you don't participate in the competition, you can still lie down in the future with the share dividends. Busy night. Cloudy fell back to sleep. No surprises. He's once again dominating the Hot 100. Hashtag Children's Playground Armed Kidnapping. Hashtag Divine Valet Driver. I bet you don't have a bullet in your gun. Hashtag Thousands of World War II shells dug up under the castle. Hashtag Delivery Boy disarming a napalm with his bare hands. Hashtag Detonate a bomb on the spot. This night, Cloudy's video went viral on every platform. Netflix was thrilled to watch the whole thing. It just feels like the brain is going to explode. Is this really a chauffeur? Can defuse bombs? Can defuse napalm? Confronting gun-toting kidnappers. Say it and I'll bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. It's fucking awesome. How many gay men in front of the video were left hot and bothered? The number of video likes has climbed dramatically. The hottest one has been over 10 million. The phrase I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun has also taken the internet by storm. Many students and children with toy guns, scrambling to mimic it. Even the official Ninghai Armed Police Force. A video was also posted later that night. Use this hot internet stunt to warn the public to obey the law. Never break the law. When a soldier brother utters these words into the muzzle of a gun, instantly burning up the internet. More people, however, still wanted to hear Cloudy's original lines. It feels like a thief pulling the strings. And so, although Cloudy slept, the heat of the live broadcast did not decrease. Instead, it shows reverse growth. All the way up. Such a huge popularity. Even many stars are less than that, but hilarious. So many people crowded the broadcast booth. It was supposed to be a glimpse of the heroes of bomb disposal. Nothing. People lie in bed and huff and puff, snoring. Something even more outrageous happened. Knowing full well that Cloudy was sleeping, Netflix is not only fine with it, there was also a flurry of pop-ups to praise. It messed with the newcomers to the live stream, the eaters, who were confused. Crap, what's going on? Did the system get stuck in a bug? 5 million people online just to watch this guy sleep? This world is crazy. I thought it was some girl, dressed so sexy, but it turned out to be a big man in his pants. Are you all crazy? The first time into the live room, do not understand to check out the anchor video, will definitely fall in love with him. Outrageous. I was watching his live stream with only a few thousand people, and now it's over 5 million. How many times has that doubled? This year's top 10 moving dragons. I'll never recognize them without Yin Xiao. Let's all keep quiet and just watch the anchor quietly. Let him have a good night's sleep. How come there are no rewards in this live room? Does the organizer still want to make money? Hurry up and turn on the bounty service. I'm going to spend with a vengeance. At the official chosen hitman. Program building. Another emergency meeting is underway, but this time the vibe was much more relaxed. On stage, the director said with a big smile, "After tonight, our program's traffic has nearly doubled again, and most of it comes from the clouds. First of all, congratulations to him for taking his popularity to the next level. Secondly, the show has seen a spike in traffic and is considered to be sitting at the #1 spot on this year's variety throne. Many netizens are calling for a live streaming reward function, and here I'd like to ask you all if you want to go live with virtual consumption while the iron is hot. Also, I've decided to give 50% of the program's monetary revenue as a reward to the winner. What does everyone think?" The words fell. Murmurs arose from the stage. "I think you can open the online live reward, which not only increases the amount of income from the program, but also deepens the interactive stickiness between fans and players, and improves the live room activity. Mainstream live media have the function of reward and gift. We should not only open this function, but also put some advertising. The players themselves cannot live with goods, but the advertising effect has to have There are already many advertisers have approached us. Will placing ads affect popularity? You can try to open the voice package. Members listen for free. Personalized signature photos. Small yellow car shelves, peripheral goods, souvenirs and so on. What's there to think about? Just use them all. It's good for the players anyway." Listen to the arguments on the floor. The director rubbed his chin, deep in thought, and then he looked at the head of planning and asked, "How soon will these features go live?" Live streaming bounty can be opened immediately. After all, we have internalized this feature before, but only kept it closed in consideration of the pre-traffic. The advertising placement can go to the sponsors and talk about it in detail, and it's not much of a problem. As for membership, personalized signature photos and small yellow bike merchandise, it needs to be rebuilt to add will take a while. The director nodded. "Okay, I'll leave it all to you." Suddenly, one of the supervisors weakly opened his mouth and asked, "Director, why do I feel that all these features are for the clouds when they go live, especially since the funding is just for nothing?" The room was silent. Everyone reflected. Looks like, is the case. In terms of popularity and overall index of Cloudy, none of them can fight at the moment. If we go on like this, won't all the money end up in his pocket? The virtual product is not yet live. Nima's got it in the bag? Then there's no point in them discussing it for the hell of it. The director frowned. The situation is this, but after the first few attempts, he also understands that for this bug-like guy, even if we make more restrictions, it will be meaningless in the end. Besides, Cloudy alone had a popularity of several million. Take up half of the show's crew. In case he finds out, the program is tripping behind his back. What if I quit? He's the director. It wouldn't dare offend this king of popularity. How many eyes are watching? Grab the program to make a mistake. As long as the clouds are out, there's bound to be a rush to pay the default. Scoop up this popularity king again, and then start another one. With Cloudy's current strength and popularity, don't worry in the slightest that no one is going to see it. When that happens, people will be mixing it up and the show's popularity will have to go down the drain. He didn't dare to bet on it. Cloudy has not been an ordinary player for a long time. Rather, it's a stagehand that even he can't afford to mess with. So, the director took a moment to consider the situation, and then cut to the chase. No, it's pointless to talk about it. Just follow the criteria. The popularity of the clouds is no longer under our control. As long as he's on the program for one day, we're the #1 variety show in all of China. How many programs will jump at the chance once he puts his foot down and walks away? People make money as usual, and then we will have to lose blood to the end, and then it will be too late to regret. Live stream. Millions of netizens crowded the place, just to watch the clouds sleep. Arguably the most hilarious and bizarre scene in the history of live broadcasting. Pop-ups. A portion of the netizens shouted for gifts. I ended up looking for the gift entrance, but I couldn't find it. Countless people are disgruntled, cussing out the official. You can't even spend with a vengeance if you want to? Just very fucked up. But suddenly, a top-rated bulletin board popped up on the live feed. Received the views of the majority of netizens. The live broadcast has opened the bounty function. Please rationalize consumption. Thank you for your support. The announcement came out. The netizens all went crazy. Server traffic spiked again in a short period of time. Everyone did the same thing. Refresh the screen. Find the newly added gift portal. Click to send. Bunny Goody sends Super Rocket times 10. The first gift pop-up appears. Then the screen lagged for a moment. Dense pop-ups of gifts began to bombard. Your Honor sends Super Rocket times 15. Milk Strawberry sends Super Rocket times 20. Uncle Barker sends Super Rocket times 30. Leoli Fairy sends Super Rocket times 40. One time, Cloudy's live broadcast room was screened by a gift pop-up. Swish, 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 swish. Not only is the chat invisible, even the clouds that were sleeping. It's all like a mosaic. If you don't know, you'll think there's some kind of juvenile content. The gift pop-ups were scrolling like crazy. Dozens of lines a second. Clearly all super big rockets. It's just exaggerated to no end. In this atmosphere, the netizens couldn't care less about chatting. It's all about speed and gifts. Strive to be a list one big brother. Even, many people don't remember how much they swiped themselves, because it was just brushed and topped. Till later, the system can't even be refreshed in time. One by one there was a lag. It's like the netizens have found an outlet for their emotions. The scene, to the unsure eaters, stunned. First time I've ever seen a gift giveaway that didn't stop. The systems are swiped. By the way, is it all millions per capita online now? I'm $2,500 a month. Am I not worthy of internet access? This crazy scene gave a lot of people dry depression. The other side, the reward feature just went live. The program team is monitoring data fluctuations. Because of the opening, there was more than just one live room in the clouds. All the other players have gift-giving features, but at best, swipe a few bucks for a small gift, like super rockets, supercars and such. Giving one away would be nice. It also caused netizens to exclaim that the boss was atmospheric. Some of the less popular ones, cold and quiet, not even a present. But when they saw the clouds live, the screen is full of gifts, big rockets like they don't cost anything, delivered in piles, all at once. It blew everyone's head off. Crap, is this a fucking gift? It's a fucking gift as a pop-up chat. They were all stunned by the scene. It's only been a minute. Director, the cumulative amount of bounties from other live streams has broken 100,000. Director, Cloudy Lives reward broke 1 million. Director, Cloudy Lives reward broke 5 million. Director, crap, broke 10 million. The supervisor reporting the data is numb. How long has it been? Just 10 million? Snap. Suddenly black screen. Director, Cloudy Live has crashed again. The director looked back and jumped up like a rabbit in a hurry. Crap, wasn't it just fixed? Why did it crash again? Hurry up and fix it. See the director thundering. The tech director who got sprayed in the face, only helplessly and bitterly smiled. Repairing. Can't be repaired. The server capacity has already reached its limit. The maximum capacity was set at 10 million at first, and now it's all bursting. The number of people online in the Cloudy live stream alone is over 5 million. It just fell apart after another bombardment of gifts. The director was filled with stupefaction. I didn't think that would be the reason. Then what? You can expand the capacity of the server. Also, I would suggest turning off this bounty feature and not turning it back on. The director looked puzzled. Why? The netizens are too crazy. Brush for 10 minutes without stopping. And then the good server cannot withstand such destruction. Can only be temporarily turned off. The crowd was silent. The expression that was indescribably odd. The gift feature has only been live for 10 minutes. The big guys would have been pretty happy. Players take a 50% cut. The program can also have an extra income. As a result, you stepped on a horse and told me the gift function doesn't work anymore? Nima is outrageous. The director's face twitched. I haven't been happy for 10 minutes. Is that what you're trying to do to me? He certainly hoped that the more popular Cloudy was, the better. But it's too high. Instead, you have a small plate and can't catch it. He was now in pain and helpless. The program opens at the beginning. Who would have thought that the players they look down on like ants? An unorthodox dark horse will pop up. Didn't play for a couple days. Just turn the tables. Popularity is so high that even the show is scared. He, alone, has to score a good chunk of the show's traffic. A clear opportunity to take off. Right in front of you. And you can't fly yourself. Is there anything more painful than that? He was told about it at first. He thought the man must be stupid. The director rubbed his brow with his eyes closed. In the end, It could only helplessly make the decision. Forget it, let's first close the gift function of the Cloudy livestream, and suspend the advertisement placement, or else it'll still fall apart when the time comes. Just let him live in peace. Also, grab the server upgrade and expansion. How can we screw up in the future if we crash at $5 million? I have a feeling something as big as today will happen again, and it won't be long before it's $10 million. The technical director hurriedly replied. Yes, director. The live feed suddenly went black. Millions of netizens exploded at once. Gift swiped. Suddenly it won't deliver. But it doesn't affect the scrolling of the pop-ups. The popularity also shows no signs of waning. What's even more shocking to the internet is this. The bounty crashed, but the gift pop-ups on the screen continued to blink. That's fucking outrageous. I can't give anything away. The result is a hard-on that lasts 10 minutes. A gift was still beeping and flashing. Terror. How many gifts did that take? It's what makes the delay so long. Obviously they all tell you to spend rationally. And ended up spending with a vengeance and crashing the broadcast. Especially with what Yin Xiao did today. Bravely fighting armed kidnappers and rescuing hostages. It ended up being more of a bomb to defuse the children's playground. Solve the crisis with your own strength. Touched countless netizens. It's what made everyone so crazy about him. Contribute to this 10,000 person bounty. One can only say, where there is a cause, there is an effect. Half an hour later, the live feed resumed again, while netizens celebrate the fact that they can reward again. Turns out looking around, found out that the gift feature, which had just been turned on, was gone again. More exasperating. In addition to the Cloudy livestream, all the other players have. That's a bit of a downer. Many of Cloudy's fans were disgruntled underneath. There have been complaints going to the back office. It gave the other live fans a confused look. It's not fair. How dare the program group make a distinction? Why can't Cloudy Live only offer rewards? Strongly request that the reward function be enabled for him, or we'll all stop sending gifts. I've never seen such a disgusting operation. Blatantly siding with a popular player. And when you do that, the fans can all come running. Laughing. I don't know what some little hacks are talking about. You think we don't want to open it? Ask the showrunners if they dare. Oh, you guys don't think that just swiping a rocket is supporting the anchor, do you? Let me tell you, a rocket here won't even make a wave. You're afraid you didn't see the scene of crazy rewards in the live room just now? It's because Cloudy is so popular that he collapsed. The program is saving face for you anchors, day in and day out. Nothing beyond that. Cloudy has been operating these past few days. Netizens have also affectionately given him several nicknames. The first one, Yunta Kai. It's about the time he went up the mountain to save someone. In the racing circle, everyone calls him Jisun Car God. The second one, Cloud Shot Bear. Wherever there are bears, look for Cloud Patrol Bears. After today's children's playground bomb disposal, some people call him the Cloud Bomb. There's also Cloud Rising, Cloud Washing, Cloud Flying Eagle. Some people even think cloud bombs don't sound good. Gave him the ringing title of Cloud Buster. And the Hot Shot. Get a set of hilarious emoticons of the clouds. For example, pretending to be in front of Secretary Zhao. The phrase, leader, I'll buy you dinner. Been for countless people in the workplace. Used to connote a promotion and raise in pay for a leader. This night, the clouds were played by the netizens. Early the next morning, Cloudy got up on time. And from the moment he got up, the live feed just blew up. Millions of netizens have been waiting for him all night. 1 million plus left in the live feed. You can see how horrible the popularity is. It's the same as these 1 million people that stayed up all night without sleeping, just to witness the heroes do it for someone else. So many netizens waiting for the anchor to get up would have cursed them long ago. And as a party, the clouds were oblivious. Press doesn't realize what he's on fire. Overnight. What a topic of discussion to create for the internet. After washing up, Yunxiao went downstairs and ate breakfast. Just start taking orders. I don't know if it's because he's exploding in popularity. Still making so much noise yesterday. It's only been a while. A new order pops up on your phone. Ding. Departure point, Hantaing Hotel exit. Destination Xinjia Village, Shi County. Estimated mileage, 105 kilometers. Projected income, $280. Do you take orders? Yun Xiao smiled faintly and didn't hesitate to click to take the order. Ding, order taken successfully. 15 minutes later, Cloudy arrives at the Hantaing Hotel on a small electric donkey. This hotel, one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Ninghai. The scale is very large. There are several hidden exits. It is divided into several floors above and below ground. Cloudy discovered where the location was at a glance, because it's really conspicuous. Near the exits, crowds are packed. There were a bunch of young people holding up their cell phones. His face was all excitement and thrill. And I don't know what I'm filming. blocking all the intersections next to it. A bunch of hotel security guards are here to keep order. There was even a reporter with a microphone, chipping away at the crowd, trying to get an interview. It's too congested here. Plus the morning rush to work. Lots of traffic clustered on the intersection. You can't get in if you want to, and you can't get out if you want to. Very fucked up. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. See this scene. The live feed was instantly buzzing. What's going on? Did you run into a celebrity on your way out? So many people are watching. You don't say. It's really possible. This Henteing hotel often has celebrities staying in it. The anchor wouldn't have gotten an order from any celebrity, right? My girlfriend is working as a waitress in the hotel. I just asked her. There were indeed a few stars staying in the hotel yesterday, as if they were going to shoot a love show in Ninghai. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Brothers, I went through Liu's microblog. This guy did take pictures of the Henteing hotel, and also with a text saying that he wants to find a vegetarian partner to record a variety show. It seems to be a real hammer. Liu, crouching, he's not that facepalm fresh meat who can only act in fairy dramas. He actually has so many fans? It can't be helped. There are too many brainwashed fans now. What I'm looking forward to is if Yun Xiao is the chauffeur Liu called. That would be interesting. Ha ha ha. One is the new king of popularity and the other is a starlet. I wonder what kind of sparks will touch each other. Cloudy watched from the periphery for half a day. Couldn't squeeze in either. He had to ask the security guard next to him. Uncle, what kind of people are inside? What's all the commotion? The security uncle bristled. Who else could it be? A star. Cloudy looked at the scene suspiciously. See the crazy looks of those little girls. Brother long and brother short. It's closer than seeing mom and dad. Unable to help himself, he shook his head with egg on his face. This kind of stargazing is so irrational too. Not only does it take up public resources in society, it also seriously impedes traffic order. What if there's an accident? Yun Xiao curiously asked. How long have they been surrounding this place? And aren't they going to leave? The security uncle had a look of disdain on his face. Go, these fans waited here all night last night after picking up the person from the airport to the hotel yesterday. Even the tent was ready. I heard they even booked all the tickets to send the star on board. This. Cloudy didn't understand anymore. I've only heard of fans picking up the plane, but I've never heard of fans dropping off the plane. Did they fly with the stars? Ass. The security uncle poo-pooed it. These fans buy tickets just to get through security and then refund them when they get their stars on the plane. Watch. There's going to be a huge wave of refunds after the plane takes off. Yun Xiao's brows furrowed deeply. How can you go so far without limits in order to follow a star? Those in an emergency can't buy a plane ticket, and getting slots taken up for nothing. Such people would be shameful. Still, you can't say he committed a crime. Buying a ticket and refunding it is the normal way of doing things at the airport. No one says you're not allowed to do that. These fans are just exploiting the law. Although a processing fee will be deducted. But they're just happy to. What can I do? Talked to Cloudy for a while. The security guard's temper got the better of him. Walked over and yelled. If you want to go, hurry up and leave. Don't block the road here. Can't you see the vehicles can't get through? But that fresh meat acted like he didn't hear it. Dead set on not getting into the car. Just standing there waving to the fans. Sign autographs for people from time to time. Acting like how cultured you are. Little girls eat it up. One yelled wildly with excitement. The security guard prodded several times. This guy just relied on it. Unable to help but be a little annoyed. He went up and tugged on his shirt. Are you leaving or not? Don't stop the traffic here to bother other people. After being warned repeatedly, Fresh Meat Liu then took his time. 1 step forward, 3 steps back, moving in toward the car. Seeing him walk so slowly, the security guard had to come up and pull again. This one drew the little fairy's displeasure. Get your filthy hands off me. Don't push our brother. Bummer. What's brother doing in anyone's way? My brother is a star. Believe it or not. I'll let him net bomb you. The service was terrible. I'm going to complain about your hotel. Scene. Filled with all kinds of abuse. All from a bunch of brain-dead female fans. Yun Xiao frowned as he watched. In public. Yourself and your fans block intersections to disrupt traffic. The security guard went to persuade. Fans also badmouthed it. This wave is so disgusting. You interact with your fans. You can pick a place where no one is around. Have to get in the way of public order. It is the president of another country who comes to China and has to abide by the regulations. Not to mention a star? Really think you have a few pounds. In fact, Liu was completely intentional. As the newest fresh meat, his favorite thing is to face the media. Create some social buzz. For better or worse. That's traffic. One more report at the time of the pour. Isn't the attention there? As far as fan behavior goes, it's completely spontaneous. What does it have to do with him? Li Yu? The security guard was helpless when he saw the scene. It's really going to be a complaint from people. They have to think about rice bowls too. But Cloudy couldn't hold back. He's going to drive. How am I supposed to get through if you're stuck here? Uncle, I'll help you heal him. Cloudy stopped the little electric donkey. The security uncle froze and looked at Yun Xiao suspiciously. Young man, he's a star. How are you going to cure him with a chauffeur? Young people nowadays. Why do you like to brag so much? Don't worry, he'll be gone in a while. You don't want to offend someone's fans and lose your job then. The security guard was kind enough to advise. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Does a celebrity get a bonus if they are reported for drug use? What? The security uncle was confused. You're not kidding, are you? Yun Xiao shrugged. I'm a person with a good nose since I was a kid. If there's any drug use, I'll know once I smell it. No spirit? Is it as good as a dog's? The security guard was speechless, eyes on the clouds squeezing into the crowd. He feared something was wrong and followed. In the meantime, the live feed blew up too. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Crap, celebrity drug use? This is powerful news. Is it true or not? But how did Yun Xiao know about it? Yun Xiao said so. That must be a basis. You do not see this Li Yu dressed very strange? He's wearing a mask, and he's covered up tightly. So maybe he has some kind of secret that he can't see. What's a star? A facepalm fresh meat. Popularity is not even a fraction of the clouds. I just went to see. Microblogging fans only more than 1 million. Really want to take drugs. Surely have to rest. This goods look annoying. And the quality of fans is very poor. Public occasions for no reason to occupy social resources, causing traffic congestion. Support the clouds to hurry to do him. Fans falsely purchased tickets just to send a star on a plane and then refunded the tickets en masse. The first time I've seen such an outrageous operation. I've seen even more exaggerated ones. Female fans on the night of their wedding, wearing a wedding dress to the concert site of a fresh meat, leaving the groom and a group of friends and relatives to dry in the hotel. Simply no one. At this point, fans jammed the intersection. And most of them are female fans. 17 or 8-year-old girl, dressing revealing again. Cloudy huddled in the crowd and was disliked by the ball in his face. It gave him the old red face he was holding back. Of course, he wasn't that bored to mooch off and take advantage. These brainiacs. He's still afraid he'll lose out. It took a lot of effort to squeeze out of the crowd. Yun Xiao was finally relieved. Fresh Meat Li Yu was greeting his fans. Seeing Cloudy squeezing in from the back, he thought he was a hardcore fan. Laughing, he said, "You want an autograph, don't you? Pick up a pen." Just about to sign him. This startled Cloudy. No, I'm not signing autographs. I want a picture with you. Li Yu was stunned. A group photo? That's fine, he said and came up to take a picture. Yun Xiao laughed awkwardly and pointed at his face. So what? Can you take the mask off? Otherwise, when you talk to your friends, you won't be able to pretend that they don't know it's you. Li Yu frowned and decisively refused. No, I've recently come down with an allergic skin condition and it's highly contagious. So I'm not comfortable removing my mask for everyone's safety. As soon as I heard that, those female fans are like chicken blood. One orgasm. Wow, Nianai is so considerate blah 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 blah. Brother is the gentlest of men. Good understanding. A wave of nausea ran through Yun Xiao inwardly. Mud. This pussy can dent a persona. Oh, I don't mind. You take it off. Li Yu was inwardly upset. I thought to myself that this kid is so insensitive. However, faced with a bunch of fans, he still showed an understanding demeanor. I'm sorry, as a fan of mine, that's irresponsible of you and of everyone else. So if you mind, then no filming. When he finished, he was ready to get in his car and leave. Of course Yun Xiao wouldn't let him run. I'm too lazy to pussyfoot around anymore. Straight away, he spoke. Are you afraid that your drug use will be exposed? Quiet. One moment. The whole scene was silent. The crowd was dumbfounded. If I heard correctly, is he talking about drug use? Crap. Now, a bunch of brain-dead female fans quit. What are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll rip your mouth off. How can my brother be on drugs? Where's the dumbass from? Call the police to arrest him. The fans went berserk. Various greetings to the clouds. Some of the vile words don't even describe it. It's like pouring a tub of cold water into a frying pan. Blow up the flip. The pedestrians passing by couldn't help but glance sideways. What's going on? A bunch of 17 and 18-year-old girls. Still looks like a student. The curses are dizzying. A stark contrast to the youthful and beautiful appearance. Even the grandparents couldn't listen. There was a lot of finger-pointing and huddling and condemnation. The result was also met with the wrath of the fairies. Gave Moncler outlet store parents a bad name. That mouthful of shit is dirtier than a sewer. Li Yu had a look on his face as he watched the show. Not the slightest bit panicked. Instead, he had the presence of mind to look at Yun Xiao. Handsome, you're not my fan, are you? Who told you to hack me? Believe it or not, based on these few sentences of your rumor, I'll be able to send you a lawyer's letter. Yun Xiao sneered. Scare people with a lawyer's letter? You'd better. Send it now. It's not a man if you can't. Do another forensic drug test. Dare you? Such a hard-hitting performance. It directly froze Li Yu's eyes. Not. Why are you so calm? Bite me to death on drugs? Heard the lawyer's letter warning. Shouldn't you be scared shitless? How is this guy out of line? Li Yu was all of a sudden not going to be whole. Especially Yun Xiao's aura, which pressed him to death. As soon as I saw that the atmosphere was not right, the agent immediately stepped out of the car and took cover. Play aside. Where's the stinking valet from that dares to question our brother? Family members? Now what kind of cats and dogs dare to come and rub our family brother's traffic? They really want to be read like crazy. The words fell. A chorus of agreement rang out around the room. Seeing Cloudy's cheap valet suit, those brainwashed female fans went wild with ridicule. Self-indulgent. Running here to make a presence. Purely self-defeating. A stinking valet. Dare to question our brother. Crazy. Brother, don't bother with this man. He just wants to be famous. Security guards, blow him away. The security guards simply ignored this. God damn it. It's you guys I want to blow away. Just when the scene was a mess, suddenly, a media outlet turned its camera on Cloudy. Crap. This person is Yun Xiao? Wow. This time, it was as if a pot had exploded. The media reporters at the scene were all abuzz. A flush look was given to the valet. Naya. What a cloudy sky. Why didn't I realize that earlier? Oh my god. I actually met Cloudy himself. I go. Hurry up with the interview. It's a hot search, this search. Mobile headlines. I really fucking hit the big time. Crap. What's the point of interviewing that facepalm fresh meat? These two aren't on the same level. Photographer. Keep up. Hearing the words of the media reporter, Li Yu froze. Who's Cloudy? He thought back. There's no star by that name. But look at the attitude of the media. This Cloudy looks like a big man. Just then. Whoa. 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 Media reporters carried long guns. They all swarmed around, aimed at the poor valet in front of him. A wild shot. Click, click. The flash stung his eyes. Li Yu was dumbfounded. What's going on? Facing a crowd of frenzied reporters. One by one, they scrambled to pat themselves on the back. Cloudy was also confused. A reporter was surprised to see Yun Xiao's blank face and asked, "Don't you know yet?" Know what? The number of people who watched your live broadcast last night has exceeded 20 million across the network. Hiss. The whole room sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. How much? 20 million? Holy shit. It's the top streaming stars live and you don't see that number. So many people watching live just to see a vegetarian? And a chauffeur. Why? Li Yu and his brainiacs couldn't figure it out. It's amazing that a chauffeur has such a large fan base. That's obviously not reasonable. Even him, under the company's crazy resource bashing. Plus the new songs have been blowing up lately. The full live streaming popularity is just over 1 million. And it only lasts half an hour before it drops. Compare it to the clouds. The two are the difference between a white moon and a glowing fire. He couldn't figure it out even if he tried. What makes a chauffeur so hot? It's not just him. Next to him, the agent's face was swollen. Just now, she had mocked Yun Xiao and was here to brush up her presence to rub off on the traffic. Turns out people have a whole network of followers. It's dozens of times bigger than yours. Who's rubbing who the wrong way? Anyway, more than 20 million people watched the live stream across the network. So horribly popular. Not for a little fresh meat. For a moment, his face burned and hurt. Especially the brain-dead female fans. All of them dared not open their mouths now. After all the chattering and cursing before, hearing the name Cloudy, it reminded many of them of the recent hot valet anchor. I didn't realize it was the one in front of me. I should have known he was so awesome. They wouldn't dare to talk nonsense even if they were killed. One spit from each of their fans. It could all drown your brother. Besides, behind him, stood the director of public security and the secretary of the municipal party committee. Which fresh meat dares to touch the porcelain? I can't kill you. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing all the people dumbfounded, their faces flushed green and red for a while, the live streamers felt great joy. Ha 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 ha. So relieved. This what's his name fresh meat Li Yu and his gang of brainwashed fans are probably doubting their lives at this moment. Unable to figure out how he, a celebrity, could be reduced to slag by someone else's chauffeur driver? Don't say. No wonder the media reporters are so crazy. On those things that happened last night, whoever interviews Yun Xiao, that's the same as sitting on the hot search headlines. I'd have to be on it too. What's so good about interviewing a celebrity? It's nothing more than lace news. But this side has the potential to become an ace reporter if they can get first-hand information and take up a few hot searches. Last night Cloudy risked his life, fought gunmen and dismantled gasoline bombs with his bare hands. And what are these stars doing? What are these celebrities doing? Don't compare him to Yun Xiao. He's not even worthy of mentioning his shoes. Didn't you say he was on drugs? Let's check it out. Just in case it's true. Anyway, this guy doesn't look like a good guy. Maybe he really does have priors. How dare his fans criticize Cloudy? He defused dozens of bombs yesterday and saved how many hostages? That's what you guys can touch. The impact of celebrity drug use is so bad. If this is true, let him finish early, taking a salary that ordinary people can't earn in a lifetime, with no sense of social responsibility at all. The scene had gotten a little out of hand. No one expected that. The situation would be shockingly reversed. A bunch of reporters let the stars go without interviewing them, scrambling around a valet, Li Yu and his entourage. It's like air being hung out to dry and it's incredibly awkward. Cloudy, however, had a headache. A bunch of reporters with microphones, stick it in his mouth, but he didn't even want an interview. Suddenly, the crowd consciously spread out to the sides. A slim beauty walked slowly, white t-shirt, jeans, dressed in youthful beauty, like a college student. It's Shiro. A lot of journalists are brightening up. I didn't realize that Shiro was coming to a variety recording. She's a national goddess with the same hotness. Go over there and interview first. One moment. The reporter over here immediately turned his gun around. The pressure on the clouds was reduced. It's always a relief. Li Yu was in awe when he saw Bai Lu. Both of them were guests on this variety show. As the newest freshman, Li Yu's popularity is completely incomparable to Shiro's. These days, Li Yu has been trying to find a way, begging economy to partner him with Shiro. By the way, hype the two gossip. Good for earning a wave of traffic. A ready-made opportunity is in front of us. Just wanted to go up and make conversation. The smile on his face then suddenly stiffened, only to see that Shiro skimmed right over him. Smilingly, she walked over towards Yun Xiao, and I don't care about the reporters who are crowding over. The bodyguard in front of her automatically cleared a pathway for her, standing in front of the clouds, like a little girl seeing her long-desired idol. She said with excitement and anticipation, Yun Xiao, I'm your fan, can you sign an autograph for me? Lee Fisherman was dumbfounded. If anything, he had just now, been struck by Yun Xiao. That moment is to suffer a 10,000 point blitz. This quote from Shiro, drop a heavy bomb in his head, blasts of dizziness. Did you hear me right? White Du is a fan of Cloudy? She's a national goddess. The goddess's idol turned out to be a chauffeur? Crazy. The world has really gone mad. In the entertainment industry, he had never seen Shiro show kindness to anyone. What the hell did this guy do? It was able to gain the favor of the national goddess. Li Yu was shocked enough by the words, and on the side of the clouds, eyes on the reporter running off half the time. Suddenly I'm being offered an autograph by a big beautiful woman. Excuse me, pretty lady, I have business to attend to, please make way. When he finished, he ignored the stunned crowd, straight through the human wall of bodyguards, pushing an expectant Shiro aside. See this scene. Everyone's head is spinning. Shiro asked for your autograph. Not only do you refuse, but you push the goddess away? Crap. A crowd of gay men mentally cursed. I've never seen anyone so insensitive. It's not a fucking straight man of steel. It's a titanium straight man. Even the appendix is straight. The bodyguard beside Shiro was also shocked. Looking toward Yun Xiao gazed incredulously. Just now, the opponents easily passed through the line of defense they had formed. None of them could intercept in time. All defenses are null and void. Nima. Someone with that kind of strength. Is it just a chauffeur? And the actress Bai Lu, who was casually pushed away by Yun Xiao. Self-confidence was bludgeoned. First time I've ever offered to ask someone for an autograph. This is kind of me. Rejected? The moment. Li Yu, who was firmly locked by Yun Xiao's gaze. There was a moment of panic, no longer able to maintain his previous composure. Seeing the other side getting closer and closer, he smiled stiffly and said, disrespectful, I didn't realize you were a celebrity too? It's kind of like a big water storming the Dragon King's temple. I'll apologize to you, haha. Everyone, don't gather around. Disperse, don't disturb the traffic. So what? I've got a show to record, so I'll say goodbye and on. The words fell. He then turned his head and ran. But to turn around, spot the hotel security guards and quickly form a human wall around them. Li Yu's face stiffened. What do you mean? It doesn't mean much. Just to ask you to get an appraisal. Yun Xiao grinned. You don't say. No drugs? Then prove it to us. If you've taken drugs, it's all the more reason not to let you run away. Such people, for the sake of traffic and personal fame, indulge fans in blocking traffic, even doing things like taking up votes and wasting resources. Such stars are social assholes. How many adverse effects will there be? Plus drug use. It must be brought to justice. The press media filming alongside. Instead of stopping it, it was a hoot to watch. One by one, they disliked the camera. The message if true. That's the heavy headline. Celebrity drug abuse is already widely publicized. Plus there are clouds. There's no reason why it shouldn't be hot. Liu didn't take it so well. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Cloudy's sharp eyes keeps him divided. Wanted to retort, but couldn't find a reason. Anxiously, he kept winking at his agent. The agent was speechless. Stiffly, he said, "You are slandering. You're saying that our Liu is a drug addict without proof? What qualifications do you have? Can you produce evidence?" Liu also seems to have found his confidence. Screaming, "Right, you say I'm on drugs and I'm on drugs? I also said you do drugs. Why don't you get tested too? Today it's you, tomorrow it's him. But do I have to get tested whenever someone comes around? So am I still recording the variety show?" Look at the guy's animated face. Cloudy smiled. Would have liked to save a pair of bottoms for him. Shade, since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. I'm sorry, but I do have proof. Not only do you use drugs, but you go to prostitutes all the time. And they're all 3 places. And that so-called contagious skin disease of yours is actually contracting syphilis and getting a sexually transmitted disease. Dare you take your mask off and see? This statement was made. The crowd froze and looked at the masked Liu in unison. It's not because of skin allergies. Instead, you have an STD? Hearing this kind of lace, everyone's eyes held a few searching hints. Liu's face changed and she became irritated. What are you talking about? Do I not know if I have skin allergies? And I'm a star. How could I go to those unsavory women? Even if you're good, you can't besmirch my honor. This guy has a righteous face. His brain-dead female fans, once again, regained their confidence. Firmly defend Liu. Our brother is very pure. Who doesn't know that he's the innocent male lead of the entertainment industry? In response, Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Okay, you're afraid to take off your mask, aren't you? I came to tell you that your syphilitic rash has spread to your face. This is classified as stage 2 syphilis. You've had the STD for at least 2 weeks and are experiencing generalized itching. Left untreated, it spreads to stage 3 and can wreak havoc on your body's organs, which is the main lethal factor in STDs. Hearing this, the pupils of Liu's eyes shrunk slightly. The clouds were indeed not wrong. Since half a month ago, around his external genitalia, small red spots appeared. It then spreads rapidly throughout the body. But he didn't take it seriously. Just as a common skin condition, a little random ointment applied at home. But in the last few days, the small red spots have started to worsen. Formation of hard knots. Painless ulcers also appeared on the surface. The skin begins to edema. He had to wear a mask in order not to look bad. Yun Xiao continued. Of course you have no sexually transmitted diseases, and I have nothing to do with it at all. This is a matter of your personal style. Even if you die of this disease, you deserve it. But when you take drugs, you're breaking the law. Your pupils appear pinpoint. Please explain why. Liu frowned. This brain circuit of Yun Xiao made him really not keep up. What does that say about me? I was born that way. They all say I have nice eyes. Ask my fans if you don't believe me. A bunch of brainwashed female fans immediately chimed in. Brother's eyes are just beautiful. It's fascinating. Yun Xiao unmercifully exposed him. Are you being funny? Human pupils can't contract to a pinhole shape like a feline's, so it's not even natural. Typically, there are many factors that contribute to pupil pathology, but there are only 3 major causes that can create a pinhole shape: organophosphorus poisoning, sedative hypnotic drug poisoning, and brainstem lesions, respectively. Of these, the first and third can be ruled out. With organophosphorus poisoning, there are symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and slowing of the heartbeat, while with brainstem lesions, there may even be coma, paralysis, and high fever. And you don't even have any of those symptoms. Now I don't have to say it, so all of you should be able to judge, right? The scene was silent. Everyone stared at Liu. The face can be covered, but the eyes are exposed. And upon closer inspection, it was found that his eyes were indeed different from the norm. The eyes are large, but the pupils are small. This is clearly not normal. Notice the atmosphere was off. Liu wasn't fazed. So much information is evident just because of the pupils. Is this guy still a normal person? The agent hurriedly said. Our family Liu was too tired from recording the variety show recently. He was too mentally tense to sleep, so he took an overdose of sleeping pills. This is drug poisoning. Yun Xiao faintly said. Drug poisoning? This argument does explain it. But drug poisoning, it doesn't have such a strong aftertaste. Generally speaking, the body can automatically absorb and digest sleeping pills after taking them. And if the dosage is not enough, It won't cause pinhole pupils, unless you eat down a bottle of sleeping pills, which will lead to drug poisoning. But drug use can be different. It only takes a few micrograms of heroin to produce a change in your pupils. The Dragon Kingdom has always been the world's anti-drug pioneer, and very few drugs circulate in. So you don't know that in foreign countries pinhole pupils are used as an important indicator for police drug tests. The crowd lapsed into silence. Cloudy's analysis was justified. Could it really be what he said? Is Li Yu on drugs? It took a pupil to produce such a change? Li Yu's face was ugly, and he forced himself to calm down. These are all just your speculations. You are just making things up without evidence. I take sleeping pills every night for work, and in large quantities, so it's not unusual to cause drug poisoning, is it? Yun Xiao smiled calmly. You want evidence, right? Pinhole pupils are only one aspect. Drug addicts, in order to pursue excitement, in addition to oral intake, they will also snort through the nose and employ syringes for subcutaneous injections. It's absorbed into the body faster this way, and the high is even more intense. People who use drugs year-round have their bodily functions and reaction nerves destroyed by the drugs. The most immediate manifestation is the pupil pinpoint. In addition, there is a lack of light in the eyes, mental paranoia, and in severe cases, a fear of light and wrapping oneself up in a tight package. The hair appears prematurely aged, dry or even lost. The face is lifeless. The figure is thin. The teeth are smoked, etc. It's so hot. Don't you think it's unreasonable to wear such thick clothes? Also, your hair is well groomed, but you lost all your original hair, right? Now it's either a wig or a hair transplant. You've got makeup on your face, so you can't tell for a while, but your body betrays you. So thin. I just buy you do your information. There is 1 meter 8, weight but 120 pounds. You a star is not bad nutrition, right? I can't see your teeth with your mask on, but dare you to roll up your sleeves? You should have pinholes all over your arms. Listening to the cloudy sky after analyzing it. Scene. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop on the floor. The crowd was flabbergasted. Those eyes are better than a scanner. From the figure, hair and eyes, can you tell if a person is on drugs or not? If they were half-hearted before this moment, then, is the 8 or 9 of faith. Those brain-dead fans who defend Li Yu, all shut up too. A good portion of them are self-judgmental. What Cloudy said made sense. Suppose Li Yu is really a drug addict. Then it's 80% true that he has an STD. Some of the girls couldn't help but feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. Li Yu panicked. Even scarier, all of his secrets were raked out by Yun Xiao, even without clothes. Couldn't help but take 2 steps back, covered his sleeves tightly. And this move is certainly a no-brainer. Since then, no one believes him anymore, even the devoted brainiacs. Quickly, tell Li Yu to hurry up and get in the car and send him away. Seeing that things were not going well, the agent growled. But it's late. Thump, thump, thump. From a short distance came the sound of footsteps. A team of police officers quickly cordoned off the scene. Early on, the moment Yun Xiao said that Li Yu was on drugs, then a security guard called the police. Drugged? Still want to run? Spend the rest of your life in jail. Saw the police show up. Li Yu's entire body felt like it had fallen into ice water. Those brainwashed female fans, too, didn't dare to stop anymore. When the Chin team arrived on the scene, it was a big speechless after seeing the clouds. Needless to say, this good show must have something to do with him. Li Yu fiercely had a jolt. It's like being stimulated by something. The originally gentle face began to twist wildly. Barking fury roared, like a psychopath. This scene scared all the fans. Looking at Li Yu, who was yelling like a mad dog, the crowd was no longer half skeptical. Look at this psychotic mania look. It's not drugs. None of it makes sense. When the police put handcuffs on Li Yu, lift his sleeve. Hiss. The crowd drew in a breath of cold air, their scalps tingling. Both arms are full of small pinholes. Beyond that, there is also generalized dense erythema. It has become edematous and pus-filled. It seems that STDs are also real. Whoa! Brainwashed female fans cried on the spot. See the red spots and pinholes on Li Yu's arm. The crowd was surprisingly angry. A star, drug use, promiscuity, and got an STD. It really sucks to the bone. The silver screen is filled with such bad stars. Predictable. How much of a bad guide will it be for those underage fans? There's no need to get another appraisal. Li Yu's drug use, the nail in the coffin. Those female fans of his had their hearts broken. Covering his face, he cried bitterly, how he could not believe this fact. The perfect male god in his mind completely collapsed. Li Yu was arrested. The agent also panicked. But she had one last card. Comrade policeman, our manager knows your director. I'll give him a call. Can you please be accommodating? Team Chin looked at her with odd eyes. This agent. I'm afraid I still don't know that Cloudy is on the air? Don't you dare play that to your face. don't talk about the chief. It doesn't help that you know the mayor or the governor. However, he did not speak out to stop it. Rather, it was a rare display of the mindset of watching the show. Wanted to see how the other side really bounced. Okay, you hit it. Here the police loosen up. The broker was as relieved as can be. He was busy pulling out his cell phone to call the general manager of the company. When the opposite side connects, the agent said eagerly as if grabbing a life preserver. Manager. Something big has happened. In the office, the GM, who was about to have nothing to play secretary, impatiently, he asked, "What is it? Aren't you guys recording a variety show in Ninghai City? Are there fans causing trouble?" "No, it's not a fan, it's Liu. Something's happened to Liu. He's been busted for drugs and the police are on the scene." "What the fuck? Drug use?" The manager sprang up from the secretary with a jolt, cursing into the phone. "Are you crazy? Letting Liu touch this? How many times have I told you? You can do anything but drugs. You want to die. Don't pull the company along." Brokers were sprayed with trepidation. Even the people around them. The anger on the other end of the phone was also clearly felt. For several minutes, manager, a strong fire output, gave the agent a good scolding and didn't stop until he was tired of it. Headache rubbed his brow. "It's done. Scolding is no longer useful. You have to find a way to recoup your losses. At least keep things down." The company slammed countless dollars into it. You can't lose money when you've only just made a fresh meat. Otherwise it's all down the drain. This celebrity drug use and self-destruction thing. The people who lose the most are the brokers. The manager thought for a moment and asked, "Where's the police?" "You give him the phone and I'll talk." Upon hearing this, the agent was relieved. Since the manager said so, looks like there's something in it. But as she handed the phone over, Team Chin didn't pick up. Instead, he pointed to Yun Xiao, signaling for him to answer. Yun Xiao is also dry, took the cell phone and then said directly, "Manager, right? My name is Yun Xiao. I'm the one who discovered Liu's drug use. If you have anything to say, just talk to me." The manager was just about to say, "What the hell are you?" But the words came out. Suddenly he swallowed back. The pupils of the eyes gradually dilated. "The clouds? Crap, that's a familiar name." The manager gulped. "Think of that anchor that's been so hot lately." As an entertainment company, he is also unusually attentive to the program chosen to fight workers. Subconscious, an incredible thought popped into his head. It's hard not to. Is it really the same guy? He hurriedly ordered his men to look into it, get a definitive response. It was the valet Cloudy who spoke to him, on the other side of the live feed, seeing Liu in handcuffs. Boom! The moment, the manager's head exploded. Dull, clueless, shocking, the whole thing was in disarray, especially seeing that the livestream has 5 million plus people online. The manager is numb. Originally, he wanted to rely on connections, by operating privately, get this Liu thing out of the way. But now, he wouldn't dare to lend him 10,000 guts, in front of 5 million internet users. He has to really dare to clear the name of a drug-addicted bad artist. It won't be tomorrow. The company's stock would have to fall wildly, or even outright bankruptcy. For a doomed freshman, lose the whole company. He's not that stupid. Figure out the crux of the problem. The manager's forehead was raging with cold sweat. The attitude also took a 180-degree turn. Smilingly, he said, "Mr. Yun Xiao, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to intercede for him. I, for one, hate it when celebrities do drugs. Once they are found, they should be arrested and not tolerated. Liu, as a public figure and an artist of our company, actually knew the law and violated it. His behavior is bad. Moreover, he should not be forgiven. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of our company. On behalf of the company, I would like to apologize to you and your fans and friends. In addition, treating such an inferior artist, our company immediately cancelled all cooperation with him, never hired him, and completely blocked him, in order to effectively make up for the bad impact of the incident. From now on, our company will donate $5 million to the mountain school through a reasonable welfare organization. I'll do what I say I'm going to do, and I'm asking all the media in the country to monitor it. Mr. Cloudy, are you satisfied? Quiet. The scene is like flipping a mute switch. Everyone's eyes froze, like a wooden sculpture carved out of clay. Even Cloudy was dumbfounded in all caps. Nice guy. I'm all mobilized here with all my firepower for a protracted battle. You come up here and admit defeat? Look at the previous operation. Another phone call, another connection. Thought you guys were so unruly. Results, on this? Wimped out so completely. I can't even play well when I'm screwed up. And how weird was the expression on Team Chin's face. The brainwashed fans' mouths were all open in an O shape. As for the agent and Liu, a look of horror and fear. The manager couldn't have been more clear. Originally they were filled with hope, thinking there was salvation. However, people hear that it's the cloudy sky. It's very dry to ditch them, and thrown so thoroughly. Not only was the contract terminated, but it was blocked all over the internet. It was a devastating blow. Li Yu's mind collapsed. He regretted. Why did he mess with Yun Xiao? Why are you blocking the exit here? Clearly there is a chance to leave. Why did you choose to go to your death? But there are no pills of regret in this world. Since the moment he got into drugs, it's doomed to end. He should be sorry for that. Why do you want to go on drugs? Why go flower hunting? As a star, you should contribute more to this society. Serve as an exemplary leader. It's not that virtue doesn't deserve a place. Use the traffic. Use some shady tactics. Go ahead and keep testing the boundaries of the law. Such a star. Sooner or later, you will be destroyed by your own hands. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Seeing this, the live streamers exclaimed, "Woohoo is fast." This is the way to deal with bad artists. A jerk to the end. Never give to a little sweet. Let all the stars not dare to make mistakes again. Ha 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 ha. Let him have his way. Where does he get off being a fresh meat and daring to go up against Yun Xiao? He'll be hurt this time, won't he? It's really enjoyable. Today is considered a good lesson for the entertainment industry. Nowadays, with capital operation, stars become popular overnight, enjoying honors and status they shouldn't have, and are prone to drifting. And with the fans and the media, they will make mistakes. Drug-addicted stars will never be tolerated. Otherwise, it's too sorry for the anti-drug police who are born to die and stand at the first post. Do you know how many anti-narcotics police officers die every year? An average of 400 people. And this is still based on the relatively perfect system of the Dragon State. People are on the front line fighting to the death, but these drug stars are behind the scenes to hamstring, misleading the country and the people. There is a one for all. They should be sentenced to death. That's right. Is it drugs they're smoking? No. That's the life of a narcotics cop. Drug-addicted artists must be dealt with severely to the end. Heroes bleed on the front line. We can't let him chill out again. We all remember that this little fresh meat is called Li Yu, and the 5 million viewers here are responsible if they see him on screen in the future. Whoever dares to sign it, expose it online and see which agency dares to top it. Since the other side is so sensible, it also saves the clouds from pulling the wool over their eyes, and the words coming out of the other side. Yun Xiao wasn't afraid that he wouldn't honor it. Witnessed by so many people on the air. No fear of him playing tricks. Besides, as long as he still wants to be in show business, then it will definitely get done. Not only do you have to do it, and it will be organized in a big way with media publicity. Minimize the impact of the Li Yu incident. Leave yourself out of it. Only then will their company be spared. That's exactly what happened. After hanging up, the manager didn't have the heart to play secretary either. A company-wide senior-level meeting was organized at the first opportunity, announcing a network-wide ban on Li Yu and his agent, as well as donations. He held a grudge against that agent, knowing full well that Cloudy is live on the air, and call him on the phone. Doesn't he have to die fast enough? And Li Yu, the company has invested so much money in him and still has the nerve to screw around, resulting in all of this revenue going down the drain. Even he almost got hitched. If I hadn't reacted fast enough. But anyone who says the slightest thing to whitewash it. Tomorrow's headlines. Maybe it's a company bankruptcy. Years of hard work have destroyed the foundation. Compare this with the so-called $5 million donation. Pressing is nothing. He'll bring in all the media then and make a big deal out of it. Then donate it on a high note. As long as the clouds stopped counting, that's when he really settled down. Li Yu and his agent were taken away by the police. Those fans never dreamed of it. The gentle brother of the silver screen. Such a messy private life. It simply breaks the mold. The scene's revelry turned into an eerie retreat. And the scene before us. It kept the hotel security and media on their toes. Seeing a good show for free can be much more exciting and thrilling than a movie. Especially the media. Once this news is pushed out today, must be a proper headline. The star collapsed the house. Cloudy hand ripped the fresh meat. You can't even think about not being hot. The crowd dispersed. The congested exit is finally back in traffic. Cloudy remounted the small electric donkey. When I look at the time, it's been half an hour. Scared, he rushed to call his clients. Just got back from a complaint yesterday. If we get another complaint, affects credit score. It would be unprofitable for the system to block his number again. However, the call was just dialed. Cloudy just froze. The cell phone rang right next to it. When he turned his head, he saw Shiro standing there. Smiling, he waved his cell phone at him. You placed the order? Of course I am. Bai Lu said in a bad mood. The customer is God. How dare you push God away just now? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you? Yun Zhao's face twitched. The situation was urgent just now. He didn't think about it that much and saw Liu trying to run. Instinctively, he went after them. How do you know who pushed it away? So what? Beauty. As you can see, I can't let that drug-addicted artist go, can I? Shiro finally found a trace of confidence, playfully wrinkling her nose. La, Liu, this person I can't stand before. I didn't realize that he dared to take drugs, and also, said Pretty Face could not help but redden with contempt. When he looked at the clouds again, the eyes held a few moments of wonder. She had watched Cloudy's live broadcast before, and it's one of those #1 fans. Whenever you have time, you will definitely turn on the live stream, but it used to be fun to watch live only. Witnessed what just happened. She realized that Yun Xiao was more powerful than she thought. The scene brings a stronger shock as well. Seeing such a beautiful beauty staring straight at him. Two people can't always be on the street, wide-eyed, right? Cloudy had to remind. Beauty, where's your car? Ha, what car? Shiro froze. Drive. Didn't you call a valet? Oh, there's still some time left in our program recording. The car hasn't come yet. Can you wait a little longer? Stay with me for a while. Yun Xiao stared wide-eyed, hearing this kind of request for the first time. People get chauffeurs to drive. You're looking for a chauffeur to take care of the conversation? I'm a decent guy. Beauty, are you kidding me? What's the point of calling a chauffeur without a car? Isn't this a waste of my time? Cloudy wasn't happy about it. Bai Lu said rightfully. Who says a chauffeur can't chat with you? Anyway, I paid for it. I'm the customer. You have to listen to me. And I have a reason to complain about you if you're late. This, Yun Xiao's face darkened. Can't find a counter-argument. Only temporarily compromised. Shrugged his shoulders and said, Okay, for the sake of money, I will accompany you to chat for 5 minutes. Said no complaints anon. Shiro pulled out the latest album box with gusto. He handed it to Yun Xiao. You sign for me first. Just sign on it. No more refusal. The clouds were helpless. Had to pick up a pen and write the name on the album box. This signature. It's straight up hyphenated and written like calligraphy. Quite a sharp air. Cloudy himself was surprised. System skills. They really aren't given for nothing. Names are signed artistically. Shiro took the signed album. Like a little girl who has received a beloved gift. Happy to look left and right. The more I look at these two words, the more I see them. The writing is exceptionally good. Better than the calligraphy in the script. The penny drops. Atmosphere. Wow. The security guard on the side of the road saw the scene. They all gathered around with smiling faces. Previously, Cloudy's performance had amazed them. Even the stars and agencies are afraid to offend. That must be a big one. To get an autograph, take it out and brag about it can increase the capital awe. Cloudy had a headache. In order to leave as soon as possible, I had to take a pen and sign for them one by one. But the surprise is, his own signature is fast and sardonic. It's like a printer. Swish swish swish. It was done in the blink of an eye. And the quality isn't bad at all. Each one is comparable to a fine calligraphic creation. Watching dozens of them being signed out at once, Cloudy was incredulous. It's like discovering a new continent. Have this skill and use it all later without live streaming. Just by selling autographs. That's a lot of money for $10 a head. The security guard got the signature and left as he wished. However, more and more people are looking this way. The gang of reporters, and the pedestrians passing by. All of them were eager to try. Although there were quite a few people who didn't recognize Cloudy. But stay with the big star, Shiro. And that's a celebrity. With the celebrity effect, Cloudy became a target. See the crowd swarming all over. Yun Xiao's eyelids fluttered in fear. Wouldn't it be exhausting to sign like that? Hurriedly pulling Shiro on the small electric donkey. The electric door twisted. The little donkey whooshed out and away from the hotel exit, leaving a bunch of reporters and fans staring at each other in disbelief. Road. Cloudy wobbled around riding a small electric donkey with Shiro in tow. He finally realized how hard it was to be a star. Do a fan meeting. Thousands of them. The signature alone would be exhausting. Even if he had the system skills, it was still hard enough. Shiro felt alienated as he sat in the back of the small electric donkey. Glancing at Yun Xiao, he asked, "How is it, knowing that we stars aren't that good, right?" Cloudy nodded in surprise. "I can't believe that I'm this popular. It's horrible. What's going on here? You've only been live streaming for a few days, and with the increase in popularity you're experiencing now, it'll be even more terrifying in the future, and you might even be able to internalize the championship." Yun Xiao's face showed bitterness. It seems so. It really is. People are afraid of being famous. Journalists and rabid fans alone. It's enough of a headache. Bai Lu was surprised. "Can't see that you, a chauffeur driver, write so well?" Yun Xiao smiled faintly and said, "There are many more skills I know that you don't, so I'll let you try them out sometime in the future. But you mustn't think anything of me, Al. I only sell my art. not my body. Otherwise I'm afraid you won't know what's going on and get out of hand. No matter how popular Shiro is, wasn't a star. None of it matters. In his eyes, this was one of the more eye-catching beauties. Molesting a beautiful woman just feels good. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. As soon as I heard that, the live feed was dumbfounded on the spot. Fuck, unsure of the depths, out of control? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Are you sure this isn't driving? I knew that this LSP, Yun Xiao, wouldn't let up, but I didn't expect him to be so bold that he even dared to molest the national goddess. Finished. Bai Lu is a fan of Yun Xiao? Isn't this a sheep in a tiger's mouth? This image of an innocent goddess is afraid to be over. I'm going to fight with Yun Xiao. I'm going to go one-on-one with Yun Xiao. Bai Lu is my goddess. You can't believe in him even if you believe that a sow can go up a tree. Goddess confused. He dared to take the reporter to the room. Dared to take the police to the solicitation of prostitutes. You find him as a chauffeur is trying to drive. But he wants to drive you as a car. Why are you so excited? You're all crying like Bai Lu is your girlfriend. Doesn't it feel good to see Cloudy picking up an actress? Shiro stared with bright, watery eyes. A face full of disdain. Humph, I know exactly what you are. Last time, Team Chin was all crippled and chased by you. You think I'm going to believe that? You old driver. Those glorious deeds in the clouds. She knew better than anyone. What's for sale? Pure bullshit. Rub it in. Yun Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This girl, she's really a hardcore fan. Even his bottoms were stripped out. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Run for your life. Beauty. Don't think that just because you're my fan, you can slander me at will anon. I'm such a decent guy. I'll find a place where no one else is around someday so you can experience it. Saying that, Yun Xiao stopped the small electric donkey. The conversation turned. I was going to talk to you about life, but you don't even have a car, so you can't take up my time. Can you? I have to retake the order. So look for me when your car arrives. When Shiro heard this, he immediately quit. The words were clearly meant to drive her away. Being an actress in the limelight, it was never the others who held her up and obeyed her. When have you ever been treated differently? All at once, she was stirred to revolt. No way, you're the valet and you're responsible for me to the end. Cloudy was dumbfounded. Not. I'm a chauffeur, but have to have a car? Bai Lu pointed to the small electric donkey underneath her. Isn't this it, Cloudy? This is my car. Yeah, aren't you a chauffeur? Is there a difference between you taking me in your car and you taking me in my car? Cloudy. SS. He's a bit of a mess. Got to stroke it. Beauty. Can you be reasonable? I'm a chauffeur, not your personal driver. Get your ass down there and don't delay my business. Shiro was more serious all of a sudden. 2. I wouldn't. Seeing Shiro's almost trickster-like attitude, Cloudy was confused. I've never seen such a style of star. At least, you're a bit of a star. Will it be high? Let the media catch you like this and your persona will fall apart. It doesn't matter. If it crumbles, it crumbles. Both men were more than a match for each other. Alright, not getting off. Then I can go. After saying that, Yun Xiao did not wait for her to reply. Whoosh! The little electric donkey continued to ride toward the front. Shiro's ass was dead against the sitting bench. It's clear that wherever you go, I'll follow. Cloudy was also convinced. Seeing her dead pig in a poke, the heart was so angry and funny. I didn't realize this actress had so much gumption. If you say you're not going, you're really not going. He wasn't spoiled either. It's a clear case of trick or treating. Can I give you a break? The little electric donkey twisted the throttle to the max and quickly weaved through the alley. Shiro sat in the back. It was dizzying under the 7 turns, but she just clenched her teeth and didn't say a word. Carry on hard with Cloudy to the end. Look at the way the two sulk. The live streamers were stunned. Nima, is this still the big star Bai Lu? Her personality is in tatters. Oh my goddess has fallen. She's not cool at all anymore. So it turns out that big stars can also play tricks. What's the difference between this and the girl next door? If it wasn't for Cloudy Live, I wouldn't have known that Bai Lu had a childish side. These two living treasures are a real laugh riot. I have a hunch that they're a perfect match for each other. And their popularity will rise. Worthy of being my goddess. Too cute. If she wants to be so pampered with me every day, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Nima, there are so many licking dogs these days, isn't it disgusting? Why don't you say she is of poor quality? Public figures have no morals at all. Hard to pester Yun Xiao, like a dog paste to invite people to be annoyed. Goddesses count for nothing. Doesn't she eat? Doesn't she poop? Doesn't she fart? We're all mortals. Who's more noble than anyone else? Ding! Suddenly, a new order alert pops up on the screen. Departure point, parking lot at the south entrance of Mania Plaza. Destination Sanxue Huacheng Sister Wang Sichuan Restaurant. Estimated mileage, 6 kilometers. Estimated cost, $25. Do you take orders? Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. Ha ha, here comes the order. Let's see how you're going to follow this dog's skin. Can appear unexpectedly. A pair of small hands quickly reached out from behind. Just go for the cell phone. Luckily, Yun Xiao was quick on his feet. Press the order-taking button. Successful order. But the other side doesn't stop. Just go ahead and press cancel. Cloudy's eyelids fluttered. Putting his cell phone away, he frowned at Shiro. Beauty, you're deliberately looking for a fight, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the river and wash your brain. Shiro pouted with a puffy expression. I obviously ordered first. It's always first come, first served, right? How can you take another order while I'm still in the car? Aren't you afraid I'll complain? Yun Xiao rolled his eyes. Sorry, your order has been cancelled. Can I refund you the money? Stop messing around and hurry down. I'm not going down. I'm going to file a complaint that you're refusing customers. Yun Xiao was exasperated by her. You file a complaint. The situation will be reviewed by the platform and my dick is fine. Go down. Not next. Unless you send me back. Shit. You hard to follow. What's my business? Good men don't fight with women. Don't force my hand. Shiro cowered back in fear. Don't you mess with me. I'm calling Ha. For such a mixed-up actress. Yun Xiao really had no choice but to simply go along with her. Not a moment too soon. The little electric donkey arrives at the customer's location. This time, Shiro did take the initiative to get out of the car. Cloudy didn't bother with her either. Fold the little electric donkey and put it in the trunk. Then pull open the door and get in the driver's seat. He didn't believe that Shiro could have the cheek to follow him. Actually, Shiro really just got in the car. Actually, it's all for the sake of programmatic effect. Before that, he was bickering with Cloudy. Most of it is also intentional. Because she was taping a variety show and needed to co-star a vegetarian. Liu is also one of the guests of this variety show. But just after the show started, Cloudy was sent in to step on the sewing machine. The person Liu was looking for was none other than Yun Xiao. But there was no time to speak. Cloudy was about to run. Screw the face. It was only a half-hearted bet on gas. At this moment, when he saw that Yun Xiao had gotten into the car, how would he let him go? Hurriedly, he pulled open the door and got in the passenger seat. Seeing Shirujin get into the car, Yun Xiao had a face of capitalized confusion. It's not just him, the customer in the back seat of the car. I was swiping my cell phone and suddenly I was looking at a big beautiful woman sitting in the car. Equally confused, he asked, why is there another guy? Which one of you two is the valet? Yun Xiao accompanied a smile and returned. Boss, I am a chauffeur. This person, she is a dog pile. I will let her get off here, ha, said the man, not looking at Shiro in a good way. No, what do you mean? How dare you get into someone else's car? What a big star face. Bai Lu said anxiously. You can't leave. If you leave, who will help me drive later? Yun Xiao was a bit impatient. Whoever you like. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Can you stop following me? It's delaying my business. Hurry up and get off. The owner looked at the two with a puzzled face. What? So you're still arguing? You're a couple. Cloudy was inspired. Put on a hopeless expression. Older brother. It's not easy for men. Don't listen to him. He and I aren't too. He's a man. I'm pissed off. Shiro said with a cold face. Yun Xiao sighed in frustration. Listen. What are these words? The family is long and the family is short. Is it easy for me? Day in and day out. All day long. Do not give me trouble. You were just messing with me. And now that you're in the car, you're still messing with me. Women. Why don't you know what's right? I really don't even want to look at her. Get out of the car and don't embarrass me in front of my old brother. Shiro's brain buzzed. What do you mean? And you admit it? Don't argue. Don't argue, brother. To be honest with you, women are just like that. Just go back and coax them. Husband and wife. Harmony is the most important thing. There are many cases like yours. And over time, they will always look at each other. It's all very normal. You mustn't take it emotionally. We still need to be safe when we drive. As he said this, he looked to Shiro for counseling. Sibling, it's not me. You also sympathize with your man. Doing chauffeuring is very tiring. Earning hard money. Don't let him worry about it anymore. Shiro was half confused. Blushing, he's not my man. Yes. He isn't. Don't you bet on it. The customer's older brother wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yun Xiao's heart was happy. On the surface, he feigned helplessness. Older brother. With her temper. Do you think I can stand it? It hasn't even gotten any better yet. So she's treating me like an outsider. Let her drive if she can. I'll stay home with the kids. The customer's elder brother kindly said. Brother, calm down. What my younger sibling said was also in anger. Drive safe. Don't ever think about it. All men. I understand you. When we arrive at the place later, go to my house. Let your sister-in-law fry a few specialty dishes. Let's sit down and have a drink. What conflicts can't be solved? Yun Xiao forced a smile and said, "No, an old brother. Good intentions are appreciated. But I have to drive. Cannot drink alcohol. How can this family no one earn money, if I don't let my daughter-in-law?" "Who's your daughter-in-law?" Shiro glared at him angrily. Yun Xiao frowned and chided. "Shut up, older brother kindly invited us over, but we bicker every day. Don't you mind being embarrassed?" Shiro's face went white with anger, cursing shamelessness, but every time she couldn't get a word in. These two sing in unison, not giving her a chance to explain, as if it really seemed that way. Yun Xiao laughed. "Older brother, just don't give you any trouble. Turn around and let her go over to sweep the floor, scrub the toilet floor or something. In short, don't let her follow the angry me again. Otherwise how can I still drive this car?" The client's elder brother nodded. "Okay, leave your sibling to me, don't worry." Cloudy was moved to tears. "Older brother, you're a good man. I won't be there when we get to the place later, huh? Still got work to do." The customer's big brother patted himself on the back. "You drive your car. I'm sure I'll talk you both into it. Tell your sister-in-law to fry 2 dishes and nag her for a while to calm down first." Shiro was confused. Just when I thought something was wrong, the car was already at the place. Yun Xiao urged, "Daughter-in-law, just rest assured that you'll go with old brother Tuao." "I'm not going, I don't want to work." "Yun Xiao, you asshole." The words were not finished. He was then interrupted by the client's older brother. "Sibling, what's wrong? This is no fun. My brother is such a good man. He quarrels and still makes money. Can we save him some trouble?" He said to Yun Xiao. "Don't worry, Aang. I'll leave the younger siblings to me. You go and drive in peace." He pulled open the car door, just yanked Shiro downward. "Sibling, don't disturb my oldest brother's work. Go to my house for a while." Cloudy thoughtfully unbuckled her seatbelt. "Daughter-in-law, go, clean up well and on. I won't see you off." Shiro was in a daze. It was then pushed out of the car by the 2 men working together. "I'm not going, I don't clean." "Me? I don't want to." Hearing Shiro's screams as he was pulled out of the car, Cloudy covered his stomach and closed his mouth. Finally got rid of this annoyance. The live feed was a sight to behold the entire time. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Ha ha ha, I man cracked up. Cloudy is too good at this, isn't he? How can such a beautiful girl do that? Poor Bai Lu. Being arranged by 2 men in a clear way. Laughing doesn't live. Cloudy has a daughter-in-law, and she's a big star? This news is so explosive. I have a feeling it's going to hit the top of the hot search headlines. Bailu's boyfriend is a chauffeur? 2 people make family conflicts. By the passerby big brother kindly persuade the fight. Po ha ha ha, this plot. The writers can't make it up without 3 years of brain thrombosis. I'm numb. People in the hospital to do kidney stone surgery. Big morning to see this live room. Laughing so much that my wound collapsed 3 times. The nurse girl is resuscitating. Dude, are you as miserable as I am? I just had heart bypass surgery yesterday. And man, my stent is fucking breaking. What's this? Just put a good cast on the leg. Watched the Cloudy Sky operation. Laughed so much that I snapped the caster broken. The doctor said I'm on my way to the mental hospital with a brain problem that can't be cured. Get rid of the doggy white dew. Cloudy got on his little electric donkey and was just about to leave. Accidents happen again. A group of young men clamored around. Whoa, it's Shiro. My goddess. It's really Shiro, eh? Seeing the living. Shiro, I love you. Can I have your autograph? Shiro, a picture? These fans saw Shiro himself appear. It was all crazy at once. A big star shows up here. It was solid in itself. Plus these yells. Nearby passers-by looked over in unison, each with glowing eyes. Shiro was like a scared bird, stuck in the street. Her bodyguards were left at the hotel. There's no one around. Surrounded by the crowd, his face all helpless. Yun Xiao was afraid that she would have an accident. With a dark sigh, he turned the little electric donkey around. Excuse me, move over. My daughter-in-law is inside. The crowd was not happy to see someone forcing their way in. Don't you know first come, first served? Want an autograph? Want a picture? Get in line. However, to everyone's dismay, after Yun Xiao squeezed in, he grabbed Bai Lu's hand and said, Scatter, scatter. Why are you surrounding my daughter-in-law? Go home and watch your daughters-in-law. Boom. As if dropping a heavy bomb. Everyone was blown away. Someone who didn't believe me retorted. What do you mean? How did Bai Lu become your daughter-in-law? Toad wants to eat swan meat, right? Don't even look at your own weight. That's right, you're a broken chauffeur, riding a small electric donkey, and a big star will ride in your car? You're kidding. Get out of here, or the police will arrest you for slander. Spread your dirty hands. This is my goddess. Who let you touch? This time, Yun Xiao was considered to have caused public anger. All of them have spoken out against him. Cloudy, however, was not angry. Instead, he said with a grin on his face, "So what, old brother? You come to tell them, white what Lu?" Shiro blushed. "It's Shiro. Anan, yes, is Shiro my daughter-in-law?" Customer Big Brother came to a wave of divine assistance. People really two mouths. Just now I also persuade the fight to come. Brother, you really dick. So your daughter-in-law is a star. Hear that? My daughter-in-law. Why should I let you guys take pictures? Yun Xiao threw down a sentence, pulling White Trail away from the crowd in a puff of smoke. The scene was silent. The crowd's brains are still turned around. Call him a braggart. Turns out people still have witnesses. The client's older brother runs a restaurant over here. It's a small-time owner who doesn't lie. Cloudy said Bai Lu was his daughter-in-law, and the goddess didn't even resist, and ran with him. It made everyone giggle. Is it hard to believe that he's telling the truth? Goddess. Married? Husband is a valet driver? Crap. All the male fans can't accept this. In the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, Yun Xiao mounted a small electric donkey and wobbled away with Bai Lu, the guy who said a big star wouldn't ride in his car. Click, click, heartbreak. Someone took pictures of the scene and put them online. Soon, there were just two hot topics that spiked quickly. Hashtag surprise, Shiro has eloped with a man. Hashtag gossip boyfriends of actresses. Sitting behind Cloudy's ass, Shiro had a complicated look on his face. Instead, he didn't argue with him anymore. It was rare for the clouds to fall free, wandering down the street at a leisurely pace. Thinking back to Yun Xiao's previous actions and what he said, Shiro involuntarily blushed. Grow up. No one has ever been so blunt with her. My daughter-in-law. Especially when surrounded and helpless by a crowd. Suddenly, a man appears to free her. Instincts will be at the forefront of the mind. As Shiro rambled on, couldn't help but glance at Yun Xiao a few more times. It didn't feel like it before. At the moment, that back was even more handsome. However, this good feeling was soon shattered. If you crave my body, just say so, although I won't give it to you either. Pust. Shiro almost spat blood. The angry face went white. This guy, he can't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Just wanted to retort, but quickly sighed again. Silence. Yun Xiao was quite surprised. How did this girl change her nature? Bai Lu spoke with some embarrassment. Actually, I didn't mean to do that just now. Oh, Cloudy didn't reply. Bai Xiaolu didn't have a bottom either, so he had to say stiffly. You know, I'm recording a variety show and I need to find a vegetarian partner, but I'm not familiar with Ninghai, and I have to go back to my hometown in the afternoon. So, Cloudy pointed to his nose. You don't mean to say that the vegetarian was looking for me, do you? Shiro nodded tornly. The reason I asked you to be a chauffeur is that I want you to accompany me. Well, to be my driver and bodyguard. Yun Xiao shook his head decisively when he heard it. No way. No way. You wish. A chauffeur and a bodyguard? I'm not Tim Dog. Shiro was a little out of temper at the moment. That, if she tells anyone, I don't know how many escorts there are, lining up to apply for this career, and this guy still thinks it's a bad idea? But what can be done? She couldn't look at anyone but Cloudy. Shiro had to lower his stance. Don't be so hasty to refuse. I won't let you help for nothing. I'll pay you a salary. Just think of it as working for me and treat me as a client. With your skill, I'm not afraid to go anywhere. Yun Xiao said in a serious manner. Give money? You are also belittling me too much. Manly man, not for 5 buckets of rice. Presuming to use money to buy me. Cough. Then why didn't you say so earlier? How much to give ah? Bai Lu stared blankly at Yun Xiao in a daze. Almost didn't choke on my saliva. I thought you were going to say no after all that. The result is this speed of change. Caught her off guard. No thanks to you. This number, do you do it? Cloudy raised an eyebrow. 2, aren't you cursing? Shiro blacked out. Almost didn't fall out of the car. What kind of brain is that? Not 2, it's 200,000. I'll give you $200,000. You'll be my driver and bodyguard for 1 day. And then accompany me to record the program. Okay? Seriously. Cloudy was a little bit impressed. $200,000. That's a lot. Like yesterday. $3 million in 1 day. It's all about luck redeeming coupons. But it's not like this stuff happens every day. It's only a couple $100 for a day of driving. How many orders do you have to take for $200? 000? After a bit of internal pondering, I think this is a good deal. It's not guaranteed that any player will get lucky, make millions and millions of dollars. Gotta work on the money. After all, assets are not insured now. That what? First say, I'm not looking at the money, but I think it's dangerous for you, a girl, to go out and run around. Cloudy didn't agree dryly. She's an actress, a rich woman. Will there be a shortage of money? Must glean a handful. You're going back home this afternoon? Yeah. Isn't it popular to film actresses returning to their hometowns? It just so happens that I'm going back to my hometown for a funeral. My distant cousin's second aunt's aunt died. This kinship, do you count it? Bai Lu was speechless. There's nothing I can do. It was my mom who told me to go and offer my condolences. In fact, I don't even recognize it. It's a 90-something-year-old grandmother. Cloudy nodded. In fact, it's like your family forcing you to go on a blind date. Despite the reluctance, it had to go. Pretend to think about it. Yunxiao for that what? Not I am not willing to You also know, like we drive the most taboo to see the dead. In case of unclean things haunting, which boss dare to hire me? Must add money. Shiro sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the ceiling. Crap, can you please have some face? Even if you want to add money, can you find a better reason? You're fucking afraid of the dead? Forget how you drove the hearse last time? How do you put makeup on a dead person? Who's better than you at playing with the underworld? A bunch of words up front. Dare I say it's the last sentence that works. Shiro was powerless to spit, but one has to bow down under the roof. Who let Yunxiao pinpoint her death point? Pay up or don't go. For the sake of the plan, she could only force herself to say, okay, I'll add another 100,000, totaling 300,000, and labor you and I to go to the funeral. Okay, that's a good feeling. Nah, from now on, you're my personal bodyguard and chauffeur. Fulfill all my needs and on demand? Yun Zhao's gaze became a bit odd. That said, at your age, is that a big deal? Think about it. Actresses, their words and actions are under the scrutiny of the outside world. Even if there is a need, it is not addressed. It's normal to be a little horny. Such a beautiful big star. If we really do it to him, we're in the clear. Thinking about it, Yun Xiao still had some small expectations and excitement. The live feed was a haunting. Wow, goddess. You're so confused. You're actually looking for Yun Xiao to be your bodyguard and driver? With this old colorful guy? Isn't he just waiting to be picked up by him for nothing? Believe it or not, when Yun Xiao is done, Bai Lu will have to say thank you? She's been taken advantage of and she doesn't even know it. There is no way. People just have the strength. Moreover, he is not at all interested in the girl. Cold and hot. If that is, such a man is the most terrible. You will never be able to guess his heart. And so the girl sinks into, but found that it has been uncontrollably fell in love with him. Crap, according to this, it's even more important not to let Jin Xiao have his way. $500,000. How about you let me have this opportunity? What do you think? $500,000 for a chance to get close to Shiro? I'll give you $1 million. I'm a man of my word. You guys contact Yun Xiao for me, and tell him I'll take his dog-licking qualifications. Are you guys crazy? Spending $1 million on dog-licking rights. Willing to go and be a driver and bodyguard for someone. Can't you be a human being? After being officially hired by Shiro, the clouds were also dry. The two men fetched the car in which the show was taped. Then he drove all the way towards Shiro's old home. Old home location. In a village 100 kilometers away. An hour or so later, the car arrived at its destination. Shiro notified his relatives back home in advance. Just get off. Then a relative came to greet them. One by one, they greeted each other with a big smile. Friendly and warm beyond words. Gu, Xiao Lu, I can finally get you back. Remember me? Second auntie. I hugged you when you were little. This girl, the girl is so big. She looks so watery. Shiro greeted with an awkward smile. Hello auntie and uncle. Great-grandma is gone and my mom asked me to come and offer my condolences. These people, she didn't recognize a single one. It's no different than facing a stranger. But people are moving up one way or another. Make it sound like how intimate it is. It's so good of you to come. The family is very happy. Come on in. A middle-aged man in mourning. Calls himself Uncle too. Happy invited the two men into his home. Yun Xiao followed behind with an unbelievable face. How do these relatives look like they're having a funeral? I don't know. I thought someone in the family was getting married. But, in their 90s, it's also considered a happy funeral. Not that he cared. A group of people flanked Shiro and walked into a large compound. The yard has several entries into the home. It is one of those rural self-built houses. Front of the door, kneeling, two men in mourning greeted the guests. Inside, a group of people were gathered around in twos and threes. It's all next door left and right. Mostly older. These days, everyone is out on the road. I don't see them more than a couple times a year. Who had time to come back for the funeral? It's normal for feelings to fade. Except for the closest. Who cares if a man dies? The yard is a retreat. There was chattering together, playing cards and getting high. A dirge played on the stereo, but not many people are sad. Since it was a large pot roast, the chef was on hand to serve the food. A cauldron was placed in the center. The fire was burning brightly. The chef is sweating and frying. There is a parlor next door where the spirit house is located. Wreaths were placed all around. Condolence notes were posted on the door. A mahogany coffin stood in the main room. On the incense burner, there were offerings of incense and candles, rice and wine, everything here. It was strange to Shiro. It was her first time attending a rural funeral. This custom had never been approached before. Mixed up in the glamorous entertainment industry, seeing the fads and fashions, this localized rural practice. Instead, it was new to her, because it's all mostly older people. Not many people know Shiro. Instead, it didn't cause much of a stir. But the Lord's family. It's so hard to invite a big star to a funeral. It won't stop there. It's a great opportunity to put a face to the family. So a swarm of people welcomed them out. Her face was full of smiles. Aya, isn't this the big star by Lu? She's even prettier than she looks on TV. Don't stand there. Come in and sit down. The commotion over here also caused the crowd to gather around. Originally they hadn't noticed. On closer inspection, it's a real star. Holy shit, it's really Shiro. Old Chen's family has enough face to invite a star? I heard before that their family, and by Lu are relatives. So it's true. Who's that guy behind him? A bodyguard? This is hilarious. All come to gawk at the aura of stardom. The scene was buzzing with activity. Some people even pulled out their cell phones on the spot to take pictures and sign autographs. Shiro was surrounded by the crowd. Brain buzzing. Key, she didn't recognize any of these people and didn't know who was with whom. One can only ease the awkwardness with a smile. Cloudy was happy to be at home. No one recognized him as a bodyguard anyway. He had the easiest time in the whole room. With both hands in his pockets, he grinned and watched the action. Till later, Shiro was swarmed into the house by a group of relatives, pulling her around to talk about things. Shiro had a hard and awkward conversation, throwing a pleading look at Cloudy. As a result, the guy was watching the play while stoned. Seeing Yun Xiao in this old six posture, the live feed erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, has Shiro gotten into a boat of thieves? Obviously hired a bodyguard. But it feels like nothing. This bodyguard is too meticulous. Nima, it's so easy to make this $300,000. He's more like a melon eater than a melon eater. Without saying a word. This group of relatives is too much. Can't you see that people don't want to talk? They have to have an awkward chat. And they look like they know each other well. It's disgusting. With Bai Lu, a big star, coming to support the show. Shall we not go crazy wool gathering and put gold on our faces? It's all for show. Obviously dead. But make such a celebration. This family looks at it as not good. A little heartless. Yun Xiao, don't watch the fun. Hurry up and fix the job. Do you want us to watch these snobbish relatives? Until 12 noon. Awkward conversation over. Finally, the table is open. Not too many people. 10 tables or so. There were 7 tables in the yard and 3 outside. They're all village elders. Bai Lu avoided the relatives' table and sat with Yun Xiao. Relatives want to entertain guests. No time for her. Shiro let out a rare sigh of relief. Today, it was fortunate that I dragged Cloudy along with me. Otherwise there's no one to talk to. It's crazy. I was going to wait until the afternoon and then go back. After the condolences, her mission is complete. But no surprise. Accidents happen again. It's not long since I finished my meal. When the funeral party enters, the master oboe player jumped ship. This was a shock to the class. What the hell? Old Wu quit. If he doesn't do it, who will? Hurry up and call. Squad leader. Several calls have been made and no one is answering. I reckon that he may have jumped ship to go to Wang Widow's side. That old widow is like a vixen. She can seduce people. There are a lot of lists. Old Wu cannot resist. He must be seduced. Hearing this, the head of the class was angry and helpless. Now that the industry is in a slump, even master craftsmen are starting to jump ship. The circle of funeral classes is getting smaller. No way. Young people don't pay attention. What everything has to be internationally compatible. Be trendy, not rustic. When there was a death in the family, they went to hire a Western band, or a theater troupe, or something like that. An operation comes down hot and heavy. Make it look like New Year's Eve. It's like the old days, when you had to hire a Swana team for all the white events in the countryside. Various traditional instruments take turns. Among them, the oboe players are called masters. That's a high position. After the host family is invited over, there is a worship service. Once the master chair was seated, tea and water were served, and a big red packet when you're done, which is like today. The traditional funeral classes are on the wane and on the verge of obsolescence. The legacy continues only in certain rural areas. Not looking at cheap prices. People don't invite them either. Li Ban Tu sighed. Forget it, old Wu shouldn't be coming. Whatever, take the job and get it done. I've learned the suona before, I'll go and talk to the main family later. They'll agree to let me play. If not, we'll think of a way to find a new suona master. The crowd agreed that this would have to be the only way. And so, Li Bantu found Bai Lu's second uncle and told him the situation. I heard that the oboe master couldn't come and had to be replaced. Second uncle immediately quit. Li Bantu, you can't be like this. It was agreed that Master Wu would play. This clinical change. I might as well find a Western band. Li Bantu had an awkward expression and could only apologize with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, Lao Wu went to the Wang Widow band. Since you don't want me to blow, I'll return every penny of the money to you, and I won't take this job. Eat the closed door. Li Bantu couldn't get it off his face. One can only shake one's head and leave. Now, Uncle Tu was in a hurry. It's not. Old Li, once you're gone, who will I find to do this job? You can't just ignore it. Li Bantu was filled with helplessness. Then, I'll find someone else, but there's no time to lose. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Half an hour more. The funeral is about to begin. Where can I find someone at this hour? Yun Xiao was beside him, listening to the two conversing. That expression was quite a sight. He's always felt that. The most cockamamie thing the system gives is this oboe skill, but I didn't expect it so soon. And there's a place for it? Just as the whole place was in a hurry, Cloudy calmly knocked over the last melon seed, clapping his hands together. He stepped forward and smiled. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, let me try? Karma? The atmosphere was silent. The crowd twisted their heads in unison to look at him. Shiro's expression froze, tugging at Yunxiao from behind. Crazy, right? Don't try to be brave. In response, Yunxiao only smiled faintly. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Popularity +1+1+1+1. The broadcast was also stunned to see this. Fuck, I'll fuck you up. What the hell is this asshole bragging about? You're a chauffeur and you play the suona? People are having a funeral and you come and make a mess. It's easy to get beaten up and unethical. There are billions of points of outrageousness. You drive a hearse, you play the suona, and you're really a one-stop shop for funerals? No way. He can't really play the oboe, right? Isn't he the bodyguard of an actress? When did he expand his business? Upstairs. Did you just watch Cloudy's live broadcast today? The main player has all sorts of skills. Maybe he really knows how to do it? This anchor's bottom is very deep. You can't figure it out. Uncle Tu was in a daze. Looked at the clouds. Aren't you a bodyguard? Confusion flooded his mind. Could it be that he was looking away? This is not a bodyguard? Then who is he? Yun Xiao just smiled and didn't reply. With a subdued face, Li Bantu looked at Yun Xiao in shock. Seeing him so young, he couldn't help but frown. Subconsciously, I think it's a trick or treat. But in the way the Lord didn't say anything. He couldn't say much, but the expression was more than a little contemptuous. Young man, do you know how to play the suona? Yun Xiao nodded humbly. I know a little bit. These words were heard in the ears of Li Bantu, obviously not sure. He decided that Yun Xiao was a swollen face. Young man, it's not that I don't believe you. Can you show us your hand? No problem. Upon hearing this, Li Bantu didn't say anything. Turning around, he brought a suona to Cloudy. It's new to me. I haven't blown it yet, so try it. Movement on this side. It caught the attention of several members of the funeral class, gathered around to see what was going on. I thought the head of the class had hired a new oboe player, but look at a youngster. Not without great disappointment. As the saying goes, you can't do anything without a hair on your mouth. What do you know at such a young age? Like they've traveled far and wide, have seen many powerful oboe masters. Know the trick. The oboe is a skill that requires a lot of lung capacity. It's not sucking air into your chest. Instead, it sinks into the stomach. This gives it a thicker feel when you blow it. Just a small body like Cloudy. The wind can blow away, and you can't sink any air. It's impossible to blow it at first glance, excepting the wooden box handed over by Li Bantu. Open it. Cloudy froze. Inside the wooden box, it's all a bunch of parts, unassembled. The few masters present all laughed, holding on to his bladder and watching the action. Li Bantu said with a wry smile, Young man, don't be too embarrassed. There's no shame in not being able to assemble. Cloudy raised an eyebrow. 2 words. Grab the table parts and start assembling. Start by articulating the oboe bowl and pipe together. Then stuff the air core in. The air core is to be stuffed into the round hole at the end of the intake disc and aligned to snap into place. Originally several masters, and holding out for a joke. But when they took a look at this action of Yun Xiao, they were all surprised. Especially Li Bantu. The reason he didn't assemble the oboe. Just want to see if Cloudy is blowing it. Can't even assemble this step, let alone blow it. But I didn't expect it. Yun Xiao's movements were so skillful and smooth. Dumbfounded him. Next, Cloudy picked up the reed. This is the sounding component of the oboe. Its quality, size. It determines the stability and smoothness of swana playing. It is a very important part of the process. Start by opening the reed. Like this brand new horn. The reeds are unopened. Cloudy took it into his mouth. After going through the opening, remove to the air core and secure with a whistle card. Then put the tuner on the bell mouth. Adjust the position of the tuner. Fit it to the flare and hold it in place with a screwdriver. Finally, insert the mouthpiece into the body of the tube to fit the reed perfectly. At this point, a small oboe is assembled. Cloudy moves in one fluid motion. Steady as an old dog. It's only a minute all the way down. But it shocked everyone in the room. Heads exploded, including those of the live streamers. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Crap, I can't tell. He really has something. It's like he's rehearsed this move countless times. He can't really blow, can he? There's nothing wrong with it. This technique, it seems to be a teacher for many years. Otherwise it is impossible to be so skillful. How many other things does he know? I'll believe anyone who says he can get his period any day. It's outrageous. I'm from the Conservatory of Music, and I've taken the swana course before, so it's no problem for me to assemble it, but if it's running like clouds, it's going to take at least 10 years of hard work. Don't be too happy. Although his hand is amazing and most people can't play it, but just being able to assemble it doesn't work. You have to be able to play the tune, otherwise it's all for naught. Li Ban Tu and the others looked at Yun Xiao with dumbfounded eyes. Such skillful hands. It's too much for even him to handle. A few people put away their contempt. At the very least, it shows that Cloudy does play the oboe. That's good news. None of them have to go. Li Ban Tu laughed. Young man, I apologize to you. I was the one who looked away. But can you play a song to open everyone's eyes? From the Cloudy approach, he could see that the level of his opponent would not be low. But not without seeing something for yourself. And how can you be assured? Okay, I'll play a song. Yun Xiao agreed with a calm demeanor. At the same time, he was thinking about what kind of tune he should play. After all, it's not time to cry and mourn. There's no need to be formal. The good thing is, the system doesn't just give oboe skills, related tracks. The clouds also grasped them one by one. Although it was only the first time I blew it, I was as familiar with it as a teacher. Thoughts. Just a couple dozen tracks crossed over. Soon enough, Cloudy picked a song that was appropriate for the occasion. The Peach Orchard. The song, from the classic movie and TV series Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Unlike the traditional oboe repertoire, more atmospheric, grand and majestic. Of course, there is no shortage of sadness at all, especially when the song was sung at the time of Quanji's death. It's a tear-jerker. Any dog that passes by has to cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Finish choosing the tune you want to play. Cloudy posed. Mouth to the air disc. Left and right fingers. Hold down the air holes. Take a deep breath. Sink into the dantian. The little belly quickly bulged to the size of a soccer ball. This scene gave Li Ban Tu an scalp. He has seen a lot of chi sinking into the dantian. But like Cloudy, with such a large stomach bulge. First time I've seen it. That strength is definitely solid. In the meantime, Yun Zhao's eyes were slightly closed and he had a reed in his mouth. Then with a forceful exhale of dantian chi. Tee. In a flash, a rousing and mournful tune. Extremely penetrating, like blow up the whole place. Despite playing the oboe for the first time, but it's like it's etched into the soul. The mood in that song seemed to speak. Back in the day, Lu Guanzhang's bravado in the Peach Orchard, to the military half-life. Turning back, only to find brothers dead and scattered. That pathos filled his chest. It can't be cleansed away. The sound of the mournful tunes of the swana is a saddening sight to behold. It infected the crowd. No spitting. The main entrance. An old man with white hair stepped in. Third uncle, please come in. 2 middle-aged men in mourning went up to assist them. Third uncle laments. I've come to give my second sister one last ride. The words were not yet spoken. A tune of mournful pathos came. It tears the heart out. The pain was excruciating. The oath of the Peach Orchard is still echoing in my ears. The third uncle wailed. The 2 middle-aged men assisted him with a sad face. Big brother, ergo, Sandy, not the same year, the same month, the same day, only to die on the same day, in the same year, in the same month, on the same day. The 3 of them just hugged each other, kneeling down and bawling. A third uncle in his 90s. The old tears were so many that he almost broke down crying. It's more than that. The entire courtyard was filled with a sad atmosphere. Uncle Junior wailed as he hugged the watchdog. Even Shiro was affected. The little face was full of pearly whites, crying in a daze. Li Ban Tu and the other 2 masters of the funeral class also hugged and cried and kowtowed as they cried. They don't know why they're doing it, but hear this oboe song. Just can't help but want to emulate the Peach Orchard. It's as if they don't spit it out. The clouds are blowing up. Suddenly miserable cries were heard. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw people kneeling in the yard. Gave him a fright. The blowing stops with it. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. At the moment, the live streaming netizens were like electrocuted, numb from head to tail. I'm a nympho. Is the Swana that poisonous? When the clouds blow, you all kneel down to worship? It's too weird. Don't tell me. I showed my boss this song and he said he wants to be my friend, and he'll give me half of the company so I don't have to work anymore. What to do? My wife told me that before he got married, he went to Thailand, and now she's asking me if I'd like to be his brother and sleep on the bunk bed. Don't blow it. After listening to this tune, my dog looks at me all wrong. I suspect it's not because he recognizes me as his brother, right? What is this? I can feel my dog turning against me and trying to ride me to my lost brother. I gave him a demonstration of dog fighting on the spot, and now I'm already eating dog meat hot pot. When the sham stops, it took a few moments for the cries at the scene to subside. The crowd looked at each other in confusion, embarrassed toes digging into the ground. Bailu's small face was so dull that she couldn't wait to burrow into a crack in the ground. Uncle Junior got his face licked by the watchdog. Silently, he got up and pulled out his cell phone to call the slaughterhouse. The third uncle and the two middle-aged men were even funnier. The old man is almost 100 years old. Think of the three of them hugging and crying just now. The image of shouting that you don't want to live in the same year, but to die in the same year, in the same month and on the same day. They both wanted to die. Seeing the old man crying and huffing, he hasn't come back to his senses until now. Face green with fear, afraid of any accidents, hurriedly assisted the third uncle and went into the house to rest. And a few people from Liban too. All of them covered their faces and were depressed. That ridiculous scene earlier. It's so humiliating. But why can't you help it? Not only them, Yun Xiao himself was confused. That oboe skill is awesome. Blow a room full of people to their knees and kowtow. Especially the third granduncle and the others. Big brother and second brother are shouted out. Could it be that Lu Guanzhang is possessed by the three of them? The Three Kingdoms drama crew came here to set up the scene, and they didn't even have to find actors. But how could Cloudy know that? How many more people are crying? Millions of people in the live feed. There are just a handful of people who have been blown to tears. It's just invisible. Otherwise, he would literally be dragged back to the research facility to be sectioned. The moment. Once again, when he looked at the clouds, Li Ban Tu and the others could not wait to kneel down. Before, they didn't trust Yun Xiao. But now, it no longer feels that way in the slightest. The craftsmanship is unbelievable. They had never met any oboe master. A casual blow can bring a man to his knees and make him cry. How much more than that would it be? In their minds, this should be the highest level of playing the oboe. And Yun Xiao was so young to have such skill. Must have gotten an extraordinary inheritance. Playing on stage with such a master craftsman, Li Ban Tu only felt immensely honored. Master. Just this hand of yours has convinced my old Li. Just now it was me who was mesmerized by the ghost. You must not care. It's fluffy that you're on stage with us. The other two laughed and agreed. Ha ha. It's rare to see the head of the class concede to anyone. This is a craft that needs to be taught with an open mind. It's a blessing for us to meet a master teacher. Yes, master. You can teach us well. Now the young people are not happy to do this. Weaning High City do not see a. Yun Xiao was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. I didn't expect to show my hand casually, just to be treated like a mastermind by others. Seeing Yun Xiao being touted by Li Ban Tu and the others, Bai Lu's small mouth opened into an O shape, a look of incredulity. She had never thought that Yun Xiao could really play the Swana. Thought it was just a joke. It ended up blowing people to tears as soon as they opened their mouths. At this moment, another attitude reversal was seen from Li Ban Tu and the others. It caused a strong shock inside her. But how old is Cloudy? How can it be a mastermind? He can solve crimes, do martial arts, race cars, and play the oboe. Is there really such an all-powerful person in the world? She found it shocking and outrageous. Learned that Cloudy was still a master craftsman. Uncle Tu invited him to the main seat with an attentive face. A happy face. Lu, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought he was a bow. Cough. It caused me to almost neglect the master craftsman. Shiro was speechless. She had also just learned that Yun Xiao could play the Swana alright. To know, the status of a master is not lower than that of a star. Hire a master craftsman to blow the funeral, but it can be scenic for miles and miles. Put it in the past. You can't always hire someone if you have the money. It all depends on the mood of the person. When you come to your house, you have to be treated like an ancestor. Good food and drink treats. Although the industry is now in decline, but in the countryside, the master craftsman is still the platoon. The star that is Shiro is all about dabbling, but people masterminds. It's not something their family can afford to hire. Li Bantu and the others consciously gave up the eunuch's chair. It was the highest position in the room. Behind it is the incense burner. Cloudy isn't that preachy. He didn't want to be offered up like a sacrifice. Find a random seat and sit down. By this time, Li Bantu had the opportunity to ask, Master, take the liberty of asking, how come I've never heard of the tune you're blowing? The backbone is very strong. Cloudy grinned. I wrote this myself. It's called The Peach Orchard. Crap. A few people's faces twitched hard. The eyes couldn't help but become odd. No wonder. They can't help but kneel and kowtow. So it's really a bonding song? But the bar for blowing funerals is so high these days. And write your own songs? No wonder people are master craftsmen. Can't compare then can't compare. The clouds were eager to try. When will the morning begin? There's no hurry. There's half an hour more to blow when the people are all together and kowtowing to the departed. In that case, then should we rehearse it first? I don't always know the tunes you guys playin' on. Li Bantu laughed. No, you're the master. We'll cooperate with you throughout. To the mastermind as a stage show. It was a great honor for Li Bantu and the others. It's too late to ask for it. Popularity +1+1+1+1. What the hell? Yun Xiao wrote the song himself? He's a chauffeur who also writes funeral music? He's already drifting farther and farther down the road of outrageousness. Really? Nowadays people don't play the swana. It's been a long time since I've heard such a title as mastermind. A 20-year-old mastermind. Unbelievable. In the past, when a master teacher came, the whole village had to be impressed. How many people begged for the master's apprenticeship? And every day there were people kneeling in front of their homes. And only the famous actors of the opera troupe could compete with them. I still don't believe it. Yun Xiao is so young. How can he be a master swana player? All oboists of this level have decades of mastery. He's not qualified even if he practiced from his mother's womb. Who's still questioning the anchor? Didn't you see how many people were made to cry when the oboe sounded just now? Some people just pretend to be blind. Is it hard to admit that others are good? In a side room in the southeast corner of the yard, a table of 8 was set up. Sit around a few people. They were members of the funeral squad. In his hand, he was polishing the instrument he was about to play. Li Bantu brought Yun Xiao over. Take this time to familiarize yourself with each other. Bantu, I heard you found the oboe master? The three asked in a hurry. The host family just came by to say hello and get them ready to get ready. The funeral will start later. Is that old Wu back? Li Bantu smiled faintly. Not old Wu. I found a master craftsman. This time we are lucky. The three were even more surprised when they heard it. Ha, master. That's really fluffy. Where are the people? As they spoke, the three of them looked out of the house. Just the head of the class and a young man. Nothing. Couldn't help but be puzzled. Li Bantu pointed to Yun Xiao beside him. Here it's this young man. You guys have to learn well. It's a rare opportunity to follow a master on stage. The three men were dumbfounded. Incredulously, he looked at Cloudy. What do you mean? He's a mastermind? Benji, you're not kidding? You're still a master teacher when your hair hasn't even grown back yet? Then I'm still a master. Li Bantu showed an expression that said it all. He knew the fellows wouldn't believe him. After all, even he looked away. To be able to set up a stage and play smoothly, still have to conquer them to do it. This business is all about strength. Without a sense of conviction, the fellows certainly won't cooperate. Master, do you think? You want to stop showing your hand and let them open their eyes? Li Bantu had no choice but to say helplessly. Yun Xiao smiled and nodded. Okay, only, are you sure you can stand it? This. Li Bantu smiled awkwardly. Fishing a tissue from his pocket, he crumpled it up and stuffed it in his ear. The two men next to him followed suit. Plug your ears tight. The scene. The three fellows looked confused. Squad leader. What are you guys? What did you say? I said, are you out of your mind? Didn't hear it. You hurry up and listen. Li Bantu shook his head, as if he still felt that this was not safe. A few more steps back, until you exit the house. Signaling that Cloudy could begin. Yun Xiao stifled a laugh and picked up the oboe ready to play. The three fellows were hairy, though I don't understand what's going to happen next. But this is so weird. Yun Xiao did not give them a chance to regret. Next, the stirring and sorrowful sound of the swana echoed out in a prolonged manner. Wow! The crowd was baptized once again. That extremely sad vibe made a comeback. The three closest fellows. It's more about taking the core bombardment. Poof! All three fell to their knees at once. My brother is above me. Take my bow. Second brother. Third brother. I'll pay my respects first. The same scene repeats itself again. Looking at the three who were hugging and crying, Li Bantu's teeth were raw. Thankfully, I had the foresight to plug my ears ahead of time, or do it again. He can't afford to. The whole place was swept with sadness. Whether it's the card player, the chatterbox, or the cook who burns the food. Both wiped tears from their eyes and lost their voices. Wave after wave of sadness in the heart. It simply won't stop. Inside the house and outside the house, there was a great deal of mourning. For those who don't know, they thought they had collectively lost their parents. Cloudy blew a passage. Just stop. It took more than a few moments for the crying crowd to slow down. The three fellows were convinced. It was hard to get up from the ground. The eyes that looked at Yun Shao were in awe. Where's the contempt? Master. It's us who have no eyes. You are so good at this. I was wrong. The three bowed in unison and apologized. Yun Shao didn't care. Putting away the oboe, he instructed. All right, let me give you guys the rundown. Play the match so you don't make a mistake later. Everything went smoothly next. No one dared to question it. Half an hour later, the people who came to offer condolences were basically there. Older, except for the third uncle. There are also two sisters of the deceased who married far away. Over 80 years old, on crutches, with all his teeth trembling, he was assisted into the hearth. This way, the clouds and funeral classes are also ready. Wailers are according to seniority. Kneel in front of the coffin in turn. As soon as the music starts, the worship begins. The master of ceremonies, an old man from a neighboring village who presides over white affairs, supposedly experienced. He looked around and rushed by Lu's second uncle and asked, Xiao Bin, is everyone here? Flush. It was the first time Cloudy had done this. Li Bantu reminded. Let's blow when their descendants worship. After a while, the old man shouted, families prepare. The words were not yet spoken. Cloudy then took the swana and played it. Once you see the mastermind begin, Bandmaster Li and the others also hastened to start playing. The scalp-blasting sound of a mournful tune echoed through the hearth. It's even more stirring and tragic than the peach orchard tie-up just now, a moment that infects a room full of people. The wind of sorrow and desolation swept through. Everyone was immersed in grief. It was like a boulder on his chest. For a while, the hearth was filled with cries. The heartbreaking cries seemed to tell of the most agonizing grief in the world. Separation of life and death. The man has passed away. Taechan, my Taechanyo, why did you just leave? Mother, my child is unfilial. You left too early. You only lived to be 98 years old. Oh auntie, I said I'd come back to see you this year, but how come you're gone just like that? There was a lot of crying at the scene. One by one, men, women, and children, all of them burst into pounds of tears. That cry was a real, emotional outpouring. This is the true filial son and grandson, without a hint of fakery. The sad sound of the oboe, as if it had a strange magical power. It evokes the most painful sorrows of the human heart. And the crying got louder and louder and couldn't stop. It's like taking out all the tears of your life. The neighbors, right and left, saw this touching scene. All thumbs up and compliments. See, isn't this family quite filial? There were rumors before that they were treating the old man badly, so it seems like they were just chewing the cud. Hey, that's a real sentiment. It's rare for young people to cry so truly at funerals nowadays. When I'm gone someday, it'll be worth my death if my cub cries like that. A few distant cousins, too, cried their eyes out. But they are completely unaware of it. Why are you crying? Don't even know who died. But it was the family's order to come and offer condolences and say goodbye. Mix up another big meal. It turned out to be hard to stop crying. It was also praised as filial piety. They were depressed as hell. At the sound of that oboe, the infection spreads rapidly as if it were a virus. Endless grief turns into 1,000 sorrows. And only crying out is comfortable. Even the air around them was filled with sadness. Popularity +1+1+1+1. Popularity +1+1+1+1+1. See this scene. The live audience went numb. Crouching. Crap, you're not a Swana player, are you? What's with the whole sonic attack? The killing power is too strong, isn't it? I have to say, for all the sadness, a passing dog would have to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. I'd like to go cry to my dad, but I'm afraid he'd belt me. Sure enough, there is no Swana to welcome the relatives. There is no Swana to send away the soul. Swana a sound. 10 miles and 8 villages deaf half. The 4 seas and the 8 deserts night sleepless. Rogue instruments. The oboe is king, either ascending or worshipping. I've decided to take this funeral music as my wake-up call in the future. Go to work if I can wake up, and hit the road if I can't. Upstairs, in this atmosphere, you have to take a piece of white cloth to cover your body when you lie down. You don't even need to limit the number of cars on the road. It's not just live and on the air. Even Yun Shao was infected by the atmosphere after seeing this scene. This scene was so touching. One by one, they all knelt in front of the hearth and hugged and wept. What is this, if not a filial son and a virtuous grandson? Would it be so heartfelt without the deepest filial piety? So, with the cooperation of Li Bantu and others, he blew more vigorously. The masters also rolled up their arms and brought out the highest level. sell it and play it. Setting the stage with a master craftsman. It's a good thing to say, but the crowd at the scene suffered even more. Almost didn't break down crying. Until the song is blown. The crowd just finally breathed a sigh of relief. Third uncle was filled with relief as he looked at the two middle-aged men beside him. Well, I can't see you guys are so filial. Old 4, old 5. You two are so affectionate with your grandmother, and with such filial grandchildren. I'll die in peace. Words. The oldest 4 and the oldest 5 were green in the face. Third uncle, you can't die. You have to live a long life. Next to him, the second uncle wiped his tears and said, I don't know what's wrong, but I'm crying especially hard. Everyone hurry up and pay your respects, and when you're done, the coffin will be sealed. The officiant was in old tears. First time I've seen a funeral cry so much. This family is really filial. Even he was touched. Get ready to start worship. The words just fell. The mournful sound of the oboe once again exploded the room. The filial sons and daughters had not yet had time to pay their respects. Hearing that voice, tensing up again. Ty grandma. Mother. Wow. The cries in the house were terrifying. One by one, the sadness rages within. Can't put it into words and simply can't help it. All fell to their knees in front of the Hall of Fame. Crying with all my strength to tear my heart out. But they crumbled inside. Why? Just can't help it. What the hell is going on? At this moment, the live broadcast and fellow countrymen all looked dumbfounded. Something's not right. Why do you feel like you've been possessed? A house full of people, crying at every service. You don't have to be like this even if you're in a good relationship. A 90-year-old third uncle and 2 grandmothers. It's all ready to cry. Any more crying and you might actually give yourself away. Don't you think it's a stretch? Brush. The eyes of the scene collectively turned to the clouds. Found out that as soon as he played the oboe, the whole room immediately cried. All of a sudden, everyone's expressions became odd. Nima, how is this sending people to their deaths? Separately, the living are to be sent away. 666. I hear this is a mastermind? It's really extraordinary. When this swana is blown, the whole audience cries. I feel like there's a death in the family. Damn it, who dares to say that this family is ungrateful? Just as an atmosphere of sadness filled the room. Bam! A group of people suddenly came to the entrance of the courtyard. A doctor in a white coat, jumping out of an ambulance. Hurriedly, he ran into the hearth to take a look, kneeling all over the room. Mistake, get up, all of you, and stop crying, he shouted helplessly, but the gang was unmoved, still hugging and crying together. Realizing that something was wrong, the white coat continued to shout, stop crying, is there a master in charge? Come here quickly, I have something to say. Uncle 2 wants to go over and ask about it. What the hell happened? But it just doesn't work. A depression clogged his heart. I won't stop until I've had a good cry. Pressing for a conversation. The doctor looked anxious and confused. What's the situation? Why can't you stop crying? Didn't wait for him to continue speaking. The gang had run into the yard earlier, and they were dressed, in line with the group of dutiful sons and daughters in front of the hearth, all in mourning. This could have made the crowd look silly. Even more shocking, they ran straight into the hearth. See the mahogany casket in the center. Suddenly, the stirring and tragic sound of the oboe drifted over. The gang couldn't hold it together for a second. He fell to his knees on the spot and lost his voice. Mother, I'm late. One time, there were 2 waves of people kneeling outside the house. Cries and cries, one after another. This stunned the onlooking villagers. A face of capitalized ignorance. What's going on? Didn't we say everyone was here? Why is there another wave? It's not right. It's so wrong. Why are you crying as soon as you arrive? The process isn't even going right. Doesn't look like a relative of theirs? Never seen one before. It's time to say no. This family is so filial to the bone. See the scene. The white lab coat's eyes bugged out. The gang was brought in by him. Naturally, the identity is clear. But coming up things are not said. Get down on your knees and cry. Snot and tears fly. It's so nasty. I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't possessed. Off the mark. Yun Xiao did not know the relationship between these 2 groups of people. Seeing another sense of kin arrive. Naturally, you have to sell the performance. The sham was blowing so loudly. Li Ban Tu and his men work well together. Be willing to be the green leaf to the flower. Bringing out the skills of Cloudy, the master craftsman, to the forefront. A match made in heaven. Seamless. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. Is it possible that Yun Xiao really played the oboe? What the hell is an oboe turned mage? Whose main focus is one that sends the living away? Necromancer? Outrageous. Who cries like this at funerals? Everyone plays their own game, and it's good to have 1 or 2 crying, let alone distant relatives. The ones who cry are always the ones closest to them. This is clearly not normal. What kind of crying is that? I don't think they're this filial even when their parents are dead. This is not a swona. It is clearly a funeral song. Suggests that next time Yunxiao drives a funeral car, blowing while driving, so that you can even race on the highway on the Yellow Springs Road. In the future, when I pass away, I'll call out to the clouds to play the swona, and see if those unfilial descendants cry. The live feed came back to life at this point. See the two sets of people at the scene crying their eyes out. Can't even pull it. Netflix's head exploded. The collective couldn't help but shiver, because the clouds didn't stop, and the crying didn't stop. Combine that with a scene that played out earlier, makes everyone think twice. When the clouds stopped blowing, suddenly, a gasp came from the scene. Not good. The third uncle is crying out, "Give me a hand." The crowd descends into chaos, only to see that beside the coffin, the third uncle had fainted, weeping old eyes, unconsciousness. The crowd was at a loss for words. Nima, the dowager has not yet been sent away. You're not going with Uncle Sam, are you? Good things come in pairs, they'd heard. When is there a white thing in pairs? The white lab coat blushed, and two paramedics rushed forward. Another pinch and a pat on the chest to smooth the air. It's been a long day of work. It was only then that the man was saved. Uncle Sam let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Trembling, he spoke. "Elder, which master teacher is this? The backbone is so fierce. I'm crying my eyes out. These old bones can't take the punishment. If it keeps on blowing, you'll have to send me away with it today." Uncle Two's face twitched with deep emotion. Don't talk about the old man. He couldn't even stand it. It's too damn strong. Uncle Junior whipped his head around, seeing Cloudy inhale violently and want to blow. Face green with fear, Miso stood up and ran over. "Mastermind, please take a break and stop blowing." Even his voice became harsh and shrill because he was so anxious, giving Cloudy a fright. "Have mercy. Mastermind, if you keep blowing, I'm afraid the living will be sent away. As you can see, my third uncle and my two grandmothers are both very old and can't afford to suffer this. This oboe has such a strong backbone that I'm about to break down in tears. Let alone them. According to reason you can come to our family, is our blessing. I shouldn't have so many requirements, but if it blows up again, people will really be sent away. We can't be bereaved on top of bereaved. Uncle Two said bitterly. The Cloud Cuculander was a bit confused. He had just been immersed in blowing. Still don't understand what's happening at the scene. At this moment, I can see that they are all in a mess. The third uncle who has just been revived. It hasn't slowed down yet. The old man was numb with tears in the hearth. Really, I blew it? Cloudy wasn't sure. Isn't everyone else fine? He's not taking the blame for this one. Thought. About to take up the oboe again to prove his innocence. This time, the whole crowd's faces changed. Scalp exploded. Still coming? Wow. The crowd swarmed over. All of them drank with red eyes. Quick, don't let him blow. Grab the oboe. Yun Zhao's eyelids fluttered at this scene. I didn't realize the guys would react so well. It's too much. He only smiled sarcastically. Misunderstanding. I'm just wiping my saliva. Surely I won't blow it in on. After receiving repeated assurances from Cloudy, the crowd just stopped. Uncle Two was relieved. I was just about to ask the doctor what's going on. What do you mean? It's wrong to cry? Suddenly, the group of people who were in mourning before were seen. Red Eyes rushed into the hearth, kneeling in front of the coffin. She cried bitterly. Milk, my two milkyo. Uncle Two and a bunch of filial sons and daughters, all confused. What's going on? Isn't this my milk? How come it's your milk? I've never seen such a messy recognition of relatives, onlooker villagers and live viewers, also all being whole won't. Just then, an ambulance pulled up in front of the hospital. The paramedics assisted a grandmother and stepped out of the car. The whole room was silent. A room full of filial sons and daughters stared in disbelief. That expression was quite a shock. Uncle Two's whole body trembled. Look at that old lady shivering and scared silly. OMG. Ghosts. The visitor is clearly the old lady who has passed away. That black and white photo. It's still hanging over the hearth. Holy shit, a zombie in the middle of the day? How can you be so scary? Is it a person or a ghost? Why does this person look exactly like a black and white photo, but the old lady's body is still lying in the coffin? Nima, last time it was an oolong. This time it should be a real ghost, right? The anchor is really awesome. Blowing a swona has brought the ghosts here. Can't it be that he's blowing an invocation song? Scary. The whole village made a big fuss to give her funeral, and the result is that the person who should have died appeared at the funeral, which is not more horrible than what Sadako dared to come out in broad daylight. The old woman must have seen her family crying too sadly to leave, so she's staying put. Do you guys think it's possible that the old lady has a long-lost twin sister? Crap, how can you do that? What a big dick upstairs. The live feeds are pissing themselves. In broad daylight. It only felt like a gust of cloudy wind. Everyone on the scene thought it was hell. The funeral was well attended. A man who should have been dead for days suddenly appears on the doorstep. Who else would have a heart attack? The hearts of those who came to offer condolences crumbled. A few of the girls were crying in fear. Uncle Two's legs were shaking into chaff. I don't have the strength to run if I want to. Thinks his milk is going to take him away. In full view of everyone, the old lady just steps into the house. Cloudy's head was also numb. Is this a dead man, or a living man? But it was good that he was more composed. After all, it's always in broad daylight, and it's not as scary as it was last time. Don't panic, the old lady is a human, not a ghost. She's not dead. The doctor in the white coat stepped forward and said. Hearing this, everyone was confused. What is it? What kind of funeral is that if you're not dead? The white coat told the story. Turns out, the old lady was hospitalized. There was an old man in the ward, about her age and similar in build, dress and such. Passed away exactly a few days ago. The hospital organized the bodies and filled in the wrong information about the two men. Uncle Two and his family pulled back the body of the old lady who died. According to the custom of the township, the deceased is to be buried in a coffin. Leave the whole thing to the funeral directors. Uncle Two and the others hadn't had a chance to view the ceremonies yet. It's what led to the accident. The white coat said sincerely. I'm really sorry. Because of the negligence of the hospital nurses, it has caused distress to both of your families. And this loss will be borne by the hospital to give both families a satisfactory explanation. Learn the truth. The crowd was speechless for a moment. The living are treated like the dead. This hospital is really unreliable when this kind of thing can be done. But even more outrageous are the two families. Pulling the wrong body and not realizing it? Now that's a fine thing to think about. In the coffin lay a stranger, crying over the wrong grave, and one cried more than the other. It's the real irony. You can see it in this as well. What is the usual attitude of their family towards the elderly? But would anyone who is truly filial not take a look at the old man's body, and make such an oopsie? It's not the hospital that comes as a reminder. I guess they won't even know when they're buried, and how chilling it would be for the old man to know. The other family is also responsible. When an elderly person is hospitalized, he must be physically ill, died in the hospital for a few days. The family doesn't even know. It is evident that they seldom visit the elderly. Can't even wait for her to die sooner. Just don't bother taking care of it. It's realistic. It's brutal. But that's human nature. For a moment, whispers came from the crowd. There is no filial son before a long illness. I didn't feel much before, but today is a true insight. It's so ironic. But would there be such a farce if the old man had been cared for more attentively? Hey, money-oriented society, affection has become very indifferent. Everyone is busy making money. Who has the heart to care about the elderly at home? Seriously. I got yelled at by the leadership for taking time off work to come back for the funeral. Society has progressed, but the human mind has long been numbed. It's true. The rumors are not true at all. Their family is really bad for the elderly. At this point, the crowd suddenly froze. Think back to an earlier scene. Discover a shocking fact. As long as the clouds blow the oboe, these filial sons and daughters just can't stop crying. At first, they thought people were truly filial, but now it seems. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Even corpses can cry wrong. The only explanation is, the crowd looked at Cloudy in unison. The eyes implied horror and awe. By Lu and Li Ban too. They are the same. The oboe in the clouds. It's so awesome and shocking. Not bad for a master craftsman. Li Ban too folded his arms from the bottom of his heart. Shiro looked incredulous. Was supposed to come to the funeral. As a result, the funeral was not completed. And the old man who should have died lived. But this bizarre experience. It still couldn't hold a candle to the intensity of the shock brought by the clouds. She was even more curious about this man. Uncle Two and the others had awkward expressions. Half the time, I cry for the wrong grave. Now the old lady is standing right in front of her. That's a real shame. The whole village knew the family was unfilial. The one who cried and laughed even more was Cloudy. The funeral was blown and the deed was done. You're telling me the old lady's not dead? This one gave him a whole won't. That said, the old lady isn't dead. Isn't this a happy event for nothing? How about an upbeat song? You can see the live atmosphere from the faces of the crowd, but not a bit of joy. One was wide-eyed. Awkwardness filled the air overhead. Popularity +1 +1 +1 +1. At this point, live viewers, also back from this ridiculous event. Outrageous. A big departure. A room full of people crying for half a day. Crying the wrong grave? These two families have no one. And the hospital is even more outrageous. The body can be recognized wrong. Too irresponsible. Crying wrong is small. Just poor burying the wrong person. When the Qingming festival to the grave. Do not know to whom it is on it, Really worthy of the filial son of the virtuous grandson. This plot, this reversal, please give me back my brain and restore the factory settings again. Don't get stuck. The writers couldn't make it up without drinking 3 pounds of fake wine. Damn it! And how chilling will it be for the old man, knowing what happened? How ironic must it be for a family of filial sons to leave their bodies unrecognized for a few days? If it were me, I'd rather donate all my family's assets than give them to these rebellious sons and grandsons. It's impossible to stay in this atmosphere. The crowd dispersed one by one. The old lady is still alive and the funeral is not necessary. The mourners took their leave. Anyway, they're just here to go through the motions. It's better not to do it. Someone to take the lead. The crowd then left in a flurry. Li Ban Tu and the others also put away their guy things. It's bad luck to blow the living in mourning. There are rules in their line of work. So didn't have the heart to ask for money. People are gone. Yun Xiao and Bai Lu naturally wouldn't stay. The first thing you do is drive away. This family of relatives. Not only is it odd, but it's ridiculous. What happens next is none of their business. Returning to the city from the village. The sun also sets. The entire Ninghai city was shrouded in night. There wasn't even any starlight. And it couldn't help but depress the mind. To thank the clouds, Shiro made a point of treating him to a big meal. During the meal, Shiro wasn't even really in the mood. This happened today. That family treats old people like that. Outrageous indeed. Absent-mindedly finish your meal. The two parted ways. Before leaving, Bai Lu asked for Yun Zhao's contact information. She stayed in Ninghai all this time. Easy to contact. Cloudy continued to take orders on his little electric donkey. But after wandering the streets for over an hour, not a single one. Cloudy was a bit depressed. Doesn't seem to be very good luck tonight. It's almost 9 o'clock. Might as well go home early and rest. Just as he was about to go back to the hotel, passing through the streets of Old Town, a man was crouching on the side of the road with a couple of beer bottles next to him, frowning tightly, as if he had something on his mind. You can only drink your sorrows away. Seeing the clouds passing by, with a sudden clench of his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, waving at him, Master Driver, can you help me drive the car to Mountain City Airport? It needs to be faster. And it's best if it arrives before 10:30. I can't drink and drive. Please do me a favor. I'll add more money.